Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 1821 to Chapter 1909. Xianxia did not spit out a mouthful of blood. Instead, he swallowed it silently. It would not look good if he spat it out now. Master, don't be afraid. We will establish our own sect in the future. It will be even bigger than Purple Sand Island. Xianxia looked at Xianxia's ugly expression and quickly comforted him. Xianxia nodded. You go first. I will help you delay them. Master. Xianxia shook her head. If we are going, we will go together. I cannot leave you behind. Xianxia looked at the people surrounding her. Her eyes scanned every inch of their faces as if she wanted to remember everyone present. Her eyes stayed on Xianxia for the longest time. Xianxia ignored Xianxia's gaze. He did not care at all. He was fearless because he had already prepared for the worst. He had Xianxia enter the mystic realm and take out the jade token. If he could obtain the Purple Sand Island and control the mystic realm, even if Xianxia escaped and came back to seek revenge, the entire sect could hide in the mystic realm. This battle was bound to be very difficult. Xianxia slightly moved his neck, which let out a cracking sound. The battle was about to start. Basically, all the experts of Purple Sand Island came out. Xianxia smiled. Today's matter would be paid back double in the future. Xianxia took out the Hui bow and placed 3 arrows on the sword string. She pulled the bow into a full moon shape and shot it out. One sword arrow flew towards Xianxia while the other 2 went towards the sect master and grand elder. Xianxia looked at the Hui bow and became angry. He pointed his finger and a barrier appeared in front of him to block the arrows. Of course, a barrier could not stop a divine weapon. The Hui arrow directly pierced through the barrier. However, the arrow's speed was also reduced. Xianxia grabbed the arrow and channeled his qi into his dantian. He activated the power of the stars in his dantian and felt that his arms were filled with power. He directly bent the Hui arrow, almost breaking it. Xianxia's face turned red. This thing was really strong. It was indeed a divine weapon. Xianxia was shocked. Her Hui bow had never been bent by anyone before. Unable to break it, Xianxia gave up. He used a barrier to wrap the arrow, and then dripped water droplets on the arrow. He didn't believe that he couldn't break it. Xianxia's expression was cold. It was just an arrow. She put away the Hui bow and took out her divine sword, slashing towards Xianxia. This woman was too annoying. He had to kill her. This sect was also very annoying. They were all bandits. The 2 women were entangled in battle. The huge battle chi energy caused the surroundings to become chaotic. The entire Purple Sand Island was slightly trembling. During the fight, Xianxia had used several divine artifacts in succession, directly suppressing Xianxia. Seeing this, the others all frowned. Why did such a powerful person come to their sect? Moreover, every time he took out a divine artifact. Now, he could basically confirm Xianxia's words. This Xianxia must have inherited an ancient divine Tao sect. She had as many divine artifacts as toys. What a helpless feeling. When an ordinary player faced a super rich player, they weren't even on the same level. Xianxia was basically being suppressed by Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. After all, it wasn't a temporary victory. She wanted to take back the jade tablet. It would be best if she could injure Xianxia as much as possible. Xianxia restrained Xianxia while the other elders surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia's battle strength was famous in the sect. He had always been called the strongest among the elders. However, 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. Although the other elders weren't as strong as Xianxia, they weren't weak either. The Grand Elder suddenly appeared behind Xianxia. He lightly sent a palm strike towards Xianxia. It didn't seem to have any strength. It was even a very slow palm strike. It didn't seem to be dangerous at all. Xianxia saw the elder on the stage attacking her master from the corner of her eye. She anxiously shouted, "Master, dodge." Xianxia had long realized that he was being targeted. His whole body was trembling. He didn't feel this way even when facing so many elders. Xianxia wanted to dodge, but he felt that his body couldn't move. Then, a huge force slammed into his body. Even his soul was shaken. It was a tearing pain. Qiqing spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression dimmed. Master. Eoshuan's expression changed. She anxiously wanted to rush towards Qiqing. Ningxu seized the opportunity. He pointed his finger at Eoshuan, wanting to draw out the blood in her body. Eoshuan felt the blood in her body flowing backwards. She spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this feeling was quickly suppressed by the senfu. Eoshuan looked at Ningxu in shock. Ningxu looked calm on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. If it was an ordinary person, this method would cause their blood to rush out of their body and cause their body to explode. However, Eoshuan only spat out a mouthful of blood. Ningxu didn't know whether it was because his power of law was too strong or because the other party was too strong. Master, are you okay? Eoshuan endured the discomfort in her body and asked Qiqing. Qiqing touched his chest. His meridians were all twisted. Anyway, he was injured. His internal organs were also injured by the elder's palm. Moreover, there was a metallic taste in his throat. He kept vomiting blood. Qiqing was ultimately not as strong as the Grand Elder. Eoshuan gritted her teeth. Now that both she and her master were injured, they could only retreat strategically. Hand over the jade token. The treasure belongs to the capable. Now, take it out. The Grand Elder's voice was like thunder. Bah, shameless old thing. Bullying the weak. I won't hand it over. What can you do to me? Eoshuan said coldly. You were the one who said that the treasure belongs to the capable. Little girl, you're saying that you're bullying the weak again. The Grand Elder stretched out his hand. A huge palm appeared in the air and squeezed towards the two. Eoshuan and Qiqing were grabbed by the huge palm. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Shameless old thing. Eoshuan cursed. She had never been treated like this before. Ningxu saw that the two of them were being controlled. He pointed his finger at the two of them and let their blood rush out. Eoshuan and Qiqing both vomited blood. Eoshuan was still fine. She was able to suppress the blood flow in her body. However, Qiqing was already injured. Now that the blood in his body was in a mess, some of it even broke through the blood vessels on the surface of his body. Master. Eoshuan's face was splattered with Qiqing's blood. Looking at the bloodied Qiqing, Eoshuan panicked. I'm fine. Don't worry. Qiqing was a spirit-severing cultivator. Although this method could injure him, it couldn't take his life. It seemed like they were forced into a desperate situation. Eoshuan sneered. Don't even think about trapping me. Eoshuan decided to retreat first. Now that her master was injured, there was no point in continuing the fight. Her master left the Purple Sand Island for her. She could not let down this master-disciple relationship. However, both of them were pinched by a huge hand. It was difficult for them to break through. Ningxu used another move on the two of them. Qiqing spat out another mouthful of blood. Fresh blood gushed out of his body. His face turned even paler. Ningxu frowned. It seemed that the law suppression was very strong. Moreover, it was used against a cultivator with many tricks up his sleeve. Qiqing was also someone with a trump card. Eoshuan was furious. These bandits. Explode. Eoshuan hardened her heart and exploded her Hoi Bao. The explosion produced a huge force that pushed away the Grand Elder's hand. Eoshuan broke free from the grasp of the hand and flew away with Qiqing. The Grand Elder stretched out his hand and pinned the two of them to the ground. A thick layer of dust rose from the ground. Eoshuan and Qiqing both spat out blood. Hand over the jade token. The Grand Elder said. The Purple Sand Island could not afford to lose this item. Both sides were here for the resources in the secret realm. No one could say that the other was a bandit. No one was righteous. Old thing, I won't give it to you. Eoshuan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. If she was given more time, she would definitely beat this shameless old thing up. She would retreat first and come back for revenge in the future. Where there's life, there's hope. Ningxu pointed his finger. This time, he focused on dealing with Qiqing. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality, he could only cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. It seemed that the power of law did not have much use. After using it a few times, it still could not kill Xianxia. At most, it could only injure him a little. Cultivators could control their blood vessels, bones, and meridians. It was not like when she used the power of law in a certain world. Cultivators' bodies were too strong. Xianxia's internal organs were heavily injured by the violent blood flow. He fainted. Xianxia had no choice. She gritted her teeth and placed Xianxia in the senfu. It would be more convenient for her to run around alone. Moreover, her master was heavily injured and could not take more damage. Her master had betrayed the sect for her. Even if her master knew about the existence of the senfu, it wouldn't matter. Besides, the senfu had already recognized her as its master. Everyone watched as a person suddenly disappeared. Moreover, Xianxia was injured and could not teleport at all. The sect master transmitted his voice to the Grand Supreme Elder. Little Jiang said that this person has a senfu, and that he has inherited an ancient divine Tao sect. The Grand Supreme Elder raised his eyebrows. Such a great opportunity? It sounded a little scary. Even if he was a great philanthropist for 10 lifetimes and was blessed with good deeds, he wouldn't have such a great opportunity. Jiang Las found something some time ago, but she took it away. Of course, this is only her side of the story. Now it seems to be true. The sect leader said to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's expression was very solemn. Even if we can't snatch his opportunity today, we must destroy him. Otherwise, our entire Purple Sand Island will be destroyed in the future. With such a great opportunity, even a pig could be nurtured into a divine beast. The Grand Supreme Elder was serious. His huge hand fiercely slapped towards Xianxia, carrying the might of heaven and earth. The vast and boundless power locked onto Xianxia. Her scalp went numb. She was like a matchstick in the sea, and a wave could destroy her. Explode. Xianxia had no choice but to take out another divine tool to self-destruct. The divine tool's explosive power resisted the Grand Supreme Elder's huge hand. Boom. When the two forces collided, the entire Purple Sand Island trembled, and the surrounding waves surged. All the disciples were bewildered and uneasy. They didn't know what was going on, but the pressure above their heads made them all tremble. Brother, I'm scared. What happened? Where's Master? Yi Meiyu buried her head in Yi Heiyu's chest, clutching his clothes tightly. Yi Heiyu patted Yi Meiyu's back and comforted her. At the same time, he looked towards a certain direction. He didn't know what was going on. With his strength, even a little bit of the battle's aftermath could kill him. Squatting beside Yi Heiyu's feet, a fist-sized bird with a few sparse feathers was shivering, burying its head in its wings. The entire Purple Sand Island trembled from time to time. Yi Heiyu hoped that his master was fine. If something happened to his master, he and his sister would be alone and helpless on the Purple Sand Island. No matter how he looked at it, Yi Heiyu hoped that his master was fine. It would be best if there was not even a scratch on her skin. Yi Heiyu gently patted his sister's back. All the disciples of the various peaks were forbidden from going out. They had to stay put and not run around. For some ordinary disciples, this kind of battle was equivalent to courting death. Explode. 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 Xianxia took out a few divine tools. These divine tools surrounded the Great Elder. Xianxia ruthlessly detonated these divine tools. Xianxia's heart was bleeding. The strongest person here was the Great Elder. If the Great Elder kept pestering her and didn't let her run away, then she could only injure or kill the Great Elder. She could only sacrifice some of the divine tools. Xianxia's heart was bleeding. Any one of these divine tools would be fought over. Now, they were all going to self-detonate and become a pile of scrap metal. There were many divine tools in the senfu, but using them like this made Xianxia's heart ache. But the most important thing now was to preserve her life. Only then could she plan for the future. The Great Elder was surrounded by these divine tools. Moreover, the power of these divine tools was terrifying. Even if the Great Elder tried his best to resist, he was still injured. The aftermath of the explosion had injured Ming Shu and the other elders, not to mention the Great Elder at the center of the explosion. The Great Elder's expression was dispirited, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Ningxu saw that the Great Elder's hands were trembling behind his back. He knew that the Great Elder's situation wasn't good. He was probably forcing himself to be in this state. To detonate so many divine tools, Xianxia must be very willing to do so. She could be willful with so many divine tools. Xianxia didn't continue pestering him. She stepped on her flying sword and prepared to fly away. The sect head activated the sect protecting array. The entire sect protecting array surrounded the purple sand island, blocking Xianxia. Xianxia was about to fly out of the purple sand island, but she was stopped by the sect protecting array. Xianxia was about to explode from anger. There was really no end to this. Were they not going to stop until one of them was dead? Everyone chased after Xianxia. Xianxia stood by the beach and looked at everyone. Her eyes were filled with hatred and disgust. On the other hand, the people on the purple sand island were determined to destroy Xianxia. Xianxia was only in the foundation establishment stage. She had already turned the entire purple sand island upside down. When she grows up, the future of the purple sand island would be certain. Even if they wanted to reconcile now, would they be able to? Xianxia would definitely not be willing to hand over the Jade Token, and Purple Sand Island could not afford to lose the secret realm. Both sides could not take a step back and could only fight to the death. Xianxia was not someone who would compromise for the greater good. They would fight to the death. If there was you, there would be no me. Could it be that they still hoped that Xianxia would not take revenge on them in the future? On Purple Sand Island's side, it was hard to back down. No one was willing to offend an expert, especially one who was slowly rising. They could only continue to make mistakes. Even if they were said to be short-sighted and forced away a powerful disciple, it did not matter. Xianxia cursed in her heart. She gritted her teeth and took out a god artifact, preparing to explode the sect protecting array. Seeing the other party take out another god artifact, the people of Purple Sand Island were stunned. Just how many god artifacts did she have? How helpless. Follow me to strengthen the sect protecting array. The sect leader shouted. All the elders present sat down cross-legged and began to channel their energy into the great sect protection array. Explode. Explode. Following Xianxia's words, a few god artifacts exploded with a powerful force. The sect protecting array became unstable and shook non-stop. Finally, it exploded. The waves surged and even the demonic beasts in the sea stayed away from Purple Sand Island. PFFF. The elders who were connected to the sect protecting array spat out blood. Ningxu clutched his chest. His soul was shaken and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the sect protecting grand array was broken. In order to prevent these people from chasing her, Xianxia took out the secret domain Jade Token and threw it far away into the sea. The sea was so big. To find a palm-sized Jade Token was like finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, there were so many demonic beasts in the sea. Who knows if one of them would take the Jade Token away? This way, he could buy himself some time. If he could not get it, none of them could either. Ningxu endured the pain in his heart. With a tap of his finger, he activated the array he set up. Xianxia flew out but was bounced back. Xianxia, damn it. Crazy. Didn't you want the Jade Token? Right now, you should be looking for the Jade Pendant and going into the sea to get the Jade Pendant instead of stopping her. Did he want her to drop her divine equipment again? Divine artifacts weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere. She was also very distressed about losing them. Ningxu endured the pain of his internal organs shifting and flew out of the barrier. He looked at the sea. Ningxu closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. Then, he stretched out his hand and something flew over from afar. It was the jade tablet that Xianxia had thrown out. It flew back and landed in Ningxu's hand. The Jade Token was wrapped in water and finally fell into Ningxu's hand. Ningxu grasped the Jade card, and felt relieved in his heart. At least now that he had the Jade card in his hand, this battle could be considered a draw. After all, she was someone's law incarnation. Although she was suppressed, she could still sense what was in the water. Ningxu placed the Jade pendant into his mess in space, feeling extremely relieved. Ningxu looked at Ningxu in astonishment. She threw it away and still managed to pick it up. Are you a dog? Sect leader and Grand Elder also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they were fighting for this jade pendant. Now that the jade pendant was in their hands, they didn't lose out. Xianxia slashed at the barrier. However, this barrier was like water. She couldn't cut it open at all. She slashed it open and it immediately healed. After losing the jade pendant, Xianxia was very irritable and unhappy. She originally thought that since she couldn't get it, she wouldn't let them get it either. But now, it was back in the other party's hands. She was really sick of it. Xianxia couldn't remember how many divine equipment she had destroyed. If she continued, she wouldn't be able to take it. She wouldn't have any weapons in the future. Xianxia clenched her teeth. She opened her hand. In her palm, there was a mini mountain. This small mountain slowly rose up. Eventually, it grew bigger and bigger until it became a huge mountain. Xianxia felt that this mountain looked very familiar. This seemed to be Broken Sword Mountain. In the past, Broken Sword Mountain was in half. The top part was cut off by someone. Now, it was a complete Broken Sword Mountain. Now, it was a complete mountain. Moreover, this mountain was emitting a powerful pressure. It was as if everything in the world could be suppressed by this mountain. It could change its size at will. Broken Sword Mountain? Sect leader had seen Broken Sword Mountain in the jade letter that Xianxia gave him. Now that he saw this thing, he had the same reaction as Xianxia. It looked very familiar. He recognized it almost instantly. Now, it seemed to be a divine equipment. Xianxia silently looked at Broken Sword Mountain. He didn't expect Xianxia to be able to repair it. The majestic Broken Sword Mountain slammed into the barrier. Moreover, it was getting bigger and bigger. It covered the sky and the sun. It was about to break the barrier. Everyone's face was numb. Even if Xianxia took out a sun now, no one would be surprised. Against a person who was covered in equipment, it was really, the huge force from the collision between Broken Sword Mountain and the barrier caused the entire Purple Sand Island to tremble. It even sank a little. If Broken Sword Mountain were to become very big, the entire Purple Sand Island would be finished. Everyone present vomited blood from the ear-piercing sound waves. Their 5 senses were stinging. Xianxia saw Xianxia's constipated expression and sullen face. She couldn't help but feel a little better. This is not some sword-breaker peak, but the 9 Palace Mountain. It can be big or small, and its power is enormous. It is a divine artifact on the ancient divine artifact ranking. Xianxia said, some people would not be able to get their hands on treasures even if they were right in front of him. Xianxia knew that Xianxia was mocking him. His expression didn't change. Although it was vexing to miss out on treasures, it was fine if he couldn't get it. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and saw that her face was pale. Her brows were tightly knitted. He knew that she couldn't control Broken Sword Mountain as she wished. No, it should be called 9 Palace Mountain now. Since it was a divine equipment on the ancient divine equipment list, it shouldn't be that good. It shouldn't be easy to control. Xianxia thought of the living souls that entered 9 Palace Mountain. He didn't know what the relationship between the living souls and 9 Palace Mountain was, but he would make use of it. 9 Palace Mountain kept hitting the barrier, causing it to become unstable. Xianxia added water from the sea to the barrier, hoping that this method could delay the barrier from breaking. Xianxia formed a seal with his hands and formed a huge golden talisman. Since her soul was in the form of a ghost, she was afraid of this talisman that was specially made to deal with ghosts. The golden talisman hit 9 Palace Mountain. This talisman was like a piece of paper to 9 Palace Mountain. It didn't cause any damage. However, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xianxia's mouth. She didn't spit it out. Instead, she swallowed the blood in her mouth. She still couldn't control 9 Palace Mountain well. The main reason was that there were many souls in 9 Palace Mountain. These souls were the biggest obstacle for her to control 9 Palace Mountain. Unless she had no other choice, Xianxia would not take out 9 Palace Mountain. 9 Palace Mountain, as its name suggested, had 9 levels, each level was a world, and the souls inside were constantly climbing up. 9 Palace Mountain was a training ground used by the ancient Divine Tao sect to train their disciples. The disciples would constantly enter to challenge the levels, and many would enter to seek breakthroughs. But if they did not come out for a long time, they would die inside, and their souls would be trapped inside. Nine Palace Mountain was an incredible god equipment. It was impossible for Xianxia to control Nine Palace Mountain in such a short period of time. Right now, Xianxia was barely able to control Nine Palace Mountain. A spirit energy dragon appeared behind Mingshu's back. It charged towards Nine Palace Mountain without any care. The Nine Palace Mountain trembled, but it continued to crash into the barrier. It was a huge mountain, and it looked extremely heavy. What could they do? Xianxia took out Nine Palace Mountain that she could not control. It meant that she did not have many trump cards left. Sect Protecting Array, activate. The sect leader reactivated the Sect Protecting Array. The other elders channeled their energy into the Sect Protecting Array. Other than Mingshu's barrier, there was also the Sect Protecting Array's barrier. The two barriers almost caused Xianxia to explode in anger, using numbers to bully the weak. Shameless, Xianxia could not control Nine Palace Mountain anymore. The huge Nine Palace Mountain fell heavily onto the ground. The entire purple sand island rumbled, the ground shook, and cracks appeared. The surrounding seawater roared, the wind blew. Let me go, otherwise, I will destroy the entire purple sand island. Xianxia said coldly, at most, we will die together. No one spoke. The entire place was extremely quiet. The situation was in a stalemate. To let her go or not was a problem. After Xianxia left this time, she would definitely come back to take revenge. The purple sand island would be finished, but if they did not let her go now, the purple sand island would also be finished. Nine Palace Mountain was a huge problem. If it became bigger, it would crush the entire purple sand island, and the entire purple sand island would be gone. It was unbearable to offend such an enemy. Xianxia could not control Nine Palace Mountain anymore. She used all her strength to keep Nine Palace Mountain back into the Senfu. Nine Palace Mountain was too complicated. With her current strength, there was no way she could control Nine Palace Mountain. These people were almost forcing her to use all of her trump cards. If she were to admit defeat, what would happen to her master? Her master had left the sect for him. If she were to admit defeat to the sect now, wouldn't that be slapping her master's face? Furthermore, Xianxia's pride did not allow her to submit to the enemy. Seeing Xianxia lift the Nine Palace Mountain, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the Nine Palace Mountain would crush the purple sand island. It was not that Xianxia did not want to sink the purple sand island, but she could not control it now. She could only keep the purple sand island into the Senfu. What should he do now? With two enchantments around him, he was afraid that she would run away. Some things could be exposed, and some things could not be exposed, such as Senfu. Xianxia was burning with anxiety. How was she going to leave this place? Was she going to drop another divine artifact? But how could she have so many divine artifacts? Every time she self-destructed a divine artifact, her heart would bleed. Even if she had many divine artifacts, she could not waste them like this. It was all because she was too weak now. She could not fully activate the power of the divine artifacts. She could only self-destruct the power of the divine artifacts to destroy the array. If she was in the golden core stage, nascent soul stage, or even the spirit severing stage, then she would be able to fully unleash the power of the divine artifacts. Xianxia did not even dare to think about how many divine artifacts she had self-destructed. The scene was extremely quiet. The Grand Elder suddenly appeared behind Xianxia and sent a palm strike towards her. Xianxia was distracted and did not notice the Grand Elder. She was sent flying by the Grand Elder's palm strike. Her body slammed against the enchantment and was bounced back by the enchantment. She fell to the ground and spat out blood. The Grand Elder's palm strike was not light. If it was an ordinary cultivator, that cultivator would have been turned into a blood mist. However, Xianxia only spat out blood. She was protected by a divine artifact. With strong defensive abilities, so she did not suffer much damage. However, her battle robe and divine artifact had dimmed. If not for the fact that he wanted to maintain his dignity as the Grand Elder would have been so shocked that his eyeballs would have fallen to the ground. He could no longer keep up with the times. The juniors nowadays had become so powerful. What would happen to Purple Sand Island in the future? Xianxia's organs were destroyed. She was injured and could no longer move. It was only because she was weak that she was being suppressed. Once she was strong enough, she would definitely come back for revenge. Ningxu pointed at Yi Yuxian. If he did not add insult to injury now, when would he do so? The human body was basically made of water. Ningxu wanted the blood in Yuxian's body to rush out of her body. Yuxian's blood vessels ruptured and some blood flowed out. However, it did not cause much damage. The flow of blood would only worsen Yuxian's injuries by a little. Ningxu opened his hand and the sword on the ground flew into Ningxu's hand. Ningxu raised his sword and stabbed towards Yi Yuxian. Since she was already injured, then he had to get rid of her completely. Should he leave her alive so that she could come back to take revenge on him? Ningxu did not think that with his current cultivation speed, he would be able to catch up to Yuxian's speed. What a slut. Seeing that she was injured, he rushed over. Usually, he was a coward. Did he really think that he could defeat her just because she was injured? Yi Yuxian looked at Ningxu with a mocking expression. When Ningxu stabbed his sword into Yi Yuxian's chest, he realized that it was just an afterimage. Yi Yuxian had already disappeared. Yi Yuxian entered the immortal mansion. The immortal mansion turned into a beam of light, rampaging through the barrier, wanting to rush out of the barrier. Every time the Senfu collided with the barrier would become weaker. Ningxu hurriedly strengthened the barrier. Yi Yuxian was simply like a bug in the system. Now that she was hiding in the Senfu, she was eating spiritual pills like jelly beans. She immediately recovered her health. Ningxu and the group of elders almost vomited blood in order to strengthen the barrier. They drew out all the spiritual energy in their bodies. Even the Grand Elder, who was injured by the explosion of the god equipment, made a move. Everyone was risking their lives to stay with Yi Yuxian. Other than being concerned about the future of Purple Sand Island, it was also because they wanted the things in the Senfu. The things left behind by the ancient god sects were definitely good stuff. Yi Yuxian stayed in the Senfu with an anxious expression. She was no longer as valiant and spirited as she was outside. She was very worried that she might not be able to leave this time. If she left this time, she would definitely work harder in her cultivation. No one would be able to hurt her in the future. Ever since she entered the Senfu, Yi Yuxian's life had always been smooth sailing. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She wanted to be strong and become even stronger. Yi Yuxian was currently hiding in the tortoise shell and not coming out. Moreover, the immortal mansion was constantly colliding with the barrier. It would probably not take long for the barrier to break and the immortal mansion would disappear in the blink of an eye. Where could they find her? Where could they find her? Senfu's light was very small, and its speed was very fast. There was no way they could catch it. What the hell? Everyone present was helpless. Everyone was constantly reinforcing and strengthening the barrier. If they really let this person go, there would be a deep grudge between them. When he came back for revenge, the people of Purple Sand Island would not be able to resist. Ningxu kept adding water to the enchantment, constantly reinforcing it, but it couldn't stop the immortal mansion from destroying the enchantment. It was as if he could not change the situation at all. He felt very helpless. Ningxu released the chi force formed by the astral energy in his body, and compressed the dragon-shaped chi force to a very small size. It was so small that it was like a little loach, and it kept chasing after Senfu, tangling with Senfu. As long as he could wear down Senfu's strength and by time, he would have a higher chance of winning. The two streaks of light intertwined with each other, entangling in various ways. The draconic energy actually swallowed the immortal mansion in one gulp. It even seemed to burp, but in the next second, the immortal mansion broke out of its body. The chi force chased after Senfu, and swallowed Senfu in one gulp. Senfu broke out of the barrier again. Anyway, it looked like it was having fun. Yi Yuxian was burning with anxiety in Senfu. She still had not broken the barrier. Yi Yuxian hit her chest and spat out a mouthful of essence blood on Senfu. Senfu absorbed the essence blood from Yi Yuxian's heart, and Senfu became stronger. It spun rapidly, and the light became even faster, constantly colliding with the barrier. Ningxu was about to collapse from exhaustion. The barrier was now as thin as paper under Senfu's attacks. It would probably break after 2 more hits. Ningxu formed hand seals and continuously strengthened the barrier. Inside the Senfu, Yi Yuxian continuously patted her chest and spat out her essence blood. These people, Xian was about to explode. Beside her lay Qiqing, who was covered in blood. Xian took out a pill and fed it to Qiqing. Xian felt that her master was also quite weak, dying before he even achieved victory. He had been besieged and injured, and now he had lost the ability to fight. Xian took out a bottle and jumped out of Senfu. Xian suddenly appeared. Looking at Ningxu's pale face, she said with hatred, "You should know what is in this bottle. If you continue to force me, I will release the innate fire and burn the entire Purple Sand Island. Other than the innate fire, there is also the 9 heavens divine wind fire." Xian took out another bottle. "It can burn anything, let alone a barrier. Everyone present, what else do you have? Just take it all out and scare us to death." Xian dealt with everyone, holding a bottle in her hand. Sect Master Ningxu asked, "What do you think of this?" Ningxu nodded. "One of the bottles contains the innate fire. As for the other bottle, I am not sure if it contains the strongest flame, the 9 heavens divine wind fire." Sect Master, Grand Elder, Elders, to release or not to release? To release or not to release? This was a question. Xian snorted and opened one of the bottles. Flames rushed out and attached themselves to the barrier, burning it. The entire Purple Sand Island was hit by waves of heat. The leaves of the plants on the island turned yellow and withered. The heat was unbearable. The disciples of Purple Sand Island were slightly weaker. Now, their faces were red from the heat and they were in extreme pain. The water on Purple Sand Island also evaporated like boiling water. The ground became dry and cracked, and all the water was evaporated by the fire. Ningxu hurriedly used water to extinguish the fire. The waves surged up to extinguish the fire. However, ordinary water could not extinguish the innate fire, unless it was the same level of innate true water. Ningxu took a deep breath and moved his fingers. The seawater surged towards Ningxu. Ningxu continued to compress the water. He wanted to turn it into weak water to see if it could extinguish the fire. "As long as you let me go now, I will return the innate fire. Otherwise, I will burn the entire Purple Sand Island," Xian said as she observed the barrier. Under the burning of the fire, the barrier had become very weak. It would not take long for the barrier to be broken. Even Xian did not dare to go near the fire. Ningxu used weak water to water the fire. When the water and fire came into contact, large amounts of white smoke were emitted. The entire island was filled with smoke. "Ningxu, I can't even deal with such a small fire. What kind of law incarnation am I?" Ningxu continued to compress the water. He would definitely be able to extinguish the fire. She needed to know more about law incarnations. Ningxu continued to use the compressed weak water to strengthen the enchantment, which was much better than using ordinary water to strengthen the enchantment. Xian, she was crazy, why did she have to fight to the death with her? Moreover, this woman's strength was beyond her imagination. If even this could not work, Xian would not be able to find any other trump cards. At most, she would release the 9 heavens divine wind fire to burn everything. "Xianxia, let's see how much fire you can extinguish." You chose to open another bottle. The thing that came out of this bottle was colorless and odorless. It was like a gust of wind. However, wherever the wind blew, the things there would be annihilated. The 9 heavens divine wind fire could burn anything. Souls, bodies, and even planes. Wherever it blew, there would be nothingness. Fortunately, there was only a trace of the 9 heavens divine wind fire. It was not like a gust of wind. However, when it blew past the barrier, even the connate true fire, which was also a fire, was annihilated and turned into nothingness. Once the fire came out, it broke the barrier. Xian entered the Senfu and prepared to fly away. She did not even want her connate true fire and 9 heavens divine wind fire. The Senfu turned into a beam of light and was about to fly away. Ningxu cursed in his heart. She could run away like this. Ningxu pointed his finger. Waves rose and blocked the Senfu. The Senfu pierced through the waves. Ningxu continued to compress the water. He used the weak water to prop up the barrier. It covered the Senfu's light like a bubble. The light crashed around the barrier. Xian, who was in the Senfu, Ningxu reached out and grabbed the bubble-like barrier. He hoped that Yuxian did not have the Nine Heavens Divine Wind Fire. Otherwise, he would not know how to stop Yuxian. The Senfu ran around in the barrier. The Senfu was like a beam of light in the crystal ball-sized barrier. Every time it crashed, the barrier would tremble. Ningxu kept repairing the barrier. Otherwise, it would break sooner or later. Ningxu had no way to deal with the Senfu now. He could only trap the Senfu like this. Ningxu flew back to Purple Sand Island. The entire island was a sea of fire. If the fire continued like this, the entire Purple Sand Island would be finished. Ningxu was so tired that he almost fell into the sea, but he still had to keep watering the Purple Sand Island like rain to extinguish the fire. But the innate true fire was not so easy to extinguish. "Jiang girl, how is it?" Grand Elder Ningxu asked. Ningxu took out a crystal ball-sized enchantment barrier, which was perfectly round, and the Senfu inside kept colliding. "There's no other way, we can only lock it up like this," Ningxu said tiredly, and took out a jade tablet. "Grand Elder, I want to rest." Ningxu was like a lamp that had run out of oil. His dantian was empty. There was nothing left. "This person?" Grand Elder looked at the light inside the crystal ball. Ningxu said, "Leave it to me, this enchantment barrier needs to be strengthened constantly, otherwise, if it breaks, she will run away. I really can't do it now." "Then go back and rest." Grand Elder's face was pale, it seemed that he was also seriously injured. Ningxu flew back to Lanyuan Mountain unsteadily, he almost crawled into his room. All the meridians in his body were twisted, and his dantian was broken. Ningxu felt that his injuries would not be healed in a year and a half. He did not know where the Nine Heavens Divine Wind Fire had drifted to. The innate true fire on the Purple Sand Island would not be extinguished in a year and a half. "Master, are you okay?" Yiheyu saw Ningxu and quickly went to help her, she was relieved. Ningxu returned to his room, seeing the two disciples still surrounding him, he said, "I'm tired, I want to rest, you can go out." "Master, I'll wait for you at the door, call me if there's anything." Yiheyu saw Ningxu's face was ashen, there was no blood on his face, he took out a pill and stuffed it into Ningxu's mouth. Ningxu nodded. After the two disciples left, Ningxu reinforced the barrier again. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. When he was cultivating, it was as painful as if he was being sliced by 1,000 knives in a frying pan. Now, Ningxu's meridians and dantian were damaged and twisted. The spiritual energy scouring caused his dantian and meridians to be incomparably painful. Ningxu was in so much pain that beads of blood appeared all over his body. Even if he were to be hacked into pieces, it was still the same. Ningxu stopped cultivating and took out a pill to consume. He felt his body slightly better. He propped up his chin and looked at the small tea table on the bed and the crystal ball-like enchantment. This thing could trap a Yuxian for a while, but he didn't know how long it could last. The scattered light turned into a senfu. This senfu was sparkling and translucent like jade. It was pocket-sized and cute in the crystal ball, but it was slowly growing bigger, trying to break through the enchantment. Senfu could be as big as a grain of sand or as big as a mountain. As the senfu slowly grew bigger, Ningxu quickly reinforced the enchantment. "Although I can't deal with you now, you have to stay inside." While reinforcing the enchantment, Ningxu also had to compress the water and transform it into another kind of water. Ningxu gritted his teeth. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead and his whole body twitched. Damn it, it was really painful. Both sides were going all out. Yuxian wanted to break through the enchantment, while Ningxu had to protect the enchantment. He couldn't let Yuxian escape. Once she escaped, she would be like a bird flying in the sky. She would be doomed in the future. Ningxu grabbed a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Damn it, his body was in so much pain. He felt like he was going to explode. Now, the senfu and the enchantment were in a deadlock. No one could do anything to the other. Ningxu hurriedly lay down and rested for a while. This battle had already consumed all of his energy and all of his trump cards. If he really couldn't do anything to Yuxian, his future would be uncertain. Yuxian anxiously paced back and forth in the senfu. What should she do now? What method should she use to escape? Xianxia, I advise you to let me go. Eoxuan's voice sounded from the Senfu. It passed through the enchantment and into Ningxu's ears. Hearing Eoxuan's exasperated voice, Ningxu felt that the injuries he suffered were worth it. He wasn't afraid of the enemy's harsh words. He was only afraid of the enemy being too calm. Now that Eoxian was so anxious, it meant that she didn't have many trump cards. Moreover, she couldn't find a trump card that could allow her to escape the enchantment. She had self-detonated her divine artifact, taken out the 9-palace mountain and set it on fire. Now, even the Senfu was exposed. Eoxian was no longer mysterious. Now, he was curious about what was in the Senfu. After all, it was a Shinto sect. It must be very big and had many precious items. It would be the best if he could get it. Otherwise, it was fine. Ningxu's biggest goal was to get rid of Eoxian. As long as Eoxian wanted to stay alive, there would be fortuitous encounters wherever she went. Today, it was the Senfu. Tomorrow, there would be something else. Anyway, she had her own treasure detector. Even the treasures had grown legs and were running towards her. I won't let you out. Come out yourself if you can. Ningxu leaned close to the crystal ball and said loudly. His voice was like thunder when it reached the Senfu. Eoxian covered her ears. Xianxia, don't go too far. Let me out if you can. We can fight one-on-one. Haha. Pfft, Ningxu laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? If I let you out, you'll run away. I won't be able to beat you if you want to take revenge on me in the future. Despicable. Eoxian scolded angrily. You're too naive if you think you can trap me like this. Ningxu said nonchalantly, I'll trap you for as long as I can. I'm happy to see you trapped. Pervert, you've always been a loser. Do you think that defeating me in this way means that you've won? That you'll be able to repair your Dao heart? Eoxian sneered. Your Dao heart can never be repaired. You're just taking advantage of me. If you can, defeat me fair and square. Ningxu supported his chin with his hand and looked at the crystal ball. He thought for a while and said, so you know everything. What do I not know? You just want to defeat me to repair your Dao heart. Otherwise, I'll be your nightmare. You won't have peace and your cultivation won't improve. Eoxian said directly. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. He finally understood why Eoxian would defeat the client in one move every time the client improved a little and challenged Eoxian. Eoxian did it on purpose so that the client would always be in the shadows. Eoxian thought that she could defeat Eoxian after improving. However, Eoxian defeated her with just one move. Eoxian felt helpless. Eoxian felt that she had no hope and could never surpass Eoxian. Her efforts were useless. Defeating a person, breaking their mind, and turning them into a cripple. It doesn't matter. In any case, I've trapped you like this. The world you can move about in is only the size of the immortal mansion. There's a vast world outside. You can't even decide where to go. As for me, I can go wherever I can, Ningxu said lightly. You. Being trapped here by such a woman was simply a disgrace. Eoxian was so angry that she almost exploded. She controlled the Senfu to charge out of the barrier, but the Senfu turned into a ray of light and charged around the barrier. Ningxu continued to strengthen the barrier, strengthening the barrier. Just like that, he persisted. Ningxu couldn't do anything to Eoxian, and Eoxian couldn't get out. Eoxian was angry that she was locked up. She had never encountered such a situation before. She couldn't take it anymore. Her pride was hurt, and she became this woman's prisoner. Even if you have the Senfu to protect you, you can't get out. Ningxu purposely provoked Eoxian. Eoxian was so angry that she slapped her chest and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. She looked a lot more dispirited. She had lost a lot of heart blood. After absorbing the blood essence, the immortal mansion became even more rampant in the barrier, causing the entire barrier to tremble uncontrollably. Ningxu gritted his teeth and did his best to strengthen the barrier. He wanted to give Eoxian a hint that no matter how hard she struggled, she wouldn't be able to break out of the barrier. Eoxuan's expression was dispirited as she sat in the immortal estate. She had temporarily stopped using the immortal estate. She was injured by the Grand Elder earlier, and the spirit chi in her body was gone. Moreover, she had damaged a lot of her heart's blood essence. The Senfu stopped attacking, and Ningxu let out a long breath. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It wasn't easy for him to hold on until now. Ningxu took out 2 pills and started to cultivate. If he recovered his strength, he would be able to suppress Yu Xian if she tried anything funny. In the Senfu, Yushuan's face turned green. She clutched her chest. She was so angry that she almost went berserk. Qiqing, who had been unconscious, woke up. He found himself in a place filled with celestial energy. He looked a little confused. What was this place? Master, you're awake. Yushuan quickly asked. Qiqing saw his disciple and let out a sigh of relief. He asked, what is this place? This is my Senfu. I brought you here because you were injured. Yushuan gave Qiqing a pill and said, we want to find it, but we're trapped inside. The Senfu is surrounded by a barrier, we can't get out. Qiqing did not expect such a thing to happen as soon as he woke up from his sleep. He also did not expect that his disciple would have such a fortuitous encounter. Speaking of which, it's all Jiang Xuezi's fault. She's like a madwoman, insisting on stopping me. Yushuan was about to explode at the mention of Ningxu. She couldn't control her temper and said angrily, we are now trapped by Jiang Xuezi's barrier. Qiqing frowned. Doesn't that mean that we are under Jiang Xuezi's control and can do whatever she wants? Yushuan shook her head and said proudly, how is that possible? She's underestimating the Senfu's defense. Besides, she wouldn't dare to break the enchantment. If she did, the Senfu would immediately disappear. So she can only lock me up but can't do anything, said Yushuan. Qiqing nodded. So that's the case. Qiqing looked around and felt the rich spiritual qi. He said, I see that this place is rich in spiritual qi. Even if we can't get out, we can cultivate first. When we become stronger, we will be able to get out. Even if we can't get out, we can still cultivate while dealing with Jiang Xuezi. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Yushuan could not help but clap her hands. She only wanted to escape, but she did not think that even if she couldn't escape, she could still cultivate in the Senfu and become stronger. If they broke the enchantment under Jiang Xuezi's watch, Jiang Xuezi would be very embarrassed. Therefore, the entire Senfu quietened down. Yushuan was no longer in a hurry to escape. She was so angry at that woman that her brain was in a mess. Now, it was that woman's turn to be frustrated. She could cultivate with all her might with the spiritual qi in the Senfu. When she became stronger, she could come out for revenge. Once she came out, she could destroy the entire Purple Sand Island. She did not even have to run back. It was so convenient. The more Yushuan thought about it, the happier she felt. You can't do anything to me. I will become stronger and break through the enchantment sooner or later. The people outside had to protect her every day. She was not in any danger at all. Master, you don't have to cultivate Purple Sand Island's techniques anymore. I have divine Dao techniques here, Yushuan said to Qiqing. Qiqing nodded. I have already left Purple Sand Island. It is indeed inappropriate for me to cultivate Purple Sand Island's techniques. Yushuan was generous. She gave her master a powerful divine Dao technique. Divine Dao techniques were used to cultivate the spirit. They were much better and more advanced than immortal cultivation techniques. Qiqing could not help but exclaim when he saw such an exquisite technique. He thanked his disciple. It seems like I am taking advantage of you. We are master and disciple. Master, you left Purple Sand Island for me. It is just a technique, Yushuan said casually. You are my disciple. It is only right for me to protect you, Qiqing said directly. But these are all good things. Don't take them out casually. He casually took out a divine Dao technique. It was very eye-catching. Yushuan said, Master, I am not stupid. How can I casually take these things out and give them to others? With Senfu's abundant spiritual energy, Yushuan and Qiqing began to cultivate. When they were strong enough, they would be able to break through the enchantment and be free. Ningxu was also recuperating. When he had nothing to do, he would pay attention to the enchantment. However, after a long period of peace, Senfu did not charge around anymore. It was strangely quiet. What was going on? Did Yi Yuxian stop causing trouble? Ningxu thought for a moment and understood what Yi Yuxian was planning. Since he could not do anything to Yi Yuxian, he could only cultivate inside. Senfu had more spiritual energy than the outside world. Also, the flow of time seemed to be different. A day in the outside world was like a month in Senfu. Cultivating for a day in the outside world was like cultivating for a month in the outside world. There was no comparison. Ningxu ate some pills, wanting to extinguish the raging flames on the purple sand island. Moreover, it was very difficult to extinguish the innate fire. Ningxu absorbed water from the surroundings of purple sand island. Then, he compressed the water and poured it down from the sky. Like rain, he poured it on the flames. This fire caused all the plants on purple sand island to die. There was not a single bit of green left on the island. Other than the daily rain, Ningxu also had to strengthen the enchantment. Inside the enchantment, it was always calm. There was nothing going on. Such a quiet situation was not a good sign for Ningxu. A mini crystal Senfu sat quietly inside the enchantment. However, Ningxu did not have a way to deal with it. It was like a big turtle shell. He could not release it, nor could he open it. It was really annoying. Ningxu was thinking about how to open the Senfu. Those two people had been hiding in the Senfu and cultivating hard. Their speed was like sitting on a rocket. Especially since the two sides were traveling at different speeds. It couldn't be compared to this. Ningxu thought about it and poured some water into the crystal ball like enchantment. This water was Ningxu's compressed weak water. Nothing could float on top of the weak water, even a feather would sink. Ningxu filled the enchantment with weak water. The Senfu was in the weak water. It didn't seem to have any effect on her. Didn't the Senfu need to breathe? Ningxu picked up the enchantment crystal ball and said, Qiqing should be awake. Qiqing opened his eyes and said, Junior sister, are you happy doing this? Will you be happy? Ningxu was speechless. Like a bad person wouldn't be happy doing bad things. Why would they do something if they weren't happy? Ningxu said, I'm happy, very happy. I'm happy to see you guys trapped in there. And you've been kicked out of Purple Sand Island. Don't call me junior sister. Qiqing paused and said, Junior sister, let's take a step back. You guys have the Jade card. You're doing this because you want to take revenge. That's right. I just want to take revenge. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do? Ningxu said directly. Qiqing didn't know what to say about Ningxu's honesty. Master, don't talk nonsense with that woman. Yi Yuxian saw her master talking to Jiang Xuezi and felt uncomfortable. She stopped the two from talking. Qiqing nodded and ignored Ningxu. Master, someone from the main palace wants you to go to the main palace. Yi Heyu's voice sounded outside the door. Okay. Ningxu put the crystal ball enchantment into the spatial ring and opened the door. Yi Heyu asked Ningxu, Master, are your injuries better? Not yet. He's seriously injured and will probably need some time to recuperate. Ningxu said as he saw a small bird beside Yi Heyu's feet. This bird had fluffy feathers, but the feathers were a bit ugly and sparse. Ningxu wondered if he had misjudged it. This guy was not a Luan at all. Although the Luan bird couldn't be compared to the phoenix, it was still considered a divine bird. This ugly appearance, what part of it looked like a divine bird? However, perhaps it was because ugly duckling had grown up to be good-looking. Ningxu said to Yi Heyu, feed it some spirit fruits. It looks so skinny. Master, your disciple has fed it every day. It eats a lot, but it doesn't grow any meat. Yi Hingyun said helplessly. After his younger sister despised this bird, his master also despised this bird. At the very least, you have to work harder. Ningxu flew to the main palace. There was a group of elders and the sect master in the main palace. When they saw Ningxu arrive, they all greeted Ningxu. Ningxu returned the greeting, then asked the sect master, did something happen? I called you here to discuss this jade pendant. Now that the jade pendant is in our hands, we know a little about the situation in the mystic realm, the sect master said slowly. Should we take out the treasures inside, or keep it as a training ground for the sect disciples? Xianxia thought for a moment. Let's take the path of sustainable development. Let's use the mystic realm as a training ground for the disciples. Let's enter it once every 10 years. In the past, even without the mystic realm, our Purple Sand Island survived. There's no reason why we can't survive now that there's a mystic realm. Moreover, there's one less natural treasure inside. Let's use it sparingly. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't take it. Thin water flows long. The sect master nodded. That's right. What do the others think? The elders looked at each other, some of them disagreeing, saying that there were some precious things inside, rare heavenly treasures that should be moved to the sect's collection. Otherwise, they would be ruined by the beasts in the mystic realm. Some agreed that everything should remain the same. If something happened to the Purple Sand Island in the future, they could still move it to the mystic realm. The mystic realm could be used as a base for the rear. They should not destroy it. Moreover, the fire on the Purple Sand Island was still burning. Who knew when something would happen to the Purple Sand Island? Since the two sides could not come to an agreement, the sect master asked the Grand Elder, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Grand Elder, what do you think?" The Grand Elder opened his eyes and said directly, "Don't forget, there's still a person who forced our Purple Sand Island to this point. She's not dead yet. No one can do anything to her." Everyone looked at Xianxia. Is there no other way? There's no other way. Moreover, there are all kinds of cultivation resources in the Senfu. We can only trap them for a while. We don't know when they'll come out. Xianxia shook his head. No one was in the mood to fight for the treasures in the mystic realm. There was a powerful enemy. That enemy would definitely seek revenge in the future. We'll listen to the sect master and the Grand Elder. Everyone said. Xianxia walked out of the main hall and said to the alchemist, "Old Duan, the fire burning by the sea is Xiantian true fire. It's the best for alchemy." Old Duan sighed. "I've tried to get some Xiantian true fire. But I don't have a matching alchemy furnace. Ordinary alchemy furnaces would be directly burned by the Xiantian true fire. I can't help you with this. I'll have to look for a good alchemy furnace for you next time." Xianxia shook his head. Old Duan gave Xianxia a bottle of pills. Xianxia opened it. The fragrance of the pills filled the air. Smelling it, he could feel a cooling smell. It slightly eased the discomfort in his body. This is good stuff. Xianxia accepted it without hesitation. Old Duan stroked his beard and said, "So many people were injured. I didn't give it to anyone else. I'll give it to you." Xianxia immediately said, "Thank you for remembering me." Cough cough. Old Duan coughed. "I heard that you got hold of an ancient Shinto sect, Senfu. There must be a very good alchemy furnace. I heard that the ancient alchemy furnace could refine heaven and earth into pills. I don't think I'll be alive to get such a good thing. If there's a good alchemy furnace, you must get one for me." Xianxia, "Old man, that Senfu has an owner now. I can't do anything about it. Don't get your hopes up." Xianxia shook his head and said. With her current strength, she could only be locked up like this. When Yushan became stronger, she would definitely break through the current situation. I'm saying if she really breaks through, remember to leave a good alchemy furnace for me. Old Duan said. Xianxia sighed and nodded. The Senfu was a small matter. The important thing was Yushan. If Yushan died, what would happen to the Senfu? Would the Senfu create another person like Yushan? Xianxia placed her hand on the enchantment, and the water in the enchantment began to boil, bubbling and bubbling. The water had already boiled. The surroundings of the immortal residence kept on bubbling. The turtle is being boiled in water. The entire crystal ball became extremely hot. The temperature of the weak water inside was very high. Although it could not do anything to Senfu, it was very satisfying to boil it like this. You're looking down on the immortal mansion too much. Do you think this kind of temperature can do anything to the immortal mansion? We can't feel anything inside the immortal mansion, Yushan said coldly. Even if the immortal mansion was submerged in lava, it would still be fine. Even if it was struck by lightning or gales, it would not be affected in the slightest. Ningshu smiled and said, "What's the problem? I like to see turtles boiled in water. Besides, this is weak water, not ordinary water. Ordinary water could only be boiled to a maximum of 90 to 100 degrees Celsius. However, weak water was different. The weight of this water was different from ordinary water, and its temperature was different." Xianxia was not scared. She sneered and said, "Child's play. We had no choice but to do this. Aren't you ashamed? We will only know if it is effective after we try. If 1 month is not enough, we will boil it for 2 months. If 2 months is not enough, we will boil it for 4 months." Ningshu said with a smile. He did not seem to be in a hurry. Xianxia sneered and said, "Xianxia, 1 month, 2 months, 4 months? Do you know how long we have been in there? Are you retarded?" If they were really locked up for that long, with her strength, she would not be able to break the barrier in half an hour. When she was strong enough, she would be able to use the power of the divine weapon. Xianxia thought about how she had self-destructed so many divine weapons. The divine weapons in the arsenal had been reduced by half. Xianxia decided to come out and destroy the entire Purple Sand Island. Ningshu pointed at the weak water and added some water to it. Then, he continued to boil it. Ningshu used his divine sense to invade the enchantment. He felt that his divine sense was very hot, and it seemed to have been scalded. Ningshu retracted his spiritual sense. The temperature of the weak water was really high, but it seemed to have no effect on the sparkling and translucent crystal senfu. Ananwei stood firmly in the enchantment, motionless. Master, come quickly." Yihayu howled from outside. He had never seen Yihayu so anxious before. Ningshu put away the barrier and went out to take a look. He saw a fist-sized bird wrapped in flames running around. "What's the situation?" Ningshu's rain fell on the fleeing birds. The water and fire sizzled, but the fire was not extinguished yet. The birds cried out mournfully. After drenching the bird twice, the flames on the bird's body were finally drenched. The bird's body was completely black, and the sparse feathers on its body were all gone. Furthermore, there seemed to be a smell of roasted meat coming from it. "What happened?" Ningshu asked Yihayu. Yihayu fed the weak bird some pills and said, "It ran to the beach. There's a fire there, so it got infected." Ningshu looked at the uglier bird. "If you want to imitate the phoenix, you need to see your strength. With your current weak appearance, the innate true fire can directly burn you to death." The bird weakly cried out to Ningshu, then its head tilted and it fainted. "Master, is the clown okay?" Yimayu saw that the bird was not moving and was immediately frightened. "It's probably roasted," Ningshu said. "Master." Yimayu was stunned. Although she usually said that the bird was ugly, she never thought that it would die. "Sister, it's not dead. Master is just teasing you. It's still alive." Yihayu was more mature. When she saw the bird's chest rising and falling, she knew that it was not dead. "Master." Yimayu stomped her feet, turned around and ran away. Ningshu looked at the bird. "Don't apply any medicine to it. It might have done it on purpose." Yihayu looked hesitant, but still asked, "Are you really not going to apply medicine to it? What if something happens? Even an ant wants to live. It's not stupid. It deliberately got infected by the fire. In the future, if it gets infected by the fire, you should stay away from it. Its body has a certain tolerance for fire, but you can't." Ningshu said. "Master, why did the clown do that?" Yihayu asked. "It's for the sake of becoming stronger. Don't worry about it. If it can't handle it, it will run to me. Let her put out the fire." Ningshu was just saying, but he did not expect that once the bird recovered, it would run to Ningshu's yard and cause trouble again with a few loose feathers on its body. Then, a ball of fire ran to Ningshu's yard and chirped at him. Ningshu was speechless. Ningshu deliberately prolonged the burning time. When the bird was about to die, he put out the fire. The black bird without feathers looked even uglier. Yihayu carried the bird away. She had never seen a bird that was so suicidal. After that, the feathers on the bird's body became much prettier. However, it did not grow taller. It was always the size of an adult man's fist. If it had no feathers, it would be even smaller. It did not have much flesh. However, the bird's tolerance for fire was much stronger. It was fine even after the fire burned on its body for a long time. The only benefit of the innate true fire now was that it could strengthen the bird's body. This bird might be a swan or a phoenix. Who could say for sure? When he had nothing to do, Ningxu would check on the progress of his two disciples' cultivation. Yihayu's progress was steady and solid. However, Yimayu was not so serious. Yimayu was only 7 or 8 years old. She was at the age where she played around. Her pursuit of strength was very vague. There was some spiritual energy in her dantian. She had not even formed her qi gene. Her brother was about to build his foundation. Ningxu silently looked at Yimayu. Yimayu's 2 little fingers were tangled together. She said in a low voice, "Master, I will definitely work hard." "Do you still want to be a beauty? Do you still want to be the #1 beauty in the cultivation world?" Ningxu said. "According to your current cultivation speed, you won't be able to become a beauty even in 100 years. I will definitely work hard," Yimayu quickly said. Ningxu waved his hand to let Yimayu leave. Then he said to Yihayu, "If anything happens to the Purple Sand Island, you take your sister and leave." "Is it still because of Xian?" Yihayu asked. "Isn't she already trapped by you?" "I don't know how long I can trap her. When she comes out, our Purple Sand Island will be finished. At that time, you and the others will hide in the secret realm. When Xian comes out, she will definitely take revenge. The entire Purple Sand Island may be sunk." "Master, is there no way to deal with it?" Yihayu asked. "I will think of another way." She was up against the foundation of a Shinto sect. An individual's strength was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Even the weak water boiling was useless against the senfu. Ningxu pointed at the crystal ball. The boiling weak water slowly turned into ice and froze the senfu. "I will boil and freeze and boil again. Even if I can't do anything to you, I will be happy." "Xianxia, are you crazy?" Xian roared. Although the immortal abode could resist the heat and cold, it could still more or less be felt. Sometimes it was cold and sometimes it was hot. Was there something wrong with it? Although a cultivator's body was immune to heat and cold, there were some coldness that even a cultivator could not resist. Ningxu did not expect the weak water to be so cold. Even though there was a barrier between them, Ningxu could still feel the coldness in his room. He wrapped his blanket tightly around himself. The coffee table was covered with a layer of frost. No wonder Xian was furious. It was better to freeze a tortoise than to boil it. Ningxu grinned and began to cultivate. In the senfu, Xian and Qiqing were covered with a layer of frost. Even their eyebrows were covered with white frost. When they breathed, they exhaled white fog. Moreover, the entire immortal abode was covered in white frost. Xian had to circulate her qi to resist the cold. This cold could even freeze one's divine senses. "That woman is too evil. She always thinks of ways to torture us," Xian said angrily. Qiqing was calmer. "She can't do anything to us. That's why she thought of such tricks. The most important thing for us now is to cultivate. We don't have to care about anything else." Xian nodded. "I'll try to control the 9-Palace Mountain. My 9-Palace Mountain should be able to break the barrier." "I didn't expect Xianxia to be so powerful," Qiqing said. Xianxia used to talk to him about cultivation. She was not as powerful as she was now. Now, she had the entire senfu under her control. Although she could not do anything to them for now, they were still under her control. Qiqing thought for a while and said, "Our most important task now is to get out. It's best if Xianxia releases us." "That's impossible. Didn't you see that Xianxia wanted to skin me alive? How could she release us?" Xian did not believe it. Qiqing said, "Let me try. Junior sister, please let us out. I can swear that I will not take revenge on Purple Sand Island, you, or anyone on Purple Sand Island." Qiqing looked up and said loudly. Ningxu withdrew her power and stopped cultivating. she said directly, I don't believe it. I can swear on my Tao heart. Qiqing said, if we do this, both of us will suffer. Neither of us can do anything to the other. Why don't we just laugh it off and forget about our enmity? Ningxu wanted to bury the hatchet with a smile, but would Yixian do that? Moreover, there were loopholes in the heart demon oath. Moreover, the heart demon oath might not have any effect on Yixian. Even if an inner demon appeared, it could be dealt with instantly. Ningxu thought about it and said, if you give me the 9-palace mountain, I can consider it. Let's trade. You can only show your sincerity if you give me something in exchange. Dream on, I will not give you the 9-palace mountain. Yixian said directly, berating Ningxu for daydreaming. You want the 9-palace mountain? Dream on. Then there's nothing to talk about. Ningxu sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. He no longer cared about such a negotiation. Yoshuan's mouth twitched. What a fool's dream. Wanting the 9-palace mountain? Why not go to heaven? Qiqing wiped away the frost on his eyelashes. Xianxia is not sincere at all. You want my things? Dream on. Yixian sat cross-legged. At most, I will be able to leave when I become stronger. Moreover, I can't control the 9-palace mountain. Can Xianxia control it? Yixian looked at him with disdain. Qiqing blinked and suddenly said, since she wants the 9-palace mountain, give it to her. Master, what do you mean? Yixian was puzzled. In fact, being trapped like this is not good for your cultivation state. We cultivate to surpass ourselves and surpass heaven and earth. Haven't you realized that your temper is very irritable now, especially when it comes to Xianxia? You explode at the slightest provocation. This is not a good sign. Qiqing said. Although Qiqing was not as lucky as Yixian, he was still a soul formation cultivator. He had lived for hundreds of years and was more intelligent than Yixian. Yixian patted her chest. I do feel uncomfortable. When I think of that woman, Xianxia, I feel even more uncomfortable. Xianxia has developed inner demons because of you. As you are locked up for a long time, you may develop inner demons for her too. It is not worth it. Qiqing knew that his disciple was a proud person. Now that she was locked up, it was possible that her mental state would be damaged. Some people could train their mental state, but some people could not. What is mine is mine. If I give it to Xianxia, I will really develop inner demons. Her things were hers. What did it mean to give it to someone else? Think about it. Now that you have given it to her and she has just gotten it, you snatched it away the moment you came out. The most painful thing is not to not get what you want, but to lose what you have, Qiqing said mildly. Yixian felt much better after hearing Qiqing's words. She said loudly, I agree to give you the 9-palace mountain. Ningxu was a little surprised that Yixian was willing to give it to him. How was that possible? Even if the thing was in her hands, she would not give it to him. Okay, Ningxu said. But you have to swear an inner demon oath. Once you get the thing, you will release the seal and let us go, Yixian said. Ningxu said, then I have to get the thing and verify its authenticity. Swear. Yixian did not give in. Ningxu raised his hand and swore. I, Xianxia, swear that once I get the thing, I will let the two of you go. Yixian heard Ningxu swear. She thought carefully to see if there were any loopholes and took out the 9-palace mountain. Yixian opened her hand and there was a mini mountain in her palm. The 9-palace mountain slowly floated out of the senfu. Ningxu reached into the seal and grabbed the 9-palace mountain. The 9-palace mountain was very, very heavy. Ningxu took it out with difficulty. After taking the 9-palace mountain, Ningxu strengthened the seal. Yixian and Qiqing raised their chins and waited for Ningxu to open the seal. However, after waiting for a long time, Ningxu did not open the seal. Yixian was furious. Xianxia, what is the meaning of this? You already have the 9-palace mountain. Why are you still not opening the seal? It's not impossible to open the barrier, but you have to swear that you won't take revenge on anyone on Purple Sand Island. You won't take revenge on Purple Sand Island. Ningxu said indifferently, looking at the 9-palace mountain in her hand. It was so small. You. Xian was tongue-tied. You are cheating. Aren't you afraid that your inner demon will act up? Ningxu said calmly, I will definitely let you go, but not now. You are shameless. Xian was furious. Qiqing comforted her. There is no hurry. Since Xianxia has sworn an inner demon oath, she will not dare to break it. Otherwise, when the inner demon acts up, she will be burned by the fire of karma and never be reincarnated. Although she said that, Yoshuan's heart was still filled with anger. If this went on, she would really have a heart demon. Ningxu had been studying the Nine Palace Mountain. There were 9 levels in the Nine Palace Mountain, but he did not know how to enter. Moreover, he did not know how many souls were inside, and there were even living people. Ningxu flew to the main hall and said to the sect master, I might have found a way to deal with the Senfu. The sect master was surprised, what way? I can only try my best. Ningxu decided to get rid of the Senfu completely in public. If he did it secretly, these people would ask for the Senfu back and accuse him of hiding things from the Senfu. Many elders rushed over after hearing the news. If he really got rid of the Senfu, he might be able to get some benefits from it. After all, it was an ancient Shinto sect, pills, techniques, and spirit stones. Ningxu took out the exorcism cinnabar brush and drew talismans on the Nine Palace Mountain. At the same time, Ningxu chanted the rebirth scripture. Ningxu wanted the Nine Palace Mountain because he had an idea. It would depend on whether this idea could be realized. If it was realized, he would be able to get rid of these 2 people. Ningxu stood in the courtyard. The Nine Palace Mountain grew bigger and bigger until it stood in front of Ningxu. The entire Nine Palace Mountain was surrounded by black gas. Souls were coming out. Ningxu chanted the rebirth scripture even louder. Ningxu's soul rushed over. Ningxu's expression was solemn as he chanted the rebirth scripture. A black hole slowly appeared in the courtyard. This black hole should be a place to store souls. Souls would instinctively float towards the black hole. Ningxu had seen this kind of black hole before. The black hole had only appeared for a short period of time, and now it was slowly closing. Ningxu took out a crystal ball-sized enchantment, and directly threw the entire crystal ball, along with the immortal mansion within the enchantment, into the black hole. The black hole slowly closed. The surroundings were silent as if nothing had happened. Ningxu shrank Nine Palace Mountain and put it away. Although he did not know what the black hole was, he knew that he would not be able to come out after entering it. Fortunately, the plan had succeeded. Some of the Nine Palace Mountain souls had also entered the black hole. Ningxu felt that the entire Nine Palace Mountain had become lighter. Ningxu spat out a mouthful of black blood, looking extremely exhausted. Now that she had let the 2 of them leave, it was none of her business where they were placed. He had no choice but to hide in his turtle shell all day long. However, Ningxu was very curious. What was in that black hole? Was it the world of samsara? There was life and death. If the constructed world was to become a real world with living beings, then the world of samsara was indispensable. In other words, in order to construct a world, he had to construct 2 worlds. Is that so? The sect leader was a little confused. Yeah, that's it? Everyone was still hoping to get something good. Now that they had thrown the things into a black hole that came out of nowhere, there was nothing left. You have to be alive to get the things. I have no way to deal with it and could only think of such a method. Moreover, Yoshuan's luck is very strong. She will definitely become an expert. When the time comes, whatever she takes, she will have to pay back double. Ningxu said coldly. Old man Duan sighed, mourning his pill furnace. Although everyone had their opinions, when they thought about how Xian almost caused the entire Purple Sand Island to collapse, they could only take it that they did not have the luck. Ningxu returned to his own mountain and closed the door. He laid on his bed to rest. He felt that his entire body was drained, like his body had been hollowed out. This period of time was really king tiring. Ningxu slept for a few days. The world of the black hole was black and gray. There was no blue sky, no clear spring water, no green plants. There was only endless sand and weird-looking black plants. The crystal ball landed on the black ground. In this gray world, it was exceptionally beautiful. Especially the crystal senfu in the enchantment, it was dazzling. In the senfu, Xian and Qiqing were bewildered. Why was it so quiet outside? Xianxia, Xianxia. Xian shouted loudly. However, in this vast place, her voice was very soft. However, there was only silence in response. Xian could not help but ask Qiqing, Master, what's going on? Isn't Xianxia afraid that her inner demons will act up? I don't know what's going on either. Qiqing also felt that something was wrong. He shouted, Xianxia. Still, no one answered them. As time passed, the enchantment became thinner and thinner. The wind here was very strong. With the erosion of sand, the enchantment was about to break. A pale and slender hand picked up the senfu. The voice was cold. You're really throwing all kinds of rubbish in here. The pale hand exerted a little force, and the two hands were like rubbing paper, directly breaking the enchantment. And the immortal's mansion that gave Ning Shu an incomparable headache was destroyed like a toy. It was broken into pieces, crushed into mud, and fell on the black ground, becoming one with the earth. The senfu was destroyed. In the senfu, Xian and Yihayu's bodies were annihilated in an instant. A pair of pale hands clapped as if to dust off the hands. Then, the pale hand plucked a black flower from the ground. In contrast, the pale hand looked even paler. Black and white, stunning and terrifying. In some worlds, some people were gods. They could do anything. Ningxu slept very well. When he woke up, he felt as light as a feather. It was as if he was about to become an immortal. For some reason, Ningxu's mood was unexpectedly good. Perhaps it was because he had finally solved the senfu problem. He felt as if the world had brightened up. Master, Master. Yihayu shouted outside the door. Master, I have something to report. Ningxu opened the door. Yihayu cupped his hands and said, Master, quickly go and take a look at the clown. The fire on its body is getting bigger. Yihayu brought Ningxu to the bird's nest. The bird's body was burning with fire, and the fire was getting fiercer and fiercer. Even the bird's shadow could not be seen. Ningxu frowned. It's okay. Its aura is getting stronger, so don't worry. It seemed that the connate fire this time had given this bird some opportunities. The fire is getting bigger, Yihayu said worriedly. She can't take it and will rush over to find me. Let's just wait here. Don't worry. Ningxu sat on the steps and looked at the roasted bird. Yihayu was not as carefree as Ningxu. He had been taking care of the bird since it hatched. Now that something happened to it, he was as anxious as if something had happened to his daughter or sister. The bird grew bigger and bigger. Its body was covered in fire. It spread its wings and screeched at the sky. Finally, it flew into the sky and circled the entire purple sand island. No one knew what was happening. They only thought that it was an enemy attack, especially when it was covered in fire. Currently, the people of Purple Sand Island were most afraid of fire. They would tremble when they saw anything related to fire. The fire bird flying in the sky gradually disappeared and turned into a beautiful bird. It was the image of a phoenix. It had the head of a snake and the tail of a fish. It had the back of a turtle and the jaw of a swallow and the beak of a chicken. It was a phoenix. The bird flew in front of Yihayu and offered its head to Yihayu's face. It cried out in a low voice. The phoenix's cry was like a flute and the sound was like a drum. Countless seabirds flew towards Purple Sand Island as if they were worshipping the newly born phoenix. The bird grabbed Yihayu's clothes with its beak and threw him onto its back. It then flew into the sky with Yihayu on its back. Countless birds followed behind it. Yihayu stood on the bird's back. The strong wind blew and she couldn't help but laugh. Such a beautiful bird attracted many people's attention. Ningxu sent a message to Yihayu, that's enough. It hasn't grown up yet. This is only temporary. Yihayu patted the phoenix's back and it flew down. But when it landed, it turned back into its previous appearance. There were only a few sparse feathers on its body. It was the size of a fist. It was smaller than a chicken. Yihayu was speechless. The difference was too big. She couldn't bear to look at it. Ningshu said she should be slowly getting used to the innate true fire. Take good care of her. Who knows when she will completely transform into a phoenix. I understand. Yihayu saw that Ningshu was relaxed and asked, Master, did something good happen? Isn't this a good thing? Ningshu smiled. Yihayu looked at Ningshu and lowered her head, Master, something is different. Of course, it wasn't the same. The biggest problem had been solved, and she felt relieved. Her mission was finally completed. Although there were some things in the immortal estate that she couldn't obtain, dealing with Yu Xian was the most important thing. Cultivate well. The phoenix is just an external force. Ningshu looked relaxed. During this time, I plan to go out and train. Master, will you take me? Yihayu asked. Why would I bring you along? I don't even know where I'm going, so I'm just walking around. I don't have an exact destination. Ningshu wanted to walk around and see if he could find the source of the world. When he left, he would also pick up a sect mission. Master, this disciple would also like to see the world, Yihayu said. You have plenty of time. Don't worry. If you leave, who will take care of the birds? Ningshu said. Yihayu could only cup his hands and say, Master, please be careful. I will wait for your return. Ningshu nodded and quickly packed his luggage. He also accepted a sect mission and left. As they strolled around, Ningshu told 2333 to pay attention to their surroundings to see if there were any world origin around. Occasionally, Ningshu would have to act as a doctor. If there were children who were about to give birth or were sick, he would give them a hand. If there were children with immortal foundation, Ningshu would also bring them along. Occasionally, he would find some precious treasures of heaven and earth. However, what Ningshu needed was the world origin, not any treasures of heaven and earth. Could it be that he couldn't find the world origin in this world? What a scam. Ningshu couldn't remember how long it had been since he last found the world origin. He felt that it was getting harder and harder to find the world origin. Now that he thought about it, he had found 4. There were still 3 more, especially light and darkness. Where could they go? There weren't many world origins circulating on the market. Mission complete. Do you want to leave the mission world? 2333's voice sounded in Ningshu's mind. Ningshu nodded. Let's go. Since he couldn't find the world origin, maybe the next world would have it. Even if the next world didn't have it, there were still billions of planes. Ningshu could only comfort himself like this. Back in the system space, Ningshu lit some agarwood and began to absorb the pure soul power. He hoped that there would be more soul power this time. After absorbing it, Ningshu looked down at his soul. It seemed to be a little stronger, but it wasn't very obvious. He could only take it slowly. 2333 said, the chat system is going to explode. Many people are looking for you. Ningshu leaned on the sofa and opened the chat system. There were law incarnations looking for her, and there were also people from the auction house looking for her. Ningshu didn't expect Hongyu to send her a message. She wanted her to be a qualified city lord and not use her power to do whatever she wanted. Ningshu rolled her eyes. What does it have to do with you? Why do you have to stand up for the auction house? There were also people from the auction house who said that they wanted to see Ningshu. Ningshu happily decided to lock her up for a while. Maybe when she remembered, she would open the barrier. So far, only small fries were jumping around. People with a little weight didn't say anything. Therefore, Ningshu wasn't in a hurry. Since he had already alerted the enemy, he had to see if the snake was a 5-step snake or a cobra. Ningshu casually browsed the chat system and said to 2333, just say that I'm not here. I'm doing a mission. Ningshu didn't care about the tax from the auction house. Let's fight to the death. She was best at fighting to the death. Without the auction house, maybe the business of the other shops would be better. She might even have more tax revenue, so it didn't matter whether there was an auction house or not. In the end, he disappeared from her sight. This feeling was even better. Everyone did things according to the rules. If you want to be special, then I'll take special care of you. Wait for the master behind you to come out and talk. You're good, I'm good, and everyone is good. Ningxu browsed the people who sent her messages. In addition to Hongyu, there were some people who advised her not to go too far. There was someone behind the auction house. Ningxu turned off the chat system. She was too lazy to pay attention to it. Now that things had come to this, she couldn't let go of her strong start and weak finish. Where was she going to put her face as the city lord? She couldn't do something like slapping herself in the face. She already said that she had someone behind her. Wasn't it a little too easy to scare her? In the future, she could reduce the tax revenue of the shops whenever she wanted. Everyone said that they had someone behind them. She could give them as much as she wanted. That would be the real deal. She didn't want to leave. Ningxu glanced around and saw a mini mountain on the coffee table in front of the sofa. This small mountain looks a little familiar. Isn't this Nine Palace Mountain? When did it come here? You brought it back? Ningxu asked 2333. 2333 said, this Nine Palace Mountain has 9 worlds. It's a good treasure that can form worlds. Ningxu nodded, there should be a lot of souls in here. As Ningxu spoke, she felt a strong suction force from the black hole on the wall. It was as if it was going to suck her in. Ningxu's face was expressionless. It's messing up again. It seems to want to devour the Nine Palace Mountain. 2333 said. Ningxu didn't even think and threw the Nine Palace Mountain into the black hole. The black hole trembled for a while, but there was no other reaction. Ningxu was speechless. Regarding this, Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu lay on the sofa and smelled the fragrance. He opened the attribute panel and looked at his gains. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Contribution Card, 147, 10 million points per contribution card, Soul, 6 health points, 5 wisdom, 8 luck, 8 charm, 3 mental power, 6 combat power, 7 aptitude, 4 faith, 112128 merit, 592700 soul power, 305 authorization ticket, none lock comprehended, water rule pure heart, none tools, calming halo, calming pill, faith halo, amulet 4, upgraded amulet 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, intermediate martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, intermediate embroidery skill. Auras, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend for life, Miao Miao Miao's blessing. Healer of the dying, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty of the law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, communication between races, Bai Sanyang's blessing, heart of the brave, Wang Ying's blessing. Completed Jiang Xuezi's wish, repair the Tao heart. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward, 10 contribution cards, 8 attribute points, 70% of soul power, 8,500 points of faith, including the previous world's accumulation. No wonder Ningxu felt that his soul power was not as much as before. It was only 70%. He had more than 8,000 points of faith and no merit card. Ningxu was bored to death, so she used her attribute points. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Contribution Card, 147, 10 million points per contribution card, Soul, 61 health points, 51 wisdom, 81 luck, 81 charm, 31 mental power, 61 combat power, 71 aptitude, 41 faith, 1121280850 merit, 592700 soul strength, 354 authorization ticket, none law comprehended, water law pure heart, none items, calm halo, tranquilizer, faith halo, amulet 4, upgraded amulet 2. Honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, intermediate martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, intermediate embroidery skill. Aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, lifelong best friend, Miao Miao Miao's blessing. Healer of the dying, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty-in-law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, communication between races, by Sanyang's blessing, heart of the brave, Wang Ying's blessing. Ning Shu said to 2333, the next mission is a little easier. Ning Shu then lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Smelling the fragrance of the incense, a cool feeling gathered in his soul, and he fell into a deep sleep. The system space was quiet, white smoke rose from the incense burner, and it was peaceful. Ning Shu woke up and revived on the spot, full of vitality. When you stare at the abyss is also staring at you. Doing missions every day, meeting all kinds of people, all kinds of negative things, just like the abyss. He had to adjust his state of mind at all times, otherwise, it would be easy for things to go wrong. 2333 Ning Shu asked, are you going to Water City? Let's go and have a look, strengthen the barrier, and also strengthen the barrier of the auction house. Ning Shu said with a smile. Ning Shu went to Water City to strengthen the barrier, walked around, and came back. He bought books about the law of water from the system space, especially the law of water. While reading, he practiced using the law of water. He could use water to turn it into any shape, such as a bowl, a boat. Water should be the law with the strongest plasticity among all the laws. It existed in many different states, and its temperature and weight were all different. It could be nurtured, and it could be destroyed. Ning Shu said, why is the law of water so suppressed in the other planes? It's not that bad. Different planes have different laws. If you have your own world, you are a god in that world, you can do anything, and your power is incomparable. But in other planes, you can't. 2333 said, the other planes are xenophobic, instinctively rejecting other laws. How can they let you do whatever you want? Ning Shu grinned and flipped through the book. Then let's go do the mission. The most important thing now was to strengthen his soul, so it would not be affected by the emotions of the person who entrusted him. I told you. Make a simple quest. It's simple, right? Ning Shu Chao asked 2333. 2333, don't worry, it will be a simple mission. That's good. Ning Shu's head was dizzy. His soul merged into a body, and for some reason, he felt very cramped. What's going on? Ning Shu moved his body and opened his eyes. In front of him was a black and white world, like a black and white TV. Ning Shu could not help but want to rub his eyes. Are his eyes broken? Ning Shu was used to a colorful world, and such pure black and white made him feel very uncomfortable. Ning Shu wanted to rub his eyes with his hand, but a paw drooped over. Ning Shu looked at his paw, looked back, and saw his tail, which was wagging unconsciously. Ning Shu was speechless. Although he did not want to admit it, he had now become a dog. Ning Shu raised his hind leg and looked at his crotch. Fortunately, it was a male dog. If it was a female dog, there would always be a male dog following behind and smelling its butt. Ning Shu felt that he might bite the female dog to death. Ning Shu tried to smile, and his tongue slipped out of his long mouth. Ning Shu really wanted to use his paw to stuff his tongue back in. And it looked like a golden retriever. This was the simple mission 2333 mentioned. It was so simple. Was he going to let her become a cute dog and act cute every day? Ning Shu did not know what to say to 2333. Ning Shu began to accept the plot. Well, there was no plot. The basic information was that this dog was a guide dog, called Bei Bei. It came out of a guide dog school and worked with a blind masseuse. The blind masseuse was called Yingji. He was alone, and one man and one dog depended on each other. Then there was no other information, no plot, and no wish. He gave the man and the dog some information that couldn't be any simpler, and that was all. Ning Shu couldn't control his instinct. He knocked his head on the floor and asked 2333, please tell me the wish for this mission. A dog's wish. 2333 coughed, do as you see fit. This mission is very simple. Do what a dog should do. As for the wish, we don't know what a dog wants. Dogs can't talk. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu stuck out his long tongue and panted. A guide dog is a type of working dog. Trained guide dogs can help blind people get to schools, shops, laundries, and gardens. They are used to being restrained by collars, leashes, and other accessories. They know a lot of commands and can lead blind people safely. When they encounter obstacles and need to turn, they will guide their owner to stop to avoid danger. Guide dogs have a natural and peaceful mentality. They will stand, refuse food, help blind people to get to the bus, pass items, ignore passers-by, and will not attack them. Suitable guide dogs are Labradors, Golden Retrievers, German Wolfhounds, and Poodles. Xianxia is now a big Golden Retriever. A guide dog is very familiar with its owner's regular work schedule, such as the route to and from work, frequented restaurants, supermarkets, friends' houses, and so on. The dog knows where its owner frequents, where it stays, and how long it stays. The dog can remember a friend's address, and even after a year, it will still lead its owner to that location. A guide dog and its owner form a very strong relationship. This relationship is filled with affection and sometimes even surpasses that of family. A guide dog is the eyes of the visually impaired, an assistant, a close family member, and a loyal companion. Xianxia looked at the clock on the wall, but all he saw was black and white. He was a little uncomfortable. Xianxia stood up and went to the room. At this time Xianxia should be up. Xianxia opened the door with his paw, walked into the room, and pushed the man on the bed with his paw. Because Xianxia was using his four-legged body, his whole body was not right. Xianxia pushed Xianxia a few times with his paw, but Xianxia still didn't wake up. Xianxia wondered if he was sick. Xianxia jumped onto the bed, stuck out his tongue, and licked Xianxia's face with all his might. She could be considered to have washed her face, but her mouth was full of oil. Taking a closer look, Xianxia was quite good-looking. His facial features were regular, and if his eyes were normal, he could be considered a handsome guy. After licking his face, Xianxia directly pressed down on Xianxia's stomach. Pfft! Xianxia finally woke up. "Baby, you almost crushed my stomach." Xianxia jumped off the bed and watched Xianxia fumble for the crutches at the head of the bed. Xianxia's eyes were grayish-white. There was no obvious difference between the pupils and the whites of his eyes. It was as if there was a layer of haze covering his eyes. The grayish-white color looked a little scary. Xianxia fumbled his way into the bathroom and started to wash his face and brush his teeth. Xianxia sat at the door and looked at him. The things in the house were the same. Once they changed, Xianxia would not be able to find them. After washing up, Xianxia found some dog food from the cupboard. He poured it into a dog bowl and placed it on the floor. Then, he touched Xianxia and patted Xianxia's head gently. "Eat." Xianxia looked at the dog food with a complicated expression. As a single person, it was fine to eat dog food, but now that he had become a dog, he had to eat real dog food. Xianxia started eating immediately. After all, the dog food smelled quite good. Xianxia made some simple bread for breakfast. After breakfast, Xianxia had to go to work as a masseuse in a blind massage shop. He had a skill to support himself. "Baby, it's time to go." Xianxia put a collar and leash on Xianxia. Xianxia didn't struggle and let Xianxia put it on him. This was his job. Xianxia took his crutches and put on his sunglasses. He closed the door and slowly walked to work under Xianxia's lead. When they passed by the traffic lights, Xianxia realized that he could only see black and white. He couldn't tell the color of the traffic lights accurately. He could only tell by looking at the people and cars. Xianxia stopped at the intersection and guided Xianxia to stop. Xianxia was like a normal person, standing by the roadside and waiting for the traffic light to turn green. Xianxia sat there with her tongue out. She saw a little kid staring at her and ignoring her. She didn't expect the little kid to come over and pull her ear. The big golden retriever looked very gentle. If it was a hound, would he dare to come over and pull her ear? Xianxia was speechless. She hated naughty kids. Xianxia didn't attack him. The kid was taken away by his mother. He even apologized to Xianxia. Xianxia squatted down and patted Xianxia's head. "Baby, you're awesome." Xianxia's mouth twitched. "Thank you for the compliment." The traffic light turned green, and the pedestrians started to walk. Xianxia led Xianxia across the road. They walked through a few streets and passed by a street garden. Finally, they arrived at the massage parlor where Xianxia worked. The massage parlor wasn't small. Yingji could be considered a master here. It was more than enough for him to support himself. Yingji was waiting for customers in a private room. Ningxu lay in an inconspicuous corner to avoid scaring the customers. When Yingji needed to go to the toilet, she had to bring him to the toilet. Yingji took out some dog snacks from his bag and gave them to Ningxu. Then, he patted Ningxu's head and waited for the customers to come over so he could give them a massage. Ningxu chewed on the snacks. They tasted pretty good. They were beef-flavored. This mission was like a vacation. It was okay to be a dog. Every day, it would bring its owner to places where it should go to avoid danger. If there was no mission, there would be no mission. It wasn't bad to be a carefree dog. Ningxu's head was on the ground. Her eyes were watery as she watched Yingji give the customers a massage. After a massage, Yingji was sweating profusely. Massage required strength and skill. In the morning, Yingji received 2 customers. Yingji received a commission based on the number of customers he received. Because a blind person couldn't see, it was more difficult to massage than a normal person. When Yingji gave the customers a massage, he was very skilled. It was as if he could see. When he had nothing to do, Yingji would find a dummy to practice. "Bebe, go to the toilet," said Ningxu after Yingji washed his hands and wiped them with a handkerchief. Ningxu got up from the ground and went to Yingji's feet. Yingji bent down and touched the belt. Ningxu brought Yingji to the toilet. However, they met a masseuse at the entrance of the toilet. Ningxu touched the masseuse's leg. The masseuse squatted down and touched Ningxu. She smiled and said, "Are you Ningxu?" "It's me," Yingji said softly. "Are you here to use the toilet? How was business this morning?" "I received 3 female customers." "It was good," said the masseuse with a faint smile on her face. She looked like a very gentle person. Ningxu sat on the floor and looked at the masseuse. The masseuse's eyes were a little dazed, and when she spoke, she looked at Yingji's face. Ningxu felt that the masseuse should be able to see a blurry shadow, unlike Yingji, who could not see anything. "Go ahead, I'm leaving," the masseuse said and walked away with her hands on the wall. Yingji stood there for a while and turned back to look at the masseuse, but he was looking in the wrong direction. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu felt that Yingji liked the masseuse, so he reached out his paw and touched Yingji's leg. Only then did Yingji come back to his senses and was brought into the toilet by Ningxu. As soon as they entered the toilet, Ningxu could not help but sneeze. A dog's sense of smell was very developed. As soon as they entered the toilet, the stench was overwhelming. Ningxu felt like he was going to faint. Inside, all the men were using the toilet. Ningxu turned his back to Yingji and waited for him to finish. Then, he brought Yingji to the place where he worked and hid in the background. Sometimes, when a new employee came to the shop, Yingji would be in charge of teaching them how to massage. Therefore, Yingji's salary was higher than the average masseuse. Speaking of which, Yingji was a man in his 30s, and he was always alone. Yet, he wanted to get married. He must like the woman just now. Ningxu saw that Yingji was busy massaging the customers, so he quietly opened his bag and took out some snacks. Then, he went to look for the masseuse. The masseuse was drinking water in the resting room. Ningxu put the snacks in his mouth in front of her. The masseuse touched the snacks and put them in front of her eyes. She looked at them for a while. "Is this for me?" Ningxu called out softly. The masseuse asked, "Did Yingji ask you to bring this to me?" Ningxu whimpered. "Thank you. It's almost noon. Give this to him." The masseuse took out some bread from her bag. Ningxu walked back with the bread in his mouth. Yingji was searching everywhere, probably because Ningxu had disappeared. Ningxu walked in front of him and handed him the bread. "Where did you steal this from? Can't you take other people's things?" Yingji asked Ningxu as he touched the item in his hand to identify what it was. Ningxu, who didn't know how to speak, was so anxious that she almost bit her own tail. Where could she go to steal things? Ningxu opened his mouth and grabbed Yingji's sleeve, pulling him into the lounge. Yingji appeared in front of the masseuse, looking a little embarrassed. Ningxu whimpered, and the masseuse knew that Yingji had arrived. She could vaguely see a blurry shadow at the door. Did Bebe take something from you? Yingji stood stiffly at the door. This is for Bebe. It's almost noon. Eat something to fill your stomach, the masseuse, Chen Hong, said. Do you want some water? I'll get you some water. No, I still have a guest. Yingji pulled the leash and wanted to pull Ningxu away. Ningxu turned around and saw the disappointment on Chen Hong's face. Then, he saw Yingji desperately trying to pull her away. Ningxu was speechless. These two people were probably interested in each other. But Yingji was so shy that he was about to explode. He moved his hands and feet. Ningxu brought Yingji back to the massage room. Yingji kept the bread that Chen Hong had given him in his bag, then fumbled to zip it up. It was just a piece of bread. If he didn't eat it, it wouldn't be fresh. What a man, Ningxu lay on the ground and looked at Yingji. Yingji said seriously, don't look for Chen Hong in the future. Yingji's back was facing Ningxu. Ningxu whimpered, and Yingji turned around. Be obedient in the future. Yingji squatted down and touched Ningxu's head. He sighed sadly. Yingji couldn't even speak properly in front of Chen Hong. What was there to be afraid of? He couldn't see her reaction anyway. Without the deceit of the eyes and the confusion of appearance, all interactions were based on feelings. Most of the time, he imagined what the other party looked like. Maybe it was a beautiful love, there was no catalyst. It seemed that these two people didn't have any reaction. If there was a reaction, it would be very slow. Ningxu lay on the ground and didn't make a sound. Forget it, he'd better be a carefree dog. He didn't have any missions anyway. He just needed to take good care of Yingji and ensure his safety. Ningxu closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. He also wanted to see if he could cultivate in an animal's body. Ningxu couldn't set up a spirit gathering array or a yang gathering array in the modern plane. He had to rely on inhaling and exhaling. Why did his tongue keep falling out uncontrollably, other than going to the toilet and meeting Chen Hong twice in the lounge? Yingji avoided Chen Hong and avoided contact with her for the rest of the time. It would be strange if that was the case. If it was a normal person, why would he deliberately avoid people? Don't be a coward. Yingji had to work the night shift today, so he didn't get off work until 9 o'clock. Coincidentally, Chen Hong was also working the night shift today. There were many clients at night. Many people who wanted to relax after work came to the sauna, bath, and massage. With so many people, Ningxu couldn't stay in the massage room. He lay on his stomach in the lounge and stretched his ears to listen to the situation around him. Yingji had a bell on him. If he rang the bell, Ningxu would run over. When Chen Hong occasionally came to drink water, she would throw some food to Ningxu. It was dog snacks. Ningxu felt that Chen Hong was so nice to him because she loved him. Yingji's eyes couldn't see any light at all. He applied to the government for a guide dog. The training fee for a guide dog was quite high. It cost about 60 to 70,000. Although it was a government benefit, Yingji still had to pay some money. There weren't many blind people who had guide dogs. They might not be able to afford it. Moreover, the breed of guide dog must have a pure bloodline. Ningxu was a nice guy in the shop. He wouldn't be chased away like a stray dog. The most important thing was that he understood orders and wouldn't attack people randomly. Chen Hong touched Ningxu's head and wiped Ningxu's ears. She said, "Why is your master like this?" Ningxu, who knows? Am I very scary? Why is he avoiding me? Ningxu, he can't see. Ningxu was embarrassed. He could understand, he knew the gossip but couldn't share it with others. He couldn't tell Yingji. It felt so miserable, it was so frustrating. Why am I telling you this? Chen Hong sighed. She poured some water from the water dispenser. However, because she couldn't see, she pressed the button to boil water. The water splashed onto her hand. Ningxu quickly ran out to find Yingji. He dragged Yingji to the lounge. Chen Hong's hand was red from the scalding water. The cup was broken, and the pieces were all over the floor. What's wrong? Yingji touched the table and wanted to go over. Chen Hong said, "It's nothing. It's just hot. Don't come over. There are pieces on the floor." Yingji stopped. His forehead was sweating. Do you want to go to the pharmacy to buy some burn medicine? Yingji was confused and anxious. He couldn't see, so he didn't know what was going on with Chen Hong. I'll take you to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. Can you walk now? Yingji asked Chen Hong. Chen Hong nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. I'll go with you. Chen Hong felt for her crutches and walked toward Yingji, who was standing at the door. She touched Yingji's arm and said, please take me to buy medicine. Yingji stuttered, okay. I'll hold your crutches and lead you. Yingji felt around and grabbed Chen Hong's crutches. Ningxu took the two of them out of the shop and went to the pharmacy. Yingji and Chen Hong held crutches in their hands and followed behind Ningxu. When they were crossing the road, Yingji said, we're going to cross the road now. We need to stop for a while. Chen Hong stopped and said, although your eyes are more serious than ours, it's more convenient to have Bebe with you. Yingji nodded. Bebe is very obedient and capable. When they were waiting for the traffic light, many people stared at Yingji and Chen Hong, but the two of them looked normal. They didn't notice how strange the people around them were looking at them, and they didn't see them whispering and talking about them. They were forced to isolate themselves from the beauty of the world, and also from the outside world. They didn't have to care about other people's expressions. They could ignore other people's expressions because they couldn't see. When the traffic light turned green, Ningxu took the two of them to the pharmacy across the street. Yingji said to the shop assistant, do you have burn ointment here? Please get her some burn ointment and apply some ointment on her hand. Is it serious? Does she need to go to the hospital? Chen Hong did not say a word at the back. She just smiled and looked at Yingji's blurry figure, which was almost invisible. Please get the best burn ointment, Yingji emphasized. The shop assistant took the ointment and told Chen Hong how to use it. How many times a day? Ningxu looked at the price of the ointment. The shop assistant didn't lie. According to the price tag, it didn't cost much. However, ointment like this only cost about 30 yuan. Even if he charged a few more yuan, he wouldn't make a lot of money. There was no point in bullying a disabled person. His conscience would hurt. Yingji wanted to foot the bill, but Chen Hong paid for it herself. We're colleagues at most. I'm already very grateful that you sent me to the pharmacy. If you pay again, I'll feel bad. Yingji could not find a reason to refute Chen Hong, so he could only take back the money. Ningxu sat on the ground and looked at the lonely Yingji from the corner of his eyes. He lifted his leg and nudged Yingji's leg. Yingji thought for a moment and said, well, your hand is injured, so you definitely can't go to work. How about I take you home? There's no need for that. My house is a little far from here. My family will come and pick me up. If you send me home, you won't be able to find your way back. Besides, Bebe has never been to my house before. Chen Hong rejected Yingji's offer. Yingji was speechless. It was a little hurtful. Ningxu did not need to look to know how upset Yingji was. I'll have to trouble you to give me a ride back to the pharmacy. Chen Hong groped around and found Ningxu. She bumped her head against Ningxu's. Thank you, Bebe. On the way back, it was quiet. The two of them did not speak. The atmosphere was probably too awkward. Yingji held it in for a long time and finally asked, who's coming to pick you up from your family? My brother, Chen Hong said. Then Yingji could not find a topic to talk about and fell silent again. Ningxu, who was walking in front, almost wanted to kneel down. In any case, you should at least ask your family members when your brother will arrive. You should talk about your wound and pay more attention to not eat spicy and cold food. It was better than the awkwardness now. Yingji asked, where's your house? It'll take some time from here. The bus has to go through 6 stops. Chen Hong told him her home address. Yingji silently repeated the address a few times and memorized it. The two of them fell silent again. When they arrived at the pharmacy, Yingji was called to work. Yingji thought for a moment and said, you should pay more attention to your rest. Take a few days off. It was a hot day, so the burns must be serious. I know. Thank you, Chen Hong said politely. This thank you made Yingji feel a little bad. He waved his hand and said, you're welcome. Ningshu also heard Qianhong whisper idiot very softly. Ningshu stuck out his tongue. Wasn't he an idiot? Qianhong's family members came to pick her up. Yingji, on the other hand, was a little absent-minded. He got off work at 9 o'clock in the evening. When he got home, he washed up a little and lay on the bed, tossing and turning without sleep. Every time he moved, the bed creaked. A dog's sense of hearing was very sensitive. Ningshu directly covered his ears with his two front paws. I'm not listening. Bastard chanting scriptures. Yingji kept tossing and turning. Ningshu looked at his watch. It was already 12:01. He went to bed before 10 and had been tossing and turning until now. Yingji sat up and groped for water. Ningshu put his head on the ground and stared at him. Actually, Yingji was quite good-looking. Many female customers came to him for massages. However, because he was blind, it was inconvenient for him to find a wife. Qianhong had some feelings for Yingji, but Yingji kept avoiding her. Yingji liked Qianhong too, but he was very clumsy. When two people who could not see got together, they might be able to help each other. Perhaps life would become worse. Bebe. Yingji squatted down and touched Ningshu. Ningshu was speechless. Don't touch her so easily. Yingji sat beside Ningshu and touched Ningshu. He seemed to be asking for Ningshu's opinion. Bebe, do you think I should bring some fruits to visit Qianhong tomorrow? If you agree, bark once. If you don't, bark twice. If you don't, bark 5 times, Yingji said. Ningshu was speechless. He really knew how to make things difficult for dogs. If he didn't agree to bark 5 times, would an ordinary dog remember that it barked 5 times? If you want to go, then go. Don't cheat the dog, Ningshu barked softly. Yingji said, if you agree to go, then I'll go tomorrow. Yingji, who felt at ease, finally stopped tormenting. He woke up early the next morning. Before Ningshu could wake him up, he had already woken up. He shaved in the bathroom and wore a shirt. He looked quite handsome. Ningshu tilted his head and looked at Yingji. Do you know how to get there? Yingji washed his face and wiped the water off with a handkerchief. He said, I'm going to check the bus number to Qianhong's house. Yingji put the dog food and water in front of Ningshu. Bebe, we're going to a new place today. Good luck. Normally, people who could not see would not go beyond their familiar range. Otherwise, they would not be able to go home. Ningshu barked. After breakfast, he went out with Yingji. Yingji went to the fruit shop and bought a basket of fruits. He held Ningshu's hand with one hand and carried the fruits with the other to the bus stop. They were going to meet the parents. When Ningshu passed by the garden in the middle of the street, he saw many dogs in the garden. There were all kinds of dogs, including poodle bears, Pomeranians, Chihuahuas, Schnauzers, Shu saw a husky. When it ran, its tongue was sticking out, and its face was blown by the wind. There was an indescribable feeling in the husky, and it ran crazily towards the other dogs. It was indeed a crazy dog. There were many people who owned dogs. For a working dog like Ningshu, it could only act like a normal dog when it took off its uniform. Once it entered the working state, it would do its best to complete the work. It had become a conditioned reflex. When they arrived at the bus stop, Ningshu and Yingji waited for the bus. When everyone had left, Yingji held Ningshu's hand and asked the driver, "Can I get to Zhoushan Road?" The driver saw that Yingji was wearing sunglasses and holding a dog. He said, "No, take bus 58. Thank you." Yingji thanked him. Ningshu brought Yingji back to the bus stop and waited for bus 58. 2 more buses passed by. Yingji kept holding the fruit basket, afraid that if he put it down, he would not be able to touch it again. When bus 58 arrived, Ningshu quickly brought Yingji onto the bus. Because Yingji could not pay, the driver took 2 coins and put them in the fare box. Ningshu brought Yingji to an empty seat and took a seat for himself. Yingji touched Ningshu's head. Ningshu noticed that Yingji's hand was trembling. It was probably because they were going to see Qianhong. Secondly, they were going to an unfamiliar place. It was a test. Ningshu licked his hand. Ningshu felt that sometimes he could not control his body's instinct. She licked his dirty hand. Did Yingji wash his hands in the toilet? Yingji listened carefully to the bus stop announcement. Chen Hong said it would be 5 or 6 stops. Yingji kept counting in his heart. Ningxu looked at the stop names flashing on the LED screen. It was easy to get to the address, Chen Hong said. Yingji's legs were shaking. He was probably nervous. After 5 or 6 stops, the driver said to Yingji, "We've arrived at Zhoushan Road. Get off." "Oh, okay, thank you." Yingji carried the fruit basket and held Ningxu's hand as they got out of the car. "Yes, I've taken the first step in the long journey, but where should I go now?" Chen Hong's house was not so coincidental as to be at the bus stop. Now that he had alighted, he had to look for Chen Hong's house. Yingji could not see, and he could not find Chen Hong's house based on the road signs. Taking the bus was not the hardest part. The hardest part was now. Yingji wanted to hail a taxi, but with Ningxu, the big golden retriever, standing beside him, a few taxis sped past him. "I don't want to do this business." Ningxu looked at the road signs and pulled Yingji along. Yingji tugged at Ningxu. "Bei, don't walk around blindly. We'll get lost." Ningxu called out to Yingji. He dragged Yingji to the entrance of the residential area and went downstairs according to the address given by Chen Hong. Ningxu saw that someone had come downstairs and opened the door. He quickly ran in and dragged Yingji downstairs. Bei, where is this place, Bei?" Yingji was very confused. He stumbled downstairs. Ningxu looked at the numbers on the wall. Chen Hong's house was in an older residential area. There was no elevator, so they had to walk. On the 5th floor, Ningxu stopped in front of Chen Hong's house. He propped himself up and pressed the doorbell. Yingji was speechless. He was confused the whole time. Now that he actually pressed the doorbell, Yingji was so nervous that he wanted to drag Ningxu and run. He was trembling with fear. "Who is it?" Chen Hong's voice came from inside the house. Yingji was both relieved and nervous. He had found the place, but he was also inexplicably nervous. Chen Hong asked through the door, "Who are you? What's the matter?" Yingji did not say anything. Ningxu barked and scratched the door with his paw. Chen Hong was a little surprised. She then asked, "Is it Yingji?" "Yes, it's me." Yingji stuttered. Chen Hong fumbled around and opened the door. She asked, "Why are you here?" "I'm here to see you." "Is your hand better?" Yingji asked. His face was red. Fortunately, both of them could not see, so they did not notice each other's embarrassment. "How did you get here?" Chen Hong was surprised that Yingji found this place. He had never been here before. "I came here so carelessly," Yingji said. He was completely confused. Bei was smarter than he thought. "Come in." Chen Hong's face was full of smiles. Ningxu entered the house and brought Yingji to the sofa. Yingji used his walking stick to test the sofa. Then, he sat down. Ningxu sat beside the sofa and stuck out his tongue. His body was covered in hair, and the only place that could dissipate heat was his tongue. It was so hot. "I brought some fruits for you." Yingji put down the fruit basket. "Thank you." Chen Hong fumbled around for a cup and poured some water for Yingji. She placed the cup on the table. "Drink some water." Yingji was sweating profusely. He felt for the cup and gulped down the water. Ningxu looked at the cup. "Can you give me a sip too?" Chen Hong patted Ningxu's head. Then, she looked for a bowl and poured some water for Ningxu. "I'll call my parents back." "Are you going to have lunch here?" Chen Hong took out her phone and called her family. Yingji stood up and quickly said, "It's okay. I'm just here to take a look. You don't have to eat. I'm leaving now." Ningxu, who was drinking water, was speechless. Yingji took his walking stick and pulled Ningxu away. Ningxu was lying on the ground and did not move. Yingji could not move him no matter how hard he tried. Yingji was sweating profusely. Bei. Ningxu lay on the ground. Yingji wanted to drag Ningxu away, but it was difficult. Moreover, he could not see. Chen Hong was a little disappointed. She said, "Okay. Be careful." I can't see, so I won't send you out. Ningxu, young man, you're going to be lonely for the rest of your life, Bei. Yingji was obviously angry. He was sweating profusely. Firstly, it was because of the hot weather. Secondly, he was too nervous and embarrassed. Ningxu lay on the ground. The collar had squeezed her face. The flesh and fur on her neck were all squeezed onto her face. Ningxu, I can't imagine how stupid I am now. Bei must be tired. You just came and want to leave. Let it rest. You should rest too, Chen Hong said. She felt for the bowl on the ground and poured some water for Ningxu. Yingji was even more embarrassed. He said, Bei is not usually like this. It's okay. Let's rest for a while. Chen Hong did not call her family. They were not even going to stay for lunch. Why would she call her family back? Ningxu licked the water with its tongue. The two in the room did not speak. The atmosphere became awkward again. It was most frightening when the air suddenly became quiet. Chen Hong tried to find a topic. How did you get here? We took the 58 bus and then came here, Yingji said honestly. He answered all the questions. Well, I've disturbed you for so long. I should go. You take care of yourself. Yingji started to drag Ningxu again. /HTML/book/39/39163/indextmal. Why did he want to leave in such a hurry? Ningxu was speechless. He deserved to be single for the rest of his life. The girl had asked him to stay for lunch and even let him meet her family, but he was scared and wanted to run away. The opportunity was fleeting. Ningxu stepped back. He did not want to leave. Bei. Yingji was about to explode. Maybe Bei is still thirsty. Let me get him some water. Chen Hong felt for the bowl and poured some water for Ningxu. Ningxu licked the water with his tongue. Yingji's watch started to tell the time. It was already 11 p.m. It's already so late. Stay for lunch. My parents, brother, and sister-in-law are coming back soon. Chen Hong tried to persuade Yingji to stay again. This was probably the last time. If Yingji still decided to leave, there was probably no chance for this matter to be resolved. It was not like the girl had to suck up to him. Ningxu looked at Yingji with disappointment. This was his last chance. If he could not grab it, it would be gone. Yingji hesitated for a while and said, then I'll have to trouble you. From a human perspective, he would definitely feel uncomfortable if he rejected him again and again. It's okay. Chen Hong said in a light tone. She called her parents and asked them to buy more food when they came back in the afternoon. There were guests at home. Yingji patted Ningxu's head and said, Yingji was restless. He waited for Chen Hong's family to come back. Chen Hong's family lived together. The house was not very big. It was not easy for the family of 5 to squeeze together. There was the sound of keys opening the door. Yingji heard voices at the door and stood up nervously. A swarm of people came in. Yingji was so nervous that his whole body was shaking. He could not see and did not know what to do. Hello, uncle and auntie. Fortunately, Yingji was wearing sunglasses. No one could see where he was looking. Okay, have a seat. Chen Hong's father looked kind. Chen Hong's mother and sister-in-law went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Chen Hong's father and brother sat opposite Yingji. Ningxu was lying on the ground, leaning against Yingji's feet. You can't see either? Chen Hong's father asked Yingji. Yeah, I can't see anything. Is this dog a guide dog? Chen Hongage looked at Ningxu and threw a fruit to Ningxu. Pick it up. The fruit rolled to Ningxu's feet. Ningxu was speechless. F*ck off, Ningxu used its claws to push the fruit back, and it rolled to brother Chen Hong's feet. This dog is quite smart. Brother Chen Hong picked up the fruit and weighed it in his hand. Are you here to see Chen Hong? Chen Hong's father asked. She scalded her hand, so I came over to check on her. Yingji straightened his back and answered like a primary school student answering a teacher's question. Just to see her? Do you have any improper thoughts about my daughter? Chen Hong's father asked directly. Yingji's face immediately turned red, and he stuttered. Before he could say anything, Chen Hong's father said, "Men and women should get married when they are of age. Although my daughter can't see clearly, I hope she can find someone who will treat her well, and a healthy person who can take care of each other. How can two people like you live when you can't see? If something happens, the other person can't take care of her at all." This was very straightforward. He directly said that he wouldn't let his daughter marry someone who was also visually impaired and wanted to find a normal person for his daughter. When Yingji heard this, he was basically speechless. His lips were trembling, and his face was pale. Yingji stood up abruptly. "I can treat Chen Hong well. Other than being blind, I can do everything else." Chen Hong's father shook his head. "There are many things that you can't do. You two are not suitable. Uncle, please give me a chance. I can definitely do it." Yingji's neck was red, and he tried his best to prove himself. "You are going to get married. It will be a life of daily necessities. Can you cook, wash clothes, and take Chen Hong anywhere?" Chen Hong's father shook his head. "In short, there are many inconveniences in life. I hope my daughter can be with a normal person. I can do all these. I can definitely do it. I have lived alone for so many years," Yingji said anxiously. "Living alone is different from living with two people, especially when both of you have physical inconveniences." Chen Hong's father denied again, and this made Yingji very dispirited and powerless. "How did you meet my daughter?" Chen Hong's father asked. "We are colleagues who work in a massage parlor," Yingji said. "I am a masseuse, and I get a little salary every month. In the future, when Chen Hong doesn't work, I can still support her." Yingji made a last-ditch effort to persuade Chen Hong's father with financial conditions. "I see. Actually, I don't agree with my daughter working in such a dangerous place. She will always be bullied if she can't see," Chen Hong's father said. By saying that, he wanted Chen Hong to resign and stop working. Then, the two of them would basically have no contact in the future. It seemed that Chen Hong's father was determined not to let Yingji and Chen Hong have any relationship. Yingji's face turned pale and he looked dispirited. He said reluctantly, "I have something to do at home. I want to leave first." Ningshu stood up and brought Yingji to the door. Yingji touched the door lock and opened it to leave. "Stay for dinner before you leave," Chen Hong's brother said. "Thank you, but it's okay. I have something to do at home. I'll leave first." Yingji was feeling terrible. He couldn't stay for a moment longer, let alone dinner. When he went downstairs, Yingji's body was a little shaky. He almost fell down the stairs. Chen Hong's brother looked at Yingji. "It's not easy for a blind man to come so far to see his sister." Chen Hong's father said, "It's a very simple thing for ordinary people. But for him, it's a very difficult thing. Even if he does it, he will be praised. It's like a great gift. It's hard on him and hard on others." Chen Hong's brother shrugged his shoulders. "What if my sister likes him?" "Dad, it's not that I want to say this, but my sister can't see. If you want to find a normal person for her, a normal person might dislike her. It's okay for them to support each other. People of the same kind know that it's not easy for each other. Let's see what your sister thinks." Chen Hong's brother didn't object so strongly. "Dad, Yingji and I are colleagues. He came to see me and I asked him to stay for dinner." "What are you talking about?" Chen Hong was a loser. Their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet. Now, her father had come to break them up. This was a little awkward. "Didn't that kid ask me to give him a chance?" Chen Hong's father said that this was a test. /HTML/book/39/39163/indextmal. "Brother, go and get Yingji back," Chen Hong said to her brother. "Yingji and I are not in that kind of relationship." "Dad, you didn't even ask about it." They had not even had a frank conversation with each other, and her father had just rudely and violently exposed the truth. He had scared everyone away. If he left just like that, it means that he doesn't like you. If he really likes you, he will definitely come back for you. "Actually, I don't agree with you two who can't even see being together," Chen Hong's father said. "It's our daughter who wants to spend the rest of her life with someone. You can spend the rest of your life with your daughter. It's up to her to decide who she wants to be with, Qianhong's mother said. When Yingji left the neighborhood, he was in a trance. Ningxu stopped and stood by his feet. Yingji stood still, holding the leash. Ningxu sat down. He did not know if Yingji wanted to go back or go home. Now that he was out, did he still want to go back? Based on Ningxu's brief understanding of Yingji, he definitely did not have the face to run back. Bebe, let's go back. Yingji's face was red from the sun. It was the time when the sun was at its fiercest. His skin was red from the sun, and his sweat glistened under the sun. Young man, protect your skin. Even if you don't have love, don't make yourself look ugly. Ningxu and Yingji took the bus home. Yingji was not in the right state from the beginning to the end. He relied on Ningxu to carry him home. When Yingji got home, he lay on the bed and covered his head with the blanket quietly. No one knew if he was crying or mourning his love. Ningxu lay on the bed and stuck out his tongue. Ningxu thought that Yingji was just sad. After being sad, he would either pull himself together or go find Qianhong again. In the end, he lay in bed for 2 days and did not get up. He did not even go to work. He did not have much of an appetite. Occasionally, he would get up to pour some dog food for Ningxu. Then, he would lie on the bed again. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu did not know what he wanted. He jumped off the bed to see if Yingji was sick. Yingji pushed him off the bed. Bebe, don't make a fuss. Let me be alone. A few days of silence was enough. Ningxu thought for a moment, pushed open the door and ran out. He closed the door behind him as he went out. Ningxu ran out of the neighborhood and ran to the bus stop to wait for the bus. After waiting for bus 58, Ningxu got off the bus and found a seat. Many passengers on the bus stared at Ningxu. Fortunately, it was just a dog and did not ask her for a ticket. The weather was so hot that Ningxu couldn't help but stick out his tongue and pant. When they arrived at Zhoushan Road, Ningxu got off the car and walked towards Qianhong's house. He pressed the doorbell and barked. Qianhong opened the door. She narrowed her eyes but did not see Yingji's blurry figure. She only saw a dog. She asked, "Where's your owner?" Ningxu bit her sleeve and dragged her out of the door. Qianhong asked, "Did something happen to Yingji?" Qianhong reached for the crutches at the door and held Ningxu's hand. Ningxu led Qianhong to take the bus, get off the bus, and smoothly arrive at the door. Ningxu straightened up, knocked on the door and pressed the doorbell. He even barked. As long as Yingji was not dead, he would be able to hear him. Yingji, who was lying in bed, got up and fumbled to open the door. He said, "Where did you go crazy?" "Yingji, what's wrong? What happened to you?" Qianhong asked. When he heard Qianhong's voice, Yingji felt that he might be dreaming. He pinched his thigh. Ouch, it hurts. He had just gotten out of bed and had not washed his teeth. There was probably still gunk at the corner of his eyes. Although she could not see him, Yingji still felt that he should not appear with this face. Yingji suddenly slammed the door and rushed to the bathroom. He bumped into the dining table and his stomach hurt. Qianhong was speechless. Ningxu, so useless. Qianhong patted Ningxu's head and waited for Yingji to open the door again. Yingji changed his clothes, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and shaved before opening the door. "Come in and have a drink." Yingji's house was unfamiliar to Qianhong. She stretched out her arms and touched Yingji. She touched Yingji's face. "You're thinner than I thought." Yingji's face turned red. Fortunately, he had shaved himself. Otherwise, Qianhong would have touched his stubble. Yingji also reached out and touched Qianhong's face. He touched her eyebrows, nose, and lips. Finally, he said, "You're prettier than I thought." Ningxu watched the two of them touch each other's bones and compliment each other. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Qianhong sat on the sofa. Yingji poured a glass of water for her. "Why are you here?" "Bebe came to my house and dragged me here." "I thought something happened to you," Qianhong said. "I'm fine." "Nothing happened to me," Yingji said, trying to cover it up. Ningxu barked. Chen Hong said, that day, my father told you that it was because he didn't understand the situation clearly. If it caused you any trouble, I apologize to you. It's fine. Yingji was still stubborn. Ningxu whimpered and lay on the floor. He covered his ears with his paws. He couldn't bear to hear it. Chen Hong frowned. I really didn't cause you any trouble? No. Yingji said. Chen Hong stood up. Since you're fine, I'm going back. Can you ask Bebe to send me back? I'll send you back, Yingji said. Bebe is already familiar with the way to your house. Okay, thank you, Chen Hong said with her head lowered. She looked a little disappointed. Ningxu, I'm so tired, okay? Although Ningxu didn't know how to speak, there was one thing he had to say. You deserve to be single. Perhaps it was the uncertainty and inferiority that came with being physically disabled. Chen Hong tested Yingji again and again, but Yingji kept retreating. Although he said some firm words in front of Chen Hong's father, he hid in the house and didn't do anything. Ningxu led the two of them out of the house. They didn't go to the bus station immediately. Instead, they wandered around the quiet garden, one round after another. Yingji felt that something was wrong. Bebe, why haven't we reached the bus station yet? It felt like they had walked a long, long way. Chen Hong had never been to this place, so she wasn't sure about the route. Hearing Yingji's words, she was very disappointed. They didn't feel like they had walked for a long time. Ningxu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Perhaps they would have to depend on each other in the future. Yingji's road to being single was a little difficult. Most importantly, he was a block of wood. Although he wasn't a bad person, it was still difficult for him to find a girlfriend, or even a life partner. Dogs didn't live long. A working dog like Ningxu worked for 11 or 12 years. /HTML/book/39/39163/indextmal. When the working dog reached the end of its working life, the government would take the guide dog back. However, the owner could also apply to keep the guide dog by his side for life. The lifespan of a dog could not be compared to that of a human. After interacting with each other for a long time, it would not be easy to accept the other party leaving. Is Bebe lost? Yingji asked anxiously. Ningxu barked helplessly and went to the bus stop to wait for the bus. When they got on the bus 58, Yingji led two people onto the bus and gave them the fare. Ningxu saw that there were seats available, and someone even let them sit, so he led the two over. Yingji found an empty seat and said to Chen Hong, "You can sit here." Chen Hong sat down and expressed her gratitude. The two were silent again. After 6 stops, they arrived at the bus stop and went back to Chen Hong's house. "Do you want to come in?" Chen Hong asked Yingji. Ningxu did not wait for Yingji to answer and went into the house first. "Oh my god, I'm so tired." Ningxu collapsed on the ground. Yingji had no choice but to say, "Sorry to disturb you." Yingji was dawdling, but if he suddenly became a bossy CEO, he would not be Yingji. "Is your family not home?" Yingji saw that the house was quiet. "They have all gone to work." Chen Hong poured a glass of water for Yingji and Ningxu. Ningxu licked the water with his tongue. He felt that Chen Hong was a good person. It would be good if the two of them could be together. Although they could not see, when they touched each other, the feeling was better with the eyes. Ignoring the beauty and ugliness, all that was left was the feeling in his heart. "Your father said that you are not going to work anymore. Is that true?" Yingji asked. He really could not hear Chen Hong's voice in the future. Chen Hong's voice was the most beautiful voice he had ever heard. "I won't quit." It was not easy to find a suitable job. "Although I can't see, I can earn a living." Chen Hong shook her head and said. Yingji suddenly broke into a smile. He was like the silly son of a landlord. Yingji, who was depressed a few days ago, suddenly looked radiant. "That's good." Yingji grinned and said, "Chen Hong, how about we go out together? I like you." "Sure." Chen Hong smiled and agreed readily, leaving Yingji a little dumbfounded. "You agree?" Yingji asked uncertainly. "Agreed," Chen Hong said. Ever since the two of them had confirmed their relationship, Yingji had been walking with a spring in his step, as if he was about to fly. His energy was inexhaustible, and he worked especially hard at work. Once he got off work, he would send Chen Hong home. Chen Hong's family did not object to their relationship. Yingji was single and had no family. If the two of them really got married, Chen Hong would have no mother-in-law to take care of. She wasn't worried that her husband's family would despise her. Other than the fact that she couldn't see, everything else was fine. Sometimes, after sending Chen Hong home, Chen Hong's family would ask Yingji to stay for dinner or something. It could be said that they were slowly starting to accept Yingji as a person. The relationship between the two of them was the faintest love that Ningxu had ever seen, like plain water. They did not go to the cinema. Usually, Ningxu would take them shopping in the garden in the middle of the street. Yingji did romantic things to Chen Hong, not buying flowers, but constantly buying food. The food was different every day. Sometimes, Yingji would cook some dark cuisine himself. However, he was always in a hurry. Also, it was dangerous to turn on the gas. Chen Hong asked him not to cook. Not only did the food not taste good, it was also dangerous. It was good to cook some frozen food. Ningxu also enjoyed it. He felt that he had gained 2 rounds of weight. Chen Hong's family treated Yingji as one of their own. Sometimes, Chen Hong's mother would buy some food and stuff it in the fridge. If there was something delicious at home, she would also send a portion to Yingji. Naturally, the two of them got married. When they got married, Ningxu's neck was hung with a beautiful flower wreath, leading the two of them in front. Safe and sound, they got married with the blessings of their relatives and friends. At night, Ningxu lowered his head. He did not want to listen to the movements in the house. I understand, the bed creaked. It would not be long before Chen Hong got pregnant and gave birth to a baby. After they got married, with Chen Hong as the mistress of the house became much warmer. Although Chen Hong could not see, she would occasionally decorate the house. The two of them went to work together and went home together. They went to the supermarket near the house to buy things. Of course, Ningxu was the guide. Every time they went to the supermarket, they would go to the place that sold dog food first. The beef was delicious. In fact, the dog food tasted quite good. Eating the dog food in the bowl, they were forced to eat the dog food of Shi and his wife. Although the two of them could not see, their days were still very enjoyable. Although they could not see, they touched each other. Touching and talking were useful. Skin-to-skin contact was better than 1,000 words. The two of them were gentle people. They did not quarrel much in life. More often than not, they helped each other. It was a rare warmth. Ningxu ate the dog food. He was a little puzzled. Was the world so simple? She was here for a vacation and was going to be a carefree guide dog, watching her owners being lovey-dovey. After half a year of marriage, Chen Hong got pregnant. It was because Chen Hong felt very uncomfortable. Sometimes, it was as if she had anemia and felt dizzy. She went to the hospital and was told that she was pregnant. Once Chen Hong got pregnant, she quit her job. When she was working, she would go in and out of the sauna. The temperature inside was very high. It was not good for the development of the fetus. Yingji was very happy that he was going to be a father. Other than working, he accompanied Chen Hong every day. He had a silly smile on his face all day. It made Ningxu's hair stand on end. After knowing that her daughter was pregnant, Chen Hong's mother took Chen Hong back to her parents' house. Since she could not see, it would be dangerous if she got hurt. So, Yingji went to the Yu family's house every day and slept on the floor. Chen Hong's family was not very well off. There were 2 elders and her son and daughter-in-law living under one roof. There were no extra rooms. Yingji did not care. He slept on the floor and sofa every day. He took out some money and gave it to his mother-in-law so that she could buy whatever she wanted. Touching his wife's belly, which was getting bigger and bigger, Yingji's smile reached his ears. Since Chen Hong got pregnant, Ningxu did not go near her. It was because dogs and cats had a parasite in their bodies. It might not be good for the fetus. It was a happy scene, but Ningxu had an indescribable anxiety and uneasiness in his heart. He did not want to go near Chen Hong. Every time he saw Yingji smile like a 200-pound fatty, the uneasiness in Ningxu's heart grew stronger. Sometimes, the hair on her body would stand on end uncontrollably. It was a premonition of danger. /html/book/39/39163/indextmal. Ningxu felt uncomfortable. He thought that there was something wrong with Yingji and Chenhong's child, so Ningxu paid attention to Chenhong every day, worried that something might happen to her. Ningxu felt that if something happened to Chenhong and the child, Yingji would definitely go crazy. Ningxu vaguely felt that this mission was more or less about Chenhong and the child. The target of the mission should be Yingji. Ningxu felt that she was in a state of restlessness every day. Her body, which had gained a lot of weight previously, had lost weight again. Every day, Ningxu would recite an incantation in her heart to calm herself down. Other than bringing Yingji to work every day, Ningxu stared at Chenhong every day. He watched as Chenhong's belly bulged day by day. Please don't let anything happen to her. As her belly grew bigger, Chenhong also reduced her activities to prevent her belly from bumping into sharp objects, such as the tip of a table. Ningxu would occasionally release his mental strength to check on the child in Chenhong's belly. It was very healthy and had regular facial features. Sometimes, it would open its eyes. Ningxu saw that the child's pupils were normal. It was a normal little girl. Very good. In fact, Chenhong was a little worried that her child would be blind like her and her husband. Yingji did not care too much. As long as it was his child, even if it could not see, it was still his child. Although Yingji said that, Ningxu could still feel Yingji's worry. He was worried about his child. They went to the hospital for an ultrasound. The doctor said that the child was very healthy, which made Chenhong and Yingji slightly relieved. Ningxu lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on Chenhong. He felt really tired. Previously, he was worried sick about these two people. Now, he still had to worry about the child in her belly. As a dog, she had to worry so much. She was really a failure. In order to avoid danger, Chenhong was sent to the hospital when she was due and stayed there. Of course, money was flowing out. These years, Yingji had some savings, but for the sake of his child and wife's health, Yingji took out his previous money. Ningxu looked at Yingji. Although Yingji wasn't very rich, it was already very good that he could do this. It showed that Yingji really cherished Chenhong. Moreover, it was not easy for Yingji to earn money. Since he could not see, it was even more difficult for a normal person. After staying in the hospital for 2 days, Chenhong was about to give birth. Yingji sat at the entrance of the delivery room. His hands and legs were shaking. Ningxu sat on the ground and looked at the door of the operating room. He released his spiritual force to check the situation inside and hoped that everything would go well. Yingji was so nervous that he kept pulling Ningxu's hair. Ningxu was speechless. Yingji stood at the entrance of the delivery room. Every day felt like a year. He kept asking Ningxu, "Will Bebe and the rest be all right?" "Bebe." Ningxu let out a soft whimper. "It would definitely be fine." When the door to the delivery room opened, Yingji stood up in a panic. "How is my wife?" "She gave birth safely." "She gave birth to a daughter," the nurse said. "The mother will be pushed to the ward later. You can go and take a look." "Thank you." Yingji smiled. Ningxu brought Yingji to the ward. There were some people around the bed. "Yingji, come and take a look. The little princess is very beautiful," Chenhong's mother said to Yingji. Yingji couldn't see. He wanted to touch his daughter, but he was afraid that he would hurt her. He wanted to hug her, but he was afraid that he wouldn't hug her properly. Anyway, he didn't know what to do. Ningxu looked at the baby in the crib. Her face was rosy. She was indeed very beautiful. After a long time, her eyebrows would grow and she would be even more adorable. Yingji sat by the bed and held Chenhong's hand. Chenhong's mother went back to prepare food for her daughter. She couldn't eat casually during confinement. Now, Yingji looked like everything was fine with the daughter. He held the baby carefully and was immersed in a bubble of happiness. He always forgot to feed her dog food. He was starving. Yingji was still in a state of excitement. His enthusiasm had not cooled down. No one could stop his goal of becoming a stay-at-home dad. Yingji learned how to make milk powder and change diapers. Because he couldn't see, he was afraid that he would hurt the baby. He kept learning how to use it from the nurse and memorized the steps. Ningxu was speechless. "Can you give me some dog food?" Every time, Chen Hong would get some dog food from the drawer for Ningxu so that Ningxu wouldn't starve. Sure enough, men liked the new and got tired of the old. Now, his head was full of his daughter. He didn't even feed the dog. He pulled her hair and pinched her ears and said that he had a daughter. Who doesn't have a daughter? My daughters are all over the world, Ningxu thought. Although the baby was born, Ningxu's heart was still hanging. He was still anxious. After staying in the hospital for a week, Chen Hong was discharged. She went back to Yingji's home. After all, now that the baby was born, she couldn't stay at her father-in-law's house. Moreover, the baby was too noisy and affected the rest of the family. Yingji couldn't bring the baby to stay at his father-in-law's house. Chen Hong's mother decided to follow her daughter home. She would take care of her daughter until she was out of confinement or when the baby was a little older. The two families weren't far from each other, so they could visit each other at any time. Yingji was grateful for his mother-in-law's help. He took out some extra money and asked Chen Hong's mother to buy some food for Chen Hong to eat to nourish her body. Yingji also needed to go to work. Now that he had a wife and a child to feed, he had to work harder to earn more money. With the baby, the house was chaotic and lively. Sometimes, the baby would cry in the middle of the night. Ningxu could hear Yingji fumbling to get out of bed to comfort the baby. Fortunately, with his mother-in-law's help, the couple was not at a loss. There was a kind of bliss that came from daily necessities: rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. The baby was born safely. Ningxu was relieved. It was best that the mother and daughter were safe. Next time, she would not accept such missions. There was no plot, no mission, and no wish. She did not know what the client wanted. Even if she had met the dog in advance, she would not have known what the client wanted. In order to save money for the baby's milk powder, Ningxu stopped buying snacks for the dog. Yingji was worried that Ningxu was in a bad mood, so he bought some snacks from time to time. He did not buy them as frequently as before. Ningxu was speechless. "Do I look that greedy?" Ningxu did not eat the snacks anymore. He usually ate dog food, and dog food was not cheap. It was difficult for the family to rely on Yingji alone. Yingji saw that Ningxu did not want to eat the snacks. He patted Ningxu's head and said, "Bebe is so sensible." The two families helped each other, and it was harmonious. The baby grew up day by day. Sometimes, when the baby cried, Yingji put the baby in the basket and let Ningxu carry it around the house. The baby giggled in the basket. Ningxu was speechless. She was so tired, she could totally imagine that she would become this child's toy in the future. XHTML. Pulling her fur, sleeping on her, hugging her, and letting her do whatever she wanted, Ningxu's heart was bitter. Especially when the child was old enough to crawl, it was Ningxu's nightmare. Thinking about it, she had been in this world for quite some time. Was it time for her to leave? A dog's annual lifespan was not long. The longer she stayed, the shorter the dog's lifespan. However, her mission seemed to have not been completed, and 2333 did not inform her to leave. So, there must be something else. What could it be? Ningxu was a little worried. Who would be in trouble? Yingji, Chen Hong, and the child, or Bei, everything was unknown, and he could not predict what would happen in the future. Every day, Ningxu's job was to guide Yingji to work. When he returned home, he would squat beside the baby's bed and look after the child. Occasionally, he would use his paws to pat the toys on the bed to play with the child. The child would babble and giggle. After 2 months of growth, the child's skin was snow white, and his eyes were rolling. It was a beautiful child. Yingji was not ugly, and Chen Hong had good facial features. Both of them would be good-looking. Unfortunately, the parents could not see what their child looked like. They could only touch the child to feel it. Chen Hong and Yingji did not dare to leave a single fingernail, for fear that they would not be able to see it and accidentally scratch the child. He felt that this little girl was really lucky. Not every parent could love their child, and there was no rule that every parent had to love their child. Especially when the child's crying was very annoying, and he was not as obedient as an adult. Yingji and Chenhong loved this little princess very much. Ningxu shook the baby's bed, and his nose twitched. He seemed to have smelled something, a very faint smell of gas. Yingji and his wife were eating with Chenhong's mother. Ningxu suspected that the gas had leaked, and he quickly went to the kitchen to see if the gas tank had leaked. Ningxu put his nose around the tank and sniffed. The smell was even stronger. Ningxu quickly barked at the gas tank. "What's wrong, Bei?" Yingji fumbled his way into the kitchen. The smell of natural gas was stronger. Yingji suddenly said, "Mom, did you not turn off the gas properly?" Chenhong's mother immediately went into the kitchen. Only then did she remember, "I'm stewing soup in the pot." "Turn off the gas first," Ningxu shouted. Chenhong's mother tightened the screws and opened the window. A house like this was a hole. Once there was a gas leak, it would be terrible. If there was another fire, the whole house would explode and everything in the house would be destroyed. It would be terrible if something happened to people. He always felt that Chenhong's mother's memory was deteriorating. She was a little forgetful when doing things. Often, when she went out to buy things, she would forget what she wanted to buy and then go out again. This wasn't the first time this had happened. "Sigh, I'm getting old. I'll be more careful next time," Chenhong's mother said, a little embarrassed. "Then it must be because taking care of the children is too tiring. Take a break. If you want to eat anything, I can buy it outside. You don't have to cook every day and take care of the children," Yingji said. "I was indeed a little too busy," Chenhong's mother said. Fortunately, nothing happened. Fortunately, Yingji didn't smoke. If he opened the fire, there would definitely be problems. Yingji fumbled around and opened all the windows in the house. He wanted to get rid of the smell and then look at his daughter. "Then let's not open the fire in the future," Chenhong said. Ningxu sighed in his heart. This was the difficulty of two blind people walking together. However, if it were a normal person taking care of a blind person all the time, the normal person would feel that it was a burden. They wouldn't be like Yingji and Chenhong, who supported and cared for each other. Ningxu looked at the pale face of Chenhong's mother. Because of the mistake, she looked a little uncomfortable and apologetic. She was getting old. Her body might not be able to take care of her niece. Yingji noticed it too. He asked Chenhong's mother not to open the fire to cook and just help take care of her daughter every day. Chenhong's mother agreed readily. She said that if she opened the fire again, she would be more careful and close the door tightly. Ningxu decided that after sending Yingji to work every day, she would go home to take care of the situation at home. When Yingji was about to get off work, she would go and fetch him. Yingji was having trouble going to the toilet. It was fine to ask someone else to help. Ningxu felt that the orphan and widow at home were in more danger. Although he didn't know what would happen, it was definitely not a simple matter for a dog to give up its soul. Ningxu sent Yingji to the massage parlor. Then, she called out to Yingji and prepared to go home. Yingji patted the head of the snack. "Bei, you're awesome." "Thank you, Bei." Yingji took out the dog snacks from his bag and tore open the bag to give to Ningxu. It was a beef-flavored bone. Ningxu felt that she loved the taste of dog food and snacks. Ningxu walked home slowly. When she passed by the garden in the middle of the street, a husky rushed towards her. Its eyes were wide open, and its tongue was sticking out like waves in the wind. "Get lost, stupid dog," Ningxu also rushed towards it and sent it flying with a kick. Then, she ran away and disappeared. The husky was speechless. It had met a new companion, and this companion had always been noble and cold. Seeing that it was a dog without an owner, it wanted to come over and get closer. In the end, it was kicked far away. The husky quickly got up and was about to chase after Ningxu, but its owner grabbed its leash and dragged it away. Ningxu returned home and knocked on the door, but no one opened it. Ningxu barked loudly, but there was no movement inside. She lay on the ground and listened through the crack in the door. If there was the sound of a child's breathing or people moving around, there must be someone in the house. Moreover, Chenhong usually didn't bring the child out, because it would hurt the child if he couldn't see. At this time, Chenhong's mother should be out to buy groceries or other things. She barked for so long, but no one opened the door. When Ningxu lay on the ground, her nose smelled the smell of natural gas. It was leaking again, and the door was still open. What about the people in the house? What about Chen Hong and the child? The door was locked, so Ningxu couldn't get in. Without hesitation, she ran to find Yingji. Yingji was giving someone a massage. Ningxu opened her mouth and pulled his trousers out. "Bebe, stop it. I'm working." Ningxu suddenly barged in, scaring Yingji's customers. Ningxu anxiously dragged Yingji out, barking loudly. "Did something happen?" Yingji asked. Ningxu barked. Yingji thought that recently, Ningxu often came home. Something must have happened at home. XHTML. Thinking that something might have happened at home, Yingji couldn't care less about his work. He grabbed his crutches and held Ningxu's hand as they walked out of the door. However, as they walked in a hurry, they bumped into something and fell to the ground. Yingji hurriedly got up from the ground and almost ran home. At the door, he met Chen Hong's mother, who was returning home from shopping. Chen Hong's mother was surprised to see Yingji. "Why are you back? Aren't you supposed to be at work?" "Bebe dragged me back here." "Did something happen at home?" Yingji was sweating profusely from running. "Nothing." Chen Hong's mother opened the door as she spoke. Ningxu rushed into the house and saw Chen Hong lying on the ground. The child in the cradle looked a little pale. It was probably gas poisoning. Ningxu barked loudly. When Yingji entered the house, he smelled natural gas. "Mom, you didn't turn off the gas. Don't light the fire. Open the window." Yingji heard Ningxu's frantic barking and rushed into the bedroom. However, he tripped and fell to the ground. He quickly got up and walked into the house with his crutches. "Chen Hong, my daughter." Chen Hong's mother opened the kitchen window and ran into the house. When she saw her daughter unconscious, she immediately cried out. Her body was on the verge of collapsing and she fainted with a thud. Yingji couldn't see. Now that both of them had fainted, he quickly took out his phone to call 120. Ningxu held the child's clothes in his mouth and carried the child out of the house. The house was filled with the smell of natural gas. It was probably a little poisonous. Adults had good immunity, but children couldn't. Yingji took out his phone and called someone randomly. Then, he called for help and asked someone to call 120. His child and wife were in trouble. Ningxu had no choice. He ran across the street and knocked on the neighbor's door. He even barked, hoping that the neighbor was home. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman with curly hair. When she opened the door, she shouted angrily, "Damn dog, what are you doing? You keep barking every day. It's so annoying." Ningxu grabbed her skirt and pulled her over. Ningxu's action scared the woman, but when she saw the child in the corridor, she immediately asked, "What's going on?" Then, he entered the room and saw two people unconscious on the ground. Yingji was panicking as he pressed on his phone. His phone accidentally fell to the ground. Yingji squatted down and crawled around to feel for it. "What's going on?" When Yingji heard the woman's voice, he hurriedly begged, "Big sis, help me make a call. My wife and child are suffering from gas poisoning." "Oh, okay. The woman was also frightened. She took out her phone and quickly dialed 120. When she was on the phone, she kept urging the other side to hurry up. There were children, women, and children here. Now their lives were in danger. If something happened, would they be able to take responsibility? "Be quick. I've already called. The ambulance should be here soon," the woman said. "What else do you need my help with?" "Thank you, big sister." Yingji scratched his head anxiously. She squatted down and hugged Chen Hong as tears streamed down her face. "I'll go downstairs and see if the ambulance is here." The woman hurriedly ran downstairs. Ningxu leaned his head on the child's chest and listened to his heartbeat. His face was pale, and his heartbeat was weak. If he was deprived of oxygen for a long time, it would cause irreversible damage to his brain. The ambulance arrived, and the medical staff carried 2 stretchers. They lifted the 2 adults onto the stretchers and put them on ventilators. The nurse carried the child into the ambulance. Yingji got into the ambulance. Because the space was not big, Ningxu, the big golden retriever, was not allowed to get into the ambulance. Ningxu pulled the woman's skirt. The woman immediately said, "Don't pull, I'll go and take a look." "Thank you, big sis," Yingji said to the woman in the ambulance. "Bei, go home," Ningxu shouted. The door closed, and the ambulance screamed away. Ningxu looked at the ambulance that was far away. He stuck his tongue out and gasped for breath. Ningxu turned and went home. The smell in the house was almost gone. Fortunately, there was no fire. Otherwise, the whole house would have exploded and burned. Ningxu suspected that Chen Hong's mother was developing Alzheimer's. Otherwise, why would she forget to turn off the gas when she went out? If Yingji did not come back and she lit the fire, he could almost imagine the consequences. She could be injured and die. Chen Hong and the child could also be in trouble. Ningxu collapsed to the ground. He felt weak all over. He did not know what was going on. Had Yingji arrived at the hospital, Ningxu stuck his tongue out and waited for the news. However, Yingji did not come home for the whole night. Ningxu waited for the whole night. Seeing Yingji's phone on the ground, Ningxu struggled to open the phone with his paws. Yingji's phone was an old man's phone. His paws did not listen to him. He found the phone number of Yingji's brother-in-law, Chen Hong's brother. Ningxu quickly dialed it. When the call went through, he immediately barked twice. "Is that Bei?" Chen Hong's brother was surprised. Then he said, "Yingji, your dog is calling you." Then, Ningxu heard Yingji's voice. Bei, Yingji's voice sounded like he was crying. He could not speak clearly as if there was phlegm in his throat. This made Ningxu anxious. What happened? Chen Hong and the child are fine. However, there is a slight poison. You stay at home. The dog food is in the cupboard. You can get it yourself. Stay at home. Yingji treated Ningxu as if he was a human being. Ningxu barked twice. Fortunately, nothing happened. The gas was poisoned. He did not know if there would be any sequelae. After worrying for the whole night, Ningxu felt hungry. The stone in his heart had been removed. He opened the cupboard and took out several bags of dog food. Ningxu decided to eat to his heart's content. Because of the child, he had to stay in the hospital for a while to undergo various tests. Chen Hong's brother came over to get some clothes to change into and brought Ningxu to the hospital. Ningxu ran to Yingji's feet. When he felt Ningxu, Yingji squatted down and hugged Ningxu. He buried his head in Ningxu's body. Then, his tears wet Ningxu's fluffy fur. Ningxu let Yingji hug him. He let Yingji cry as much as he wanted. Her fur had turned into tufts of fluffy fur. Ningxu entered the ward and saw that Chen Hong's face was pale. She had already woken up. However, the child was still under intensive care. They said that his life was no longer in danger. However, they did not know if there would be any sequelae. Therefore, more tests were needed. Bei. Chen Hong saw Ningxu beside the bed. She reached out and touched Ningxu's head. "Thank you, Bei. Bei is great." Chen Hong knew what had happened. She looked at Ningxu with a gentle and grateful gaze. Ningxu whimpered softly. XHTML. Chen Hong was fine. She had just fainted from inhaling gas. Chen Hong's mother, who had fainted as well, had woken up. Perhaps she had been frightened, but she was still in shock. The doctor told Chen Hong's family that Chen Hong's mother might have mild Alzheimer's disease. The symptoms were not obvious. It was normal for old people to have a bad memory, but they had to be wary of Alzheimer's disease. When Chen Hong's family heard that she might have Alzheimer's disease, their faces turned pale. It was mild now, but if it got serious, she might even forget her own name, husband, and children. Chen Hong's brother apologized to Yingji. "We didn't know that mom would be like this. If we knew, we wouldn't have let her take care of sister and the child." Yingji was very angry at first. He told his mother-in-law not to open the fire. Even if she wanted to, she had to wait until there were more people in the house. In the end, this cute mother-in-law turned on the gas and cooked something. She didn't turn it off properly and even forgot to turn it off. She ran out to buy things. The consequences were very serious. Xianxia didn't dare to imagine. However, his mother-in-law had come to take care of his wife and child. Now that the child and wife were fine, she had moved over to take care of her daughter and granddaughter out of kindness. It was not good to blame her now. Everyone didn't know about this. Fortunately, we found out early. Xianxia was still scared when he thought about it. If Bebe hadn't gone home and found out about this, something might have happened. Even the house might have been burned down. His child, wife, and mother-in-law might have died. My mother can't take care of the child anymore. He's sick now, Chen Hong's brother said with a sigh. Xianxia pursed his lips. Should he stop working and wait until the child was older? If he really let Chen Hong take care of the child alone, she definitely couldn't take care of it. If something like this happened again, Xianxia felt that his heart might have problems. He couldn't take it anymore. Then he should resign and be a stay-at-home dad. He should wait until the child was 2 or 3 years old and could walk. It was too difficult to raise a child. Xianxia told Chen Hong his thoughts. Chen Hong shook her head and disagreed. I can take care of the child. Don't stop working. The family's expenses are high. I don't feel safe leaving you alone, Xianxia said. Anyway, the two of them discussed and didn't reach a consensus. Xianxia was afraid that something like yesterday would happen again. He was scared out of his wits, but how could a little salary compare to a person's life? In the past, he basically didn't spend money. Other than eating and drinking for himself and buying some dog food for Bebe, he had saved up quite a bit of money over the years. Moreover, Xianxia deeply felt that he could not afford to lose his wife and child. From this marriage, he felt that marriage was not easy, especially since he could not see. Without Chen Hong, he would basically be single for the rest of his life. Not to mention that the child had his blood running through his veins. Because it was not easy, he treasured it even more. After a series of examinations, the child did not have any obvious injuries, but the doctor suggested that he come to the hospital for a checkup every once in a while. The most likely cause was brain damage. When the couple heard this, their hearts twitched. They prayed that their child would grow up healthily. After hearing the doctor's words, Xianxia was even more determined to stay at home and raise the child before going out to work. Chen Hong was worried about the family's expenses. Including the dog, the family of 4 was crying piteously for food. By the time they were discharged from the hospital, the two of them had not discussed whether Xianxia should go to work or stay at home to help Chen Hong take care of the children. When they returned home, the couple carried the child and carried the gifts to the neighbor across the street to thank her for saving their lives. Although the woman across the street seemed difficult to get along with, she was noisy and long-winded. She helped them in an emergency and even made the child recognize a godparent. They were all neighbors and could look out for each other. Chen Hong's mother felt guilty. She called Chen Hong and said that she was muddle-headed and could not take care of the child. Chen Hong asked her mother to rest well. She did not tell her mother that she had mild Alzheimer's disease. Everyone in the family kept this from her. Chen Hong's mother only thought that she was old and had a bad memory. Xianxia bought Ningshu a big bag of dog snacks as a reward for Ningshu. To be honest, Ningshu was very happy when she saw the bag of snacks. This bag was enough for her to eat for a long time. The dog food also tasted very good. At least it was much better than garbage. Moreover, the dog food was quite clean. Biscuits were more expensive than what humans ate. Ha 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 ha, Ningshu was very happy. She stuck out her tongue and licked Xianxia's hand. She wagged her tail at the same time. It was good to be able to use her cuteness in exchange for food. Xianxia and his wife treated Ningshu as a family member and not just a simple guide dog. Her status now was only slightly lower than the child's. Ningshu stuck out her tongue and let out a long sigh. She rested her head on the ground. This matter was solved. She did not know what else would happen. Ningshu felt that there should be a fire in the plot. Xianxia's wife, child, and mother-in-law might all be in trouble. She could imagine how big of a blow this would be to Xianxia. Ningshu did not know the plot. She could only guess. In fact, doing this kind of task was not easy at all. She was a dog and had to worry about people. Moreover, because she was in the body of a dog, the language barrier was very limiting. Xianxia did not feel like she was on vacation at all. She did not know how many times she had run. She ran as fast as she could. This dog is so tired, ha ha ha, you have to compensate me for my mental damage. Xianxia chewed on the beef-flavored bone while looking at the child in the crib. The child sucked on her thumb. She looked at the toys hanging on the crib. There were all kinds of colorful toys. She even reached out to grab them. Looking at her, the child should be healthy. Her head was not hurt. Since Xianxia fell in love, got married, and had a child. Now, the child was more than 3 months old. Xianxia had been in this world for a long time. She did not know if there was something that prevented her from leaving this world. If that was really the case, Xianxia wanted to cry for Yingji. It was really full of misfortunes. From the time Chenhong was pregnant to the time she gave birth, Xianxia had been in a constant state of uneasiness. This should be the animal's instinct to sense danger. Now that they had survived a big disaster, Xianxia was relieved. However, she could not tell what she was feeling. She felt that something bad was going to happen. She wished that she was overthinking. After surviving a disaster, there would be good fortune in the future. Moreover, there were 2 people taking care of a child now. Yingji did not have to go to work. Xianxia stayed at home every day to help look after the child. If there was anything unusual in the house or if there was a gas leak, Xianxia would be able to sense it immediately. To avoid any danger. After the gas leak incident, Yingji and his wife had become very careful. He touched Xianxia's head and said, "If anything happens, Bei, you must inform us immediately." Yingji also found a plumber and electrician to check all the electrical circuits in the house in case there were any safety hazards. He also checked the floor-to-ceiling windows carefully. With a child, Yingji had to be very careful. He could not see, so he could not keep an eye on the child all the time. It was not easy to raise a child. Yingji felt that being a stay-at-home dad was even more difficult than going to work. When the child threw a tantrum, it was like a demon. The veins on his forehead were constantly bulging, and he had to be patient to coax the child. The child could not speak, so he kept crying to express what he wanted. It was very annoying. Xianxia sometimes could not stand the sound of the demon's voice and covered his ears with his paws. Xianxia felt that he was not a person who liked children. Xianxia thought that something would happen, so he was on guard. A person's life could be strong, but it could also be weak. A little injury could cause a person to lose their life. 2333's voice sounded in Xianxia's mind. Mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? Xianxia let out a long breath. He was not careful and his tongue slipped out again. Leave. The biggest crisis was probably over. Xianxia felt dizzy and returned to the system space. Once he was back, Xianxia could not help but stretch. His soul was trapped in a small body. It was very uncomfortable. Xianxia lay down on the sofa and felt very comfortable. The system space was rippling with the smell of agarwood. When he breathed it into his soul, it calmed him down. Xianxia stretched his limbs. It was so comfortable. There was basically no reward for this mission. It was just a little bit of soul power, no attribute points, no points. Xianxia absorbed the soul that Bei gave him. It was almost nothing. Even animals can give their souls. Xianxia exclaimed. 2333 said, any creature with life, soul, and emotions can offer their soul. The reward for this quest is too low, and it's a dog. No one would want to do it. You said you wanted to do something easier, so I accepted it for you. 2333 was still trying to be nice to Xianxia. Xianxia. Thank you. Actually, this mission isn't that hard. It's just that there was a fire in his house. His mother-in-law was severely burned and died on the spot. His wife and child were lying on the hospital bed. The child passed away in the end. 2333 said. Xianxia. That's just hindsight. Do I need you to tell me that? Although the harvest was small, it was just a relaxing trip. Although it was a dog, there was not much danger. It was no wonder that no one had accepted this mission. Firstly, the reward was too little. Secondly, there was no way to learn the plot and the mission from a dog. He was simply caught at a loss. Ningshu hugged the pillow and opened the chat system. Her chat system was really lively now. There were always people looking for her. For example, people from the auction house kept testing her. There were also some shops in the city of Water who wanted to invite her for a meal. It was probably because of what happened at the auction house that many people couldn't sleep at night. It was good that they were in awe. The person behind the auction house didn't show up. Ningshu didn't plan to release the auction house. Ding dong. Someone sent a message. She opened it and saw that it was from Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing sent a voice message. Her voice was very anxious. Ningshu, Little Fire was kidnapped by Pan Chen. I don't know how it is now. Ningshu frowned. Last time, she met that stubborn rock. Pan Chen was already plotting against Little Fire. Now, it was really kidnapped. Mei Ziqing, Ningshu, Mei Ziqing, Ningshu, Mei Ziqing. In general, fighting was forbidden in the Mission Enforcer City. The Mission Enforcers wouldn't fight. They were just afraid that Little Fire wouldn't be able to resist the coaxing and would be kidnapped. Ningshu, what if they found the wrong person? Mei Ziqing, Ningshu couldn't help but facepalm. It wasn't easy to raise a child. Although Little Fire was the size of an adult, its mind was that of a child. It was like a giant baby. Ningshu, Pan Chen said that he wanted to take Little Fire to roam around. Who knows where they might have gone? Pan Chen was a rock that killed people without karma. Even if he destroyed a plane, he would still be alive and kicking. But if he led Little Fire astray, that would be a disaster. He could be fine, but the kid couldn't. Mei Ziqing, she felt like a single mother. Mei Ziqing felt responsible for Little Fire. Ningshu, there were many things to do. It was very tiring to take on the responsibility of another person. Ningshu held his head and thought speechlessly. Pan Chen was with the school doctor now. Why didn't he take care of his own people? Yes, Pan Chen was with the school doctor. If he couldn't find Pan Chen, he would find the school doctor. Ningshu propped her chin on her hand as she poked at the incense burner. She asked 2333, do you have the school doctor's contact number? No, 2333 said without thinking. Ningshu stopped and put down the wire. He asked calmly, you really don't have it? No. You really don't have it? No. I know you do. Back in the city of Water, you called the school doctor over. I don't have his contact number, so you have his. Besides, it's not like you know someone. Why hide it? Now that you're in trouble, you have to find him. Tell me his contact number, Ningshu said casually. 2333, it was his business who he knew. Even if he knew the school doctor, it didn't matter. No, I don't have his contact information, 2333 said. You can ask in the chat group. Ask who? Ningshu was expressionless. In the chat group, she was ostracized. When she kicked Hongyu out of Water City, she was criticized in the chat group. Even if she appeared in the chat group, no one would pay attention to her. Ningshu didn't want to do things that were embarrassing for her. Ningshu felt that 2333 had the contact information of the school doctor, but she didn't know why he wanted to hide it. Ask Awan. You can also ask the Cheongsam man, 2333 said. Okay, give me the contact information. I'm not going to eat him. What are you afraid of? Ningshu said angrily. Now it's his people who kidnapped the child. Okay. 2333 finally relented. A new friend name appeared in Ningshu's chat list. Senior Uncle, is this the name of the school doctor? Ningshu clicked on his name and was about to talk to him, but was told that she didn't have the right to talk. Even if she knew the school doctor's contact information, she didn't have the right to talk. Ningshu sent a friend request to the other party. They could only talk after becoming friends. While waiting, Ningshu sent a message to Mei Ziqing and asked her to wait. Mei Ziqing was very calm and thanked Ningshu. Mei Ziqing was silent for a moment and said, Ningshu, Mei Ziqing. As Ningshu said this to Mei Ziqing, the system dinged. There was a message. However, the message was that the other party refused to talk and rejected her friend request. Ningshu, the other party probably looked at it and rejected it directly. Ningshu applied again. This time, he used the title of Water City. This should have some weight. After a while, the other party agreed. There was no greeting, just a "what's the matter?" Ningshu said thoughtfully. After Ningshu sent the message, there was no reply for a long time. Ningshu typed another line. Senior Uncle Ningshu, I'm asking about Panchen, not whether he's really there or not. Ningshu just wanted to roll his eyes and ask, then the other party didn't respond again. Ningshu had a feeling that the other party was always disconnected from time to time. Could it be that the internet was not very good? Ningshu took out the roses from the vase and played with them. The other party had been disconnected for too long. If this was a game, this person would definitely be a fraud. Ningshu closed her eyes to rest, waiting for the other party's reply. In the end, she actually fell asleep. When she woke up, the chat interface was still open. She rubbed her eyes, but the other party still didn't reply. Ningshu, she had been waiting to hear tea. Ningshu added some agarwood to the incense burner, stirred it a little, and then closed the lid. White smoke from the agarwood drifted out from the holes, appearing very elegant. The chat system dinged. Ningshu looked up at the chat interface. It was a message from the school doctor, saying that Xiaohua was now in Water City and asking them to go and claim him. After sending the message, Ningshu found that the other party's icon had dimmed and disappeared from her contact list. Ningshu, did she delete her from the friend list? In other words, she didn't have the other party's contact information now. She was really noble and cold. When Ningshu saw this message, she quickly sent a message to Mei Ziqing, saying that he was now in the city of Man, go to Water City. Ningshu said to 2333. She didn't want to know why 2333 had the school doctor's contact information. In any case, 2333 was much more mysterious than she thought. After a series of kneading and tearing, Ningshu stood on the streets of the City of Water. When she arrived at the restaurant, Mei Ziqing had not arrived yet. However, she saw Panchen and Xiaohua sitting together and ordering a table full of dishes. The plates were stacked up in layers. Panchen ate heartily. Not only did he eat, but he also let Xiaohua eat. Ningshu looked at the two of them. Mei Ziqing was about to go crazy, but the two of them were still eating and drinking here. Mei Ziqing arrived later. When she saw this scene, she was furious and walked over. When Xiaohua saw Mei Ziqing, he stood up and shouted happily, Ziqing. Why didn't you tell me where you were going? I was looking for you like crazy, afraid that you would be eaten by someone, Mei Ziqing said angrily. Now that she found her child, she was angry and scared to beat someone up. Ziqing, Xiaohua shouted, looking pitiful. Xiaohua's hair was already short. This pitiful look really made her feel like a mother. Panchen threw down the bones under his hand. How boring. I just brought him around to play. Do you two have to do this? Panchen was very unhappy. He was controlled and sent here. He was supposed to bring this silly kid around, but he was brought back and left here. I can't do anything to you. I'll eat you until you're poor. You took him away without saying goodbye. This is kidnapping. Ningshu said, Xiaohua, Mei Ziqing is very worried about you. I know I'm wrong. I'll definitely say goodbye next time. Xiaohua reflected seriously. Ningshu, Mei Ziqing, this isn't about saying goodbye. Mei Ziqing didn't know what to say. You should stay away from people like him. Panchen was expressionless. He looked at Mei Ziqing and licked his lips. Who do you think I am? It's boring to eat vegetables. It's more interesting to eat souls. Panchen opened his mouth wide. His face became ferocious to scare Mei Ziqing. He reached out to grab Mei Ziqing. It looked like he wanted to devour his soul. Ningshu flicked his finger and an invisible force hit Panchen. Who are you trying to scare in my territory? Panchen rubbed his face and stared at Ningshu unkindly. I can't do anything to you here. But once we leave this place, we can compete. What's there to compete? You kill people without karma. If you want to devour me, you can do it in a matter of minutes. Ningshu looked at Panchen silently. You think I don't dare? Panchen sneered. He slammed his fist on the table, causing the plates on the table to shake. Mei Ziqing said coldly, you're being unreasonable. You took him away, but you're still being unreasonable. Xiaohua, don't associate with people like him. He can do whatever he wants, but we can't. He kills people without karma, but we can't. You. Pan Chen's expression suddenly changed. Count yourselves lucky. I'm leaving. Looking at Pan Chen's expression, he must be afraid of something. Pan Chen turned to leave. He turned back and said to Xiaohua, let's play together next time. Pan Chen winked at Xiaohua. Wait for me to come find you. Mei Ziqing's expression was extremely dark. Ningxu stopped Pan Chen. Pan Chen looked at Ningxu expressionlessly. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Not fighting. I just want to pay the bill. Such a big table of dishes was definitely not cheap. If Pan Chen left, they would definitely pay the bill. Run after eating? Dream on, Pan Chen looked at Ningxu. So stingy. I don't have money. Pan Chen was very straightforward. His expression said, what can you do to me? What does that have to do with me? Ningxu and Mei Ziqing said. Let's go. Mei Ziqing pulled Xiaohua and left the restaurant with Ningxu. Pan Chen was just about to leave when he was stopped by the waiter. The waiter looked at him silently. Please pay the bill. I don't have money. Pan Chen was not a mission enforcer. It was not like he did not have merit and faith. Pan Chen was not afraid at all. If there was a conflict, he could just swallow them. These people's souls were really, really strong. Swallowing one soul was equivalent to swallowing 10,000 ordinary people. Awesome, Pan Chen said carelessly and arrogantly, I don't have money. Pan Chen was just short of putting his face in front of the waiter and asking him to hit him. His appearance was really asking for a beating. The waiter, he had never seen such an awesome person eating and dashing. The waiter was about to speak when Xu Bai, who was wearing a beautiful cheongsam, walked over and asked, Sir, do you not have money to pay the bill? I don't have money to pay the bill. What can you do to me? What can you do to me? Pan Chen raised his chin. He wanted these people to attack him first. That way, he would have a reason to swallow these strong souls. It was all that man's fault. He kept him in custody every day, not allowing him to cause trouble, not allowing him to kill people, not allowing him to do this and not doing that. It was simply annoying. In the face of Pan Chen's provocation, Xu Bai said calmly, you don't have to pay the bill with merit and faith power. You can use something of the same value. Mister, you should have something of the same value with you, right? No, I don't have a single cent. Pan Chen crossed his arms and bared his teeth. Ningxu waited for Mei Ziqing and Xiaohua to leave before returning to the restaurant. He was speechless when he saw Pan Chen's despicable face. Xu Bai said calmly, what do you mean? This won't do, that won't do. What exactly do you want? Moreover, not only did he want to renege on his debt, he even wanted to cause trouble. What was wrong with him? Pan Chen Ningxu bared his teeth and licked his lips. Ningxu moved closer to Xu Bai's ear and whispered to her about the identity of the troublemaker. When Xu Bai heard about the background of this person, she couldn't help but frown, especially since the other party was deliberately provoking them. It was obvious that he wanted to cause trouble. However, if they were to let him go just like that, there would be so many dishes on the table. Furthermore, all of them were expensive dishes. Not to mention the direct losses involved, more importantly, they couldn't give the impression that the restaurant was easy to bully. Otherwise, anyone would be able to renege on the bill in the future. The logic behind this was the same as Ningxu's current position as the city lord. He had to protect his own interests. When doing business, one was afraid of encountering such customers. They were so unscrupulous that they were speechless. Xu Bai had a headache and felt that she wasn't in a good mood. Even if she brought out her backer, this guy wouldn't care at all. The school doctor, who was dressed in black, came in and handed his personal information card to Xu Bai. Bill please. When Pan Chen saw him, he was immediately stunned. His expression became impatient, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Okay. Xu Bai swiped the card to pay the bill and returned the card to the school doctor. The school doctor was wearing white gloves. He took the card through the gloves and kept it. You want to cause trouble again. If you continue like this, I can only crush you into dust. The school doctor looked at Pan Chen. Pan Chen wasn't convinced, but he didn't dare to say anything. Pan Chen curled his lips and rolled his eyes like a rebellious child. The school doctor tidied up his gloves and reached out his hand. He grabbed Pan Chen's collar and threw him into the black hole behind him. You're doing it again. Senior uncle, you're crazy. Pan Chen was swallowed by the black hole. Pan Chen's angry voice was still floating in the air. The school doctor slowly took off his gloves, turned around, and left. Shu Bai heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's settled. Otherwise, I don't know how to end today's matter. Ning Shu grinned and sat down. He picked up the menu and ordered some dishes. Shu Bai sat opposite Ning Shu. The waiter served tea. Shu Bai poured the tea and drank it slowly. She asked, I have something to ask you. How do you plan to deal with the auction? The shop owners of Water City are now guessing what you want to do. Ning Shu also poured tea and drank it leisurely with a smile on his face. I don't want to do anything. As for the connection between the barrier of the auction house and the barrier of the entire Water City, it was a complete accident. Shu Bai held the teacup. If you say it was an accident, then it was an accident. Everyone knew the reason, so Shu Bai didn't ask any more. The dishes were served. Shu Bai stood up and was about to leave. Ning Shu said, sit down and eat together. Anyway, I ordered a few more dishes. Since the city lord invited me, Shu Bai won't stand on ceremony. Shu Bai sat down and picked up her chopsticks. Ning Shu asked, did anything big happen in Water City recently? Shu Bai, I knew this meal wasn't for free. What does the city lord want to know? Ning Shu said with a smile, just tell me what happened. Pick something interesting to talk about. Shu Bai put down her chopsticks and slowly fanned herself with her round fan, looking very elegant and leisurely. The nomological space is actually quite peaceful. After all, fighting is prohibited. The most interesting thing during this period is, it should be the city lord. You, the newly appointed city lord, actually sealed the auction house because you're not familiar with the nomological laws. Shu Bai covered her mouth with her round fan, revealing a pair of peaceful and beautiful eyes. Ning Shu's expression didn't change. It seems that I'm still a joke. The city lord was so useless. In order to prove her ability, should she remove the barrier of the auction house to get rid of the title of incompetent city lord? Public opinion was really an interesting thing. It was likely that many people now knew that she was an incompetent city lord. Shu Bai said, since the city lord said that you're not familiar with the nomological laws, people will definitely help you publicize it. What's more embarrassing is that I'm really like that. Therefore, the matter of the auction house will take a long time to resolve. Ning Shu picked up his teacup and drank some water. After eating so many delicacies, he finally threw the dog food to the back of his mind. Ning Shu did not intend to lower his head even if he used public opinion. Moreover, Ning Shu did not feel that many people knew him. He was just an incompetent city lord. Mission takers spent most of their time on missions. Who would care if they were using someone else's body? At least Ning Shu did not care at all. To be able to use such a method meant that the other party was anxious. This was a good sign. Let's wait for the powerful person behind this to jump out first. Shu Bai paused for a moment and finally said, as long as the city lord does not have any accidents in the restaurant. Of course not. I will be more careful after leaving the auction house. Don't worry about that. Ning Shu said with a smile. She wasn't crazy. If she closed the shop for no reason and caused the shop to have no business, where would her taxes come from? The auction house was like sending away a beggar. Anyway, she could not get much from the auction house. To her, the loss was insignificant. Shu Bai smiled gently, I am relieved to hear you say that. Don't worry. As long as you don't shortchange me, everything is negotiable. Ning Shu paid the bill and left the restaurant. He rose into the air and repaired the enchantment of the entire city to prevent the turbulent laws from destroying the city. Ning Shu looked at the deserted auction house and smiled. Good luck. These days were still long. After that, Ning Shu went to various cities to look for the world's origin. The things that could be bought with merit and faith were trivial. After all, he had enough resources to look for these things now. However, he did not find anything after looking around. He still needed 3 types of world's origin. Other than the world's origin, there was also the world of reincarnation. This gave Xianxia a headache. He could only search slowly. He had the resources and time. There was nothing he could not do. Xianxia felt that he was very lucky. He had the world carrier and found 4 types of world's origin. He had become the embodiment of the law of water. Many mission takers had not started to build their world. Even if he was anxious, there was no use. Xianxia could only comfort himself to take it slow. Let's return to the system space. Since he did not find what he wanted, Xianxia decided to return to the system space. Xianxia looked at the black hole. He couldn't help but want to jump in and see what was inside. Don't think about it. What if you can't come back? 2333 saw Xianxia's eagerness and quickly stopped Xianxia. Xianxia thought for a moment, then reached out and slowly put his hand into the black hole. He would not be satisfied if he did not seek death. Xianxia felt a pain in her soul. Her arms seemed to have been cut off by the astral winds in the black hole. Xianxia took 2 steps back, away from the black hole, and reformed an arm. After expending some of his soul energy, he realized that the situation inside was rather dangerous. If there was nothing important, he would not go in. Xianxia also gave up on the idea of going into the black hole. Xianxia took out the law book and practiced as he read. Using the law was something that consumed a lot of mental energy. When Xianxia was tired, he stopped to rest for a while and then practiced again. After stopping to rest, Xianxia said to 2333, "Don't do weird missions." Oh. 2333 said, "It's so annoying to choose missions for you. I have so many requests. It's a thankless task and I can't even get a good word from you. Do you think it's easy for me?" Xianxia was speechless. "It's been hard on you. But we each have our own tasks. You'll get 10% of the soul energy without moving." "Don't complain," Xianxia said. "I'm not complaining. I just want you to know that it's hard for me too." "It's hard for everyone," 2333 said. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong with you? Why are you acting pitiful?" "You're not acting pitiful. Besides, you're not pitiful." 2333, after resting for a while, Xianxia started to practice again. He went back and forth. In the end, his mental energy couldn't take it anymore. Xianxia stopped practicing and rested for a while. He lay on the sofa and opened the chat system. No one was looking for him, so he closed it. Maisie Ching was probably teaching her child a lesson. "Who told you to run away with a stranger?" "Stupid kid," Xianxia stretched and said to 2333, "Let's do a mission." Xianxia didn't have any special requirements for the mission. As long as it wasn't a dog, it was fine. Okay. Xianxia felt dizzy. His soul slowly entered a body. When he opened his eyes, he saw a magnificent room. The beams were high and round. There were all kinds of paintings on the walls. The colors were exaggerated and the figures were abstract. After looking at them for a long time, his eyes hurt. Xianxia looked at her own creation. It was a bright yellow dress with slanted shoulders. Her arms were long and slender, her fingers were long and slender. When she lifted up the skirt, her legs were long too. Even if she was ugly, she had a great figure. Her legs were long and slender, her waist was slim. Her skin was white and she had long brown curly hair. This body should be beautiful. Xianxia began to accept the plot. This time it wasn't a dog. It was a snake. The famous snake demon Medusa. The client was called Medusa. She was a virgin priestess of the Temple of Passion in Athens. At first, Medusa was just a beautiful, ordinary human being. Medusa, the snake demon, was the scariest demon in Greek mythology. She was also the most beautiful woman in the myths. Men and male gods wanted to marry her. Poseidon, the god of the sea, lusted after her beauty. He raped the priestess in the temple of Athena. In anger, Athena turned Medusa's hair into poisonous snakes and cast a curse. Anyone who looked at her would be turned into a stone statue. Thus, she became an ugly monster. Medusa was raped by Poseidon. She asked Athena for help. Athena ignored her. When Poseidon pulled up his pants and left, Athena vented her anger on Medusa. Her crime was to sully her temple and commit such a filthy act in her temple. Athena could not punish Poseidon because he was the brother of Zeus, the god of the sea. When Poseidon and his brother were young, they united and overthrew their father, the previous god King Cronus's tyrannical rule. Through Zeus's arrangement, Poseidon became the god of the sea. He was in charge of all the waters and his status was second only to Zeus. His might was comparable to the boundless vitality of the earth and the flood. He was called the Zeus of the sea. His status and power were so high that his dominance spread across the entire universe. He was second only to Zeus in power. Under the curse of Athena, the priestess of the temple, Medusa, became an ugly monster with snake hair and a pair of boar fangs. Even her neck was covered with snake scales. Even her lower body became a snake's tail. In the end, Perseus cut off Medusa's head and offered it to Athena. Athena embedded Medusa's head in the center of Aegis. When Medusa was beheaded by the hero Perseus, she was pregnant at that time. The Pegasus Pergasus and the giant Chryseis flew out from her body. No one blamed Poseidon and Athena for their actions. After all, Poseidon and Athena were gods while Medusa was just a small priestess in a temple. How could starlight compete with the sun and moon? This incident couldn't punish the evildoers, but the victim shouldn't be punished either. Even in myths, if a woman was raped, it was the woman's fault. Blame the woman for being immoral. Why didn't she rape others? Mbiwa and Medusa were both snake women, but their fates were completely different. The ancient goddess Mbiwa created humans and saved them from the dangers of fire and water. She was the symbol of the benevolent and gentle gods in China. On the other hand, ancient Chinese myths were mostly about gods saving humans or gods fighting against each other. Most of them highlighted the characteristics of the ancient gods who were above the mortal world and had no desires. From the tragic story of Medusa becoming a snake woman, it could be seen that the gods in Greek myths mostly had human characteristics, such as jealousy, lust, and other human characteristics. They released their natural instincts and had no qualms about sex. They had no qualms about siblings, parents, children, and so on. For example, Zeus, his wife, various goddesses, and his sisters, aunts, and aunts. He was a big pervert. At the same time, it also reflected the open society of ancient Greece. Medusa was helpless and was raped by the sea god. She asked Athena for help, but Athena didn't save her. After all, it was a person's choice to save others. The other party was the sea god, so it was normal that Athena wouldn't get into a conflict with the sea god over a small priestess. But Athena vented all her anger on Medusa's body. Athena was the goddess of justice and wisdom. She punished Medusa by turning into an ugly snake demon. No one dared to look at her directly, or else they would turn into stone. There was no justice in it. Medusa was a tragic figure. The dignity of a god couldn't be blasphemed. Medusa, who wasn't a virgin priestess, blasphemed the goddess of wisdom, especially in the temple. Also, Athena and Poseidon had a grudge against each other. Poseidon did this in Athena's temple because Medusa was beautiful, and Poseidon was unscrupulous. As a man, Poseidon naturally loved beautiful women. It was good to be able to enjoy and take revenge at the same time. When Athens was first built by a Phoenician, Poseidon and Athena vied for the honor of naming it, and finally reached an agreement. The one who could provide the most useful thing to mankind would become the patron saint of the city. Poseidon struck the ground with his trident and summoned a horse, while Athena summoned an olive tree, a symbol of peace and prosperity. Because the horse was believed to represent war and sorrow, Athens was named after the goddess, who soon took the city under her protection. Medusa's wish was not to be raped. She did not want to become an ugly snake demon, and she did not want to be beheaded. Xianxia rubbed her forehead. Although she was a priestess and represented Athena to a certain extent, she was still inferior to these gods. Every god had their own divine power and natural power. Now that Xianxia was in the temple, the entire temple was within the range of Athena's divine power. Everyone's actions were under Athena's watch. Athena was able to tolerate the sea god breaking into her temple and doing such a thing. Poseidon swaggered in and then swaggered out. After Poseidon left, he vented his anger on a woman who had been raped and could not retaliate. He was drunk. It was normal to bully the weak and fear the strong, and it was the same for the gods. Ningxu activated the ultimate martial arts in his body. The spiritual energy around him surged into his body. At least he had some self-defense ability. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight back against Poseidon's wild horse. Didn't he know that the law of this world suppressed him greatly? It should not be that great. After all, there were gods everywhere. The suppression should not be that great. But in the temple, Ningxu could not test it out. A divine servant came in to help Ningxu wash up. Ningxu looked at her reflection in the basin. Her face was really beautiful. Her nose was high, her eyes were deep, and her eyelashes were long. When she blinked, it was like a fan sweeping across her face. Her facial features were three-dimensional. She was an exquisite beauty in the eyes of the Westerners. Ningxu washed his face with water and used paint to draw some marks on his face. It could be considered a special makeup. He went in front of Athena and made a sacrifice to receive the people who came to worship. Ningxu was wearing a veil. As she walked, a pair of slender legs could be vaguely seen through the veil. In front of the statue of the goddess, a magnificent statue of Athena made of ivory and gold stood in the temple. Ningxu prostrated himself on the ground, muttering something under his breath. The statue of Athena was not even 1/10 as beautiful as Athena herself. Athena was a famous goddess with bright eyes. She had a pair of bright and large gray eyes, a broad forehead, and a healthy bronze skin. Her hair was thick and long. Sometimes it was draped over her back, and sometimes it was tied up with a golden ribbon. It was between gold and brown. Athena wore a helmet and armor. She held a spear or the goddess of victory in her right hand. Compared to the other goddesses, she was more masculine. Athena was one of the 12 Olympians. Her strength was not to be underestimated. In Athena's temple, anyone who did anything out of line would be punished by Athena. She was Athena's representative in the human world. Ningxu made a complicated sacrifice and prayed for the people who came to the temple. It was probably because her body was so beautiful that it attracted a lot of attention, especially the eyes of men. Ningxu felt that he was being watched, but he could not do anything out of line. He could not scold anyone. Beauty, kindness, these beautiful things needed to be protected. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Medusa was just a small priestess, but she had an appearance that made other women jealous. This was a disaster. After being raped by Poseidon, she could not retaliate. After being punished by Athena, she still could not retaliate. After being watched for a while, the sacrifice was over. Ningxu returned to his room in the temple. Even the walls of the room were painted with Athena's portrait. Ningxu rubbed his eyes. The exaggerated colors hurt his eyes. Ningxu pulled open the layers of colorful curtains and lay down on the bench. Ningxu lay on the bench. Her neck was slender, and her slightly curly chestnut hair was thick. Her legs were long and round, and the curves of her body were faintly discernible under the gauze. She was so beautiful that it made people's blood boil. She was barefoot, and there were golden bells on her snow-white feet. As Ningxu moved, the golden bells made a crisp sound. XHTML. Ningxu cultivated, occasionally moving his body. Outside the door, a pair of eyes stared at Ningxu, sizing him up brazenly. His gaze was too unscrupulous. Ningxu couldn't help it. Mother **Ker, it was one thing to be looked at. As a priest, it was normal to be looked at by others. But this kind of lewd, undisguised lewdness. Ningxu wanted to gouge out the eyes of the peeping pervert. It's my business that I'm beautiful, but it's wrong of you to stare at me like that. Ningxu stood up from the bench and put on the veil, revealing a pair of deep eyes. Her eyes were slightly blue, like the sea. When she blinked, it was like the blue sea under the sunlight, sparkling with a fine luster. The peeping pervert's eyes became even more fervent. He scanned Ningxu's body from head to toe, and finally stopped at his chest. Ningxu, oh, my bad temper. Ningxu walked out of the temple and looked up to see a white horse golden chariot in the sky. A man was standing on the chariot. This man had a thick beard and his eyes were staring straight at Ningxu. This was Poseidon. He was tall and sturdy, with blue hair and a long robe. From Poseidon's face, Poseidon had a strong sense of aggression and great ambition. Poseidon always wanted to take the throne of Zeus. He was ambitious and belligerent. He was not satisfied with his power and often had conflicts with the gods. Xianxia was alarmed. Was the rape going to happen now? Xianxia measured her strength. Could she beat Poseidon now? Besides, Poseidon had a trident and could summon wind and rain. Poseidon's eyes were glued to her, his eyeballs almost falling out. Xianxia really wanted to give him a tight slap across his face. Look my ass, but Xianxia couldn't do that. Firstly, she couldn't beat Poseidon now. Secondly, if she did something out of line and embarrassed Athena, Athena would punish her. The look in Poseidon's eyes made Xianxia feel disgusted. The Olympian gods were a bunch of nonsense. There was nothing that couldn't be done. Poseidon, what are you doing in my temple? Athena appeared in the air and looked at Poseidon on the golden warhorse. When Athena appeared, Xianxia prostrated on the ground and made the most sincere expression. A beauty would be beautiful no matter what she did. Xianxia prostrated on the ground, making Poseidon's blood rush to his third leg. She was really a beauty. Poseidon reluctantly shifted his gaze away from Xianxia and looked at the goddess of wisdom, Athena, who was clad in armor. I'm just here to take a look at this rich city. This city shouldn't be called Athens. It was named after me. Poseidon looked at the city of Athens. What would happen if the sea drowned the city? Although Athena didn't want to offend Poseidon, the city of Athens was under her protection. It was her city and she couldn't allow Poseidon to do as he pleased. Even if Poseidon was the god of the sea, she was still the daughter of Zeus and had great power since birth. In a sense, she was the child of Zeus. The prophecy said that Metis's son would overthrow Zeus. Zeus was afraid that the prophecy would come true and swallowed Metis whole. After that, Zeus suffered from severe headaches. As the father of the gods, Zeus had no choice but to ask the god of fire, Hephaestus, to open his head. The god of fire used his axe to split open his father's head. To the amazement of the gods of Mount Olympus, a beautiful goddess with a graceful figure and full of armor jumped out of the cracked skull. She was radiant and graceful. Athena seemed to be the continuation of Zeus, the executor of Zeus's will. She was the thought of Zeus in action. The identity of Metis's mother gradually became blurred. It seemed that Athena was born from Zeus alone. Athena's status was noble. She had a high status in the gods' family. She was the queen and the female ruler. Athena looked at the eccentric Poseidon with a cold expression. He was still causing trouble because he failed to fight for the city's name. In terms of status, Poseidon was Athena's uncle. However, bloodlines were nothing to these gods. And there were so many gods that they couldn't even be counted. Now that you have seen it, you can leave. Athena, who was wearing her armor, stared at Poseidon with her bright eyes. It was not that she did not notice that Poseidon kept glancing at her priestess. Athena frowned. Poseidon laughed. Don't be afraid. I'm really just passing by. I'll leave now. Poseidon rode away on his golden warhorse. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia, who was lying on the ground. His gaze was too obvious and too obvious. Athena, your priestess is beautiful. She's even more beautiful than the sirens in my sea, Poseidon said brazenly. Let her be my priestess. Athena pursed her lips and looked at him. Scram. Poseidon chuckled and flew away in his golden chariot. Athena, I'll be back for you in the future. Poseidon had a bad temper and was greedy beyond measure. He controlled the sea and wanted to fight for land. He also wanted to defeat Zeus and become the king of the gods. Athena watched Poseidon's chariot disappear into the distance. She turned to Xianxia, who was prostrating on the ground. Medusa. Athena walked around Xianxia. Xianxia immediately said, Here. Athena sat on a chair and looked at Xianxia, who was prostrating herself on the ground. You are my priestess. You represent the entire Parthenon temple. Watch your words and actions. Don't flaunt your beauty and do anything against the rules. Otherwise, I will punish you. Athena was the goddess of law and order. She had even founded the first court in Athens, the court of war god. Ningxu prostrated himself on the ground. The cold air from the floor passed through the gauze and onto his skin. Remember. Athena looked at Ningxu's clothes. You can't wear this. Athena was a solemn and dignified virgin in her armor. She wore a battle robe, weapons in hand, and a helmet on her head. Athena was dissatisfied with her priestess attire. Ningxu kowtowed to the ground. Believer, remember. She didn't want to wear this. Every time she went out, people would stare at her. Raise your head, Athena said sternly. She looked at Ningxu and said sternly. Ningxu looked up. He closed his eyes and couldn't look directly at Athena. Athena looked at Ningxu. He was indeed beautiful. When the Parthenon wanted a beautiful woman to be their priestess, the entire city of Athens was looking for one. In the end, Medusa was chosen. Athena's aura was very strong. She was stronger than Ningxu had expected. As a newcomer, Ningxu didn't think that he could defeat the goddess of war, who was born with great strength and mastered all kinds of powers. Moreover, the most important thing now was to avoid being raped. There was no such thing as rape, and he wouldn't be punished or cursed by Athena. This was a chain of events. If he rashly went against the goddess of wisdom, he would be punished by the gods. A priest actually dared to attack the god he believed in. Ningxu crawled on the ground. After Athena disappeared, Ningxu slowly got up from the ground. After that, Ningxu wore clothes and covered himself tightly. He wore 2 more layers of clothes. It was simply too hot. Other than the priests, there were other followers in this temple who served the goddess. Medusa really couldn't decide what to wear. After wearing 2 more layers, it was a little hot. Especially after leaving the temple, it was quite hot and sweaty. Other than doing what the priests did every day, Ningxu secretly cultivated. She knew from Poseidon's gaze that this matter wasn't over. Luckily, there was enough spiritual energy and star power. However, Ningxu didn't have the chance to test the power of the law. She wasn't allowed to leave the temple. It was too dangerous to test it under Athena's nose. She was just an ordinary person. Athena wouldn't be suspicious if she had the ability to drive water away. Before she had absolute power, she had to lie low. Her current identity was a servant of the goddess. What she had to do every day was to serve the goddess, represent the goddess, and shine the goddess's light on the world. What made Ningxu more speechless was that even though she was dressed more conservatively now, men were still staring at her. If it was just purely admiring her beauty, Ningxu wouldn't be so distressed. It was just that these people's gazes were simply too unbearable for Ningxu. If she wasn't a god's servant now, she didn't know what fate she would have had. In addition, at this time, the culture was open. There was no rush for meat and vegetables, and the people were also open and unrestrained. Ningxu's heart was really in a mess. Even if they were here to worship the goddess Athena, their gazes still wouldn't be honest. A priestess had to be a virgin, pure in heart and body. Athena punished Medusa for turning into an ugly snake demon to punish Medusa for being impure. After Poseidon left last time, he did not come again. It had been a while. Ningxu counted the days. God had a lot of time. Perhaps Poseidon had something holding him back. He did not know when Poseidon would think of him again. While Poseidon was away, she had to train harder. If she had the strength to resist, she would not be raped in the temple. To defile the temple of Athena. Poseidon, the rapist, had to be punished this time. Athena was sometimes in the temple, sometimes on Mount Olympus. When Athena arrived, Ningxu, as the priest, had to inform Athena of the pleas of the people. In this era, there were all kinds of heroes. The one who beheaded Medusa was also a hero and offered Medusa's head to Athena. Ningxu could not understand. With Athena's ability, she could kill Medusa in minutes. Why did she have to go through the trouble of turning Medusa into a snake demon and then let the hero Perseus take her head? Was it to gild the hero's reputation? Since he was a hero, he must have made great achievements. Taking Medusa's head would be a great achievement that would be sung by the people of the world. This was especially true for Medusa's head of snake-like hair. These snake-like hair were made up of numerous snakes. Her head was densely packed with snakes, and she had a pair of eyes that looked like they would turn into stone if they looked at her. So scary. The hero was so powerful, Ningshu crawled on the ground and said to Athena, "Goddess, the weather is hot. There seems to be signs of a drought this year. The people are praying for blessings." The people in Athens worshipped Athena. Athena looked at Ningshu's clothes and looked away. "I know. Also, the livestock seems to be sick and dying." Athena was one of the rulers of dark clouds and lightning. She was the goddess of wisdom and the protector of agriculture and gardening. She taught people weaving, painting, sculpting, pottery, and animal husbandry. Humans would look for Athena and worship her if they had any problems. Athena nodded and scanned Ningshu with her eyes. He felt like he was being seen through. Athena's golden armor shone brightly. Her hair was tied up with a golden ribbon. She was a goddess with bright eyes and white teeth, but her body was surging with golden divine power. Ningshu's body was getting closer to the ground. He did not know what he did wrong to make Athena unhappy. It was not easy to guess the thoughts of a god. Although they were called gods, Ningshu felt that they were just powerful people. When they were bored, they would make a bed in order to get the title of the most beautiful goddess. In the end, they became gods. It was not like there were no wars between humans. These gods were humans, not gods in a sense. Humans had all the human nature: greed, anger, infatuation, love, and evil desires. "Has Poseidon been here recently?" Athena asked. Her voice was clear and moving. Athena was the goddess of war and had the ability to lead. She was beautiful and masculine. Ningshu prostrated himself on the ground and said respectfully, "The god of sea has not been here since he left last time." Ningshu did not know why Athena asked this, but he answered honestly. Athena looked at Ningshu, who was prostrating himself on the ground and could step on her head with his foot. She said, "Poseidon has taken a fancy to your beauty." Ningshu, I'm a goddess in life and a goddess in death," Ningshu said while prostrating himself on the ground. Ningshu suspected that Athena wanted to disfigure him. If he was disfigured, Poseidon would definitely turn and run. But why did he want to hurt him? Did he know that someone had raped him, and then he cleverly disfigured himself? Ningshu's thoughts were like a wild horse. "Do you want to become Poseidon's priest?" Athena asked. Ningshu, was this a test? Would it be embarrassing for her to give her priest away? Ningshu said, "No. Since you don't want to, don't do anything out of line just because you're pretty. If anything happens, I'll punish you," Athena warned Ningshu. Ningshu thought for a moment and asked boldly, "What if I'm forced and can't resist?" Athena's eyes were sharp. Ningshu immediately understood. Ningshu asked again, "The goddess loves her people and only grants them various skills. If something happens to her servants, will the goddess protect them? Are you doubting my might?" Athena looked down at Ningshu, who was prostrating himself on the ground. Ningshu immediately said, "I wouldn't dare." Whether or not to help was a personal matter. If he helped, it would be out of goodwill. If he didn't, it would be his duty. If Medusa had been raped by an ordinary man, Athena would have definitely punished him. However, after it happened, she blamed all the blame on the victim. Since she couldn't punish Poseidon, she doubled the punishment on the victim. This was a bit bitter. Medusa was just an insignificant existence. If the goddess could vent her anger, she would have some value. No one would care about Medusa's injuries. Firstly, it was because of strength. Secondly, it was because men were superior to women. This was a patriarchal society. Ningshu didn't know if Athena was really going to give her to Poseidon. If she was really going to give her to Poseidon, Medusa wouldn't have been born. Ningshu was conflicted. Should he go or not? You don't want to go with Poseidon? If Poseidon likes you, you might get some divine power. Although you won't be like a god, you can at least stay young forever, Athena said calmly. She was full of divine power. Was this a test? If he left, would he die before he even stepped out of the door? Speaking of which, Athena and Poseidon were in a competitive relationship. Poseidon liked to stir up trouble. It was a bit shameful to say too much or too little to give people a priest. Ningshu crawled and said, "I don't want to go." "You really don't want to go?" Athena asked again. "I don't want to go." Athena waved her hand to let Ningshu go. Ningshu got up and walked out of the temple with his back bent. Not long after, Athena left the temple. She was probably going to deal with the drought and the death of the livestock. Ningxu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. If she was really half-hearted, she might not even have walked out. She might have been carried out. No, she might not even have a corpse. She might have disappeared from the face of the earth. Don't think that these gods are kind. They can kill their fathers and brothers as if it's a game. The infighting between the goddesses was enough to write a history of palace intrigue. Ningxu returned to her room and began to cultivate. Other than cultivating, there was no other way. At night, the entire city of Greece was greeted with heavy rain. It was probably Athena's miracle. All the humans in the city of Athens ran out of their houses, singing and dancing, kneeling on the ground to worship the temple. Ningxu could feel the power of faith flying towards the temple, which was absorbed by the statue of Athena. Some gods were born from the faith of humans. The power of faith was a good thing. A goddess of war like Athena would not dissipate even if she did not have faith, but the more faith she had, the better. However, this faith power had nothing to do with Ningxu. She couldn't get any of it. Ningxu comforted himself that his sister was also someone with faith power. After the miracle was revealed, Athena did not return to the temple. No one knew where she went. After Athena left, Ningxu began to cultivate without restraint. He swallowed the spiritual energy like a whale. The spiritual energy in this plane was very abundant. The more he cultivated, the more power he would gain. Perhaps this bit of power would allow him to escape. A maidservant came in, and Ningxu stopped cultivating. The maidservant lifted the veil and said to Ningxu, "Priestess, a god is here as a guest. Now that the goddess is not here, please entertain him." "Who?" Ningxu asked. "The god of the sea." Ningxu was speechless. Damn, Poseidon swaggered in just like that. He took advantage of Athena's absence to come to the temple. However, Athena could return to the temple in the blink of an eye. At that time, Medusa had asked the statue of Athena for help. She had used a special divine language that only priestesses could understand to ask Athena for help. Athena had ignored Medusa's pleas. When Ningxu heard that Poseidon had come and asked her to entertain him, she said, "I'm not feeling well. I don't want to go." The maid was worried. "Priestess, it's the god of the sea. If we neglect him, the goddess will blame us." "Priestess, the god of the sea has asked you to go." Ningxu was speechless. "Since the priestess is not feeling well, I'll come over." Poseidon slowly appeared and entered the room. He lifted the veil and stared straight at Ningxu. "F***ck off. You can leave. I'll call you if I need anything. I have something to discuss with the priestess." Poseidon asked the maid to leave. He reached out and lifted Ningxu's chin. "Beautiful. Even the most beautiful sea demon in the sea cannot compare to you." Ningxu looked at Poseidon expressionlessly. The maid hesitated and looked at Ningxu worriedly. However, she could not disobey the god. She could only leave. The maid looked at Ningxu with pity. She did not need to think to know what was going to happen next. "You are the god of the sea. The sea is under your control. How could he do such a shameless thing?" "Yes, I am the god of the sea." Poseidon approached Ningxu and held Ningxu's chin with his fingers, forcing Ningxu to raise his chin. Poseidon's body exuded a strong hormonal aura. Perhaps he had lived in the sea for a long time, as he carried the scent of the sea with him. Ningxu thought it was the smell of salted fish. It could not be helped. If he did not have feelings for someone, he would not tolerate their shortcomings. Poseidon held Ningxu's chin with one hand and touched Ningxu's face with the other. "Beautiful, so beautiful. Even the gods could not give you such beauty." Ningxu rolled his eyes. Poseidon covered Ningxu's eyes with his hand. "Your eyes are so beautiful that it's suffocating." Ningxu removed Poseidon's hand from his eyes. "I am a priest of the goddess. Are you sure you want to do something to me in the temple? You are just a priest." "Athena will not fall out with me for a priest," Poseidon said with a smile. He looked very masculine. His body was muscular, and the hand holding Ningxu's chin was unusually wide. Poseidon approached Ningxu and took a deep breath. He looked intoxicated. Wonderful smell, the fragrance of a virgin. Ningxu said expressionlessly, actually, I have not bathed for a month. Poseidon laughed. He stuck out his tongue and suddenly licked Ningxu's earlobe. I like this smell. Ningxu was speechless. This damn salted fish's taste was unusual. Ningxu wiped the wet saliva on his earlobe and wiped the saliva on his hand on Poseidon's body. Ningxu's actions were beyond Poseidon's expectations. He thought that Ningxu would be scared, shy, or angry. He did not expect Ningxu to wipe his saliva on his body. Do you know who I am? Poseidon's face was not looking good. He squeezed Ningxu's chin so hard that Ningxu thought his cheeks were going to break. How dare you disrespect the gods? Tell me, how should I punish you? Poseidon's other hand squeezed Ningxu's neck and slowly moved down. He would touch Ningxu's chest if he went any lower. Poseidon's hand moved down, but Ningxu grabbed Poseidon's wrist. What are you touching? Poseidon raised his eyebrows, and his lips curled into a devilish, lewd smile. Don't tell me you like it? I'm touching you. I'm touching your body. Poseidon deliberately lowered his voice. Ningxu was speechless. Poseidon wanted to shake off Ningxu's hand, but Ningxu grabbed him and he could not shake it off. Poseidon smiled wickedly again. Do you like it when it's forced? I'm liking you more and more. Poseidon's blue eyes flashed with interest. If a woman was crying in fear, although it would be unappetizing, he would still be able to eat her. After all, a beauty with tears in her eyes would have a different flavor. But if it was like this, having sex with determination as if they were on the brink of death, it would definitely be more exciting. Poseidon also had many women. All the beautiful sirens or goddesses in the ocean had affairs with Poseidon. The king of the gods was a pervert. How could the atmosphere be good? Ningxu said, God of the sea, are you really going to do such a thing? Do you not care about your reputation as a god of the sea and a goddess? What reputation? Trust me, this is a very pleasant thing. Trust me, you will fall in love with this feeling. Poseidon leaned close to Ningxu's ear. Ningxu quickly moved away, or he would lick her ear again. This feeling was even more disgusting than a dog licking a person after eating feces. Yes, it was not a matter of reputation. He was a god, and everything he did was right. There was no need to cover up. This was a normal thing, just like eating and drinking. These people were intoxicated by the level of indulgence they had reached. Ningxu looked at Poseidon silently. Poseidon said, intoxicated, I like your eyes. They're so beautiful. Poseidon said as he stuck out his tongue, wanting to lick Ningxu's eyes. Ningxu was speechless. Damn it, can't you be more beautiful? Although he was a god, he was no different from a mortal in front of lust. Ningxu slapped Poseidon's face. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt Poseidon's breath on her face. It smelled like seawater. Anyway, it wasn't very comfortable, so Ningxu gave him a big slap. If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you getting so close? Bang. Poseidon's head was knocked to the side by the force of Ningxu's Qilin arm. Ningxu let go of Poseidon's wrist and took 2 steps back. Poseidon slowly turned around, touched his face, and looked at Ningxu coldly. His body exploded with the pressure of a god. How dare you blaspheme the gods? Poseidon had never been slapped in the face before, let alone by a weak and lowly priestess. Even a goddess wouldn't dare to touch him. Ningxu put his hands behind his back. Blaspheme is nothing. Killing a god is not out of the question. You. Poseidon glared at Ningxu. You're just a lowly human priestess. You want to kill a god? Just because you said that, I can destroy the entire human race. I am who I am. Why are you using humans to threaten me? Don't forget, there are also human heroes who slay gods. If the gods don't understand, humans will also rise up and fight back. The gods will then become demons in the mouths of humans and will no longer be respected gods. Ningxu said with a smile. Humans would instinctively justify and rationalize their actions. Did she think that she could scare people by putting the fate of the human race on her shoulders? She couldn't bear it, and the humans wouldn't sympathize with her. Instead, they would spread her story. She was the ugly snake demon that people talked about. Poseidon laughed. I like you even more now. Those women are all submissive when they see me. They are afraid of my power. How dare you talk back to me? Xianxia was speechless. Woman, you've successfully attracted my attention. You're different from other women. Xianxia just wanted to roll his eyes. Did she really think that she was the domineering president of the heavenly realm? Xianxia walked over to Poseidon's burly body. Xianxia stepped back and looked at Poseidon. Xianxia smiled charmingly. Don't come over. I'm warning you. Alright, let's play. Poseidon laughed. He looked at Xianxia with a strong desire to conquer. Poseidon reached out his hand. A strange force pushed Xianxia towards Poseidon. Xianxia could not control her body. Her body floated towards Poseidon. Xianxia did not struggle. She followed the force and approached Poseidon. Then, she gathered her chi in her dantian. She extended her leg and kicked Poseidon's chest. Poseidon was burly. Xianxia's kick only made him take 2 steps back. It didn't hurt him. Poseidon grabbed Xianxia's ankle and pulled. Little woman, come with me to the palace in the sea. Xianxia did not say a word. She kicked Poseidon with her other leg. She spun her body and broke free from Poseidon's grip. Then, she stood on the floor as light as a feather. The bells on her ankles jingled. Xianxia said, God of the sea, the goddess will be back soon. It's not good to do this in her palace. Poseidon touched his lips. His eyes were burning. There's nothing wrong with it. Poseidon didn't hold back with Xianxia. It was okay to play around with him to liven things up, but he couldn't keep doing it. Poseidon appeared in front of Xianxia in a flash. He grabbed Xianxia's clothes and tore them apart. Xianxia tore off the gauze that hung around him and wrapped it around his body. He released a huge dragon-shaped force and rushed towards Poseidon. The dragon rushed towards Poseidon. It was so fast that it pierced through Poseidon's body. The force of the impact caused Poseidon to crash into the wall of the temple. Cracks appeared on the wall. Poseidon clutched his chest. Such a strong force was enough to make his divine body hurt. Poseidon looked at the dragon. It was made of countless stars. It was ethereal. There was some spiritual energy in its eyes, but there was no life energy. Poseidon suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. His laughter was so loud that the entire temple echoed with Poseidon's demonic laughter. Xianxia's face was expressionless. What was he laughing about? Haha, I wonder if Athena knows that her priest isn't an ordinary person. I wonder what she's thinking. You betrayed God, hid it from her, and blasphemed against her. Xianxia patted his chest. I'm so scared. I'm scared to death. So what if Athena knew? To watch late-night welfare movies, please follow the official WeChat account, Octit. Xianxia knew that she was lowly, and no matter what she did, she would be blamed. Should she just lie down and let Poseidon do whatever he wanted? She had been bullied by Poseidon, and Athena wanted to punish her. Now that she resisted, she would still be punished. Xianxia thought, what can I do? I'm desperate too. She was in a dilemma. Poseidon reached out his fan-like hand to grab Xianxia, but Xianxia did not move. The dragon rushed towards Poseidon and even coiled around his body. However, it was immediately shattered by Poseidon's power. Poseidon did not show it on his face, but he was shocked. He had to use almost half of his strength to get rid of this strange thing. The dispersing dragons of spirit chi gathered together and slammed into Poseidon. Poseidon took a few steps back, and Xianxia flew out of the temple and stood in the air. Poseidon's expression was ugly. He could not take advantage of this woman. She was as slippery as a loach. He was annoyed by this chase. Poseidon took out his trident. It seemed like he was about to get serious. Poseidon said coldly, do you know that with a wave of my hand, the entire city of Athens will be swallowed by the sea? Xianxia was expressionless as he grinned. What a good-for-nothing. He did not rape the woman, and now he wanted to flood the city of Athens? Was the god so shameless and willful? So what if you flood the city of Athens? It's none of my business. I didn't do it. You can't scare me. Furthermore, Athens was not her city. She had no responsibility for it. Why did Poseidon think that she had to shoulder the responsibility of the entire human race? Even the stories passed down in the future were of Poseidon failing to steal the beauty and flooding the city of Athens. Moreover, Athena would not let him off. The reason why Athena did not cause trouble for Poseidon was because Medusa was insignificant. Athena also punished Medusa to vent her anger. However, if Poseidon flooded the city of Athens, Athena would definitely fight him to the death. Poseidon was speechless. I like you. I like you more and more. Poseidon was not angry. A white and golden warhorse galloped over and stopped beside Poseidon. Poseidon held the trident in one hand and extended his other hand. Come, I'll take you to see the sea. The scenery there is nothing a small temple can compare to. What's the point of being trapped in a small temple? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked at Poseidon. Men's minds were disgusting. She was afraid that Poseidon was no longer thinking about conquering her body, but her soul. Perhaps it was an honor to be favored by Poseidon, but Xianxia had seen too many people. Even if they were gods, they had great power as a cover and behaved worse than ordinary people. Xianxia covered his mouth and smiled. He stroked his chin with the back of his hand, looking exceptionally beautiful. What does the sea god mean? Does the sea god want to take Medusa to see the vast ocean? You're right. I'll take you to see the vast world. It's better than being trapped in this small temple and being a priest. Poseidon had also thought it through. Getting a woman was nothing, but getting a woman's heart meant nothing. If he could get a woman's heart in his hands, he could do whatever he wanted. Her life would be his, and her life would be his. Poseidon had a bad temper and liked to cause trouble. He had clashed with many gods, but he was powerful and no one could say anything about it. Now, Poseidon seemed to have found something interesting. Since he was powerful, it was not a big deal to submit to him. It was better to submit to him wholeheartedly. Xianxia looked at Poseidon's expression and understood what he was thinking. Xianxia said, I don't care if I'm trapped in a small temple or in a beautiful world. I only care about my life. How far could an ant go in its life? How big was their world? I will guarantee your safety. Follow me and you will become a noble existence in the sea. You will be respected by the sirens. There are more creatures in the sea than on land, Poseidon said patiently. Humans were greedy and could not refuse a gift from a god. Xianxia could not help but laugh in his heart. What kind of situation was this? You're beautiful, Poseidon said. By Athena's side, you'll be like a firefly competing with the starlight. What do you think will happen to you? Follow me. In this world, other than the king of gods and Hades, I'm the strongest. The endless sea is my territory. Xianxia listened as Poseidon blew his own trumpet and dug his ears. She blew on her fingernails. When Poseidon was done, she said, You wanted to rape me, and now you want me to go with you. Will I go with you? What do you mean by rape? I've said it before. This is a relationship between a man and a woman. Furthermore, this is a gift from God. Poseidon did not think that he had done anything wrong. Instead, it was Xianxia who did not know how to appreciate his kindness. I don't want to, Xianxia said calmly. I want to live according to my own wishes and choices. I want to live with dignity. I think you're crazy. What are you talking about? Poseidon scolded Xianxia. Poseidon, you've come to my temple again. What are you up to this time? Athena appeared in her armor. Xianxia bowed to Athena. Athena looked at Xianxia and saw that he was only wearing a thin veil. She could not help but ask, Why are you wearing this? Poseidon said directly, I tore her clothes. You don't have to blame her for this. Poseidon looked at Xianxia as if he was a hero saving a damsel in distress. Xianxia was speechless. You're crazy. Do you think I should thank you, disgusting man? Athena frowned and looked at Xianxia who was floating in the air. If one was not a god, one could not fly. However, this ordinary priest of hers could. Flying into the sky was the dream of many humans. Xianxia felt that Athena was looking at him with confusion. She had a divine aura that made the wind and clouds change color. Athena, if you give this priestess to me, I won't cause trouble in your temple anymore. I don't care about the city of Athens, Poseidon said to Athena for Xianxia. You can't be so stingy. You can't even give away a priest, right? Poseidon taunted Athena. Athena's expression did not change. She was not affected by Poseidon's provocation at all. Poseidon had a bad temper. Athena did not care about this provocation at all. To watch late-night welfare movies, please follow the official WeChat account, Octit. What caught Athena's attention was, when did you two meet? Did you meet in my temple? Poseidon laughed and said proudly, your priestess loves me, but she can't leave the temple because of your strict rules. You're an old virgin, so you forbade your servants from having sex with men. She can't leave, so she asked me to ask you to give her to me. Xianxia was speechless. F*ck, this be *tch, Athena's expression immediately turned ugly. She looked at Xianxia with a sharp gaze and asked, but is this really the case? Did the two of you do something improper in my temple? Sparks of lightning crackled on Athena's body. Her golden armor flashed with lightning, making a terrifying sizzling sound. Athena was angry. Xianxia wanted to give Poseidon a tight slap across his face for spouting such nonsense. There was no way she could defend herself. Athena would definitely believe Poseidon, not a lowly priestess like her. Xianxia looked at the shameless Poseidon. She wanted to chop him up and break his trident. Goddess, please believe me. I did not have an affair with Poseidon, and I did not do anything inappropriate in the temple. Xianxia had no choice but to defend herself. She knew that Athena would not believe her. Poseidon sat on the golden chariot and said proudly, Athena, I did do something inappropriate with your little priestess. It's normal for the heavens and the earth to make love. Shut up, be *tch. Xianxia released a spirit dragon and attacked Poseidon. The dragon roared and charged at Poseidon, and the two of them began to fight. Athena looked at the roaring dragon in the sky, then narrowed her eyes and looked at Xianxia. You seem to be hiding something from me. Do you know the consequences of lying to a god? Athena held her scepter in her left hand and her shield in her right. She looked coldly at Xianxia. Xianxia was now an ant who had offended a god. There was no right or wrong. This was a god's world, and what the god said was right. If the god said you were wrong, then you were wrong. If you were wrong, then you had to be punished. I have some power, but I have never done anything that betrays a god. Xianxia said. He had offended two people in a row today. One was Poseidon, and the other was Athena. They were all main gods who had a place on Mount Olympus. The damned Poseidon actually said that he had an affair with her, and that he was cheating on her in the temple of Athena. Xianxia, what can I say? I'm desperate too. God's words were divine. There was a price to pay for offending a god. Xianxia have to pay the price of facing two major gods. Then let me ask you. How did a human like you get your power? Where did this power come from? If there is even the slightest bit of deception, it will be blasphemy. Athena would not allow anything to happen to her city. She did not even know the background of her own priest. Why would someone with power be lurking around him? I'm not happy. I'm angry. Xianxia, what should I say? Who gave you this power? Athena asked again. Generally speaking, only the gods had power. Ordinary humans did not have power at all. Her power was bestowed upon her by me, Poseidon said righteously after easily dispersing the dragon. No matter how many times Poseidon scattered the dragon's energy, the dragon would always be able to recover. It was not a physical object. The recovered dragon charged at Poseidon again. It did not know fatigue and was never exhausted. Xianxia was speechless when she heard Poseidon shamelessly claim that her powers were bestowed upon her by Poseidon. He had never known the god of the sea to be so shameless. Poseidon did this on purpose to provoke conflict between Xianxia and Athena. Athena was proud and arrogant. How could she tolerate Xianxia's deception? Xianxia knew that it would take some effort for him to leave today. No matter what, he would offend Athena. Xianxia glanced at the smug Poseidon. Fine, don't mess with me. Xianxia was determined to kill Poseidon. Even if he was brothers with Zeus and Hades, he would kill him. The truth needed power. No matter what he did, he needed power to protect it. Bastard Poseidon, the stinky salted fish, has taken a fancy to my beauty. I have nothing to do with him. I can swear to God. Ningxu's qi entered her dantian and spread her voice far and wide. The entire city of Athens could hear Ningxu's voice. Ningxu shouted, "Goddess, Poseidon broke into the temple when you were not there. He wanted to do something to me and sully your temple. Please, goddess, help me. I will devote my life to you with no regrets." "You can talk nonsense." "I can talk nonsense too," Ningxu shouted again. "Please, goddess, believe me. I am willing to accept a body check. I have nothing to do with Poseidon. I did not do anything improper. Poseidon wanted to rape a priestess, but he did not succeed. Everyone would laugh at him. A romantic affair was nothing, but a man's dignity was a big deal." The people of Athens looked in the direction of the temple. They did not know what was going on, but since there was a show to watch, they all gathered around the temple. When Poseidon heard Ningxu's words, his expression darkened. However, when he saw Athena's dark expression, he suddenly laughed and said, "Athena, this priestess of yours is interesting. She slandered two main gods." "Blasphemy." Athena said calmly, "She thinks she's smart. Athens is my city. How dare she incite my followers to question my authority? Unforgivable." Poseidon laughed. "You can punish her, but after that, you have to give her to me." Poseidon suddenly said, "The human priestess Medusa has offended my authority. If she is not punished today, I will flood the entire city of Athens." The people who did not know what was going on were shocked. They had only come to watch the show. Poseidon wanted to flood the entire city of Athens. If he did not punish the priestess, the city of Athens would meet its end. Humans were good at sacrificing a small portion to protect the majority. If punishing a woman in exchange for the safety of the entire city of Athens, it was worth it. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu looked at the people who were like ants rushing to the temple from all directions. Their faces were filled with fear. God was omnipotent. If God wanted to punish them, they would not be able to resist. Now, everyone only wanted to punish Ningxu quickly and extinguish God's anger. To watch a late-night welfare movie, please follow the official WeChat account, Octit. Poseidon purposely said this to incite the humans' fear of the gods and their hatred of Ningxu. Poseidon sat on the golden chariot and said to Ningxu, "If you beg me, I can pardon you." Poseidon felt that he had found something interesting. The more stubborn the other party was, the more unwilling they were to bow down. When they were helpless and had nowhere to go, they would bow down. That would be a happy feeling. Just like how he had conquered one powerful opponent after another. "Look at your silly face. It's as if you can do anything to me. Even if you're the sea god, you're just a fool with a fork. You're just a smug fool." Ningxu rolled her eyes. "You blaspheme the gods again and again. Have you thought about the consequences? I have decided to throw you into the sea and let the sea monsters tear you to pieces." Poseidon was a proud and bad-tempered person. His pride did not allow him to bow down to a human. He had tolerated her before, but that did not mean he could trample on the god's dignity. Ningxu put his hands on his hips. "I will tear the sea monsters apart first." Athena looked coldly at the arrogant Ningxu and pointed her scepter at him. "I don't care who you made a deal with or where you got your power, but the god's dignity cannot be violated." There was no room for negotiation. It was as if she had betrayed the gods, not been abandoned by them. What dignity? It is just despotic power. The gods are abusing humans. One day, humans will take up weapons and kill the gods. Since they had fallen out, Ningxu did not intend to be polite. The words "killing the gods" had been hovering above the city of Athens. Humans had to pay a price for their faith. For example, Athena taught them weaving, painting, sculpting, pottery, animal husbandry, and other skills. Therefore, humans believed in her. However, if they wanted more and these gods could not give them, when their power surpassed that of the gods, they would take up weapons and kill the gods. Athena, who had always been indifferent, was furious when she heard the words "killing the gods." Her eyebrows were raised, and she seemed to be extremely angry. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and the sky changed color. When the onlookers who didn't know the truth heard the words "God slaying," they were at a loss. They knelt down in fear and panic. Slaying a god was simply disgraceful. The entire sky darkened, and the entire sky was locked down, making people feel extremely oppressed and terrified. They trembled as they begged for God's forgiveness. Athena, your priestess must have been corrupted by some evil power. That's why she dares to challenge the gods. Poseidon said coldly. When it came to the status of gods in the hearts of humans, Poseidon became serious. He stood on the golden chariot and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were red, and he looked extremely cruel. Poseidon held the trident in his hand and summoned the wind and rain. At this moment, he was furious. Monsters would appear at the bottom of the sea, and as long as Poseidon waved the trident, he could cause tsunamis and earthquakes. He could set off monstrous waves, shatter the earth, and shake the mountains and rivers. The entire city of Athens seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and the sound of the waves crashing against the land could be heard. Even the ground was trembling. Under the power of heaven and earth, humans were like weak ants. They couldn't resist at all and could only tremble. Some people couldn't stand the fear of an impending disaster and suddenly shouted, "Burn the witch, burn the witch." After one person shouted, the others followed suit. Countless people shouted at the top of their lungs, resounding through the clouds and even overshadowing the roar of the distant sea. Xianxia was now the enemy of the gods. Not only did the gods have great power, but they also had humans who were forced by the gods' power. Xianxia was like a broken boat in the sea. Under such power, she would be destroyed by a single wave. Her current actions were like a mantis trying to stop a car, and a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Xianxia looked at the roaring sea in the distance and smiled. It was a good opportunity to test how her power of laws worked in this world. How would the power of the sea, driven by the trident, compare to her power of laws? Xianxia's expression didn't change in the face of such a situation. The real threat to her was the gods with great power, not the humans who only knew how to burn her. Xianxia looked at Poseidon with a face that said, "Love me, are you afraid?" The expressionless Poseidon smiled faintly. His eyes were exquisite and resplendent. Even the dark clouds could not suppress the radiance of his tranquil beauty, illuminating the sky. Poseidon was amazed by the beauty of this woman and her bad temper. Conquering such a woman would require time and ability, but it would also be a great accomplishment. Xianxia pointed at the roaring sea from afar, and his mind moved. Just this action alone was exceptionally beautiful. She only had a thin layer of gauze on her body, but she felt an unshakable power. Poseidon and Athena were surprised by Xianxia's action. Athena gripped her scepter tightly. Her priestess must be controlled or seduced by some evil power. Her words were disgraceful. God was supreme, and anyone who blasphemed against God had to pay with their lives. If a person blasphemed against God, they had to pay with their life. If a country blasphemed against God, it had to pay with the fate of the country. She would be cursed and punished. Athena decided to punish this priestess. Xianxia used the power of laws, and the roaring sea calmed down. It was as calm as a mirror, without any ripples. Poseidon was confused. What was going on? Poseidon quickly waved his trident, trying to control the sea. The sea roared and rushed to the shore, flooding some places. Xianxia pointed, and the water that rushed to the shore retreated. The sea returned to calm. Poseidon almost twisted his jaw. This was unprecedented. He was the god of the sea, but he could not control the power of the sea. How could he still be called the god of the sea? Poseidon raised his trident and waved it quickly. The sea became terrifying, and the waves were thousands of feet high. Lightning flashed and thunder roared on the surface of the sea. It was as if the whole world was going to be destroyed. The people on the land trembled and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Xianxia pointed her finger, and the horrifying hurricane waves slowly stopped, and the sea returned to its calm state. Xianxia also set up a barrier on the surface of the sea. Poseidon's face was pale. His eyes were red, and he was very angry. He kept waving his trident. But the sea was very calm. No matter how he waved his trident, it was useless. He had lost the ability to control the sea. Poseidon roared and waved his trident, but the sea did not respond. Poseidon was so angry that he almost threw his trident away. To watch late-night welfare movies, please follow the official WeChat account. Poseidon's trident had been given to him by the Cyclops during the Battle of Titan. It had considerable power. If a trident was used as a weapon, not only could it easily set off huge waves of tsunamis and gales, drowning the earth, but it could also shatter everything. It could even trigger a powerful earthquake in the entire world. The trident of Poseidon was not only used as a weapon, but also as a tool to break rocks. Poseidon used the trident to break rocks so that spring water would flow out from the cracks in the rocks to water the earth. This was why Poseidon was also known as the god of harvest. Poseidon's trident was very powerful. It could bring benefits to humans, but it could also bring harm to them. In essence, most of Poseidon's power came from the trident. It was not because Poseidon had mastered the power of the sea, but because the trident could create tsunamis and hurricanes. It was not because Poseidon had mastered the power of the sea. Hence, Ningxu's power of laws, especially the pure power of laws, was defeated. Ningxu chanted Amba in her heart, thanking the gods. It was because of their existence that the suppression of this plane wasn't so great. This was awesome. Poseidon was so anxious that his face turned red. He waved his trident, but it could not create any waves. The sea was calm and peaceful. It did not give him any face at all. Athena looked at the red-faced Poseidon and frowned. She asked, "What's wrong with you?" Even Pluto was afraid of the power of the trident. He was worried that it would cause the entire universe to collapse and expose Pluto's underworld. Now, there was not even a fart. It was too awkward. How would I know what's going on? Poseidon was so angry that he stabbed the trident into the ground. The ground immediately cracked, and the entire city of Athens shook. The immense power of the trident caused the earth to tremble. The city of Athens was thrown into chaos. Houses collapsed, and cries could be heard everywhere. Some people were even buried under the collapsed walls. Furthermore, Athena's temple had to endure the intense tremors. If it wasn't for the divine power protecting the temple, it would have collapsed by now. Athena was furious. She sent a bolt of lightning at Poseidon. "Poseidon, you destroyed Athens. You destroyed my city. I'm not done with you." Poseidon saw that the power of the trident was still there, but for some reason, it could not create tsunamis or waves. Poseidon's attention was on his weapon. Athena's lightning struck him, and even his beard was smoking. Poseidon was speechless. "I won't argue with you for now. My weapon is broken." Poseidon opened his hand. The trident shook and flew out of the ground and into his hand. Poseidon waved his trident in an attempt to create another wave, but the surface of the sea remained calm. Occasionally, a small fish would jump out of the water and swim away with its tail wagging. Poseidon bit, pulled, and hammered the trident, hoping that the broken trident could be repaired. Ningxu watched silently from the side. It would be great if Poseidon and Athena really started fighting. Then, she would run away. How could she stay in the temple and be a priestess in this situation? She stayed to avenge Athena. Now, the whole city was in ruins under the destruction of the muscular Poseidon. Humans and animals were dying. Athena was crazy. She had only tarnished the temple. She had turned Medusa into an ugly snake demon. No one dared to look into Medusa's eyes. Otherwise, they would turn into stone. Now that such a disaster had happened, Athena would probably chop her into minced meat. Athena's face darkened. She began to attack Poseidon, who was messing with his weapon. Poseidon was anxious, but Athena was beside him. She kept nagging him, giving him goosebumps. "Can you King stop talking? Let me King fiddle with my weapon." Poseidon was a bad-tempered person. Now that Athena was attacking him, he did not back down at all. The two of them started fighting. When the gods fought, the mortals suffered. The pressure from the two of them made the people in the city suffer. Either lightning fell from the sky or an earthquake occurred. As the two of them fought, more and more people were injured. Many people knelt down and prayed to the gods. Athena, who was dizzy from anger, suddenly came to her senses. If they continued fighting, her city would fall into chaos and turmoil. "There's something wrong with your weapon. You should ask her what she did." Athena pointed at Ningxu, who was watching the fight. Ningxu's expression was blank and innocent. "What did I do? You guys continue to fight. Don't mind me, don't mind me." Poseidon looked at Ningxu with bloodshot eyes. "It's you. It's you." He had caused several tsunamis, but they were all defused by this woman with a light tap of her finger. Poseidon was furious. What was he going to do without the sea? He had lost his territory. When he defeated the demon king, the former god king, and drew lots to divide the world into 3 parts. On the surface, the sea, the land, and the air were equally divided among the 3 brothers, but the internal power distribution was obviously not balanced. Zeus often said that he would pull the land and sea together and hang them on Mount Olympus. Poseidon, F***ck, Poseidon had to respect Zeus's position as the king of gods, but he was not convinced. The earthquakes and tsunamis were his manifestations of his anger. Wasn't this giving Zeus a chance? He could not control the sea. What could be more tragic than this? Zeus would take the opportunity to control the sea. Would his big brother, Hades, take the opportunity to mess with him? Poseidon was full of enemies. Anyway, he had even kidnapped his sister-in-law. Poseidon and Zeus were both lustful. Hades, on the other hand, was very fair and strong, but had a peaceful personality. Other than taking Persephone, the daughter of the goddess of harvest, as his wife, he did not do anything evil. Hades had a cold personality. His 2 brothers were married and had many lovers. He was a single wife and had no lovers. One day, he fell in love with the daughter of the goddess of harvest and wanted to marry her. This news caused a sensation in the 3 realms. When Poseidon heard the news, he kidnapped Hades' queen of the underworld to his sea palace. Then Hades came to ask for her, and Poseidon provoked his big brother. XHTML. He was about to get married, and Hades had kidnapped his wife. Now he was here to take her back, and Hades was trying to provoke him. The underworld king was extremely angry. He stood in front of Ocean Palace and scolded and beat up this idiot. Then, he carried his wife back. Which normal person would do such a thing? Hades was the 2nd oldest son. However, Hades was a devoted man. He had only 1 wife and no other lovers. He was one of the best in the world. Now that Poseidon had lost control of the ocean, his first thought was whether his 2 brothers would take advantage of him. Athena and Poseidon stared at Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand. Don't look at me. I'm scared. I didn't do anything. Don't be scared. I'm not a good person. Poseidon pointed his trident at Xianxia. His bloodshot eyes stared at Xianxia as he scrutinized her. What have you done? Or did you get some evil power from somewhere? Power is power. There's no such thing as good or evil, Xianxia said. I think your power is evil. He could split mountains, split the sea, and cause earthquakes and tsunamis. Wasn't that evil? Haha. Poseidon laughed coldly. He decided to capture Xianxia and see how he could control the ocean. Poseidon thrust his trident at Xianxia. With the power of the sky, it roared as if it could shatter the whole world. Although the trident could not create a tsunami, its other powers were very strong. Xianxia, who was locked on by the trident, felt goosebumps all over his body. He realized that Athena's temple was behind him, so he deliberately ran towards it. Athena was so angry that her face turned black. She waved her scepter and tried to deflect the trident. If the trident hit her temple, it would definitely be damaged. Even if the temple was protected by divine power, the city of Athens would definitely experience an earthquake. With such a powerful force, the entire city of Athens would probably be turned into ruins. Athena was furious. Poseidon was a pig. Even if he wanted to fight, he could not do it in her temple. Moreover, Xianxia deliberately hid in the temple, which made Athena even angrier. If something happened to her temple, she would not rest until she was dead. The power of Athena's scepter collided with the power of Poseidon's trident. Although the collision missed the temple, it caused a strong earthquake. Boom! 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 The entire city of Athens was filled with dust, and the walls collapsed. It was truly a ruined city, and it would be difficult to rebuild it. Athena was so angry that she lashed out at Poseidon. Are you stupid? As for the destruction of Athena's city, Poseidon was not affected at all. He did not care at all. Anyway, it's not my city. Athena almost vomited blood when she saw Poseidon's nonchalant attitude. Damn it, Poseidon was simply an idiot. Ningxu poked his head out of the temple. When he saw that he was out of danger, he immediately patted his chest with a look of fear. He had successfully angered Athena. In my name, I curse you to become an ugly snake demon. Anyone who looks into your eyes will be turned to stone forever, Athena muttered as she held her scepter. A black smoke with the power of the curse floated towards Ningxu. The power of the plot was really strong. Even if she was not raped by Poseidon and did not do anything to tarnish the temple, she would still be cursed by Athena into an ugly snake demon. The black smoke floated in front of Ningxu and rushed into Ningxu's forehead. A cold power of the curse swirled in Ningxu's body. Ningxu felt as if all the cells in his body were being torn apart and reassembled. He had turned from a human into a snake demon. Even his genes were different. Ningxu looked at Athena indifferently. Although she did not tarnish the temple, she had caused the city of Athens to suffer such a great loss. Even the temple was a little damaged. It was normal for Athena to curse her. Athena looked at Ningxu, waiting for Ningxu to turn into an ugly snake demon. When she saw that Ningxu's expression did not change, she could not help but frown. As my priest, you should be punished for doing such a thing. The dignity of a god cannot be tarnished. The majesty of a god cannot be tarnished. This was related to the respect and reverence that humans had for gods. Ningxu simply said, "It was Poseidon who started this from the beginning. If you really want to punish the culprit, you should turn Poseidon into an ugly snake demon." She could not do anything to Poseidon, so she had to show the majesty of a god. You are a god. You are beautiful and handsome. Everything you say is right. Athena frowned. The power of the curse had not yet taken effect. Furthermore, he did not seem to be in pain at all. His expression did not change. This made Athena feel very frustrated. Who did you make a deal with to obtain such evil power? What is your goal? Or do you want to target the gods of Olympus? Haha, why do you care who I made a deal with? My power is not evil. Ningxu said with a smile. He clasped his hands behind his back and pointed at the distant sea. Droplets of water slowly floated up from the calm surface of the sea. Finally, they gathered into human figures. There were men and women in dresses. They hugged each other and danced. There were many people dancing on the calm surface of the sea. It was a beautiful sight. Under the water, beautiful colorful fish gathered to form beautiful patterns. It was like a vast stage. The people on the stage sang and danced without any worries. They were very happy. Athena and Poseidon were both gods. Naturally, they could see the situation in the distance. Poseidon's eyes almost fell out. What kind of power was this? He could not do this. Is this the power of evil? Ningxu said with a smile. Looking at Poseidon, he said, "You are not the god of the sea. You cannot control the sea or the water. You can only violently create tsunamis and huge waves. Wherever I am, I will take away your control of the sea and the water." The droplet mark between Ningxu's eyebrows loomed. With a strong will, it surged toward Poseidon. Poseidon was shocked by this power and took 2 steps back. Who are you? I am the god of the sea appointed by the god king. My power is not something you can take away. Poseidon's face was pale, and his eyes were red as he stared at Ningxu. Poseidon did not believe it. He held his trident and waved it, wanting to create a tsunami. However, the sea was still calm. Countless people in the water danced tirelessly and elegantly. Men and women danced happily. Their bodies were light, and they made all kinds of beautiful poses. XHTML. Poseidon was shocked. Looking at the calm waves, he waved his trident. Not only did it not create a tsunami, but it also made the water people on the water jump even more happily. I am the god of the sea. I am the god of the sea. Poseidon was furious. He kept waving his trident, but it was useless. Poseidon's eyes were so red that his pupils could not be seen. What did you do to me? Poseidon shouted, flustered and exasperated. Ningxu shrugged. I didn't do anything. Poseidon was now as anxious as a dog biting its own tail. It was related to the territory he controlled. Now that it was out of control, his power would be reduced by more than half. The three leaders of Olympus would no longer live up to their names. Athena frowned. Why was her curse not taking effect yet? There was not even a hint of pain. The black smoke of the curse floated out of Ningshu's body. The curse could not do anything to Ningshu. The smoke floated towards Athena, and because the curse could not affect a person, the curse returned to Athena's body. Athena waved her hand, and the black smoke of the curse dissipated. Athena was surprised that her power could not curse Ningshu. Ningshu smiled. She had bought the halo of faith for nothing. The halo of faith could resist any curse. Ningshu remembered that he had bought the halo of faith a long time ago, but it had not been used. Today, it had resisted Athena's curse. Back then, when he was cursed by Xianxia, he had decided to buy the halo of faith. It was the first time it had been used. In the future, when he was free, he would buy more items to protect himself. Who knew when they would come in handy? Poseidon and Athena could not do anything to Ningshu now, unless they used the power of a god to suppress Ningshu. The most frustrating thing for Athena was that she could not curse Ningshu. Who did you get the power from? Was it the evil god? Athena asked Ningshu. She knew that her priest was an ordinary person with no power. Now that he had suddenly gained such power, there must be a reason. Ningshu shrugged and said nothing. Ningshu regretted that she had not learned the art of curses. Otherwise, she would have been able to deal with Athena. To curse someone, one had to pay a corresponding price. It was an equivalent exchange. It was better to use his strength to defeat someone and not use his own things to curse someone. Ningshu smiled and asked Athena, "What is the principle behind this curse?" Even the dignified and elegant Athena couldn't help but sneer. Her eyebrows were raised, and her eyes were especially sharp. Now he asked her about the art of cursing. Did he want to take it back? Why did she think that he would tell her? She was too arrogant. Ningshu did not expect Athena to tell him about curses. Their relationship was like fire and water, and they were at odds with each other. A giant dragon appeared behind Ningshu. Ningshu stood on the dragon's head and looked down at the two. Goodbye. I'll be leaving first. See you later. He would retreat temporarily and cultivate for a while. If he met Poseidon and Athena again, he would not have to be afraid. You want to leave? Dream on. The furious Poseidon stabbed Ningshu with his trident. He looked as if he hated Ningshu so much that he wanted to chew him alive. Ningshu smiled and opened his hand. His energy turned into a similar trident. Ningshu held the trident and did not retreat. Instead, he rushed toward Poseidon. The real and fake trident collided with each other with an earth-shattering sound. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. The buildings that were affected by the shockwave were reduced to dust. Even the temple of Athena trembled twice and was on the verge of collapse. When the two collided, Ningshu and Poseidon were both sent flying by each other's energy. The trident in Ningshu's hand turned into spiritual energy and rushed to Ningshu's dantian. Ningshu shook his hand and felt a little numb. Poseidon's brain was simple, but his limbs were well developed and his strength was limitless. Ningshu's arm was numb from the shock, and she felt a slight pain. Her internal organs felt as if they had shifted positions. Barbarian, Ningshu cursed Poseidon in his heart. Poseidon was also shocked. He looked at Ningshu with his scarlet eyes. How could such a weak body explode with such power? Even he could not withstand it. Poseidon felt that this woman was laughing at him in her heart when he said that he wanted to have sex with her. The dignity of a god could not be humiliated. Poseidon's eyes turned even redder. The violent factor in his blood boiled. Poseidon shouted, and the dancing water people on the surface of the sea collapsed. They turned into droplets of water and fell into the sea. Poseidon was, after all, the god of the sea. He had some control over the sea. His angry roar caused the entire sea to tremble. The sea monsters were speechless. The sea monsters in the sea felt like they were going to vomit. They tossed and turned endlessly. Poseidon was losing control of his emotions. His eyes were like a mad bull. All he could see was Ningshu. He swore to tear Ningshu to pieces. Athena saw that her city and temple were in ruins. She was so angry that her face turned green. Her armor crackled with the power of thunder. She gripped her scepter so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The veins on the back of her bronze hands bulged. Damn it, these two people had turned her city and temple into a battlefield. They had done whatever they wanted without any scruples. Poseidon raised his trident, which exploded with a powerful force. However, this time, Poseidon was facing Athena. Athena used her scepter to block Poseidon's trident. The shockwaves from the battle between the two main gods were stronger than the shockwaves from the battle between Poseidon and Xianxia. The shockwaves from the battle caused one of the walls of Athena's temple to collapse. The wall fell towards the golden statue of Athena. The huge statue shook twice, but fortunately, it did not collapse. Even the temple, which had been reinforced by divine power, had collapsed, let alone the entire city of Athens. The earthquake continued to cause cracks to appear one after another. Some people even fell into the cracks. Fortunately, the people next to them were quick enough to grab hold of them. Screams filled the air. The humans of Athens kept praying to Athena, hoping that the god would take back the punishment. Xianxia thought about it and set up a huge barrier. This barrier was made of water to protect the city of Athens from the shockwaves. The humans of Athens had no direct conflict with Xianxia. She was here to counterattack. She was here to counterattack for one person. She did not want to implicate others. Speaking of which, the previous Medusa was just a weak human. What are you doing? Poseidon was furious that Athena had stopped him. His nostrils twitched as he roared. XHTML. The moment Poseidon's trident and Athena's scepter came into contact, the resulting explosion almost shattered Xianxia's enchantment. Xianxia pointed his finger, and the water in the well gushed out to replenish the enchantment. Poseidon, if you want to fight, get out of my city. Take her to the sea if you can. Athena was now afraid of the consequences. She also wanted to get rid of the priest. However, she allowed the two to fight without restraint. If her temple and city were to collapse, this matter would become a joke at Mount Hermit Gods. Athena would always be a laughingstock. Get out of my way, Athena, or I'll beat you up too. Poseidon's expression was irritable and mocking. Your priestess has committed such treason and blasphemy against the gods, and you still want to protect her? Athena's expression was as cold as iron. She gritted her teeth and said, get out of my city and temple. One after another, they wantonly fought in front of her house, destroying her city and seriously affecting her prestige in the hearts of her believers. Xianxia watched from the side as Poseidon and Athena fought. It was none of his business, so he remained calm and indifferent. Occasionally, he would repair the enchantment. Lisuha, Poseidon, and Athena stood in a triangle, fighting against each other. If the three of them joined the fight at the same time, Athena's temple would probably be destroyed. Ahem. Xianxia coughed, trying to get Poseidon and Athena's attention. Do you need me to join the fight? If not, I'll take my leave, Xianxia said. Poseidon and Athena retreated at the same time, surrounding Xianxia. It seemed that they were going to work together to capture Xianxia. Who are you? My priest has no power. She's just an ordinary human, Athena said suspiciously. Xianxia flipped his hair, then put his hands on his hips and said, of course I'm Medusa. Have you seen anyone as beautiful as me? Athena looked at the smug Xianxia in silence. This face was indeed Medusa's, but Medusa did not have such power. She could even control Poseidon's ocean. Athena was surprised that this human suddenly had the power to resist the gods. This was a serious matter. If humans could obtain such power from unknown sources, would they still submit to the gods? Would they be a threat to the gods of Olympus? Would there be a war between the humans and the gods? Would the humans slaughter the gods? Slaughter the gods. Athena was a god, so she naturally had to consider the interests of other gods. When humans lost their respect, faith, and worship for the gods, many gods would fall. As long as you tell me how you became like this, I can spare your life. You can even be my spokesperson and still be a priest of the temple, Athena said. I can't become Athena's priestess. Athena is afraid of me and hates me. I have to crawl on the ground every day. I don't want to work as a priestess anymore. I'm going to jump ship. Why are you saying so much to him? Just do as I say and capture him. Everything will be clear, Poseidon said. Poseidon said directly. He was eager to capture Xianxia and force her to tell him the secret of controlling the sea and the water. Even Poseidon admitted that his control of the sea and water was not as exquisite as this woman's. He could only use his trident to create tsunamis and hurricanes, but he could not change the shape of the water into what he wanted. If he could master this power, he would be able to make Zeus even more powerful and oust him from the throne. His power would increase by leaps and bounds. Athena's face darkened when she heard Poseidon's reckless behavior. It was easy for him to say, but it would not be easy to capture him. Did he want her city to be destroyed and her temple to be ruined? There were too many things that Athena was worried about, so she had to be careful when she attacked. Xianxia stood on the dragon's head and laughed. He said to Poseidon, "Come and catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you." Poseidon was speechless. Damned woman, Poseidon had only come to steal the beauty, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. He had actually lost to a mere human woman. At the same time, Poseidon found the opportunity to truly master the power of the sea and the water. As long as he caught this woman and swallowed her, he would become even more powerful. Just like how Zeus swallowed his lover and gave birth to Athena from her head. Now, swallowing a human would be a piece of cake. Xianxia flew over and reached out his fan-like hand, trying to catch Xianxia. Xianxia's dragon carried Xianxia far away. "Don't run if you dare." Poseidon's face darkened. Xianxia sat on the dragon's head, his long legs wobbling. Xianxia said, "Catch me if you dare." Athena held her scepter, which flashed with lightning. A bolt of lightning struck at Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly dodged. Like her father, Zeus, Athena had also mastered the power of lightning. Not to mention that the power of lightning was very painful, and would cause one to be severely injured. Her thin veil would certainly be burned to ashes. Then she would have to run naked. The power of thunder hit the tail of the Qijing giant dragon, making crackling sounds. The giant dragon's body stiffened, and finally, it collapsed. The lightning passed through Xianxia's body, making Xianxia's body go numb. Xianxia pointed at Athena. Athena was trapped in a bubble-like barrier. But Athena was strong enough to break the barrier. Xianxia quickly wrapped himself in the veil. He didn't want to show such a beautiful body to others, especially when Poseidon was here. Although the dragon had dispersed, it quickly reformed. Xianxia stood on top of the dragon's head. Her laughter was melodious and moving. "Bye-bye. I'll take my leave first. Today's matter, I'll repay you another day," Xianxia said. He pointed his finger and broke the barrier around Athens. The dragon flew very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was a small black dot. "Stop right there." Poseidon chased after Xianxia. He was determined to kill her. In the blink of an eye, Poseidon's body was also a small black dot. Athena looked at the ruined city of Athens and the ruined temple. If it wasn't for the divine power protecting the temple would have been turned into sand by now. It would have been blown into sand by the powerful wind. Athena's expression turned ugly. She had to catch the priest and obtain the priest's secrets. XHTML. Athena released her divine power and restored her temple to its original state. Upon closer inspection, one could see cracks and blemishes on her huge statue. Athena pursed her lips and looked at the ruined city of Athens. She said loudly, "My dear believers, the reason why the city of Athens has become like this is because the priest beside me has obtained a powerful evil power and destroyed the entire city. Now, this evil priestess is on the run. If any brave warrior can cut off the head of this evil priestess, he or she will be blessed and protected by the gods." Athena's voice echoed throughout the city of Athens. The sorrowful people were furious and swore to kill the evil priestess. Athena swore to cut off Xianxia's head and put it on her shield. While Athena was furious, Xianxia was running in front with Poseidon chasing after her relentlessly. Poseidon gritted his teeth and looked at Xianxia. He used all his strength to rush in front of Xianxia and stop her. Xianxia stood on the dragon's head and looked at the red-eyed Poseidon. "Why are you chasing me?" Poseidon looked at Xianxia's beautiful face and said, "Who are you?" "No, who you are is none of my business. I don't care who you are. I will devour you and obtain your power." "Then why are you chasing me?" "You're lusting after my beauty," Xianxia said with her hands on her hips. She was so tired that she put her hands on her hips and rested. Compared to lust, power was what Poseidon wanted. No matter how beautiful Xianxia was, she could not stop Poseidon from wanting to devour her. Besides, she was a feast for the eyes. Wouldn't it be better to devour her? Poseidon suddenly laughed and said, "What if I say that I love you and want to take you away and make you my queen?" This woman was very cautious and had slipped away. Since he could not take her by force, he could only use his wits. For the sake of power, Poseidon, who was all brawn and no brains, had no choice but to think of a way to coax Xianxia to his side. "Don't you think that we complement each other? You can control the sea, and so can I. We were born to be together." "Xianxia, Poseidon, I remember that you have many women. Other than your wife, you also have many lovers. You even love your sister." Xianxia clicked his tongue. Poseidon had made his younger brother Zeus his life goal. Poseidon also loved his sister. How interesting. The entire Greek mythology was a complicated history. It was hard to imagine how chaotic and unclear the relationships between the two were. "What do you mean?" Poseidon's red eyes slowly returned to normal. "You want to go with me? Is it because you care about my lovers? Women should not be so jealous." Xianxia really wanted to spit on Poseidon's face. "Then tell me, what benefits do I get from going with you? First, your body does not belong to me alone. Second, your heart does not belong to me alone. Third, you are not as powerful as I am. Fourth, I do not love you. So what do I want?" Xianxia asked, surprised. "You are the one getting all the benefits. Why are you acting like you are giving me a gift? I am one of the 3 heads of Olympus. I am the ruler of the sea and one of the 12 main gods." Poseidon planned to use his identity to attract Xianxia. Xianxia curled her lips. "Your identities don't tempt me at all. So what if you're one of the 3 magnates? You can't control the power of the ocean. I don't think serving a god is a glorious thing. If you follow me, I can give you a divine position and title. You will become a god and receive the worship of humans." Poseidon was getting impatient. He had already taken out so many bargaining chips and sincerity. As long as this woman went to the sea palace with him, he would have a way to control her. Xianxia did not care about the divine position and title. It did not matter whether he was a god or a human. What was important was his ability and power. If Poseidon was strong enough to deal with her, he would not have talked so much to her. Xianxia felt that this big and burly Poseidon was actually not very sincere. He must have some ulterior motives to say that he loved her and wanted to take her away. Poseidon's eyes were red with jealousy. He must have been coveting her power of the law of water. Poseidon must have been sick with jealousy. "I love you? Love my ass. There is no such thing as love for no reason, and there is no such thing as hatred for no reason." Also, Poseidon had a big beard. If the handsome sun god Apollo had said that, it would have been a little confusing. He was not handsome enough. Xianxia did not feel anything. He even wanted to laugh. He did not just say that he loved her. That was true love. "What do you mean?" Poseidon asked, trying to suppress his annoyance. He felt like he had been played. Xianxia spread his hands and said, "I don't mean anything. You tried to rape me before. I have to make you pay." Xianxia moved the energy in his dantian and formed a dagger. Xianxia held the dagger and tried to stab Poseidon. Poseidon grabbed Xianxia's wrist and controlled Xianxia. "I am trying to talk to you, but you don't understand." Poseidon squeezed Xianxia's wrist. Xianxia put his other hand behind his back. He opened his hand and a dagger appeared. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "You think you are a treasure, but in my heart, in your heart, I am the son of the god king. I am the god of the sea. I am." Poseidon kept emphasizing his identity. In a flash, Xianxia held the dagger and stabbed it 3 inches below Poseidon's body. Xianxia was very fast. He stabbed the dagger into an indescribable place and then quickly stepped back. The energy from the dagger turned into energy and rushed into Poseidon's body. The energy ran wild in the wound. Poseidon was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he immediately repaired his body. But the indescribable place was injured. It was so painful that Poseidon's face changed. How dare you hurt God? In the name of God, I will make you the smallest fish in the sea. You will never be able to leave the sea. After Athena cursed Xianxia, Poseidon cursed Xianxia. The power of the curse tore through Xianxia's body. It wanted to turn the clay statue into a small fish that couldn't leave the sea. But the power of the curse went around Xianxia's body and floated out of Xianxia's body. It went to Poseidon, who had cursed him. Poseidon grunted. Now that he had resolved the problem of the curse, he looked at Xianxia with bloodshot eyes and unleashed his godly aura. 39/39163/L Poseidon was a god and had a divine body. His body was indestructible and was vastly different from a human's. After being stabbed by Xianxia in an indescribable place, Poseidon only felt pain for a moment before recovering. However, it consumed a lot of his divine power. What an ungrateful B***tch. He was kind enough to accept this woman, but she actually dared to harm the noble god. Humans were just creatures raised by the gods. How dare she resist? She must be punished. You think you're so powerful? You think you can fight a god with just a little power? Let me tell you, it's not that simple. Not only me, but Athena will not let you go either. Poseidon was furious. He wanted to tear Xianxia apart. Xianxia pursed his lips regretfully. It seemed that he couldn't chop off his D***ck. No wonder the Greek gods were so valiant. They were made of iron. Even the wombs of the goddesses were made of iron. They were stronger than a human's flesh and blood. Xianxia moved his neck, which made cracking sounds. He opened his hand and his energy formed a huge sword in Xianxia's hand. In that case, she would kill Poseidon directly. After that, she would have to kill Athena and learn how to cast curses. She had the halo of faith and could resist curses, but Medusa did not. In the future, after she left, any god could curse Medusa and punish her. What was the point of doing that? Learning curses was to remove curses and avoid curses. She had a lot of things to do. If Poseidon stood in her way, she could only kill a god. Poseidon held the trident. His aura shook heaven and earth. Poseidon opened his mouth and roared. The earth shook and the mountains shook. His divine power changed the color of the sky. The roar of a god. Xianxia slashed at Poseidon with his sword. Poseidon used his trident to block Xianxia's attack. When the two weapons collided, there were clanging sounds and sparks. Both of them used their full strength. Once they collided, they were shocked by each other's strength. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. Even the trees were turned into ashes. Poseidon's eyes were bloodshot. Where does your power come from? Poseidon asked. Where does your power come from? Xianxia smiled and said, humans can also defy the heavens and change their fate, breaking free from their shackles. My power was obtained through my own cultivation. Nonsense. Poseidon raised his trident and thrust it at Xianxia. God's power is innate. Humans don't have that power. Xianxia used her chi blade to block the trident. She didn't say anything, and a huge dragon appeared behind her. It roared and rushed towards Poseidon. It wrapped around Poseidon's body so tightly that Poseidon couldn't move at all. Without hesitation, Xianxia plunged his blade into Poseidon's chest. Golden blood spurted out. Xianxia reached into Poseidon's chest and grabbed Poseidon's heart. He pulled it out and held it in his hand. Golden blood stained Xianxia's hand. There was a big hole in Poseidon's chest where his heart had been. Golden blood dripped out and dripped onto the ground. The stones on the ground were dyed gold. Perhaps they would turn into gold. Even though Poseidon had lost his heart, he did not fall. The heart in Xianxia's hand was still beating. Poseidon's red eyes stared at Xianxia. He roared, and the earth shook. The ground cracked. Giant cracks appeared, and the ground was like a spider. Give me back my heart. Poseidon shattered the dragon around his body. His body slowly grew. He became a giant, as if he was going to break the sky. Poseidon lifted his giant foot and stomped down on Xianxia. The foot was so big that it covered the sky. When Xianxia stomped down, it felt as if the sky was going to collapse. The giant foot seemed to come down slowly, but it was actually very fast. Ningxu quickly dodged the giant foot. Poseidon's foot stomped on the ground, kicking up a thick layer of dust. The ground trembled, and a giant footprint was left behind. Ningxu set up a seal and placed the heart inside. He stood on the dragon's head and rose into the air, facing Poseidon. The dragon was like a small worm in front of Poseidon. Ningxu was so small that he could not be seen. Poseidon's breath was like a gust of wind. It blew Ningxu's gauze away. The gigantic Poseidon's face was huge and ugly. His two nostrils were like huge caverns. Ningxu could not bear to look at him. It was amazing to be able to grow bigger. Poseidon had giant genes. In the plot, Poseidon raped Medusa. Medusa was pregnant, and when she was beheaded by the hero, 2 rays of light flew out from her body. One of her sons was the giant Chryseis. It was not surprising that Poseidon could grow bigger. Give me back my heart, or I will kill you and slaughter all humans. You will pay the price for offending God. Poseidon's voice was so loud that it was louder than thunder. Ningxu's eardrums were hurting. Poseidon's breath was mixed with the smell of the sea. It was like a strong sea breeze. It was unbearable. Ningxu stood on the dragon's head, holding Poseidon's heart in one hand. I can give it back to you, but I have one condition. How dare you threaten God and negotiate with God? Unforgivable. Poseidon's voice was like thunder. His eyes were like the sun in the sky. Golden blood dripped from the large hole in his chest, forming a patch on the ground. That's enough. Don't act like a god. Your heart is in my hands now. If I crush your heart, what will you do? Ningxu said directly. Do you want to negotiate? I can kill you, Poseidon roared. Poseidon roared. Ningxu pinched her nose. Has anyone ever told you that you're a little arrogant? Especially when his body grew bigger. The smell was a little pungent. Poseidon was speechless. Kill her. Kill her. Kill this woman. You can't kill me, so we can negotiate now. Ningxu smiled and said, also, can you become smaller when we negotiate? You are a little ugly when you become bigger. Even if it was a cute thing, it was still very scary when it became too big. Poseidon was speechless. He was looking down on God and had no respect for God. Poseidon was so angry that the hole in his chest was bleeding. Poseidon was so angry that he was about to have a brain hemorrhage. If he did as Xinlian said, what would happen to his dignity as a god? Poseidon reached out his huge hand, wanting to pinch Ningxu. He had to pinch this woman into meat paste to vent his anger. Ningxu disappeared in a flash, avoiding Poseidon's hand. 39/39163/L being small had its advantages. Ningxu dodged Poseidon's hand. But his hand was too big. He had to run for his life to avoid it. Poseidon tried to grab Ningxu with both hands. Even if he couldn't grab him, he wanted to flatten Ningxu like he was swatting a mosquito. The heart in Ningxu's hand kept trying to escape from Ningxu's hand and fly toward Poseidon. Ningxu released his spiritual qi, the power of the stars, and the power of the sun. The dragon-shaped force became huge. It fought with Poseidon, clawing at the wound on Poseidon's heart. Ningxu flew far away, watching the 2 giant creatures fight. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Sand and stones were flying everywhere. Ningxu hugged the thin gauze around her tightly. The wind was about to blow it away. Poseidon was tired, probably because he didn't have a heart. Ningxu played with Poseidon's heart. He pinched it when he was free. It was bouncy. When he pinched it, it beat faster. When he pinched it again, it beat even faster. Poseidon was speechless. What a bold mortal, Poseidon was exhausted. The dragon wrapped around his body. Poseidon used a lot of energy to shake the dragon away. Poseidon returned to his normal state. His clothes were soaked with golden blood. Poseidon flew in front of Ningxu and looked at his heart. A mortal was holding it. His face was pale. He didn't pay attention and his heart was taken away by a human. Gods wouldn't die without their hearts. Their hearts would keep beating. But the heart was also the source of power. Without it, he would lose more than half of his power. Give me back my heart. What kind of deal do you want? Poseidon said, humiliated. He had never been threatened like this. He was the god of the sea, the younger brother of Hades, and the older brother of Zeus. He was one of the three giants of Olympus. I said, let's make a deal. Xianxia held Poseidon's heart and moved it up and down. Poseidon's eyes followed the beat of his heart. She was afraid that her heart would fall to the ground with a thump. He could clearly feel the pull of his heart, but his heart could not return to his body. This damned woman, what deal? Poseidon's face darkened as he clenched his jaw. Teach me the art of curses. Xianxia said. The curse technique should only be known by God. If she knew beforehand that there was a curse in this world, she would have exchanged for the curse technique from the system exchange store. She had to learn the curse technique, and she had to know how to remove it. Medusa used to be a defenseless beauty. After being raped by Poseidon, she was cursed by Athena. She had no way to come into contact with God's things, let alone things like curses and punishments. Even if she knew, she didn't have the power to remove them. I don't know. I don't know anything about curses, Poseidon said. He had no intention of teaching Xianxia. The curse technique was called God's punishment, the punishment of God. This is something only God knows. You, a human, have no right to know. Poseidon was extremely proud. Xianxia squeezed Poseidon's heart with an expressionless face. Poseidon's heart pounded rapidly. He could not help but put his hand on his chest. His heart hurt, and he felt as if it was being squeezed so tightly that he could not breathe. Xianxia squeezed Poseidon's heart like he was squeezing a sponge. He squeezed out all the blood in the heart, and golden blood spurted out. Poseidon, he wanted to kill this B*tch. Xianxia saw that Poseidon was unwilling to agree, so she squeezed his heart like a handkerchief. Golden blood flowed out like a faucet. God's blood was precious. A drop of blood could create a human hero. A drop of blood could create a powerful magical beast. Poseidon watched his golden blood seep into the ground with heartache. He had lost so much blood. No amount of food could make up for it. Xianxia felt like he was going to die of exhaustion. God's heart was so strong. It could still produce blood even after leaving the body. Okay, I can teach you. Poseidon had to admit that he did not know what to do with this woman. Instead of wasting his blood, he might as well teach her some God's punishment. Xianxia immediately smiled and said, "It's great that you can think that way. But you can't tell me the wrong God's punishment, or I." Xianxia held Poseidon's heart in her hand. Like biting an apple, she grabbed the heart and stuffed it into her mouth. Xianxia was speechless. Damn, my teeth are going to break. Is this a heart or a stone? I ate your heart raw. I wonder if I'll become a god after eating God's heart. Xianxia's mouth was full of golden blood. Xianxia stuck out his tongue and licked it. Hey, this blood is a bit sweet. I shouldn't have wasted it. However, the blood that Xianxia had ingested was burning fiercely in her body. Even her stomach was about to be scorched. Xianxia's expression did not change as he absorbed the heat. Even though Xianxia's face was beautiful and her eyes were as blue as the sea of stars, in Poseidon's eyes, Xianxia looked ferocious. He had never seen a woman like her, not even a goddess. Which goddess wasn't beautiful and elegant? Who wouldn't hold their heart and gnaw on it? Humans nowadays wouldn't eat raw meat and drink blood. I can teach you God's punishment, but I have a request. You have to tell me how you control the sea. Poseidon decided to take back his heart first and then swallow this woman. Xianxia laughed out loud, looking very proud of himself. Poseidon, laughing my *ss. Actually, I don't know how to control the sea. Everything before was a trick. Do you know what a trick is? Xianxia said. If I could really control the sea, I would be a priest in Athena's temple and kneel on the ground every day. I've been fighting with you for control of the sea for a long time, Xianxia said generously. Don't be afraid. You're still the god of the sea. Poseidon heaved a sigh of relief. Then he realized something was wrong. Even if it was a trick, why can't I control the sea? You said you took away my control of the sea. I lied to you. You actually believed me. Are you stupid? Xianxia said directly. You can try again now. Poseidon, try my *SS. Poseidon felt like he had been tricked by this woman. Ningxu leaned to the side. You can try. I used a method to calm the sea, but I've used up all the charms. I can't control the sea anymore. 39/39163/L Ningxu was lying through his teeth, but he did not expect to deceive Poseidon. He believed it, but it did not matter if he did not believe it. Poseidon was said to be all brawn and no brains, but he did not know how simple he could be. After living for so long, he could not be that stupid. Poseidon hesitantly picked up his trident and swung it at the ocean. The entire ocean roared, and the winds and waves were terrifying. Ningxu shrugged. See, you can control the ocean now, right? What I did before was just a camouflage. Poseidon was speechless. He kept feeling that something was not quite right. Poseidon calmed down, and the tsunami and hurricane slowly stopped. Then Poseidon waved his trident again, and the waves rose again, higher and higher. Poseidon kept experimenting, and the ocean was about to be destroyed. The sea monsters were about to vomit. As Poseidon experimented, he studied Ningxu. Ningxu smiled and said, "See, you're still the god of sea. What I did was just a camouflage. Pretend to be cool for 3 seconds." Poseidon narrowed his eyes. 3 seconds is not bad. That's enough time to change the outcome of a battle. I need this camouflage, Poseidon said. Ningxu was speechless. TSK, who said that Poseidon was stupid? Tell me the art of divine punishment first, and then I'll tell you how to write the charm, Ningxu said. Poseidon said, give me back my heart first. I have to give you back your heart and teach you the charm. I'm already at a disadvantage. What if you run away with the heart? Ningxu wanted to know the difference between the curses of the East and the West. Ningxu knew how to draw curses and charms, but he did not know the art of divine punishment. He would only be able to resolve it if he knew how it worked. Teach me the camouflage first, and then I'll teach you the art of divine punishment, Poseidon said. Ningxu rolled his eyes. He drew a charm in the air with Poseidon's golden blood. Go, the talisman floated towards the surface of the sea, and countless water droplets floated up. These water droplets converged into human figures, and they began to sing and dance. See? I told you it was a trick, but you didn't believe me. Ningxu shrugged. In the Far East, there are not only gods, but also humans who can cultivate. These things were all invented by humans. Ningxu spouted some nonsense. Poseidon's expression was solemn. Humans can also obtain great power? This was not a good thing for the gods. As you can see, these effects are the power of the charm. It's just a smokescreen. Now you should teach me the divine retribution technique, or else I'll take your heart and run away. Ningxu threatened, baring his teeth. The art of divine retribution will consume the god's power, Poseidon said with a solemn expression. Ningxu, the divine power you're talking about is too general. What kind of power is it? Poseidon glanced at Ningxu. Use your own divine blood to cast a curse with the power of faith. Ningxu, how does it work? Burn a drop of your blood and then curse someone. The art of divine retribution can only cast a curse on someone who is weak. If the other party is too strong, the curse will backfire. Ningxu thought for a moment. This should be a rule of heaven and earth, one thing for another. Divine blood was the source of the god's power. Using a drop of blood to curse someone. This was an irreversible process, unless one's power was far greater than the other party's. Ningxu asked, only God's blood can cast a curse? I told you, only the gods can use the art of divine retribution. A human like you has no right to use it. You have no right to punish others, except for the gods, Poseidon said, looking at Ningxu with disdain. Interesting. Ningxu looked at the blood on his hand and saw a bird fly by in the distance. Suddenly, he said, in the name of Medusa, I bestow upon that bird a firebird with great power. What are you doing? Poseidon was furious. He watched as the blood gushed out of his heart and was burned. He used his divine blood to bestow power to an ordinary bird. The art of divine retribution was not only a punishment but also a blessing. This was just a trade. In the distance, the bird, who did not know what was going on, suddenly felt no pain. It felt like its body was being torn apart. It cried out in pain. Finally, its body turned into a huge bird, covered in fire. The bird, what happened? I'm so scared. Ningxu understood what the art of divine retribution was. Whether it was a blessing or a punishment, there was a price to pay. Similarly, to deal with a curse, one had to pay more power than the curse. It was a product of an equivalent exchange. The price could be lifespan, beauty, or the power of faith. In short, there was a price to pay. It was not as good as charms and curses. Charms and curses were difficult to draw, and these charms required a lot of effort. An equivalent exchange. Now you should give me back my heart. Poseidon's face could not bear to look at it. Ningxu really wanted to find a bottle and squeeze out a bottle of blood. He could use it slowly in the future. However, he did not have anything to hold the blood. Ningxu thought for a while, turned water into a bottle, and squeezed the blood into the bottle. The golden blood shone like gold. After squeezing out a bottle of blood, Ningxu threw the heart to Poseidon. The heart flew to Poseidon's chest, and the hole in Poseidon's heart was healed. Poseidon, he was going to destroy this woman. Ningxu stood on the dragon's head and disappeared. Don't be disappointed. I will come back for you. Ningxu waved at Poseidon. Sayonara. Ningxu knew that he was facing some difficulties against the entire pantheon. Poseidon had suffered because of his carelessness. Poseidon looked down on him. The next time they met, Poseidon would use all his strength. Moreover, there was Zeus, Hades, and the other gods. Ningxu ran away. Poseidon was so angry that his heart was about to explode. He had nothing to vent his anger on. He reached out to crush the flaming bird that was circling in the air. The flaming bird was frightened by Poseidon's power. It struggled to fly away, and its feathers fell to the ground in flames. The flaming bird flew in Ningxu's direction, screaming at the top of its lungs. Perhaps Ningxu had blessed it, but Ningxu, who had flown far away, could hear its cries for help. Ningxu stopped and looked a little puzzled. Then, she turned around and flew back. The sound was too shrill, and it kept on screaming in Ningxu's ears. Ningxu could only fly back. He saw the flaming bird in a panic, flapping its wings and running away. With Poseidon's power behind him, the bird was scared out of its wits. Ningxu pointed his finger, and a barrier surrounded the bird, blocking Poseidon's power. 39/39163/L. After all, this bird was the first creature she had blessed. Because of her, Poseidon was angry at it. The poor thing was scared out of its wits. After being enveloped by Ningxu's enchantment, the feeling of death finally dissipated a little. The poor bird still did not understand what had happened. It did not understand why it had suddenly become so big and was covered in fire. It also did not know why this powerful person wanted to kill it. In short, it was confused. Ningxu put the bird away and looked at Poseidon, who was chasing after him. He smiled and said, "Hi, we meet again." Poseidon put on a fake smile. The muscles on his face twitched. "You lied to me." Ningxu asked in surprise, "What did I lie to you about?" "You did not teach me the camouflage spell and ran away." Poseidon held the trident and stood on the golden warhorse, full of divine power. Ningxu's face was full of disbelief. "Didn't I already demonstrate it to you? Besides, I already know about the divine punishment technique after you told me about it." Poseidon silently looked at Ningxu's exaggerated expression. The other party's expression made him look stupid. How was it possible for him to memorize such a complicated talisman after seeing the other party draw it once? Furthermore, he didn't mention any key points or anything that required special attention. Ha ha ha, Poseidon realized that if he really caught this woman, he would not be able to vent his anger no matter what kind of punishment or vicious torture he used. He hated her to the core. That was all. "Since you have walked right into my trap, teach me now," Poseidon said calmly. He was too angry, but now he was calm. "I will not take advantage of you. Look carefully." Ningxu's fingers moved quickly. "Did you see it clearly?" As a god, he had higher intelligence, memory, and understanding than humans. After all, from a genetic point of view, the genes of a god were high-level genes. They were smarter than ordinary genes, had stronger bodies, and had a longer lifespan. I did not see it clearly. Draw it again, Poseidon said calmly. He was not as angry as before. Ningxu frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He turned around and ran, but was stopped by someone who suddenly appeared. This person was sitting on an exquisite chariot with an eagle perched on his shoulder. His appearance was handsome and dignified. God King. Poseidon placed his hand over his heart and bowed slightly to Zeus. So it was Zeus. As the god of the sky, Zeus controlled all kinds of weather phenomena such as wind and rain. Thunderbolts and lightning were the means he used to express his will to mankind. He was in control of all affairs in the human world. As the king of gods and the father of mortals, Zeus's divine might was far inferior to Poseidon's. When Ningxu faced Zeus, it was as if he was facing the might of heaven and earth. Especially when Zeus used thunder as a weapon. As soon as he saw Zeus and Poseidon, Ningxu could not help but think of the family history. Speaking of Greek mythology, one had to start from Zeus's grandmother, Gaia. Gaia was born from chaos. She was the first to give birth to her first child, the god of the sky, Uranus. Later, Gaia and Uranus got married. That's right, the mother and son got married and gave birth to many children, 12 titans, 3 cyclopes, 3 centimines. Uranus was promoted to Zeus's grandfather. After the marriage, Gaia elected Uranus as the king of gods. It was said that after marriage, a man would change. Gradually, Uranus became obstinate and self-opinionated, disrespecting his mother and wife more and more. Thus, Gaia decided to overthrow Uranus and heavily reward him. Under the position of God King, the youngest son, Cronus, bravely cut off his father's. In other words, Zeus's father cut off his father's penis and became the king of gods. Zeus's grandfather's penis splashed out from the sea and gave birth to the goddess of love, Aphrodite, also known as Venus. Ningxu. So this was how the goddess of love came to be. It was really hard to look at. As the third king of gods, Zeus was lustful by nature. Seeing Ningxu wrapped in a thin veil and beautiful face, his old habits resurfaced. His eyes could not help but size up Ningxu. As he did so, he kept touching his chin. Ningxu felt that Zeus's gaze was like a laser, directly piercing through her. Meeting two perverts, really. The only one of the 3 brothers was not lustful. The cold-hearted Hades basically did not appear in the human world. Even if he did appear, he would bring death with him, bringing his soul into the underworld. With the god's power, Ningxu suspected that he might have to have a threesome. Don't doubt it, it was completely possible. Is this the woman? Zeus asked Poseidon. King of gods, this is the woman. She is a human, but she has the power to resist the gods. This is not a good thing, Poseidon said directly. However, Ningxu's ability to temporarily control the sea was hidden. If Zeus knew, it would not be good for him. Poseidon was not an idiot who did not know anything. Ningxu pursed his lips, looking a little serious. Poseidon must have already informed his brother. Zeus frowned, looking very dignified. Dark clouds covered the sky. Zeus said to Ningxu, "Come with me to Mount Olympus." "Where did your power come from?" Ningxu said calmly, "King of gods, aren't you the omnipotent and omniscient god? You should know where my power came from. It is easy to guess. My power was given to me by the god of the sea. Goddess Athena also knows this. Poseidon, the god of the sea, personally said that my power was given to me by him." Zeus looked at Poseidon. What was going on? Poseidon was just making things up. Her power was not given to her by me, Poseidon said directly. Zeus looked at Ningxu with a dignified expression and said, "Go to Mount Olympus." Ningxu knew that if he went to the mountain, he would be tortured. As the king of gods, Zeus was sometimes arbitrary and cruel. For example, he treated his cousin, Prometheus. Prometheus had stolen the fire seed for humans and was punished by Zeus. He was taken to the Caucasus Mountains and tied to a steep cliff with an unbreakable chain. So that Prometheus could never sleep, his tired knees could not bend, and there was a diamond nail in his heaving chest. He had to endure hunger, the wind, and the sun. In addition, Zeus sent an eagle to peck at Prometheus's liver every day. However, the liver that was eaten would grow back immediately. It was a deterrent to the gods. If she really went, she did not know how she would be treated. If she went with Zeus, she wouldn't have a good ending. If she wasn't raped by Poseidon, Zeus might take advantage of her. If she went to Mount Olympus, Zeus's wife would definitely kill her. There were too many of these things. Zeus not only slept with goddesses, he also slept with mortal women and had many children. They were either gods or half-human half-god heroes. Therefore, Zeus was also known as the father of gods and mortals. But if she didn't go, she would go against the will of God, and the punishment would be unimaginably cruel. Ha 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 ha, so she had to run, but only if she could escape from Zeus and Poseidon. And Zeus was the god king, so he had the power to deter the gods. What should she do? Can I be honest? I don't want to go, Ningshu said as he drew a charm. The charm was used to make him invisible. You don't have the right to refuse. Lightning appeared on Zeus' fingers. Ningshu pointed, and the power of lightning struck Ningshu. Athena also had the power of lightning, but compared to Zeus's, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. It was too dangerous, Ningshu's body couldn't help but tremble. He quickly dodged the lightning, but it followed him like a shadow. When it struck Ningshu, Ningshu felt as if his soul was being torn apart. Ningshu spat out a mouthful of blood. The charm was completed, and Ningshu's figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. Other than Ningshu, the firebird, who had been trembling in fear, had also disappeared. Zeus frowned and was a little surprised. He suddenly disappeared. God King, that woman is good at camouflage, Poseidon said. On the surface, Poseidon was respectful, but when he saw Zeus being humiliated, he gloated in his heart and calmed down. He wasn't the only one who was defeated by that woman. Now that she escaped from the God King, if anyone said that he couldn't do anything to a mere human, he would say that the God King couldn't do anything to her. Zeus carefully sensed Ningshu's location, and then sent a thunderbolt in the direction of Ningshu's escape. It struck Ningshu's back. Her back was already dripping with blood, and her vision was blurry. Ningshu spat out a mouthful of blood and continued to run. It was so painful. Moreover, Zeus's thunder power kept crackling on Ningshu's body. The electricity made Ningshu's bones go soft, and he couldn't feel anything in his body. Ningshu still didn't stop. If he was caught by the God King, the consequences would be dire. Ningshu continued to draw talismans as he ran, as the duration of a talisman was limited. It was unrealistic for her to deal with a god with her current strength, especially when there were so many of them. There were also many war gods, gods with all sorts of powers. The lightning continued to revolve around Ningshu's body. It was so painful that Ningshu felt as if all the cells in his body were about to cry out. Just by relying on the power of lightning in his body, Zeus could pinpoint her location. It was so painful, the power of lightning was so strong that Ningshu felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. The God King's attack was extraordinary, and Ningshu felt that the pressure behind him was getting stronger. It seemed that Zeus had caught up. The little firebird shivered beside Ningshu. It was at a loss. Ningshu's scalp was about to explode. His hands were drawing talismans so fast that they left after images. Ningshu was furious. Isn't it just the power of lightning? I can even absorb the power of the sun and the stars. I can absorb the power of lightning as well. Ningshu was also forced to use his peerless martial arts to absorb the power of lightning in his body. This was the first time Ningshu absorbed such a violent power. The power of lightning rampaged through his meridians, causing blood to seep out of Ningshu's body. The power of lightning was violent and unruly beyond Ningshu's imagination. When it rushed into his dantian, it almost broke it. Ningshu clenched his teeth and used his peerless martial arts to suppress the violent power of lightning. The power of thunder crackled in his dantian, causing his dantian to be turned upside down. Aside from spiritual energy, Ningshu's dantian also contained the power of the sun and the power of the stars. These three forces occupied one area and were clearly separated. However, when the power of thunder rushed in, these three forces were stirred up into a turbulent state. The four powers in his dantian were in a mess, attacking each other. However, Ningshu was in trouble. Ningshu was about to cry. There was a pursuer behind him, and there was a power in his dantian causing trouble. However, if he didn't absorb the power of lightning, Zeus would soon catch up with him. Now, his dantian was a mess. It didn't listen to his commands and had no power. If Poseidon and Zeus caught up with him, wouldn't he be at their mercy? Although absorbing the power of lightning was dangerous, it was a way to kill two birds with one stone. He could gain another kind of power and get rid of Zeus's pursuit. The premise was that he could control the violent power of lightning. Damn, it hurts so much. If it was an ordinary human body, Xianxia would have already turned into a pile of ashes. Her body, which had been trained in peerless martial arts, was much stronger than an ordinary body. Moreover, her strength was enormous. Zeus, who was chasing from behind, felt the power of lightning slowly dissipating. He couldn't even pinpoint the woman's position. There was actually someone who could resist the power of lightning. Even the gods would be afraid. Xianxia felt as if her heart had been electrocuted into minced meat, becoming dumpling fillings. Her beautiful chestnut-colored hair, which was slightly curled like seaweed, had been permed into an afro, with wisps of smoke rising from her head. Xianxia's gauze was also gone. Fortunately, she had the invisibility charm, so no one saw her running naked. Next time, she would strip Zeus's clothes and let him run naked in front of the gods. Regardless of whether it could be realized or not, he felt good. Xianxia ran while adjusting and suppressing the violent power of lightning. Xianxia struggled to let the four forces occupy his dantian. He felt that his dantian was very pitiful. Above it was the power of the stars, below it was the spiritual lake, on the left was the burning power of the sun, and on the right was the crackling power of lightning. His dantian was stuffed with all kinds of things. Barely suppressing the power of lightning, Xianxia simply released the power of lightning. A huge hovering thunder dragon rushed out of Xianxia's body. Xianxia rushed towards Zeus. Zeus was the lord of thunder. When the thunder dragon rushed over, it directly scattered the thunder dragon with one move. Xianxia took this opportunity to run faster. Without the power of lightning, Zeus couldn't pinpoint her position. If he didn't run now, when would he? However, he had barely mastered a kind of power. When it was windy and rainy, and thunder and lightning flashed, he could stand on a mountain and hold an iron rod to attract lightning. It was just that when the lightning entered the body, it was very painful. It was like being electrocuted to death. Xianxia relied on the invisibility charm and quickly ran away. Zeus stopped in midair, his face a little ugly. Poseidon stood behind Zeus. His lips twitched, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He looked as if he was gloating over Zeus' misfortune. Xianxia turned to look at Poseidon, who immediately became serious. "Who is this woman?" Zeus Poseidon asked. "You should ask Athena. She should know better than anyone else. This woman used to be Athena's priestess." Poseidon threw the blame to Zeus. After all, this had nothing to do with him. Athena should thank him. If he hadn't taken a fancy to this woman, Athena wouldn't have known that her priestess had the power to fight against the gods. Yes, she should thank him. "Let's go find Athena." Zeus drove his chariot in search of Athena. Poseidon thought for a moment and followed. Xianxia ran for his life. He didn't know how long he had been running, but he finally stopped when his body was exhausted. Xianxia landed on a mountaintop and collapsed on the ground. The invisibility charm's power dissipated, and Xianxia was naked. Xiaohua, who was trembling, looked at Xianxia. Xianxia pointed his finger, and water wrapped around his body. The white water wrapped around Xianxia's important parts. Xianxia turned to look at his back. It was a bloody mess. Now that he wasn't so tense, he could feel the pain on his back. It was such a pity for his snow-white, flawless skin. Xianxia slowly used his spiritual energy to heal his wounds. The weather was unusually hot. Xianxia pointed his finger, and water droplets appeared in front of him. Xianxia swallowed the water droplets and felt much better. He also ate a fasting pill. Xianxia looked at the bird that was hugging its head with its wings. He pointed his finger, and water appeared in front of it. The red bird looked at Xianxia, opened its mouth, and swallowed the water. The bird called out to Xianxia and slowly moved into Xianxia. Xianxia reached out and patted his head, thinking about what to do next. Xianxia did. not know where he was, but he felt that it was much hotter than Yadi City. Even the air was distorted by the evaporation. Ningxu kept wiping his sweat as he absorbed the power of the fiery sun. From time to time, he would produce some water to drink. There were no signs of human habitation in the wilderness. Currently, there were not many humans, and they had yet to occupy every corner of the world. Ningxu felt that he needed to find a set of clothes to wear. The weather was too hot, and the water on Ningxu's body quickly evaporated. Ningxu released the giant dragon and stood on its back, preparing to look for any signs of city-state gang members or people. Seeing Ningxu leave, the fire bird hurriedly flapped its wings and chased after Ningxu. Ningxu said to it, "Go wherever you want to go, there's no need to follow me." The bird Ningxu called out and flapped its fiery red wings. It was very afraid now and did not know where to go, so it might as well follow this person. It respected this person from the bottom of its heart. At least it would not be safe by her side. In any case, it was already scared out of its wits and did not know what to do. Ningxu was now its support. It was originally a weak bird that did not know anything, but suddenly, such an unforeseen event happened. Even if its body became bigger, its heart was still small. Sparrows and sparrows knew the ambitions of swans. That was how it was, even its vision did not know how much power it had. Try to control your body and make yourself smaller, Ningxu said. Such a big body was really eye-catching. The bird was dumbfounded. Don't ask it, it did not know anything. Ningxu. Ningxu pointed his finger and used a barrier to control it. The barrier kept shrinking, causing the bird to cry out miserably, flapping its wings and struggling desperately. Try to shrink your body and shrink together with the barrier. Ningxu looked speechlessly at the bird that was about to collapse. The bird was dumbfounded, but if it did not shrink, its small body would be crushed by the barrier. It could only desperately shrink its body. The bird's body slowly shrank to the size of an ordinary sparrow. Its entire body was red like a ruby. It was a lifelike bird carved from a ruby. Ningxu stretched out her white, slender, and beautiful hand. The bird flapped its wings and flew into Ningxu's hand. Ningxu placed the bird on his shoulder and flew away on the dragon's back, looking for cities and towns. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the dragon and began to cultivate without stopping. Now, not only did she offend Athena and Poseidon, but she also attracted the attention of the king of gods. When the time came, would the gods come to suppress her? A sky full of gods surrounding her alone. Just thinking about it made her feel a little scared. Chirp chirp chirp, the bird on Ningxu's shoulder chirped. Ningxu opened his eyes and looked down. He saw people. The dragon flew down, and Ningxu touched the ground with the tip of his foot. Damn, he did not have shoes to wear. Ningxu's feet stepped on the scalding ground. He felt like he was about to be roasted. This was a town, very primitive and simple. The houses were all built with thatch. It was located in the forest, surrounded by plants with wide leaves. However, the leaves were starting to turn yellow. The wild grass by the roadside had also turned yellow. The sun in the sky was extremely hot. Ningxu walked over and looked around. What was surprising was that the people in this place were wearing thin gauze. Their weaving skills were not bad. Ningxu's appearance caused these people to stare at him. Ningxu wanted to find some clothes to wear. Ningxu casually walked into a house. There were rustling sounds in the house. Someone should be weaving. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, had given humans weaving, animal husbandry, and agriculture. Now, humans could also weave. They wore beautiful clothes and did not use leaves as cover like before. They were also warmer. Who are you? A dark-skinned woman asked Ningxu. She looked at him warily. Her gaze stopped on Ningxu's shoulder. She looked at the flame-red bird with admiration. Ningxu said, I'm a passerby. I want to buy some clothes from you. Ningxu saw some woven cloth hanging in the house. It could be made into clothes. The woman shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I can't give it to you. I worked hard to make it. What are you going to exchange for it? They had never met before. How could she give something to Ningxu? If you use this bird to exchange for it, I can give it to you. I can also make a set of clothes for you. Ningxu immediately nodded. Okay. The bird. The firebird grabbed Ningxu's shoulder tightly with its claws. Ningxu said helplessly, "Look, he's not willing to follow you. Then there's no other way. Do you have any other requests? Do you have anything else to exchange?" "I don't want to exchange for now." The woman shook her head. Ningxu felt that he did not have anything valuable on him. He did not have any gems or gold. He was a pauper. He did not get anything by following Athena. He did not even get a salary. The only thing Ningxu had that was valuable was Poseidon's blood, but he did not know if she knew what it was. "What is your wish?" "I can fulfill it for you," Ningxu asked. The next time he did a mission, he had to exchange for some clothes. Otherwise, he would have to run around naked like he was doing now. The girl shook her head. Then she thought of something and said, "It hasn't rained for 2 months. There is almost no water in the well. Even if there was water, it would be muddy water." She had prayed to the gods for a long time, but there was still no rain. The girl was just saying it casually. She did not expect Ningxu to make it rain. Ningxu said, "If I can make it rain, will you give me the clothes?" The girl did not believe him at all. "If you can make it rain, I will give you the cloth and make you a beautiful dress." Only the gods could control the 4 seasons. This girl who appeared out of nowhere had her hair standing on end. She was beautiful, but it did not mean that she could make it rain. "It can rain at night." "Get the clothes ready," Ningxu said. Ningxu lowered the temperature of the clouds. The colder the water vapor in the air, the more it would turn into water. This was the principle of artificial rain. The girl was skeptical. She did not believe Ningxu at all. Ningxu did not care. He found a place to sit down and asked the weaving girl, "What is your name?" The girl did not raise her head and said, "Arachne, are you not leaving?" "I have nowhere to go now." "I have to wait for your clothes," Ningxu said casually. "But I think your name sounds familiar." "Arachne, weaving." Ningxu asked, "This is Lydia." "Yes," Arachne said. "Ningxu." Ningxu looked at the dark-skinned woman and clicked her tongue. After running so far, she still met someone who was related to Athena. The young girl in Lydia was called Arachne. Her weaving skills were unparalleled. The woven shawl was as thin as a cicada's wing but as warm as a fur. The patterns on the fabric were so vivid that even birds flew in through the window to peck at the cherries on the embroidery. She was young and everyone praised her. She was so proud of herself that she boasted, "I am the best weaver in the world. I weave better than Athena." Athena knew about it, and so did the other gods. Athena immediately set out for the village of Lydia where Arachne lived. Arachne was in her room spinning and weaving. She heard a knock at the door and opened it. A tall blonde beauty stood at the door, looking reserved and dignified. He roughly guessed who this beauty was and knelt before her. A gentle voice came from above Arachne's head. "All right, lost girl, I am Athena. Can you give me a reason not to kill you?" Arachne shook her head and wept, begging for Athena's forgiveness. "Poor child, you are proud of your talent. Your talent will destroy you like the sting of a scorpion." Athena gave her a chance. The two of them made a bet that whoever could weave the most beautiful cloth would never be able to touch a spindle again. Arachne lost, of course. She was so terrified that she took a hemp rope and hanged herself. Athena saw that Arachne's face had turned purple, her eyes were bulging, and her hair was standing on end. Athena touched Arachne's shoulder. Arachne's face turned from purple to black, her eyes became more prominent, her body shrank, and her arms and legs became longer. Athena touched the rope again. The rope swayed and became thinner and thinner until it became a thin thread. At one end of the thread hung a hairy insect with many legs. The loser of the bet would never be able to touch a spindle or weave. The kind Athena turned Arachne into a spider and let her continue weaving in the bushes. Ningxu, if someone wants to die, just let them die. Why turn them into ugly spiders? You turned Medusa into an ugly snake demon and a young girl into a spider. How many of them are so ugly? Arachne was proud of her weaving skills. Athena's transformation into an old woman made Arachne fear the gods. Arachne didn't care, but Athena must be angry. Did she really think that the gods were magnanimous? Ningxu said, "You're pretty good. These fabrics are beautiful. Actually, I can weave even more beautiful fabrics, Arachne said. It's important to be humble. Making a fortune in silence is the way of a king. Arachne was a human girl. Although she was talented, she didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. This result was certain. As the ancestor of weaving, how could Athena tolerate a human saying that someone could weave better than her? I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone says that I weave beautiful fabrics, Arachne said. Ningshu propped up his chin and looked out the window. Some dark clouds had gathered in the sky, blocking the sun. The ground became a little gloomy. You can make clothes for me now. The clouds are already gathering. It will definitely rain at night, Ningshu said. When it really rains, I can quickly make clothes for you, Arachne said. Ningshu sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. He had to seize the time to cultivate. With a boom, thunder appeared in the sky. Arachne was a little surprised. She walked out of the house and looked at the sky. Other than Arachne, many other people were waiting for the rain to fall. The thunder became more and more frequent. Ningshu stopped cultivating and ran out of the house. He flew near the thunder. Ningshu stood on a tree and watched the thunder approach. He decided to attract the thunder and absorb its power. Ningshu took a deep breath and provoked the thunder. A bolt of thunder mercilessly struck Ningshu's body. Ningshu's hair stood up and smoke came out. Ningshu opened his mouth and spat out white smoke. The power of thunder flowed in his body. He didn't know if it was because he had been baptized by Zeus' power of thunder, but Ningshu felt that this thunder wasn't as painful as Zeus' power of thunder. Ningshu absorbed the power of thunder. The power of thunder crackled in his dantian. It was a gain. Ningshu kept provoking the thunder. The thunder rumbled, and one bolt after another struck Ningshu's body. Ningshu opened his mouth and spat out smoke. His skin and flesh were about to be cooked. After the thunder and lightning, the rain poured down. Everyone took out clay pots and held them above their heads to catch the rain. Some people ran wildly in the rain, while others danced. Ningshu returned to the house. The thatched house was a little leaky and dripping rain. Arachne put away his cloth and prepared to make clothes for Ningshu. He carefully looked at Ningshu and asked, "I will make clothes for you. Are you a god?" "No." Ningshu sat down and began to cultivate. He suppressed the power of thunder in his dantian. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Arachne made a set of clothes for Ningshu. The top was a tube top, revealing her arms and stomach. The bottom was a beautiful skirt with exquisite patterns. Her chest was full and her waist was slender. Ningshu put on the clothes and twirled around. She felt like a cute little fairy. On Ningshu's exposed belly button, Arachne pasted a small red crystal-like stone on it. Ningshu's small waist and the sparkling crystal on her belly button made her look very beautiful, very beautiful. Her hair, which had been blown up by lightning, returned to its original appearance after being drenched in the rain. It curled up like a waterfall. "Very beautiful," Arachne said proudly. Arachne said proudly, "Many merchants will buy my cloth. They are so careful not to break it." Ningshu nodded. "It is very beautiful. Very few people can reach your level of craftsmanship. However, you can only say this in front of me. Don't say this to everyone. Even if you have talent, you need the wisdom to protect yourself." Arachne tilted her head and said carelessly, "I didn't say this to everyone. Everyone says that my craftsmanship is on par with Athena's and that I will surpass her one day. They are just being polite and flattering you. Don't take it seriously." "There is no end to learning," Ningshu said. Now, Arachne had made a beautiful set of clothes for her. Ningshu hoped that Arachne would not be turned into a spider by Athena. Arachne seemed to have been praised to death. Everyone was done with the cloth made by Arachne. Then, Arachne's arrogance amidst the praises spread to the ears of Athena and the gods. Athena would definitely find an excuse for a human to say such arrogant words. She would definitely be taught a lesson. "Actually, I don't quite understand what you mean." Arachne asked Ningshu. Ningshu said, "What if I tell you that I know a little bit of prophecy about your future?" Arachne looked at Ningshu in surprise and asked carefully, "What will my future be like?" Arachne's brown eyes shone with light and a little nervousness. She was excited to know her future. You'll die, and you'll hang yourself with a hemp rope when you're young and in your prime. Dawn Talk said directly. Ah. Arachne covered her mouth with a look of surprise and anger. How can I hang myself? Because you said that your weaving skills have surpassed Athena's. Xianxia said. Everyone is praising your weaving skills. Because you said that, Athena will turn you into a spider. Spider? Alanik looked puzzled. She didn't have any impression of spiders. Xianxia was not surprised because Arachne was the ancestor of spiders. And Arachne's was. Arachne, Arachne, and Arachne. And Arachne, Arachne. How? Arachne. Was Arni translation. Arni of Arachne of translation of the translation art translation was translation. Arachne looked at Xianxia's serious face and could not help but believe that Xianxia was telling the truth. She asked, then what should I do? Is there any way to change this fate? Arachne asked Xianxia. Trouble comes from the mouth. Don't say that your weaving skills have surpassed Athena's. Even if you have, don't say it, Xianxia said. Alright, it's time for me to go. Xianxia said with a smile. He had to deal with Poseidon and Athena. As for the fate of the future, he would take it one step at a time. The fall of a god was due to the fall of their divinity. Even if a god's heart was dug out, they would not die. If a god's divinity was destroyed, they would become an ordinary person. Otherwise, they would disappear and fall. Xianxia cultivated as he hurried on his way. Unfortunately, Xianxia couldn't seem to find the way back. He was running in a panic, so it was a little difficult for him to go back now. Are you leaving? Are you a god? Arachne asked Xianxia. If you think I am a god, then I am a god. Xianxia smiled faintly. He stepped on the giant dragon's head and slowly rose into the sky. Many people stared at Xianxia and knelt down. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia left the village. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the giant dragon and began to cultivate. The most important thing was to familiarize himself with the power of thunder in his body. He felt a faint pain in his dantian. When he had absorbed the power of the fire sun, he had almost been roasted. Now that he had absorbed the power of thunder, Xianxia felt that his bones had become soft and numb. The firebird stopped on Xianxia's shoulder and chirped. Xianxia opened his eyes and turned to look at it. The firebird was dazzling under the sunlight, reflecting the luster of a gemstone. Xianxia did not know what was wrong with the firebird. Xianxia did not know what was wrong with her. The firebird lay weakly on Xianxia's shoulder, her fiery red wings covering him. What was wrong? Could it be that he was hungry? Xianxia took out a fasting pill and placed it in front of the firebird. The firebird pecked at the fasting pill, but because its body was too small, it couldn't swallow it in one gulp. The firebird directly transformed into a giant bird and swallowed the fasting pill in one gulp. After that, it transformed back into a small bird that was smaller than a palm. It seemed that it was really hungry. Xianxia touched his chin and looked at the fiery red bird. What would this bird eat in the future? With such a huge body, ordinary fruits would not be able to satisfy it. Forget it, it would solve it by itself. These pills are gone. If you want to fill your stomach in the future, you have to think of a way. It was so big and so powerful. She had to feed it. Could it be more useless? She was definitely able to control this bird now. What about when the Medusa returned? Would it be hungry and swallow the Medusa directly? Gratitude for a small amount of rice, hatred for a small amount of rice. Find whatever food you want to eat. Don't eat humans, and don't provoke gods. Understand? Xianxia said to the firebird. Xianxia had already helped you to be reborn. With such a big body, Xianxia did not want to raise a giant baby. The firebird flapped its wings. Sensing that Xianxia was a little serious, it chirped. It was unknown if it understood. Xianxia continued to cultivate and looked for Athena. What Xianxia wanted to do now was to destroy Athena's divinity. Poseidon raped Medusa, Athena cursed Medusa, and the hero knight cut off Medusa's head and put it on Athena's shield. The hero used Medusa's head and then offered it to Athena. He was probably trying to please Athena. Athena had raised many human heroes. If she met the hero, she would definitely cut off the hero's head. Ningxu's problem now was that she was lost. The world was so big and there were so few people. She did not even have anyone to ask for directions. She excitedly ran back to take revenge, but she could not find her way. This was a little awkward. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Unable to find the way back, Ningxu had no choice but to use the GPS to locate Athena. 5 merit points were nothing to the rich Ningxu. It was worth it to use 1 merit point to reduce the obstacles of the mission. Ningxu spent 5 merit points and found out that Athena was in the Temple of Athens. With the map, it was much easier to find Athena. However, she ran around aimlessly and ran for a long time. Along the way, Ningxu kept thinking about how to destroy a god's divinity. Divinity was the symbol and power of a god. It was like the power in Ningxu's dantian. It meant a lot to Ningxu. A divinity was strong and had the will of a god. With a divinity, it was equivalent to a god. It was not easy, there were so many gods and so many divinities. If she could master the law of time, it would be great. No one could escape from the law of time. However, he had to use normal power to destroy a divinity. If he used the power of law, Medusa would not use the power of law when she returned. He would definitely be at the mercy of others. This was a big problem. Ningxu pondered as he cultivated. This kind of situation where the radish would be pulled out with the mud, and there were many melons on the vine was really difficult to deal with. Ningxu felt that he might have to fight a whole sky of gods. If he could not win, he would be destroyed. However, it was not realistic to destroy all the gods because there were so many of them. There were all kinds of gods, the god of wine, the god of sea, the god of harvest, the god of curses, the goddess of beauty, the god of love, the god of sun, and the god of war. Even if he used a basket to store a divinity, he would have to store a lot of them. The most effective way was to have the power to make the gods fear and be on an equal footing with them. She could continue to cultivate her peerless martial arts, but how could she have the power to make the gods fear her? No one would dare to mess with her. Ningxu decided to use Athena to practice. Even if he could not defeat Athena, she could still run away. After practicing with Athena, he would go find Poseidon. The tragedy of the client was caused by these two people. If anyone came looking for trouble with her after dealing with them, then he would kill them. If no one came looking for her, then she would be safe. However, that was not possible. As a human, her actions were treasonous and disrespectful to the gods. After a few days of running around, Ningxu. When he returned to Athens, the armored soldiers were guarding the city gate. The previous turmoil had caused the entire city of Athens to fall into ruins. Now, the city was being rebuilt. Just as Ningxu was about to enter the city gates, she was stopped by a golden-haired heroic-looking man who was riding a horse and wearing armor. The entire sky above Athens was filled with Athena's divine aura. As long as one came into contact with the divine aura, Athena would be able to sense it. Ningxu wanted to sneak into Athens quietly. But it was not. "Take off your veil," the man on horseback shouted at Ningxu. The man looked at Ningxu and asked, "What is your name?" The man gave the surrounding soldiers a look, and some of them surrounded Ningxu. "Are you the evil priest Medusa?" The man, Ningxu, asked. Oh, someone recognized her even when she was wearing a veil. She was really a natural beauty. "It is indeed you, the evil priest Medusa." The knight raised his spear and pointed it at Ningxu. Ningxu looked at the man. He was tall and strong, and his voice was very loud. He held a spear and a shield in one hand, and there was a sword at his waist. How could he use so many weapons? "Who are you?" Ningxu asked the knight. "I am Perseus." Ningxu. Ningxu smiled. Zeus's heroic son had appeared, and he was the man who cut off Medusa's head. Ningxu looked at Perseus expressionlessly, his eyes cold. Perseus felt goosebumps all over his body. "Are you the evil priest Medusa?" "I am. What can you do to me?" Ningxu stepped on the giant dragon head and looked at Perseus condescendingly. Medusa, who was cursed by Athena to become a snake demon, was thrown onto an isolated island. King Agos had a prophecy that his daughter Danae's son would kill him and seize his throne, so he imprisoned his daughter. Another prophecy. Prophecies were really interesting. The lecherous Zeus turned into golden rain and mated with the king's daughter Danae. He made the king's daughter pregnant and gave birth to Perseus. The king's son, he died. Thus, he sealed his daughter and grandson in a box and threw them into the sea, leaving them to fend for themselves. However, they survived. Because of the protection of Zeus. After growing up, Perseus decided to kill Medusa to protect his mother. He took her head and offered it to the king. In the process of his adventure, he received the help of the gods. He knew the location of Medusa and obtained 3 treasures. Using these 3 treasures, he successfully killed Medusa and took her head. After Medusa died, her eyes could still turn people into stone. Half of her blood could bring people back from the dead, and the other half could be fatal. Medusa's terrifying power became a kind of protection. Perseus used Medusa's head to defeat the sea monster and save his future wife. He built his own country, Mycenae. In the end, he offered Medusa's head to Athena. Athena inherited Medusa's ability and turned Medusa into the image on Athena's shield. Ningshu's son. What did Medusa do wrong? She was raped, cursed, and turned into a monster. She still had the same fate. Perseus, who came to take the head, actually received the help of the gods. They were afraid that this piece of trash would not be able to successfully cut off Medusa's head, so they gave him 3 divine weapons and equipment. Cutting off the head of an innocent person, or a hero. Medusa is eating your rice. Poseidon, who defiled Medusa. Zeus, who was with different women, and those heroes, they were not punished for their actions that harmed women. What was left was only the sins of women. It was all women's fault. Athena and Medusa were both women, but she punished Medusa and let Poseidon go. Her position made her think more about the power center, which was the gains and losses of the patriarchal system. Perseus appeared in the city of Athens. He should be here to get the equipment, right? He must be here to look for Athena. Ningshu took off her veil and looked at Perseus with her head tilted. She wanted to cut off Perseus's head. When Perseus saw Ningshu's beautiful face, he was dazed for a moment. However, he quickly regained his senses and shouted, "Vicious priestess Medusa, you have harmed the people of Athens. You have blasphemed against the gods. You should be punished." Ningshu directly turned water into a water knife and cut off Perseus's head. If there's something, I'll update 2 chapters. Touch. Ningshu was really annoyed with Perseus' righteous look. He was righteous, and she was evil. It seemed like she had nothing to do with Perseus, and she had never hurt him. Ningshu was disgusted by his behavior. He wanted to punish her just because of a reason. Even if I blasphemed against God, I didn't blaspheme you. You're just an illegitimate son of Zeus. Perseus' head was chopped off by Ningshu. It flew in a circle in the air and landed on the ground, covered in dust. Perseus' expression was still filled with righteous indignation, and then there was a trace of fear. His handsome face was distorted. Blood spurted out from his neck, and Perseus' body fell from the horse's back. With a plop, dust flew up. The surrounding guards were stunned. Someone was beheaded just because of a disagreement. Moreover, the person was a prince. Although he had suffered since he was young, he was still a prince. The guards held their shields and spears and pointed at Ningshu in the sky. Ningshu's mouth twitched as he looked at the head on the ground. Perhaps he had the bloodline of God, or even the bloodline of the divine king. His head was separated, but he was still alive. Ningshu opened his hand, and Perseus' head flew into Ningshu's hand. Ningshu grabbed Perseus' hair and looked at him closely. "How does it feel to have your head chopped off?" Ningshu said with a smile. Blood dripped from the neat cut on his neck. Perseus' expression was extremely painful and twisted. He looked at Ningshu as if he was looking at a demon. Ningshu liked this look. If he didn't do something, how could he live up to her reputation as an evil priestess? Since he had taken the blame, he had to do something to live up to his reputation. "Medusa, how dare you?" Athena's angry voice rang out in the sky above Athens. Then, Athena's figure appeared, and she locked onto Ningshu with a supreme divine aura. Athena was noble and elegant. At this moment, her divine aura was dense. Dark clouds floated in the sky, and lightning crackled in the clouds. Athena looked at Perseus' head in Ning Shu's hand and said coldly, "Release his head." "I won't let go. I won't let go." Ning Shu grabbed Perseus' hair and swung it around. Blood splattered everywhere. Athena's eyebrows were raised in anger at Ning Shu. How dare he be so arrogant when he swaggered in like this? "Let him go," Athena said in a low voice. It was obvious that she was suppressing her anger. Ning Shu's face was cold and indifferent. Fiery sun energy gushed out from his palm and burned Perseus's head. Perseus howled in pain. He had to kill Perseus. Otherwise, she would definitely be reborn and come back to life. Gods had many tricks up their sleeves. Resurrecting a person was nothing to them. He was still alive even after his head was chopped off. What else was impossible? Perseus was roasted by Ning Shu's fire sun force, and he held in pain with his mouth wide open. "You." Athena's chest heaved up and down. "Do you know who he is?" Ning Shu smiled and said, "I know. He is your half-brother, Zeus's illegitimate son. That's why I want to kill him." He retracted the fiery sun energy in his hand and released the power of thunder, electrocuting Perseus. After the electrocution, Ning Shu used the power of stars to torture Perseus back and forth. Finally, Perseus roared and his head turned into ashes. Ning Shu patted the dust off his hands. If Perseus could still be resurrected like this, then she would have nothing to say. Athena didn't even bat an eyelid at Perseus' death. Perseus was just a mortal. Even if a god died in front of her, Athena wouldn't care. What she cared about was Ning Shu's blasphemy towards her and his attitude towards her. He even came to her city to provoke her. "You still have the guts to come back? Do you think you can resist any god just because you got some power from somewhere?" Athena said coldly. Ning Shu smiled and said, "No matter what, I am still your priest. There is nothing wrong with me coming back to take a look. Besides, I am also a citizen of Athens. Can't I come back to my hometown to take a look?" Athena's face turned cold. She held her scepter and struck Ning Shu with the power of thunder, hitting Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't dodge. He directly absorbed the power of thunder that Athena hit him. The power of thunder surged into Ning Shu's dantian and became Ning Shu's power. Ning Shu didn't even move in the face of Athena's attack. He said, "I'll let you experience the feeling of being struck by thunder." A dragon flashing with lightning appeared behind Ning Shu's back. It roared at the sky and charged towards Athena. Athena frowned. She was already shocked when he caught her lightning. Now, he was able to control the power of lightning. Athena's power of thunder was inherited from Zeus, the Lord of Thunder. Athena was perplexed by Ning Shu's ability to control lightning. Medusa was just an ordinary human being, a beautiful woman with no power at all. The dragon of thunder rushed towards Athena. Athena used her shield to block the dragon's attack and began to fight with it. Ning Shu stood to the side, a fiery bird chirping on his shoulder. The aftermath of the battle between the man and dragon sent sand and stones flying. There were many armored guards far away. Ning Shu's long hair was blown into a mess by the wind, slapping against her face. She couldn't see the battle clearly. He casually tied his hair up and found a tree branch to tie it up. Ning Shu thought that it was pretty. A pretty person would look good even with a curtain. Poseidon and Athena used their scepter to disperse the dragon of thunder. However, as soon as Athena took a breath, the dragon gathered again. Qi was not a living thing. It had no sense of touch and did not know fatigue or pain. It could gather again after being dispersed. As long as Ning Shu still had power in his dantian, Athena would never feel tired. Athena frowned, her expression extremely serious. She glanced at Ning Shu, who was leisurely beside her. Where did he get such evil power from? The person who gave Medusa power was hiding in the dark. Or was he plotting something? Athena analyzed the situation. This Medusa was against the gods. She looked down on them and wanted to kill them. It was simply outrageous. Athena suspected that someone wanted to overthrow the divine system. Their target was the gods of Mount Olympus. This Medusa was just a scout, used to test the waters. Medusa, are you Medusa? Or did some evil power invade your heart and soul? Did a demon take over your body? Athena's expression was serious. She used her scepter to disperse the dragon of thunder. She was tired of the endless dragon. Athena was distracted by the lightning dragon, and she had many questions that she had yet to answer. She used her scepter to absorb the power of the lightning. Athena's scepter crackled as it trembled. Perhaps it had absorbed too much energy at once, causing it to tremble slightly. Ningshu's expression did not change. Athena pointed her trembling scepter at Ningshu and asked, "Who is behind you? Is it the sword of Olympus?" Athena asked. Ningshu spread his hands and said, "Since you are asking, can you at least show some sincerity? I won't tell you with your attitude." Athena squeezed out a laugh from her throat. Her expression was full of contempt. Who doesn't know how to laugh? Ningshu also laughed. Ningshu thought for a moment and flew to the front of the temple of Athena. Athena was shocked. She chased after Ningshu and shouted, "What are you doing?" Ningshu stretched out his hand and flicked the huge statue in front of the temple. Although Ningshu's finger was thin and weak, Ningshu's flick caused the huge statue to tremble. If Ningshu had used a little more force, the statue would have collapsed. Athena was so angry that her hair stood on end. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a strong wind blew. God was angry. Ningshu released the power of the stars. A dragon made of thousands of stars roared out from Ningshu's body and wrapped around the huge statue. Then the dragon tightened its grip, and the statue began to crack. In the end, it was reduced to rubble. "You have gone too far." When Athena saw that her idol had been destroyed, she was furious. A huge thunderbolt exploded in the sky, and the earth began to shake as the earthquake began. Strong winds blew, and the earth shook. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it looked like the end of the world. The citizens of Athens were terrified. It had started again. Their houses hadn't even been repaired yet, so why was it starting again? Ningshu said, "Don't be like this. Your city is destroyed." F***ck. Athena was furious. This woman had bullied her way into her territory, and now she was pretending to be concerned about her people and her city. Thunder boomed in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sun. The whole world was so dark that one could not see their own fingers. The people of Athens were trembling in fear. They felt that God had abandoned them. Ningshu did not care about this at all. Even when lightning struck him, Ningshu absorbed the power of the lightning and converted it into his own power. Considering that Athena's scepter could absorb the power of lightning, Ningshu did not release the lightning dragon. Instead, he released the star dragon and the sun dragon. The burning fire dragon rushed toward Athena. In the dark world, the burning fire dragon was very dazzling. It was ominous and dangerous, as if it was going to destroy the whole world. Athena raised her shield and blocked the fire dragon's attack, and a huge storm annihilated the fire dragon. Athena's shield had been lent to her by Zeus. Once the shield of Zeus was wielded, it would create a powerful storm. Its power was unstoppable. If Zeus held the shield of Zeus, the sky would be clear. But once it was in the sky, it would cause lightning to flash and thunder to rumble. Later, Zeus lent the shield to Athena, so there were two sides to the shield. The two shields were different, but they were equally powerful. They were also indestructible. Battle and ferocity were all installed on the shield. Ningshu was not in a hurry. He released the power of the stars. The power of the stars was the strongest among all powers. It contained the power of thousands of stars. The star dragon rushed toward Athena. Ningshu pointed his finger at the sky above Athens and set up a barrier. If they really fought, Athena would not care about the people in the city. Now that the two of them were fighting, they would not care about anything. If they fought, they might destroy the whole city. In order to avoid losing his merit points, Ningshu set up a barrier to prevent the city from being attacked by the aftermath of the battle. As the star dragon fought with Athena, a scepter appeared in Ningshu's hand. Since everyone liked to use scepters as weapons, she decided to follow their example and use it as a high-end weapon. Ningshu raised the scepter and attacked Athena with the star dragon. Athena was a little weak, but she was still a god of war. Her battle power was off the charts. Athena's hair fluttered, and the armor on her body became brighter. She was a mighty goddess of war. Ningshu did not want a stalemate like this. He wanted to destroy Athena's divine spark. The power of a god was endless. Besides Athena, there were countless other gods. Being in a stalemate with Athena was not something to be proud of. Besides Athena, there were many powerful gods. If these gods attacked her together, Ningxu could only laugh. He had to take out an effective and decisive power that could destroy or intimidate a god. Ningxu had been thinking of ways to destroy a god's divine spark. Ningxu's fingers flew, forming a seal and drawing a talisman in the air. Freeze! The body-securing talisman hit Athena's body, and her body was immediately frozen. However, in the next second, her body trembled slightly, and she was about to break out of the talisman. Ningxu immediately mobilized the power of the sun, spirit energy, star power, and thunder in his body. Ningxu was compressing 4 different types of energy. She had to balance 4 different types of energy, and it was very difficult to fuse them together. Ningxu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not dare to relax at all. All of his mental power was used to fuse the powers. He was fully focused and did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, the violent repulsion of the powers would blow her up. Athena quickly broke free from the control of the body-securing talisman. She held the scepter and sent out a powerful thunderbolt at Ningxu. Ningxu's hair stood on end. The fused powers in his dantian almost collapsed. Ningxu drew a talisman in the air and froze Athena again. The 4 powers turned into a thin needle and shot directly into Athena's forehead. Then, without Ningxu's mental control, the compressed powers exploded in Athena's mind. Athena held her head in pain. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Athena looked up to the sky and roared, "Despicable human, I will kill you. I will make you suffer the fire of the underworld every night." A huge storm circled around Athena, protecting her in the middle. The 4 opposing forces didn't do anything to Athena, only causing her to bleed from her orifices. However, Athena's expression was one of extreme pain. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her hair was flying in the wind. Athena held her head in pain. She didn't retaliate against Ningxu, which meant that she was in a lot of pain. Perhaps she didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Ningxu's skirt fluttered in the wind, but Ningxu didn't move. "What are you trying to do? What is your goal?" Athena's voice was filled with pain. She stared at Ningxu with her bloodshot eyes. Especially in such a dark environment, the 2 bloody holes in her eyes were particularly frightening. Ningxu remained unmoved and continued to condense the fine needles. Because of the previous experience, Ningxu condensed the fine needles much faster this time and was much more proficient. The needles flew towards Athena's forehead. Athena had already suffered once. This time, she used her shield to block the needles. The needles exploded, and the huge force caused cracks to appear on Athena's shield. Athena's arm that was holding the shield went limp. Her bones had already been shattered. Although she was at a disadvantage, Athena raised her chin. She looked noble and awe-inspiring. "Who are you? What is your goal?" Athena endured the pain in her head and asked in a hoarse voice. Ningxu smiled and said, "Actually, I don't have any goals. I just want to live with dignity. I want to live according to my choice. I don't want to be raped, cursed, or beheaded." "Those who offend God should be punished," Athena said coldly. There was no right or wrong. Only the strong should punish the weak. Medusa was a human, and a human woman at that. Since they didn't realize the harm they had done to women, they naturally wouldn't sympathize with women. Instead, they would let women bear the greatest responsibility. Even if Medusa was forced to do so. Ningxu condensed 2 more needles and threw them at Athena. Athena's arm was already injured, so she could only block one of the needles with her shield. Unable to resist the other needle, the needle pierced through Athena's forehead. Athena's expression was a little sluggish, and then her 2 eyeballs exploded. The huge pressure and explosive force in her head caused the fragile eyes to explode first. Athena roared, holding the scepter and muttering something in the ancient language of the gods. Her voice was sonorous and powerful, and it caused people to tremble. The sky was getting darker and darker, as if it was going to press down. There was an aura of death that made people's hearts feel like they were going to explode. Ningxu frowned. Athena was about to unleash her ultimate move. Ningxu hurriedly set up a barrier around himself. His fingers flew as he drew a talisman. The talisman hit Athena's body. It only lasted for a second before Athena broke free from the talisman's power. Ningxu condensed a few thin needles, some of which rushed into Athena's body, while others rushed into Athena's glabella. Athena's divine body suffered great damage. A huge force exploded in her body, destroying the structure of her body. Golden blood seeped out of the corner of Athena's mouth. 2 lines of bloody tears flowed down her face. Medusa, a godslayer like you will not have a good ending. I curse you with my life. You will become an ugly monster that no one can approach. You will be a lonely monster that feeds on filth. You will be alone forever. Anyone who approaches you will die. Athena's gloomy voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The echoes were abnormally terrifying. The thick black smoke of the curse drifted towards Ningxu. The black smoke of the curse enveloped Ningxu. Perhaps because the curse was too powerful, Faith Halo was unable to break it. The cold and vicious aura flowed through Ningxu's bones, tearing at Ningxu's body. It was very painful. Athena hated Ningxu. She used her own life force as the price to curse Ningxu. However, Ningxu was completely fine. Athena, on the other hand, paid for it with her life. Athena roared. The barrier that Ningxu had set up around the city of Athens shattered. The entire city was under Athena's attack. Ah, despicable human, human. Athena let out an unwilling roar. Countless streams of divine power gushed out of her body and shot towards the city of Athens. The streams of power were like comets crashing into the earth. Athena wanted to destroy the world. Athena vented her hatred for Ningxu on the entire human race, including the people of Athens who had always worshipped her. This was a god. She had all the characteristics of a human. Her hatred, anger, and viciousness were amplified. Ningxu's expression was calm as he quickly set up a barrier. All the water in the wells of Athens was instantly sucked dry by Ningxu, forming a water barrier in the sky. Ningxu continued to strengthen the barrier. Streams of divine power crashed into the barrier like boulders. The barrier shook violently, causing the ground to tremble. Even the dormant volcanoes were awakened, and lava spewed out. The end of the world. For the people of Athens, this was the end of the world. Ningxu tapped the magma with her finger, and the violent magma calmed down. Ningxu stabilized the magma that had already splashed out, not allowing it to flow. Ningxu gritted his teeth and continued to strengthen the barrier. This is a grudge between you and me. What does it have to do with Athens? Moreover, this city was named after Athena. Athena was no longer able to stand. She lay in the air. Humans are all ungrateful. People like you who kill gods and blaspheme gods will continue to appear in the future. Athena's sense of superiority was vividly displayed. Gods were not to be humiliated or blasphemed. Gods were high and mighty. Ningxu chuckled and saw that Athena was no longer breathing. Even if she didn't kill her, her life had already been extinguished by the curse. The disaster on the ground continued. Ningxu continued to strengthen the barrier. His divine power was still resolutely carrying out Athena's will and destroying the city. Perhaps Athena was afraid of humans, or perhaps she knew that she would not be able to live on and was unwilling to leave her city behind and use someone else's name. In short, she wanted the entire city to be buried with her. In a sense, the city of Athens belonged to Athena. She was obligated to protect the city and had the right to deal with it. Athena's body floated in the air. Star Spirit wrapped around Athena's body and dragged her in front of Ningxu. Ningxu touched Athena's forehead and felt power gathering in her mind. He touched Athena's chest. Her heart was still beating slightly. It was very weak. If he did not pay attention, he would not be able to feel it. Athena's body no longer had Athena's aura, but her heart was still beating. Now that Athena was dead, perhaps a new Athena would be born as time passed. She would also be called Athena, but her personality would be different. She would be a brand new god. How could this be possible? Although this process might take a long time, Ningxu did not want another Athena to appear. Although it would be a brand new Athena, she would definitely inherit Athena's will. If Athena's will was to destroy humanity or to kill her, it would not be a good thing. A dagger appeared in Ning-Shu's hand, and he directly cut open Athena's head. However, her divine body was really hard. Athena's head was a bloody mess, like golden watermelon juice. The power of the thin needle had destroyed Athena's head. Ning-Shu reached into Athena's head and fished something out. It was sparkling and translucent, like a magnificent crystal. Ning-Shu looked at it. This should be a divine spark, the embodiment of a god's power and will. Ning-Shu pinched the divine spark. It was very hard. Ning-Shu chuckled and used all his strength to pinch the divine spark. A crack appeared on the divine spark. Then, like a spider, the crack spread all over the divine spark. Finally, with a slight cracking sound, the divine spark turned into dust. As the divine spark was destroyed, Athena's body was also destroyed, turning into ashes. At this point, Athena had completely fallen. There was no more goddess Athena in this world. Without the will of the divine spark, the divine power gradually dissipated. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and the sun shone brightly on the ground. Ning-Shu covered his eyes with his hand. The light was too strong for his eyes. The trembling ground also calmed down. Everyone was in a state of confusion and helplessness, in a state of stupefaction. In the end, one after another, they began to cry. Ning-Shu turned around and looked at Athena's temple. Without the protection of the divine power, the temple looked dim. Ning-Shu could collapse it with a single breath. Ning-Shu stretched lazily. At least one of them had been dealt with. No, two of them had been dealt with. One was Medusa, and the other was Perseus. Now, only Poseidon was left. The people who were directly related to this matter had been dealt with, but the people who were indirectly involved had appeared. She might have to go against the Olympian gods. Oh my God, at that time, Ning-Shu felt that her calves and stomach might tremble when she saw the black mass. Ning-Shu floated in the air and looked at the desolate city of Athens. He shouted, "Athena is dead. This city is no longer habitable. God may punish the people of this city. Everyone, run." This place was already in ruins. Rather than rebuilding it, it was better to move to another place. Based on Athena's experience, it was inexplicable for God to vent his anger on her. Because she was a human, God wanted to exterminate all humans in the city of Athens. When Zeus arrived, he saw that his daughter had been killed by a poisonous ant and the ant's nest had been set on fire. The people of Athens panicked. Hearing Ning-Shu's words, they didn't have time to understand what had happened. They only heard that the god who protected them was dead. Because they might be punished by the gods, they all packed their bags and ran. Then, like ants, they all fled from the city of Athens. Ning-Shu sat on the dragon's body and headed towards the sea. Then, he went to find Poseidon. Ning-Shu practiced compressing his power into thin needles while thinking about how to kill a god. He suddenly realized that a god's vitality was really strong. She might even be reborn. Although she might not be the same person after being reborn and her personality might change, Athena's position would still be there. She might even inherit the will of her predecessor. So, he had to completely destroy the divine spark and the divine body so that the god would disappear from this world. Should he use the thin needles to directly destroy the divine spark? Should he use the thin needles to directly pierce through the divine spark, but the divine spark was in a god's mind and couldn't be accurately located? If he could make the thin needles accurately locate the divine spark and destroy it, he would be able to create the most powerful attack. She could create the greatest attack power under limited conditions, and after she left, she could become Medusa's trump card. She could allow Medusa to survive so that others wouldn't dare to have any ideas about her. It must be said that Medusa was also suffering. Once a person was unlucky, they would not be able to rest in peace even after death. After Medusa was beheaded by Perseus, Perseus used her power to establish a country. In the end, she became Athena's shield. Anyone who saw Athena's shield would turn to stone. This was Medusa's power. They even claimed that Perseus was a great hero for helping Medusa to end her curse. F***CKU. When Ning-Shu passed by a town, she bought some sheepskin and some brushes and ink. She bought these items to write down some charms. Some of the brushes and ink had magic. The notes written down would never dissipate. Other than the gods, there were also witches and all kinds of creatures with magic. Of course, these weren't gods. The ink and brush that Ningxu bought had magic. Oh, where did Ningxu get the money from? Haha, there were too many gems in the temple of Athena. Just a few of them were priceless. After Ningxu left the city of Athens, a person appeared in the destroyed temple of Athena. This person sat on an exquisite chariot and looked at the ruins of Athens and the temple. He couldn't help but frown. He carefully sensed Athena and found that Athena had died. She was no longer a god in this world. Athena actually died. Zeus on the chariot had a solemn expression. He used some methods to find out about the battle. The battle between Ningxu and Athena appeared in front of him. Especially when he saw Ningxu crush Athena's divine spark, he couldn't help but frown. Thunder rumbled in the sky and dark clouds covered the sky. Zeus was angry. Athena was one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. She was the goddess of war, the goddess of wisdom, and many other gods. In the patriarchal pantheon, Athena held an important position as a female god. It was quite amazing. But now, she was killed by a human, and completely annihilated. This made Zeus very angry. Although Athena was a woman, she strictly followed the will of Zeus. Athena, who jumped out of Zeus' brain, was the continuation of Zeus. She was the continuation of Zeus' thoughts and will. Zeus snorted. The entire city of Athens shook violently. Cracks appeared on the ground and swallowed the entire city. 39/39163/L The ravine-like fissure destroyed the city of Athens and also caused Athena's temple to disappear and be buried in the huge ravine. Since then, the city of Athens had disappeared, and one of the 12 main gods was gone. Zeus looked at Ningxu, who was standing on the dragon's head. She had her hands behind her back, and her dress fluttered in the wind. She was a beautiful girl, but a lowly human. She was Athena's priestess, but now she had killed Athena. Would Poseidon be next? In terms of relationship, Athena was his daughter, and Poseidon was her brother. Poseidon had a bad temper and ambition, and he wanted to drag Zeus down from his position as the god king. Zeus could punish Poseidon, but that did not mean that a mere human could kill a god. This was unforgivable. Zeus drove his chariot towards Poseidon's sea palace. Since the human girl could kill Athena, Poseidon was in danger. This was a slap in the face to all the gods. Although there were too many gods to count, and if one or two of the 12 main gods were missing, they could promote other gods, but this was simply a disgrace to the gods. 2 main gods had been killed by a human. Would the humans still have any respect for the gods? Would the humans still believe in the gods? This was not a simple matter of one god dying. It concerned the entire pantheon, and the interests of every god. Zeus' chariot was very fast, and lightning flashed around him. Everywhere he passed, dark clouds gathered, and there was a downpour. Some places were even flooded. Ningxu stood on the beach and walked into the sea as if she was walking on flat ground. Her dress was not wet at all, and she walked in the sea. The seawater was salty and wet, and all kinds of fish swam past Ningxu. Some were as small as a finger, and some were huge, strange fish that could swallow countless small fish in one gulp. There were all kinds of sound waves in the sea that could not be heard by human ears. This was a unique way of communicating with sea creatures. There were even sunken ships, and some of them had chests of gems and gold coins. After dealing with Poseidon, she was going to search for treasures. Food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation all cost money. She was an ordinary human, and she had to eat. The firebird stood on Ningxu's shoulder and was wrapped up by Ningxu's barrier. It chirped in shock. Ningxu could hear the excitement in the firebird's voice. The bird that flew in the sky could now enter the sea. This bird's IQ was very low. In the past, it was only the size of a baby's fist. There was only a little bit of brain matter in its brain, so its IQ was not too high. Ningxu was thinking that when he was almost done with his mission, if he could find the herbs needed to concoct the wisdom pill in this world, he would concoct 2 for it. If they were big and tall without any brains, they would only be caught and roasted by the gods. In the future, there would even be people who would come to slay the bird. One had to know that heroes, knights, and people with a bit of power wanted to slay an evil dragon or a powerful creature to display their great power, make people worship them, and leave their names in history. Ningxu arrived at Poseidon's sea palace. The sea god's sea palace was magnificent, and it was made of crystal. There were sea demons patrolling the sea palace. There were also mermaids holding weapons and guarding the sea palace. Ningxu used a water barrier to wrap his body so that others could not see him. Ningxu swaggered into the sea palace in front of these patrols. This sea palace was very luxurious. There were all kinds of jewels and pearls everywhere. The jewels shone with a beautiful luster. Poseidon was really rich. For a god, with a long life and wealth at his fingertips, he did not seem to use money much. Life was really too boring, too lonely. With nothing to do, he would just have to have sex with different people. Ningxu strolled around the sea palace, looking at all kinds of beautiful corals, shells, and a rare beautiful sea view. He vaguely heard some sounds, charming and ambiguous. Ningxu rolled his eyes. He was afraid that she had come at the wrong time. Poseidon was in a good mood. Ningxu followed the sound to a palace and saw a scene that burned his eyes. Poseidon was rolling with a blonde beauty. Poseidon was kneeling on the bed, holding the blonde's waist. The hair on Poseidon's chest made Ningxu feel like he was going blind. The hair on his legs was as if he was wearing pants. It burned his eyes. Being raped by such a beast, Medusa felt bitter. Because of the enchantment, no one could see her figure. Ningxu walked to the side of the bed. The battle on the bed was still intense. Poseidon was a god with a strong physique. This woman seemed to be a siren. There were a few shining fish scales on her temples. Her body was curvy, and her expression was painful and happy. There was a spasm as if she was on the verge of death. Faint sounds floated out of her mouth. The air rippled with a sweet and ambiguous smell. Ningxu stood by the bed expressionlessly. There was a shell bell at the head of the bed. As the bed shook, the shell also jingled. Ningxu compressed the four forces into a thin needle. After continuous practice and compression, Ningxu could now compress the needle smaller and smaller. It was as thin as a hair. Previously, it was the size of a needle used to make insoles. Now, it was as thin as a strand of hair. However, the force inside was more violent. Like a spring, the more compressed it was, the stronger the rebound force. This needle was much stronger than the one used on Athena. Poseidon was still hugging the beauty. Ningxu flicked his finger, and the needle flew towards Poseidon. Poseidon felt the danger and quickly turned around. As soon as he turned, the needle shot into his forehead. Poseidon's body froze. A huge force exploded in his mind. It felt like an atomic bomb had been thrown into his head. Poseidon was naked and clutching his head. The woman beneath him was so frightened by Poseidon's appearance that she ran away without putting on any clothes. Poseidon roared in pain. Huge waves surged on the surface of the sea. One after another, the waves crashed onto the land. Ningxu pointed with her finger and the entire ocean calmed down. Who? Who is it? Poseidon was in pain from the huge force in his mind. Medusa, is it you? When Ningxu escaped, he turned invisible. Poseidon thought for a moment and knew it was Ningxu. Gods were really powerful. Even their brain tissue was destroyed, but they were still alive. Godhood gave them great power. It seemed that he had detonated it at the wrong time. He should have hit the divine spark. Ningxu condensed a few more needles and shot them at Poseidon. Poseidon endured the pain in his mind and dodged the needles. 39/39163/L Poseidon was naked, and his muscular body was full of wildness. Although Poseidon had avoided Ningxu's needle, he was still in pain. His divinity seemed to have been damaged. Medusa, Poseidon said through gritted teeth. His blood-red eyes looked around. Show yourself if you can. Ningxu did not appear. Poseidon had the advantage of not being able to see him. Why should he appear? Ningxu released the thunder dragon. Poseidon used his trident to fight the dragon. Ningxu appeared behind Poseidon and compressed the needle. The hair-thin needle pierced into the back of Poseidon's head. Poseidon roared in pain. He seemed to be in extreme pain. Ningxu closed her eyes and sensed the needle. She was attached to the needle with her mind power. She knew what the needle was doing inside Poseidon's head. Xianxia used her mind power to check the situation inside Poseidon's head. Although the head was small, it was like a universe inside. Was the head of a god a small world? She sensed a huge, irregular, crystal-clear divinity floating in the air. The needle shot directly into the divinity, and a crack appeared in the divinity. Xianxia detonated the needles, and the godhead immediately suffered great damage. It was blown to pieces. Poseidon did not seem to be in pain. He held his head. His eyes were blood red, and his pupils could no longer be seen. No one knew if he could see. Without the support of the divinity, his power was weakened. He was weak. Poseidon was wrapped around by the thunder dragon. If it tightened its grip, Poseidon would be smashed into pieces and completely annihilated. Xianxia revealed herself and looked at the dragon-shaped chi force that was flashing with lightning all over her body. "It's you." Xianxia nodded. "It's me." Xianxia looked at the naked Poseidon. A dagger appeared in his hand. Poseidon looked weak. When he saw the dagger in Xianxia's hand, he could not help but move. He asked, "What are you doing? Wouldn't it be better to cultivate one's body and mind if one gets rid of the root of evil?" Xianxia said with a beaming smile. Because of her beautiful face, her smile was like a spring breeze, but the words that came out of her sexy and captivating mouth made people tremble in fear. "Vicious woman." Poseidon could not help but roar. "You are so vicious that you cannot be tolerated in this world. Even if I die, there will still be divine punishment. A vicious person like you won't be able to survive divine punishment." In Prometheus, Zeus once took revenge on mankind for stealing the fire seed. When Zeus saw the flames rising in the human world, he was furious and decided to kill these unruly people. So he ordered Hephaestus, the god of fire, who was famous for his craftsmanship, to make a statue of a beautiful woman. Athena gave it life with magic, Hermes taught it language, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love, gave it all kinds of charm. Zeus named this beautiful figure Pandora, which means woman with all gifts. Because the gods had given her a gift that would endanger the human race. Zeus sent this young woman to the human world. She went straight to Epimetheus, the younger brother of Prometheus, and asked him to accept the gift from Zeus. Zeus was also quite interesting. "You created to help mankind, I let your brother destroy mankind." Prometheus had warned his brother not to accept any gift from Zeus on Mount Olympus, and to immediately return it. But this adorable brother was so enchanted by this woman that he forgot this. Warning. Pandora walked in front of Epimetheus and suddenly opened the lid of the box. The disasters inside flew out like black smoke. They included disease, disaster, jealousy, theft, greed, sin, and so on. At the bottom of the box was the only beautiful thing left, hope. But Pandora followed the warning of Zeus, the father of the gods, and quickly closed the lid before it flew out. So hope was forever locked in the box. Since then, all kinds of disasters filled the earth, sky, and sea. Diseases spread through the human race night after night, wreaking havoc, but they were silent. In order to exterminate mankind, mankind had to endure all kinds of disasters and death caused by all kinds of diseases. The gods' attitude towards mankind was not so friendly. "You won't survive. Once the apocalypse is triggered, only the truly kind can survive," Poseidon roared. Xianxia brushed his hair. "At least I'm still alive now. You're sure I'll die first? Your actions will affect the entire human race. The entire human race will suffer because of you." Poseidon sneered. Because of the pain, the muscles on his face spasmed from time to time. "I can't even control my own fate. I can't care about others, and I can't bear the fate of the entire human race." "Mankind will not go extinct," Xianxia said calmly, waving directly at Poseidon's lower body. He directly chopped off Poseidon's right and wrong root. Rapists were unforgivable. They vented their desires on the weak and powerless body without any scruples. Xianxia stomped on the ground and looked coldly at the pained Poseidon. Golden blood flowed down Poseidon's leg. Poseidon sneered. Xianxia looked at Poseidon and sneered. "Are you cursing me?" Athena did the same, but she's dead now. The world no longer has a god named Athena. "You." Poseidon's face twisted with disbelief, anger, confusion, and fear. "Why? Why did he have to go to this extent? You used to be Athena's priest. You worshipped and worshipped Athena. You killed Athena like this. You have no fear or belief in the gods. When Poseidon spoke, his voice trembled because the pain in his body was too much for him to bear. He felt his life force fading away because his divinity was destroyed. Why? I believe in myself. I don't have any prejudice or opinion against the gods. But what did the gods do to me? And what about the heroes under the banner of destroying evil? Ningshu's dagger stabbed into Poseidon's chest. There was a beating heart, but it was very weak now. You are a vicious woman. Golden blood flowed from the corner of Poseidon's mouth. Men like you have to be ruthless to achieve great things. You don't care about trifles. You can achieve great things. Women are vicious. It seems that women shouldn't have ambitions. They should live a peaceful life. They shouldn't love power and stand aloof from worldly affairs. It is unforgivable for women to have ambitions and tricks. Women should be pure and kind or smart and have no ambition for power. There are many different kinds of people, but women can only be one type. You must be kind and have no ambition. 39/39163/L Her biggest wish was to find someone she loved and spend the rest of her life with him. She had to be naive and sweet. Love had to be spoiled. Growth had to be forced by bad people. All she wanted was for the man to be able to control her. She was working hard for her goals. Sacrificing anything was her business. An outsider like you had no right to say anything. Should women be born ignorant, pure, and kind? Should they not be ambitious and ambitious? Should they not take the initiative to pursue fame and power? She was willing to sacrifice herself. That was her choice. She was willing to live for herself. That was her choice. She wanted to live like a human. Ningshu sneered and twirled the dagger. Poseidon groaned. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Golden blood spurted out from his chest. Ningshu quickly caught the bottle. Poseidon was speechless. This woman was really evil. Evil human. Ningshu was catching the blood when he felt a huge pressure behind him. The danger made his hair stand on end. Ningshu quickly dodged. However, the bottle in Ningshu's hand was broken by a bolt of lightning. Golden blood flowed to the ground. Ningshu looked at Zeus, who had suddenly appeared. He smiled. His smile was like a flower, and his eyes were curved. He looked like a cute girl. However, when Zeus saw Poseidon, who was entangled by the lightning dragon, he was not at all fooled by Ningshu's smile. Zeus felt that this girl had a similar temperament to his wife, Hera. She had a strong personality. Hera was the queen of heaven. She had great authority. Even the gods were afraid of her. She was domineering and jealous. She also liked to fight. Even though this girl appeared to be a beautiful and fragile woman, she was actually a poisonous rose. God King. Poseidon looked at his brother. Even though he had almost no feelings for him, he could not help but feel conflicted. This was especially so before his death. Zeus was majestic. He looked at Poseidon, who was in a sorry state. He did not even have any manhood left. He was crushed to a pulp on the ground. It was unbearable to look at. What a useless piece of trash. A human woman has done this to you, Zeus said with a frown. He then dispersed the thunder dragon that was wrapped around Poseidon. Ningshu clasped his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. So what if she was a woman? Was it humiliating to be done in this way by a woman? There was something even more humiliating. Without the restraints, Poseidon lay in a pool of blood. The flesh below his navel was a mess. Zeus looked at Poseidon, who looked like he was about to die. He could not help but frown. Get up. Poseidon wanted to get up, but he had no strength left. Poseidon's body was destroyed. This again, another prime was gone, and Zeus was about to explode. Ningshu smiled. Zeus looked at Ningshu and said, "This is very funny." No, this is a victorious smile. I'm smiling. I love to smile. Can't I? Ningshu retorted. You're in charge of the heavens and the earth, and you're even in charge of my laughter. This was the first time he had met someone who looked down on a god. Zeus raised his eyebrows and asked, why? Another person asked her why. Why did she do this? Was her action so outrageous, so rebellious, and so stupid? Was it not stupid to go against a god? It's simple. You want to kill me, so I have to make the first move. Ningxu shrugged. He could not just lie there and let them kill him. He could also be smart enough to kill himself first. You have offended a god. You have blasphemed a god. Zeus looked down at Ningxu. He was high up, holding thunder in his hand, ready to judge Ningxu. Ningxu's ears had grown calluses from listening to these words. These gods were always talking about the gods. There was no room for disrespect, no room for disobedience, and no room for rebellion. Everything depended on one's mood. Even a god could not do anything about it. For example, Apollo had a son called Asclepius. He could heal and save people. He could even bring the dead back to life. However, this broke the natural order. Hell was empty. Hades was furious. He went to Zeus for judgment, but Zeus killed Asclepius with thunder. Although Apollo was sad, there was nothing he could do. Kindness required the ability to protect oneself. It also required the ability to see the big picture and act appropriately. Ningxu floated up and stood facing the god king Zeus. Zeus frowned when he saw Ningxu's actions. No one had ever been able to stand on the same level as him. Even the gods had their own unspoken rules to find their own position. If he was a human, he would have prostrated himself in front of a god. Zeus finally understood how Athena and Poseidon felt. They had met such a ruthless human being, yet they had been looked down upon and killed by him. Damn it. However, Zeus was as good as Athens and Poseidon. Where did Ningxu get his strength? He had the ability to kill a god. He was a threat to the Olympian gods. Zeus felt a strong sense of crisis. He was afraid that this was a test for the gods. Zeus held the thunder in his hand, and a strong divine aura erupted from his body. The entire sea palace shook, and the sea began to churn. The patrols outside the temple were terrified. They did not know what was going on. The divine aura that erupted from the temple stopped them. The temple was like the bloody mouth of a monster. Once you entered, you could not leave. Therefore, the patrols ran away with their tails between their legs. They ran away to see what the sea palace was doing. Zeus silently raised his position and looked down at Ningxu. Where did your strength come from? Who gave it to you? What are your intentions? Ningxu shook his head. Oh, no one gave it to me. My strength is my own. If you say it was given to me, then it was given to me by God. I have no intentions. I said I want to live. If you want me to die, then I can only fight with all my strength. A trace of contempt flashed across Zeus' handsome face. Life and death had long been determined. Pluto controlled the underworld. Ningxu smiled. Everyone will go to the underworld, but there is no rule about when I will go. At least I will not be killed by you. Ningxu said softly, I don't know if Poseidon and Athena will go to the underworld. Oh, no. They have been completely annihilated. Even their souls are gone. How can they go to the underworld? Zeus narrowed his eyes. Was he provoking him? No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Zeus looked at Ningxu and suddenly said, You want to become a god? It doesn't matter. Is it that important to become a god or not? Aren't there people who can't resist the temptation of becoming a god? It just means that gods aren't that impressive. Ningxu smiled, revealing her white and neat teeth. A beauty should smile more. 39/39163/L Rather than calling these people gods, it would be better to call them primitive people in the guise of gods. The identity of gods wasn't that noble. In the end, the people who dominated the various planes and worlds were human beings. Then why are you doing these things? Zeus asked Ningxu. It was clearly throwing an egg at a rock. There was no reason, and no benefit. There was nothing to be gained. There was simply something wrong with her head. Ningxu asked, Will you let me go? Blasphemy against the gods is unforgivable, Zeus said majestically. See, who was the idiot here? It was so obvious, yet he still asked her why. What was he after? Ningxu chuckled. Zeus narrowed his eyes and said, the divine punishment is to punish people like you who blaspheme against the gods. The oracle is supreme, so your resistance will only make your end more miserable. Ningxu asked, then should I lie down and let you kill me? Even if it was a last-minute struggle, she would bite off a piece of flesh from them, or she would die in vain. Even if her current actions seemed very stupid, she still had to fight like a cornered beast. Zeus suddenly laughed. His face looked dazzling, handsome, and charming. Actually, I don't want you to die so early. Ningxu blinked her eyes. Should she kneel down and thank God for his grace? Zeus looked down at Ningxu. I suddenly thought of a punishment. I want you to try it. Last time, the eagle pecked her heart and liver. It wasn't that scary. Oh, was he playing psychological warfare now? Ningxu put his hands behind his back and asked with a smile, what kind of torture? Put you in a closed bathtub with only your head exposed. Smear goat's milk and honey from the bees on the cliff on your body, attracting all kinds of insects, snakes, and ants to gnaw on you. But you won't die because of this. Feed you every day, excrete in the bathtub, and soak in filth. You can clearly feel the gnawing of maggots. Zeus looked at Ningxu with the holy light of the gods on his face, but he was talking about torture. Ningxu's expression didn't change. Zeus asked, aren't you afraid? I'm scared, of course I'm scared. Ningxu said, I also have a torture method. Do you want to hear it? The corner of Zeus's mouth twitched. She didn't look like she was afraid, and she was even discussing with him. Ningxu ignored the strange look on Zeus' face and said, there is a form of torture called rat burrowing. That is, a person and a rat are locked in a closed space, and then a fire is lit. The rat is very afraid of fire, so it will keep burrowing to avoid the fire. If it can't break the iron cage, it will burrow on the person's body. After the torture is over, the prisoner's body will be full of bloody holes, and his intestines will hang out from the bloody holes. When humans tortured and killed their own kind or other animals, the tricks they came up with could be said to be unique. They could be as cruel and bloody as possible. Zeus looked at Ningxu silently. Just like Poseidon said, you are a vicious woman. Ningxu smiled and said, you flatter me. Compared to you guys, I definitely can't compare. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Since you want to talk back to me, then let's talk back. If you want to fight, then let's fight. How dare you? Zeus's voice was like thunder, and it shook the sea palace. You killed gods. You killed Athena and Poseidon. You can't atone for your sins. Zeus held the thunder, and his divine power made it difficult for people to breathe. Ningxu shook his head. I didn't kill them. How can I, a human, kill a god? A god is not so useless. Poseidon and Athena committed suicide. Zeus was speechless. When Zeus heard Ningxu's words, he almost choked on his saliva. He had never seen anyone talk nonsense in front of a god. He despised a god, killed a god, and now lied to a god. He had never seen such an unscrupulous person. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Ningxu glared at Zeus, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. He looked like he was about to explode. Ningxu quickly turned invisible. Even though Ningxu was invisible, Zeus could still sense Ningxu's presence based on the fluctuations. He struck Ningxu with the power of thunder. Zeus's thunder was very strong. Even though Ningxu could absorb the power of thunder, this thunder was too strong. It made Ningxu's body numb, and it took him a while to absorb the thunder. But even after absorbing it, the thunder still made Ningxu's dantian hurt. No wonder it was the thunder of the Thunder Lord. It was so unbearable. Even though the thunder entered Ningxu's dantian, it wanted to break out and return to Zeus's hand. Ningxu released the thunder dragon to relieve the discomfort in his dantian. The thunder dragon rushed towards Zeus. When Zeus saw the thunder dragon, he was very angry. He was the Thunder Lord, and now someone was using his thing to deal with him. It was simply a joke. The thunder in Zeus's hand directly cut the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon was immediately scattered, and the power of thunder was absorbed by Zeus's hand. Zeus withdrew the power of thunder, and a few thin needles flew towards him at high speed. Zeus dodged the thin needles, and the thin needles turned a corner and rushed towards Zeus. Zeus was a prideful person. He had avoided this thing previously because Athena and Poseidon had both been killed by it. Now that he had avoided it once, it was still chasing after him. Zeus' pride as the god of gods did not allow him to avoid it again. Zeus used his shield to block the needle. Although the needle was small, once the compressed violent power inside was disturbed by the outside world, it would directly explode. Zeus was shaken by the huge force and flew back. He hit a pillar, and the pillar was directly broken. The crystal-like sea palace was on the verge of collapse. Although it was a big battle, Zeus didn't suffer any injuries. However, Zeus's complexion couldn't be any darker. He looked around the main hall of the sea palace, closed his eyes slightly, and then opened them. He could vaguely see Ningxu's figure. Although he couldn't see her clearly, he could still capture her location. Zeus raised the thunder dragon in his hand, and a fierce thunder dragon slashed towards Ningxu. No god would be able to withstand such power. Ningxu saw such a terrible power, and of course, he wasn't stupid enough to resist it. If he was seriously injured and was caught by Zeus, he didn't need to think to know how difficult the following days would be. Ningxu didn't think that he would be treated well, especially after killing 2 gods and attacking a god. He couldn't escape the crime of killing a god. What if Zeus used all the torture methods on him? Moreover, Zeus had already lost his temper and was now in a fit of rage. Ningxu dodged the thunderbolt, which struck the walls and pillars of the sea palace. The sea palace was unable to bear the heavy burden and was on the verge of collapse. One of the walls collapsed under the ravaging power of the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt did not hit Ningxu and chased after Ningxu. At the same time, it continued to destroy the sea palace. In the end, the sea palace could not bear the heavy burden and collapsed with a rumble, turning into ruins. The patrols in the distance saw that the ocean palace had been reduced to rubble and felt unwell. What happened? Where was the ocean god? Ningxu swam out of the ruins and directly swam to the surface of the sea. Zeus drove the chariot behind him and chased after Ningxu to the surface of the sea. Ningxu stood on the surface of the sea and pointed with his finger. The sea water wrapped around Ningxu's thunderbolt. The thunderbolt was incomparably sharp and directly split the sea water. However, if you cut the water with a knife, the water would flow even faster. There was no hardness in the water that blocked the roaring thunderbolt. Ningxu compressed the thin needle and shot it at Zeus. Zeus directly used his shield to block the needle. A stream of water wrapped around Zeus' ankle and then slowly wrapped around Zeus' calf. Zeus looked down at the water and directly shook his leg, wanting to shake off the water. However, the water wrapped around his ankle. Ningxu pointed with his finger and the water wrapped around Zeus' leg directly turned into ice, freezing Zeus' leg. The water in the sea wrapped around Zeus' body and finally froze Zeus into an ice cube. Ningxu was panting while being chased by Zeus' thunderbolt. He directly used his peerless martial art and released the star dragon. The star dragon swallowed the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt rampaged through the dragon's body and finally rushed out of the dragon's body. F***ck, Ningxu cursed in his heart. In this world, she had only mastered the power of thunderbolt. This power was even more violent than the power of the sun. It was not easy to control and was not proficient in it. Moreover, Zeus was the lord of thunderbolt. Sometimes, the power of thunderbolt would not be under her control and control. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. Even if it was a male and a female, it was not possible. The power of thunderbolt could only be controlled by one person. Right now, Ningxu was the one being beaten. The ice sculpture that had frozen Zeus cracked and finally exploded with a bang. Ice shards flew everywhere and reflected the sunlight. Ningxu didn't expect to be able to deal with Zeus in this way. He just needed to trap him for a while. Zeus looked at Ningxu, who was being chased like a dog, and asked, "You still have the power of the ice god? Wasn't freezing the ice god's ability?" The ability to freeze everything within 1,000 miles had the ability to turn water into ice. Ningxu could only keep using water to block the lightning. However, the lightning was unstoppable. No matter what obstacles were in front of it, it did not retreat. Its sharpness was comparable to the metal-type world origin. Zeus's expression was a little serious. The more time passed, the more he felt that this woman was a real threat. She could control water and melt ice. The appearance of this person was a calamity for the Olympian gods. He couldn't let her live. Otherwise, the divine system would be shaken. Unless this woman also became a god and was given a divine title. But f*ck, she killed a god and still had to be given glory. It was too sullen. It was like slapping himself in the face. He couldn't bear it. Kill this b*****. Zeus released another powerful thunderbolt, and the two thunderbolts attacked Ningxu from both sides. Ningxu was speechless. Relying on the fact that humans couldn't control the power of thunderbolt at will, Ningxu pointed his finger and a huge wave hit Zeus. Zeus sneered. How could a wave of this level be a threat to him? Although Zeus's body was hit by the wave, there was no damage. Ningxu pointed his finger and Zeus's body began to freeze again. Zeus was frozen into an ice sculpture. Ningxu dodged the thunderbolt while pointing his finger. A large basin of water floated up. Ningxu raised the temperature of the water to the highest. When the boiling water was poured on the ice sculpture, the exchange and collision of cold and hot would make the blood vessels burst. It was like a frozen glass that would explode when hot water was poured on it. Ningxu was stunned for a moment and was hit in the back by the thunderbolt. Ningxu immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain and fell into the sea. Even so, the thunderbolt still followed Ningxu and swore to kill Ningxu. Ningxu was in trouble, and Zeus was in trouble too. Although his body was invincible, when it reached a critical point, he would still be hurt. The exchange of hot and cold made some of the blood vessels on Zeus's exposed skin burst, and golden blood spurted out. Ningxu flashed and appeared in front of Zeus. He reached out and grabbed Zeus's arm. Ningxu easily grabbed the flesh on Zeus's arm, revealing the white bone. Zeus gritted his teeth and looked at Ningxu. How dare you? His body had never been hurt like this before. Ningxu's back was already badly mutilated. He smiled and said, I've never been hurt like this before either. This is the second time. It was the second time he was badly mutilated like this. Zeus's face was bleeding golden blood. You seem to have the power of the fire god. Only his son, the fire god, could heat water. Ningxu shook his head. You're overthinking it. It was just that the state of the water was different. Objects had the ability to absorb heat, but how much they could absorb depended on the object itself. Her water was able to heat up because it absorbed the surrounding heat. Ningxu's face was pale. His back had been struck by lightning, and there were still residual lightning crackling. It was as painful as rubbing salt on the wound and needles in the bone. Ningxu absorbed the lightning power on his wound and had to dodge the lightning power. He had no choice but to be chased by such a thing. He was really in trouble. A barrier appeared in front of Ningxu. Ningxu stood in the barrier and hurriedly mobilized his spiritual energy to heal the wound on his back. Zeus's situation wasn't good either. The two sides were facing each other from a distance. Ningxu felt that she couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, what if Zeus summoned his companions? She would definitely be surrounded if she was alone. But what should she do? Zeus was the god king. His strength was not to be underestimated. The possibility of killing Zeus was a little small. But if she ran away now, Zeus would bring an army to suppress her. At that time, she would have to face a sky full of gods. It was equivalent to becoming the enemy of the entire world. It wasn't easy to change fate. Ningxu's current situation was what she was in. She was in a very difficult situation. Therefore, whether Zeus was alive or dead, she could not let him return to Mount Olympus. As of now, only Athena, Poseidon, and Zeus were involved. The other gods were not involved yet. If Zeus returned, he would probably gather a group of gods to destroy her. Even if she was Superman, she could not deal with so many gods. The gods were not to be trifled with. Therefore, Ningxu decided to keep Zeus here today no matter what. He would do anything to keep Zeus here. And Zeus' disappearance would definitely be beneficial to some. These gods were not a single piece of iron. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Zeus had been betrayed before. Zeus was a god, but because he did not care about the affairs of the mortal world, he was also known as the idle god. The idle god did not do nothing. He had a powerful thunderbolt. When Zeus was angry, there would be thunder in the sky. Together with Athena, Poseidon, and Apollo, Hera tied up Zeus with a rope made of rawhide while he was asleep. They put Zeus' thunderbolt out of Zeus' reach. Zeus was tied up and threatened to execute this group of people, no, this group of gods. They laughed at Zeus and said, "Come if you have the guts." Unfortunately, when deciding who would be the successor of the gods, they had a dispute. Just when everyone was arguing and almost fighting, the goddess of the ocean Thetis came over and interfered. Thanks to the sea goddess, Zeus was unsealed and revived. He tied up Hera, who had led the rebellion, with a golden bracelet and hung her up. The gods saw Hera's miserable state and were angry, but they did not dare to help. Zeus, in order to calm everyone's anger, not only released Hera, but also declared her his legal wife. The condition was that the gods swear to him that they would never rebel. Later, Poseidon and Apollo were punished to go to Troy. Only Athena was not punished, which meant that Zeus knew Athena's strength. And Zeus's feelings for Athena were love. The city walls of Troy were the result of Poseidon and the others' failure to resist Zeus. Being betrayed by his wife, children, and brother meant that Zeus, the god king, did not have the hearts of the people, no, the gods. Without the thunderbolt, the god king was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Ninshu looked at the thunderbolt in Zeus's hand. What if she took the thunderbolt from Zeus and tied him up with a rope? Zeus' weapon Thunder and Zeus' shield were both made by the Cyclops. It wasn't just Zeus's weapon. Even Poseidon's trident and Hades' helmet of invisibility were made by Cyclopes. How could she snatch the weapon from his hand? As long as Zeus died, the gods would be busy electing a new god king. Who would have the time to care about her? Ninshu rushed in front of Zeus, stretched out her hand, and grabbed the thunderbolt in Zeus's hand. As soon as she held the weapon, Ninshu's hair stood up. Her beautiful face became incomparably distorted. It was too painful. Zeus was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this rascal to rush up and snatch his things. He must be tired of living. The power of the lightning was getting stronger and stronger. Ninshu felt as though his body was about to be electrocuted into powder. His opponent must have increased the power output. Ninshu refused to let go. Her other hand grabbed the wound on Zeus's arm. Zeus's arm trembled reflexively. Ninshu pulled the thunderbolt with all her strength. In the end, Zeus kicked it away. Ninshu rolled a few times in the air and fell into the sea with a splash. Ninshu was speechless. Zeus gloomily looked at Ninshu. He raised the thunderbolt and released it towards Ninshu. At the same time, he put away his own thunderbolt. Seeing that Ninshu wanted to snatch his things, Zeus hurriedly put them away. Ninshu hurriedly protected herself with a barrier. Previously, she was badly mutilated. Now, she ran to snatch Zeus's weapon. Her body was on the verge of collapse. She was made of flesh and blood, it was very painful, okay? Every time she did a mission, it would hurt a few times. Fight with your life. As the mission progressed, Ninshu found that the client's status was getting lower and lower. Their strength was also getting weaker. It would take a lot of effort to counterattack. The difficulty increased by a lot. Ninshu was speechless when he saw Zeus hide his weapon. If you have the ability, use your weapon. Since you don't want to use a weapon, let's fight with our fists. Let's see who can beat who. Ninshu opened her hand and a huge hammer appeared in her hand. Ninshu held the hammer with both hands and raised it high to smash at Zeus. Zeus used his shield to block Ninshu's hammer. The two weapons collided, creating a huge impact. Ninshu was sent flying by the impact. Of course, Zeus didn't have it easy either. Ninshu swung the hammer at Zeus again. Zeus was speechless. He could only take Ninshu's attack head-on. He found that this weak human girl was surprisingly strong. If it weren't for the fact that Zeus' shield was sturdy enough, it would have been shattered by her strength. Zeus found that only the power of lightning was effective against this girl. He couldn't win in terms of pure physical strength. This woman's strength was too shocking. Zeus took out his lightning. As soon as he did, Ninshu's eyes turned green. She reached out and grabbed Zeus' lightning. Zeus, what was wrong with her? She wanted his weapon. Ninshu endured the pain and grabbed Zeus' lightning. Neither of them let go. In the end, Ninshu looked behind Zeus in horror. Athena? Zeus suddenly heard Athena's name and hurriedly turned around. Freeze! Xianxia threw an immobilizing talisman at Zeus, immobilizing him. Xianxia pulled hard and snatched the thunderbolt from Zeus's hand. Xianxia then used an enchantment to seal the weapon. Zeus broke free from the immobilizing talisman and glowered at Xianxia. You lied to me. All's fair in war. And I really did see Athena. Xianxia smiled. They were already enemies. There was no need to talk about lying. Without his weapon, Zeus was like a crippled arm. His combat strength was greatly reduced. Xianxia shook his numb arm. This was 2F** keen painful. Xianxia waved her hand, and the seawater converged into a barrier, wrapping Zeus inside. Zeus was trapped in a bubble-like barrier. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free. Furthermore, the barrier was filled with water. Zeus floated in the water and couldn't step on solid ground. Zeus' face turned green. Xianxia roared, but when he opened his mouth, water would gush into his mouth. It was impossible to hear what he was saying. Xianxia sat on the water and rested for a while. He felt that his body couldn't take it anymore. After cultivating the peerless martial arts, his physique had improved. However, after being attacked by lightning again and again, Xianxia's blood was almost depleted. Come down. Xianxia raised his head and shouted at the little bird that had been circling in the sky. This little bird wasn't just a little bit timid. When it saw a fight, it immediately flew into the sky. It was scared out of its wits. How useless, it didn't have any awareness of being a powerful creature. Did it still think of itself as a little bird? Whenever it encountered something, the first thing it thought of was to fly away. If Xianxia wasn't here, it would have flown far away long ago. It didn't have a clear understanding of its own strength. Its intelligence was a shortcoming. When the firebird heard Xianxia's voice, it quickly flew down and turned into a small ruby bird. It perched on Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia was speechless. You've become bigger. Carry me. Xianxia said unhappily. The little bird tilted its head and looked at Xianxia with a cute and understanding look. It looked very cute. Xianxia wanted to slap it away. Xianxia invaded the little bird's consciousness with his consciousness and told it his intentions. The little bird barely understood Xianxia's intentions. It spread its wings and flew into the air, turning into a huge firebird. Xianxia pointed his finger and a circular barrier filled with water floated onto the bird's back. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the bird's back and carefully sensed the sunken ship in the sea. Then, a box of gems and gold coins flew up. Xianxia looked at the box of gems and gold coins. It should be enough for her to live. There were many treasures in the sea. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to cultivate to repair his damaged body. He couldn't avoid getting injured every time. His body was really pitiful. It hurt so much, however, there was a reward for the effort. At least now, Zeus was sealed by her barrier. In the barrier, Zeus couldn't even speak. Seeing Zeus so young and helpless, Xianxia felt that his body didn't hurt as much. The most important thing now was to find a place to stay and then slowly deal with Zeus. It would be best if Zeus disappeared and the gods of Mount Olympus were busy electing a new god king. Then, Zeus, the god king, would become a thing of the past. Hee. Zeus floated in the barrier and saw Xianxia staring at him with an undisguised and malicious gaze. He suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. What would this woman do to him? In the barrier, Zeus felt powerless. They couldn't even breathe. Gods had strong bodies. If they were ordinary people, they would have drowned. Xianxia withdrew his gaze, mobilized the spiritual energy in his dantian, and began to repair his badly mutilated back. Birds fly without direction, as long as they don't fly towards Mount Olympus. The world was vast, and one could settle down anywhere. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. His body was too tired, so he laid down on the bird's back to rest. Sleeping was the best way to recover his body. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia heard the chirping of a bird. He opened his eyes and looked down. He saw a lone island below. Xianxia patted the bird's back. Go down. The firebird flapped its wings and flew towards the island. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Zeus, who was inside the barrier. Zeus' body was floating in the water with his eyes closed. He seemed to be dead. Your uncle didn't believe that Zeus was dead. When he heard Athena like that, her heart was still beating. As long as there was a godhead, Zeus would be fine. He was probably trying to numb her so that she wouldn't fall for it. Moreover, it was better that Zeus was dead, so she wouldn't have to do anything. The firebird landed on the beach of the island. Ningshu jumped onto the beach. He felt that this island was a little familiar. Could it be the island where Medusa had turned into an ugly monster? When the time came, would there be heroes coming to find her and cut off her head? TSK, after going around in circles, he still ended up here. Since he was here, he might as well stay here. It seemed that she was really fated to be on this island. This island felt like a primitive rainforest. He didn't know what kind of creatures lived on this island. Ningshu looked at Zeus, who was inside the barrier. He reached out and touched the barrier. The water in the barrier immediately stirred up. Zeus' body spun uncontrollably inside, like he was in a washing machine. Zeus opened his eyes and looked at Ningshu. His hair fluttered, and bubbles came out of his mouth. At least let him speak. Was this woman going to keep him locked up? What if he couldn't get out? Without lightning, he couldn't break this damn thing. Ningshu reduced the water in the barrier, allowing Zeus to reveal his head. What are you doing? Zeus roared at Ningshu. I'm going to keep you inside because I don't dare to let you out. Ningshu smiled like a flower. The sea breeze blew his hair. What a beautiful woman. Zeus was speechless. The gods won't let you go. Zeus gritted his teeth. He was now a prisoner in a water prison. He had punished Prometheus, but he never thought that one day he would be imprisoned by a human woman. What do you want? Zeus had no choice but to deal with Ningshu patiently. If this matter spread out, how could he manage the gods? How could he intimidate them? Zeus couldn't lose his face. And his weapons seemed to have been stolen. F***ck, what a vicious woman. Normally, goddesses and human women wouldn't dare disobey him because of his power and status. But in front of this woman, none of that seemed to work. He just couldn't think of anything that could satisfy this woman. Let me go first. My weapon, lightning, is in your hands anyway. I can't beat you, but I won't run away. Let's live on this island, Zeus said. Ningshu blinked, feeling that this development and style were a little strange. Ningshu was a little surprised and asked, You want to live with me on this isolated island in the sea? Yes. Like a married couple? Ningshu raised an eyebrow. Zeus nodded. If you want to live like this, I want to too. I'm tired of living in the Olympic forest. A bunch of people are coveting my position as the god king. It's tiring. If we can live on this deserted island together, it's not bad, Zeus said. He looked at Ningshu with his slightly golden eyes. It seemed like something was about to spill out of them. Ningshu, Zeus must be playing with her. They were fighting to the death before. It was as if they were going to eat each other alive. Now, they were going to live like a married couple on this isolated island. The situation changed too quickly. It was like a tornado. Zeus didn't think that this was a romantic encounter. He had to calm her down for now. He could still be a married couple with a beauty. Once he was free, Zeus would definitely come back. Ningshu, do you think you're some kind of sweet cake that everyone loves? Do you think you can do whatever you want now? Is your brain damaged? Ningshu looked at Zeus in surprise. Giving herself to her enemy, only someone with a mental illness would do such a thing. Then, she would wait for Zeus to come back with his people. Then, she would painfully ask Zeus why he was doing this to her. Ningshu quickly shook his head to get rid of the melodramatic plot in his head. Ningshu felt that Zeus was trying to trick her. Dream on, Ningshu smiled at Zeus. You're the deity king. How can I let you live such a hard life with me? Moreover, on an isolated island, there's no one, no people to worship, and no gods to submit to. It's too hard on you. Zeus said, the deity king has his own difficulties. I'm willing. Let me go first. Ningshu reached out and flicked the barrier. The water in the barrier suddenly surged. Zeus' body couldn't help but flip over. It was like he was in a washing machine. It was so dizzy that he almost vomited. Zeus was speechless. Ningxu pressed his hand on the barrier. The barrier immediately quieted down. Zeus spat out the water in his mouth and looked at Ningxu. What do you mean? I agree to live with you. Ningxu put his hands behind his back and smiled like a flower. Under the sea breeze, his hair fluttered. He really looked like a beautiful girl. Zeus looked at his face and was momentarily dazed. However, he recovered. If you agree, why won't you let me go? Let's live like this. I'll have to trouble you to stay in there. I'll have to look at your handsome face every day. Ningxu's face was small. Zeus' face twitched. He was instantly annoyed. You're playing with me. Ningxu waved his hand. Don't worry. As long as I have a bite to eat, you'll have a bite to eat. Zeus was speechless. Ningxu found a wide leaf and laid it on the beach. Then, he lay down on the sofa and started to rest. The bird's wings had grown, and it couldn't block the sun for Ningxu. However, its wings were full of flames. When it got close, it burned Ningxu's hair. Ningxu was speechless. Go play somewhere else, Ningxu said indifferently. Ningxu closed his eyes to sleep. Beside him, Zeus silently looked at Ningxu. What the hell was this? He was Zeus, and now he was imprisoned. If this news were to spread, where would he put his face? This was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was whether he would be killed by this woman. He had killed Athena and Poseidon without any hesitation. It was obvious that he was a ruthless person. Zeus could only hope that his identity as the god king would cause the other party to fear him and not dare to make a move. After Ningxu woke up, he stretched his body and took out the goat skin. He took out a brush and ink and began to draw talismans. Invisibility talismans, body-securing talismans, and all kinds of talismans. There were also charms that could resist the calamity. She had the halo of faith, but Medusa didn't. Try cursing me, Ningxu said to Zeus. Zeus ignored Ningxu. He was vigilant. No one would allow others to curse them. Crazy, Zeus ignored her, so Ningxu stirred up the water in the enchantment barrier. The enchantment barrier was not big, only big enough for Zeus to stand. Zeus was caught off guard and drank a mouthful of water, causing him to choke to death. Zeus's expression was ugly. Kill me if you can. Are you cursing me? Ningxu said to Zeus. Crazy. Zeus cursed in his heart. Seeing Ningxu looking at him covetously, he could only curse casually. He muttered to himself, wanting to turn Ningxu into a little white rabbit. The only way to break the curse was to let him go. Ningxu, a cloud of cursed black smoke flew towards Ningxu. Ningxu held the talisman between his fingers. Go. The talisman flew towards the black smoke. The black smoke surrounded the talisman. The talisman slowly turned black and lost its effect. The black smoke was almost absorbed by the talisman. Ningxu scratched his head. It seemed that the power of the talisman still needed to be strengthened. This was just an ordinary god's punishment curse. If it were a more terrifying curse, the talisman would definitely not be able to withstand it. It seemed that it needed to be improved. Since the curse was based on power, there would be a limit to the power. Ningxu kept drawing with a magic pen. Zeus, who was in the barrier, was speechless. This girl actually blocked the curse. Ningxu finished drawing the talisman and wanted to see if it would work. He said to Zeus, "Curse me again." Zeus closed his eyes and did not want to look at her. Curses could be cursed, but there was a price to pay for God's punishment. He was trapped here, and every bit of power he used was a little bit less. Don't go too far. Zeus looked coldly at Ningxu. He had the noble temperament of a god king. Even if he was a prisoner, Zeus was still a proud god king. Ningxu did not care about Zeus's gaze at all. He said, "Curse me again. Maybe cursing me will make you feel better." Cursing could vent the anger in one's heart. Moreover, this kind of curse could come true. It was awesome. Zeus, this woman was crazy. But Zeus was very smart. He obviously felt that he was a lab rat. The other party was testing the power of the talisman, and it was obvious that it could withstand the power of God's punishment. This was not a good thing. If every human had a talisman like this in their hands, the divine punishment would no longer be a threat or deterrent to humans. Zeus stared at Xianxia. "Who the hell are you?" Xianxia said, "I told you to curse me." "What are you doing? Hurry up and curse me." Zeus, crazy. Zeus ignored Xianxia. What kind of god king was he? He wasn't someone who could do whatever she wanted. Xianxia looked at Zeus's stubborn expression. He tapped his finger, and the water in the enchantment slowly froze. This was especially true for water that had been compressed. Zeus felt his body go numb. The coldness was like needles stabbing into his muscles. Even though he had a divine body, he still felt extremely cold. Zeus breathed out white mist. His face was blue from the cold, and his nose was red. Zeus's teeth chattered. "Don't go too far. If you go too far, there will be no way to clean up this mess." Xianxia shrugged nonchalantly. "Even if I don't go too far, would you let me go if I let you go now?" Zeus fell silent. His pride did not allow him to let this woman go. She did not care about his status and power. Didn't she want anything? He didn't care about status, but he also had strength. If he didn't have any desires, he wouldn't be able to find anything to exchange for it. "You're cursing me." Xianxia put his hands on his waist and said to Zeus. Zeus had no choice but to curse Xianxia. This time, he cursed Xianxia to die alone and become an ugly old woman. The black smoke of the curse floated towards Xianxia, and the black smoke was very thick. It seemed that Zeus was angry this time, and he had to pay a lot. It could be seen from the black smoke of the curse. Xianxia threw the talisman at the black smoke. The talisman paper shone with a golden light, and the black smoke slowly dissipated under the golden light. However, in the end, the talisman paper turned into black paper. Xianxia was not very satisfied with the effect of blocking the curse. If it had been a more vicious curse, the charm would not have been able to block it. Xianxia felt a little helpless, and Zeus was even more speechless. His previous god's punishment was very serious, and Xianxia was cursed to become a loner, but Xianxia had blocked it. What on earth was this? He was not familiar with this kind of power, and had never seen it before. Xianxia improved the charm again. With the combination of the charm and the array, the power of the curse would be greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, the purpose of the charm was to take the place of the cursed person to bear the curse. Xianxia mobilized the spiritual energy in his dantian and then began to draw a charm. This was Xianxia's new charm. Xianxia had tried it many times but had not succeeded. Xianxia put down the magic pen and moved his wrist. Next to him was the fruit that the firebird had picked on the island. The fruit was red and looked very delicious. Xianxia took a bite of the fruit. Seeing Zeus staring at him, he asked, "Do you want to eat it?" Zeus did not speak. His golden hair was draped over his face, and he looked like a handsome man who had just come out of the shower. His long eyelashes were wet, which made them even more obvious. His eyes were moist. Needless to say, Zeus's appearance was good. Otherwise, he would not have given birth to the handsome Apollo, the beautiful Athena, and all kinds of beautiful goddesses. Good genes were the foundation. Seeing that Zeus was not speaking, Xianxia ate his own fruit and then drew a charm. However, the charm almost drained Xianxia's spiritual energy. After drawing the charm, Xianxia's face was extremely pale, and then he sat cross-legged to cultivate. When he felt better, he asked Zeus to curse him. After all, he had to find a way to put an end to the god's curses once and for all. After cultivating, Xianxia said to Zeus, "Curse me. Make it big." Zeus was speechless. Zeus was furious. What was this? What did he think he was? How could he curse him just because he wanted to? No one had ever taken the initiative to ask for divine punishment, and he had to pay for it. Zeus stared at her. "Do you really want me to curse you?" "Of course." Xianxia nodded. "Come on, make yourself at home. In the name of the God King, I summon the King of Hades from the abyss of hell. He shall trample on death and take away the human who has offended the majesty of God." Zeus fixed his gaze on Xianxia, his mouth spitting out an ancient chant. Xianxia almost jumped up. Shit, not good, Zeus is going to summon Hades. Now that Hades was here, he would not be easy to deal with. Zeus stared fixedly at Xianxia with a trace of contempt in the corner of his mouth, as if he was looking at Xianxia as a joke. As Zeus finished his last word, the entire sky turned dark. A distorted hole appeared in the sky, and a hand stretched out. He could not let Hades escape. With a tap of his finger, he set up a barrier around the black hole in the sky. Then, the water in the ocean rushed into the black hole. The black hole swallowed the water. At the same time, Xianxia kept chanting the rebirth scripture in his heart. Since it was a creature of hell, the rebirth scripture should be useful. Xianxia kept strengthening the barrier and the yang gathering array. Creatures of hell were all dark-type creatures and were afraid of light. They gathered the surrounding yang energy to make Hades uncomfortable, so it would be best if he could return to the underworld. Hades, brother, come out quickly, Zeus saw the situation and immediately shouted. F***ck, what was the situation now? The seawater kept pouring into the black hole. Hades had 1 foot out, but it was blocked by the barrier. Moreover, the water was pouring into his underworld through the underworld passage. If this continued, the underworld could not be flooded. Moreover, this was the water of the human world, which was different from that of hell. Hades had no choice but to close the black hole and disappear. Hades left without even showing his face. Xianxia did not see what Hades looked like. He only saw 1 hand and 1 foot. However, Xianxia was relieved that Hades did not appear. The black hole in the sky disappeared, and the sky returned to its clear state. The little firebird hiding in Xianxia's chest carefully poked its head out and looked around. Xianxia directly took it out and threw it away. What the hell was this? It was fine if it was timid and hid, but it also hid in his chest. Scram, Zeus silently watched his brother disappear. At least come out and take a look at him. He could send a message to the god of Mount Olympus and ask someone to save him. Xianxia wiped the cold sweat on his head. He had almost been exposed. Perhaps he had already been exposed. It seemed that the situation was not good. Xianxia stared at Zeus. Zeus coldly said, "You asked me to curse you." Xianxia had miscalculated. He did not expect Zeus to summon Hades. This was beyond Xianxia's expectations. Moreover, Xianxia lacked understanding of God's strength. After all, Medusa was just an ordinary and humble priestess. God was omnipotent. She did not question the gods. Medusa used to think that way. Now, he had to get rid of Zeus. Otherwise, something else would happen. Xianxia wanted to secretly get rid of Zeus. Then, the gods would know that Zeus was dead and would elect a new god king. But now that Hades had appeared, even if it was out of brotherhood, Hades would definitely inform the gods of Mount Olympus. Xianxia opened his hand. The weapon, Thunderbolt, which was wrapped in the enchantment, flew into Xianxia's hand. Even though it was wrapped in the enchantment, Thunderbolt still flashed with powerful thunder power. The most important thing now was to destroy the weapon. Without a weapon, the God King would not be a threat. And without a weapon, Zeus would not be able to suppress the gods below. They would all jump out and rebel against him. Xianxia covered the thunderbolt with frost and froze it. This frost could be considered 1,000-year-old ice. Xianxia kept compressing the seawater and then froze it. After freezing it for a while, Xianxia placed Thunderbolt in boiling water. He used the power of the stars to create a giant hammer. He held the hammer and smashed the hot and cold Thunderbolt. Normally, when the hot and cold alternated, the object would become brittle and easier to destroy. Thunderbolt was a weapon made by the Cyclops. If it was a weapon, it could be destroyed. Xianxia held a huge hammer and smashed the thunderbolts again and again at high speed. Xianxia's huge power smashed into the ground, causing the entire island to shake. Thunderbolt flashed with thunder power, but it was fine. It really was the God King's weapon. Xianxia exclaimed. His fingers moved quickly and set up a yang gathering array. He gathered the yang qi of the world. The sun was shining in the sky. It was very hot. The sand on the beach was so hot that it could burn your feet. After setting up the yang gathering array, the heat surged into the array and ignited the power of the sun. It burned Thunderbolt. If it was frozen, it would be scalded with hot water. Now that it was roasted with fire, it would be hammered again. Zeus was dumbfounded as he watched Ningxu play with his weapon. What was he trying to do? What kind of hatred did this woman have for his thunder? Why are you doing this? Zeus asked Ningxu. He really couldn't figure out why she had to risk offending all the gods in the world. If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible, Zeus said. Ningxu squatted next to the sun-gathering array. His hair was burning from the heat. He turned to look at Zeus and grinned, revealing his white teeth. Can you really let me go? Zeus swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded. Okay. What should I do? I don't believe in gods. Ningxu turned and stared at the thunder in the array. The thunder was still strong under the heat of the sun. Ningxu removed the sun-gathering array and reached out to hold the thunder. The thunder flickered with the power of thunder and crackled. Ningxu's body was numb from the electricity. Ningxu used his peerless martial arts to absorb the power of thunder from the weapon. The violent thunder rushed into Ningxu's body, as if it wanted to destroy Ningxu's body. After all, it wasn't his power. It was so difficult to tame. Ningxu endured the heart-wrenching pain and absorbed the power of thunder. Without the protection of the thunder, let's see what you can do. After absorbing the power of the thunderbolt, Ningxu repeatedly froze it, heated it with hot water, and smashed it with her hammer. Finally, with a bang, the thunderbolt weapon finally broke into pieces under Ningxu's torment. The violent thunder in Ningxu's body had now calmed down, quietly occupying a corner of his dantian. Ningxu shook her numb arm. Every time she smashed it with force, the huge recoil shook her arm so much that her bones were about to break. Zeus looked at Ningxu in a daze. Damn, his weapon. Ningxu let out a long breath and wiped the sweat on his head. It was finally destroyed. Now the threat of Zeus could be eliminated. Zeus's expression was extremely unsightly. Lightning and Zeus's shield were used to intimidate the gods. Lightning was the most powerful one, while Zeus's shield was used for defense. It didn't have powerful attacks. Was he going to rely on Zeus' shield to defend himself and not fight back? Zeus's face was ashen, and he looked extremely haggard. Zeus understood that his situation wasn't good. Even if the gods brought him back, without enough power, he would still be pulled down from his position as the god king. Before Ningxu could even catch his breath, the sky started to fill with dark clouds, and the wind started to blow. One after another, gods appeared in the sky above the island. There were both men and women. Ningxu had been thinking about this scene for a long time, but now it had appeared. The divine might released by the densely packed gods was about to sink the island. The scene in Ningxu's imagination appeared. There was only one feeling in Ningxu's heart. It was finally here. Countless melons on a vine. Ningxu immediately broke through Zeus's barrier and said excitedly, "Look, they're here to pick you up. You can go back to the divine mountain. Remember to take me with you." Zeus was speechless. Mother Cur, Zeus couldn't feel happy in the face of a sky full of gods. If lightning hadn't been destroyed by this crazy woman, he would be happy that these people had come to save him. But now, he didn't have the power to intimidate the gods. There was no difference whether he saved them or not. Zeus felt very awkward, very awkward. God King. Everyone bowed to Zeus. Zeus's wife, Hera, stood at the front. She was also Zeus's sister. She asked, "God King, I heard from Pluto that something happened to you. What happened?" Ningxu immediately jumped out and said, "Athena and Poseidon rebelled and were killed by the God King. Now, the God King is injured." Hera squinted at Ningxu. "Who are you?" It seemed to be a human. Hera's expression was cold. "Could it be another of Zeus's women?" Ningxu smiled and said, "I'm Athena's priest." "Oh, Medusa." Even the gods knew how beautiful Medusa was. Ningxu looked honored. "It's me." Athena and Poseidon attacked together. The God King's lightning was destroyed. Lightning was destroyed? Ningxu's words made the gods' expressions turn strange. Even the atmosphere became strange. Hera's aura became much sharper. She asked Zeus, "Is it true? Even lightning was destroyed?" Zeus wanted to strangle Ningxu. This woman was talking nonsense. She had exposed his weakness. Zeus didn't speak. Ningxu said, "You can't imagine how dangerous the situation was." The gongs and drums. Gongs and drums filled the sky, and firecrackers went off. The situation was very dangerous. Ningxu moved closer to Zeus. He seemed to be afraid of Hera. Hera suddenly smiled, looking incomparably beautiful. "It's fine as long as the God King is fine." Zeus frowned, looking very melancholy. Ningxu looked vain. He asked Zeus, "Can I go to the Divine Mountain? I've never been there before. Will you take me with you, God King?" "Scram," Zeus said. Zeus said to the gods, "Now, kill this woman for me." Ningxu immediately howled, "Divine King, how can you do this to me? You're burning the bridge after crossing the river. I saved you, how can you do this to me? You even said that you admired my beauty, but you're being oppressed by the tigress at home." Ningxu spouted nonsense. He glanced at Hera, who had a fierce expression. Hera's eyebrows were raised. Ningxu realized he had said something wrong and immediately covered his mouth. "This woman killed Athena and Poseidon. Kill her now. Sun God, kill her." Zeus was so anxious that he was about to cry. This woman was sinister, cunning, and shameless beyond his imagination. F***CKU, why are you acting like you love him now? That means she's still afraid of the gods. Ningxu wailed and kicked her legs on the ground. "King of gods, I betrayed Athena to save you. You can't do this to me." Hera looked at the superficial and vain Ningxu and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She wanted to get close to the king of gods. Zeus was a lecher who only wanted to have sex with her. He wouldn't take responsibility for her. Unless she was a goddess, at least a goddess could claim the title of lover. "Alright, stop howling. You're a human woman. You can't go to the Divine Mountain. Since you saved the God King, I won't punish you," Hera said coldly. Ningxu's face was full of unwillingness. She asked Hera, "Can you give me some benefits? I risked my life to save the Divine King. He's the Divine King. Can you give me some benefits, like eternal youth?" Hera. Such a shallow woman. Hera had been very angry when she heard that she was a tigress. However, such a shallow woman wasn't enough to take her seriously. Moreover, she was a human. Did she think that she could turn things around just because she had the Divine King? Idiot, Hera had dealt with countless women like this. "No reward," Hera said. Ningxu was annoyed. "I saved the God King." Was the God King so worthless? Zeus was speechless. Damn it, without the lightning, without the power to intimidate the gods, none of them would listen to him. Moreover, Hera was the empress and had great authority. Even the gods were afraid of her. At this time, many of them listened to Hera. "God King, let's go back to the Divine Mountain," Hera said to her younger brother/husband. Zeus was in a dilemma. Whether they went back or not, it was a trap. Should they run now? Where could they run? Earlier, Hera, Athena, Apollo, and Poseidon had tied him up and taken away the lightning. Now that he didn't have the lightning, he had to face that situation again. Damn it, Zeus pulled Ningxu. "We can go back, but you have to take this woman with you." Ningxu's eyes immediately lit up. "Are you really going to take me to the sacred mountain? I heard that there are many gods in the sacred mountain, and there are many divine fruits. Eating a divine fruit can make you immortal and stay young forever. Is that true?" Ningxu looked terrible. "I'm willing to go with you." Zeus was speechless. Damn woman, Hera's expression turned ugly. She said to Zeus, "The Divine Mountain is not a place where a human can go. God King, you can't take a human there. Moreover, the Divine Mountain is very dangerous. She's a human. Wouldn't you be harming her?" Zeus rubbed his brows. He was very anxious. "Sister, this woman killed Poseidon and Athena. You can't underestimate her." Ningxu was confused. He didn't know why Zeus said that. "I didn't. How could I defeat Athena and Poseidon?" "Oh, I know. You're going to take me to Mount Sumeru in this way, right?" Ningxu punched Zeus' chest. "I'll listen to you." Zeus's sternum was almost caved in by Ningxu's enormous strength. This woman was simply crazy. There must be something wrong with her brain. God King, let's go back, Hera said impatiently. Zeus did not move. If the woman escaped this time, she would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. She would definitely find a way to deal with God in the future. Plus, Zeus had been used as a lab rat. The woman was getting stronger and stronger, but God was oblivious. This was a very dangerous situation. His sister, Hera, had always been jealous. Now, she probably thought that he had taken a fancy to this woman and insisted on bringing her to the divine mountain. Zeus could only curse in his heart. He might not be able to keep his position as the divine king, and this woman was a threat to the gods, but he couldn't say anything. Zeus pointed his finger, and the scene of Xianxia fighting Athena and Poseidon appeared in the air. Xianxia narrowed her eyes and looked at Zeus with a tolerant smile. Yes, I killed Poseidon and Athena. You're right. Take me to Mount Sumeru, please. Zeus was speechless. Hera had had enough of this farce. She didn't care about a human woman, but now that Zeus had lost his thunder, it was easy to deal with him. The scene of her being hung upside down was still vivid in her mind. Without Athena and Poseidon, she would have one less competitor. It couldn't be better. As for how Athena and Poseidon died, she didn't care. Now, Zeus should give up his position as the divine king. Hera flew in front of Zeus and reached out to hold his arm. Brother, let's go back to Mount Sumeru. Xianxia looked at Hera and Zeus, who were holding each other's arms, with an aggrieved expression. He was full of resentment as a single dog. Zeus wanted to break free from his sister's arm, but Hera held on tightly. Zeus said in a low voice, "Everything I said is true." Hera turned to Xianxia, who was full of resentment. "Do you want to go to Mount Sumeru?" she asked coldly. "Can I go?" Xianxia's eyes shone with greed. "No, you can't. Humans can't go to Mount Sumeru. There are all kinds of monsters there that will swallow you whole. There are all kinds of dangers." Hera looked at Xianxia. "You can go if you want." Xianxia's face turned green. He hurriedly waved his hand. I'm not going." Xianxia retreated and ran into the dense forest. The queen's crown on Hera's head reflected a dazzling light. Zeus' eyes hurt when he saw the light. Hera, who had always been noble and cold, smiled gently at Zeus. "Brother, let's go back." Hera pulled Zeus onto the chariot. "Let's go back," she said majestically to the gods. The gods followed behind Hera. Xianxia looked up and saw the gods leave through the gaps in the forest. Xianxia let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. "Hey!" A man's voice came from above. This voice was full of masculinity. Xianxia looked up and saw Apollo standing on the chariot with his slightly curly hair. Apollo's face was exquisite and handsome. To describe a person, it was best to say that he was angular and handsome, like the ancient Greek sun god Apollo. What did Apollo want? It was time for the throne to change. As Zeus's son, Apollo had a chance to become the next god. Of course, Hera also had her own son. Xianxia looked at Apollo's face. "You're even more handsome than the god." Apollo frowned. "What a shallow woman." Xianxia looked at Apollo expectantly. "Did the god send you to take me to Mount Sumeru? But Mount Sumeru is so dangerous." "The god must have sent you to protect me." Apollo was speechless. How could this human woman be so shameless? He was a bit puzzled. To be safe, he stayed behind to take a look. In the end, she was such a shallow woman. Although she was beautiful, it was only on the surface. Extremely gaudy. His father was really a hungry man who couldn't be choosy. It was a mistake for him to stay. Apollo was about to leave when Xianxia called out to him. "Take me away from here. How can I live on this island alone? It's so far away. I can't swim back." Apollo's mouth twitched. This woman thought too highly of herself. Leaving such a powerless woman on this island was the best punishment for her. Without food, she would be in great danger. She might even die on this island. Apollo drove the chariot away, ignoring Xianxia's heart-wrenching cries. In a flash, he disappeared. Xianxia put down her waving hand and found a mossy rock to sit on. With a tap of her finger, water appeared in front of her. Xianxia swallowed the water to moisten her throat. It was as tiring as a fight. The firebird emerged from Ningxu's chest. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu had mixed feelings about the bird. He pinched it and made it shit out of itself. Ningxu felt that he was bullying a retard, but he didn't want to argue with it. Ningxu grabbed Firebird and threw it into the sea. Firebird was so scared that it cried. It quickly flew up and landed on Ningxu's shoulder. Ningxu face-bombed. What a retard. Ningxu let out a long breath. He managed to escape this time because he took advantage of the situation. The gods wouldn't care about a puny human. Who would care about an ant that would delay their business, especially when it came to the replacement of the God King? Now that Zeus had lost his power, he definitely couldn't be the God King. As for who would be the God King, it would probably cause a ruckus for a while. This would give her enough time to do whatever she wanted. Even if the God King was elected to deal with her, she would definitely be stronger than she was now. She was just a puny human. How could she have the power to kill Athena and Poseidon? It was impossible for her to destroy Zeus's weapon. If there was a new God King, Ningxu hoped that Hera would become the God King. The culture of a society was related to the person in power. If a woman became the God King, then the status of women would increase. Medusa was beheaded, which marked the decline of women's rights. Originally, Gaia was born from chaos. At that time, women's status was still very high, but it eventually developed into a patriarchal society. The result of this development was that when female politicians in the West were running for election, Medusa's head was cut off by Perseus. He carried the head and used it to attack women. In a patriarchal society, women who were imprisoned for thousands of years became the embodiment of demons. Even if they had personalities, they were labeled with negative things. For example, Hera was jealous, Medea was cruel, Zeus was dead, and Pandora was given disaster. Men could have all kinds of personalities. A woman's beauty didn't belong to her, and her viciousness was forced. She was not above anyone, even if she was a woman. She was gentle and lovely, and would not be manipulated by men. She had her own aesthetic experience and personality. She was an independent creature that was different from men. Ningxu hoped that Hera would become the divine king. Hera had a lot of prestige among the gods, so it would be best if she was treated like a fart. Ningxu ate 2 fruits and drank some water before returning to the beach. Looking at the chest of gold coins and gems, he patted the chest. He could now travel the world. At the same time, he would also pay attention to which god had become the God King. Before the deity king was elected, she would be safe. Even if Zeus had told him the truth, he still had to find her. Grow bigger and get ready to leave this place, Ningxu said to the Firebird. Firebird tilted her head and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. Oh, F***ck, his IQ was his weakness. Fortunately, Ningxu persuaded the Firebird to understand. It seemed that refining the wisdom pill was imminent. It was so tiring to communicate with a companion that he couldn't communicate with every day. Ningxu carried the chest and jumped onto the Firebird's back. Then, he took out a pen and wrote down the cultivation method of the peerless martial arts. He also wrote down all kinds of charms. Most importantly, he wrote down charms that could resist curses. The layers of sheepskin were filled with charms and cultivation methods. The sheepskin could be preserved for a long time, and the ink was magical. After all, it wouldn't fall off. This thing could be preserved for a long time. When he was almost done, Ningxu lay on the back and slept. It was so relaxing. While sleeping, he let his body circulate the peerless martial arts and absorb spiritual energy. The Firebird flew freely. It didn't matter where it flew, as long as it could land. When Ningxu woke up, the Firebird was still flying. It was already very tired from flapping its wings. As it flew, it descended, then flapped its wings and flew up again. As it flew, it descended again, then flapped its wings and flew up again. Ningxu was speechless. I was wondering why it was still flying on the sea. It turned out that it was moving up and down. It didn't fly much at all. Ningxu saw that the little Firebird was indeed tired. Then, he released the spirit dragon. The Firebird became smaller and flew to Ningxu's shoulder. It squatted down. It was so tired. Ningxu continued to write charms. Even if those gods came to find trouble, he would have enough power to protect himself. When he was free, he would swallow all kinds of energy and constantly compress the thin needles. The thin needles were a great killing weapon. They also had tyrannical power. Most importantly, they were small enough and could be used for sneak attacks. Now, he could condense them skillfully. Ningxu pursued quantity. Thinking about it, the sky was densely packed with thin needles. Even if he faced the gods, he wouldn't be afraid. The premise was that he could control such a large number of thin needles. They wouldn't explode before hitting the target. Ningxu gradually increased the number. From 5 to 8, and then to 10. It was a little difficult to compress the 4 kinds of energy and control so many needles. If he didn't pay attention, Ningxu would explode himself. He had to run very fast. After flying on the sea for a few days, he finally saw land. Ningxu didn't know where this place was. In any case, he could go anywhere. It would be best if he could find the world source energy. He was still 3 types of world source energy. It would be good to find one in this world. Even if it was a duplicate, he could sell it. Ningxu stepped on the ground and felt a sense of steadiness. This was a small fishing village. This fishing village was very poor. But now, social development was slow. Everywhere was desolate. It was a gift from the heavens to be able to fill his stomach. Ningxu found lodging. In the end, he stayed in a family with only a grandmother and her granddaughter. The old lady was very old. Her hair was already white. Her granddaughter was 14 years old. She was managing a fishing net made of hemp rope. The family was very poor. But in any case, they treated Ningxu to fish soup. Ningxu drank the tasteless fish soup. He felt that it was very good. He didn't even have fish soup to drink while floating on the sea. This little girl had honey-colored skin. She was often exposed to the sea breeze. Her skin was a little dry. She was an ordinary girl from a fishing village. After drinking the fish soup, Ningxu rested here for a night. He planned to leave the next day. She couldn't stay in one place for long. She had to pay for the room. Ningxu gave the little girl a gold coin. The little girl had never seen a gold coin. This fishing village was self-sufficient. They didn't want to sell their things. Moreover, if they wanted to sell things, the town was very far from here. They didn't know what would happen on the way. However, Ningxu felt that giving her a gold coin was a little too much. Who would rob a lonely granddaughter? Ningxu simply gave her some pills and said that she could eat them if she was sick. He took back the gold coin. Ningxu covered his face. He stepped on the giant dragon head and flew away. It was better to leave. This was only a temporary place to land. And Ningxu clearly felt that the men and women in the fishing village were looking at him strangely. The men were drooling, while the women were wary and pulled back the men beside them. Sometimes, being beautiful was a kind of trouble. Ningxu stood on the Qijing dragon and flew for a while. Then, he turned around and flew back to the fishing village. As expected, he saw a group of people surrounding the door. They were probably asking for something from them. Fortunately, she took back the gold coin. Ningxu turned the bird on his shoulder into a huge bird. It was covered in fire and covered the sun all day long. Its cries were deafening. Ningxu pointed his finger and the ocean began to roar. It formed a huge wave that was about to drown the entire village. I just stayed for a night. Why should I ask for something from them? I didn't give them anything. It was human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. This pair of grandmother and granddaughter were women. They were weak and had no one to rely on. The stupid people immediately knelt down and begged for the gods' forgiveness. Ningxu said indifferently, I don't know when I'll come back. If I find out that you killed them, Ningxu said that and flew away on the back of the firebird. The firebird chirped and flapped its wings as it flew away. Only those who were in awe wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Ningxu decided to find a place to rest in the future. Her face was really eye-catching. At least in this environment, her beauty wasn't a good thing. Ningxu sat on the back of the firebird and started to cultivate. The firebird flew for a while and started to move up and down. It couldn't fly anymore. Ningxu felt that it should lose weight. Ningxu put his hand on the back of the firebird and injected some spiritual energy. Only then did the firebird become more energetic. What a waste. Ningxu would stop in places with mountains and rivers to see if there were any herbs to refine the wisdom pill. It would be best if there were some treasures. To be honest, Ningxu still wanted to go to Mount Olympus. There must be some treasures on the mountain, but there were many gods living there. He would be walking into a trap. Barging in like this was just courting death. Ningxu gathered the herbs and released her spiritual force to scan the land around her to see if there were any herbs. Some worlds had herbs, and some didn't. If they didn't have herbs, this bird could only be an idiot. Without intelligence, such a large body and strength would attract a lot of attention. He definitely wouldn't have the freedom to be a little bird. Now that she thought about it, she was the one who had harmed this silly bird. Ningxu face-bombed. Ningxu wandered around and found two kinds of ingredients. He guessed that no one recognized these things. They were a bit old, and the older they were, the better the medicinal effects. After finding one or two, the rest would be easy to find. At least this world had natural treasures. Ningxu put away the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he found and went to other places. Ningxu wanted to find a large city-state. There would be a temple in a large city-state. With a temple, she would be able to know the current situation of the gods and who had become the divine king. How was Zeus now? Was he still alive? Zeus had overthrown his father's tyrannical rule and imprisoned him at the bottom of the earth. Zeus had become the divine king with great authority. Therefore, the previous great demon king was either locked up or dead and turned into something in the world, such as the canopy. He wondered how Zeus was now. The struggle for kingship was very cruel. Ningxu collected the ingredients for the wisdom pill along the way as she headed towards the big city-states. Finally, she stood in front of one of the city-states. The walls of this city-state were quite tall. Ningxu had to raise her head to see it. It was a magnificent sight. There were soldiers at the gate. Ningxu walked in with a veil around her face. She bought some food with gold coins and ate while heading to the temple. This city-state worshipped the fire god Hephaestus. No wonder the walls of this city-state were so high and the buildings were so majestic. The fire god Hephaestus was the god of masonry, the god of carving, and the god of blacksmithing. He was one of the 12 Olympian gods. Fire god's temple was more like a blacksmith's shop than a temple. The female robot made of gold could speak and do all kinds of difficult work. The fire god Hephaestus was the son of the queen of heaven Hera. However, according to legend, the fire god was born with a lame leg and an ugly face. However, his soul and wisdom were very outstanding. He was smart and full of passion. He was also a poor child. When he was born, he was too weak and sickly. His mother, Hera, despised him and threw him off Mount Olympus to get rid of the awkward situation of having such a poor son. He fell into the sea and was saved by a female deity in the sea. She raised him and even opened a blacksmith shop. Later, he was reunited with his mother. Although he was ugly and crippled, he had a beautiful wife, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, or Venus. However, appearance was a universal thing. A beautiful wife would inevitably be cuckolded. If you wanted to live a good life, you had to be cuckolded. The fire god was a skilled craftsman. He always made beautiful and delicate objects for his wife. However, Venus, the goddess of love, still cheated on him with her brother. The fire god was bitter. The ugliest and most dull man on Mount Olympus turned out to be the most beautiful and romantic goddess in the world, Venus, who was in charge of love and marriage. There were no roses in the world. But because of the birth of Venus, there were roses that represented love and beauty. This was a kind of excessive luck. A blacksmith wearing a precious rose was destined to be a blessing in disguise. In fact, the most famous story about Hephaestus was the luxuriant canopy that his beautiful wife put on his head. Of course, he chose to forgive her. In fact, the couple parted on bad terms. Diana gave birth to Cupid, the god of love. Cupid's golden and lead arrows were all made by the fire god. Ningxu and his followers worshipped the statue of the fire god. He asked the priest, "How are the gods now?" "I came from the city of Athens. I heard that something happened." The goddess of victory, Athena, was killed by the god king. The priest could communicate with the gods. When he heard Ningxu's words, he said, "Don't talk about the gods. It's not our place to talk about them." Ningxu could only give up. He stayed in the city and went out to look for herbs when he had nothing to do. When he found all the ingredients to make the wisdom pill, he made 5 wisdom pills for the bird. He stuffed all of them into its mouth. If its IQ was low, he could make up for it with pills. After Ningxu stuffed the pills into its mouth, the fire bird's body swayed. It was about to fall asleep. It snuggled into Ningxu's chest. Ningxu caught the bird and threw it to the ground. He didn't know if it was a male or female, but it kept snuggling into his chest. After being thrown to the ground by Ningxu, the fire bird fell asleep. Its body was probably digesting the effects of the wisdom pill. Ningxu went to the earth god's temple every day. Every time he went, he would pray and ask the priest questions. Until now, there was still no news. Could it be that the gods had not decided who would become the god king? As long as the god king was decided, the fire god would return. The fire god usually did not live in Olympus. When he was young, he was thrown down from the sacred mountain by his own mother. After returning to the sacred mountain, when his mother rebelled against Zeus with the sea goddess Athena, he made a rope. When his mother was hung up, he pleaded with Zeus for mercy. In the end, Zeus kicked his mother down the sacred mountain and crippled her leg. Therefore, the fire god basically did not return to the divine mountain. Ningxu waited and waited until the flowers withered. She reckoned that the Mount Olympus was not peaceful at all. The longer she waited, the more time she would have to face the dangers in the future calmly. Now, Ningxu could control hundreds of thin needles. His next goal was to double his strength and control more than 200 thin needles. He could attack groups, but if he could not, in a one-on-one fight, he could imagine hundreds of thin needles piercing his opponent. The explosive power would be enough to blow them into powder. Atomic bombs were just SOSO. The more, the better. Not only in this world, but in other worlds as well, this was a great killing weapon. When he was free, he would pick a bunch of flowers and send them to the fire god's temple and put them in front of the statue to express his goodwill. Ningxu did not want to meet gods and kill gods. There was no need to make enemies all over the world. After a long time, Ningxu became familiar with the priest of the temple. The priest's position seemed very honorable, but he had to give his all. Ningxu would occasionally ask the priest when the fire god would return. The priest would only whisper that the divine mountain was not peaceful and that the fire god would need some time to return. Ningxu wanted to know who the god king was and who he was, but as time passed, Ningxu did not care who the god king was. She was an ant on the ground. To those high and mighty gods, she was an ant that was not worth mentioning. She was trembling with fear. Ningxu had been cultivating all this time. Her dantian was getting bigger and bigger as she absorbed the spiritual energy, the power of the fire sun, the power of thunder, and the power of the stars. Not to mention the profoundness of the human body, the dantian was like the universe, and the human body was like a small universe. Even a single cell was like a world. Ningxu had been cultivating all this time, but his dantian had not burst. As his cultivation deepened, Ningxu compressed more and more thin needles. Now, there were more than 500 of them. If he released all of them, there would be so many of them that he would suffer from trypophobia. Ningxu counted the days. It took about 2 months for the fire god to return to the temple. Ningxu picked a bunch of wildflowers and brought them to the temple. He placed them in front of the statue and looked around, hoping to see the fire god. There were clanging sounds coming from the temple. It should be the god of fire forging weapons. Ningxu did not rush in directly. He stood in front of the fire god statue and began to pray to the fire god in the divine language. After praying for a while, a man dressed in coarse hemp clothes came out. His face was red and black due to being baked by the fire for a long time. His face was black and red, and one of his legs was limping as he walked. To be honest, the fire god Hephaestus's looks were really not compatible with the beauty goddess Venus. "Are you the one who summoned me?" The fire god's voice was a little loud. Ningxu bowed. "It's me." "What is it?" Hephaestus asked. Ningxu hesitated and asked, I want to know how the god of fire is doing. How can a small human like you ask about the matters of the gods? Don't ask about such things. The fire god's voice was very loud. Ningxu bowed. Thank you for the reminder, fire god, but I know the god of fire god. I want to know how he is doing. The fire god looked at Ningxu. Although Ningxu's face was covered, the fire god could tell from her eyes and body that she was a beautiful woman. His father had always been a playboy. Was this woman his father's lover? The fire god's voice was like a bell. The god of fire god is now Hera. Zeus has been locked up. Don't say you have anything to do with Zeus. Hera had become the god of fire god. That was a good thing. Ningxu smiled and said, I see. Thank you for telling me, fire god. Ningxu thanked the fire god. That meant her situation had come to an end. The fire god nodded and closed the door. Ningxu left the temple and returned to the place where she was temporarily staying. Since he knew what he needed to know, Ningxu planned to travel the world and see if there was a world origin. The world was so big. There were bound to be some strange things. Ningxu packed his things and hummed a little song. He stuffed the sleeping bird into the bag, but it couldn't fit anymore. He forced the bird into the bag. There was a crack. Did the bird break a bone? Whatever. Even if it was broken, it would heal immediately. When Ningxu opened the door, he saw a woman wearing a crown. She had a strong aura. She was very powerful. Ningxu's heart jumped. He thought for a moment and said, I think you look familiar. I think you are the god of fire god, but you are more powerful than her. As for Hera, Ningxu had no feelings for her at all. Hera raised her eyebrows and looked at the bag in Ningxu's hands. You are leaving. Yes. I am walking around, but I can't find a place to stay, Ningxu said. Hera had a mysterious smile on her face. Don't you want to go to the God Mountain? I will take you there. A smile appeared on Ningxu's face. Really? My brother has been talking about you. The only thing he wants is for me to bring you to him. Are you willing to go to the God Mountain? Ningxu knew he couldn't refuse. Plus, he wanted to go to the God Mountain. Zeus was still a scourge. He had to deal with Zeus. Ningxu said excitedly, Are you really going to take me to the God Mountain? Can the god of fire god give me a god fruit? You know that a woman's face is the most important thing. But with age, nothing can beat time. Is there a fruit that can preserve one's youth forever? Hera was speechless. What a stupid and shallow woman. Although a woman's face was important, to a god, she was just a toy. For example, although she was a goddess and a god, she was just a toy for a god. Hera got on the chariot and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu carefully got on the chariot. He looked surprised. This is my first time riding a god's chariot. Aren't you going to ask me why I am taking you to the God Mountain? Ningxu asked. Ningxu didn't care. He said, Aren't you taking me to see the God King? Ningxu knew, but he didn't show it. Now that Hera was the God King, Zeus had been tricked by her. He couldn't take it lying down, so Hera had come. Hera was a woman who could even abandon her own son. Ningxu, a human woman, was nothing. However, Hera's actions paled in comparison to some male gods who would devour their lovers and sons at the drop of a hat. For example, Zeus's grandfather was afraid of his wife and wanted her to have more children. However, he was afraid that he would lose his position if he had too many children. Thus, he held back his pregnancy and forbade it. What he had done was simply astonishing. Since Zeus wanted a human woman, it didn't matter at all. Even Hera used this method to humiliate Zeus. Since you're lustful, I'll give you a woman. However, you can only be locked up in Tartarus, which is deeper than hell. Even the immortal gods were afraid of this vast, dark region. This was where Nyx's palace was located, surrounded by black clouds. Zeus's enemies were locked up behind a bronze wall. The entrance was locked by a huge bronze door, which was the masterpiece of the god of fire, Hephaestus. Now, Zeus was locked up there with the Titans and Zeus's enemies. It was awesome. Hera's chariot flew quickly. Ningxu was amazed and yearned for a better life. Hera's mouth twitched. This place was deeper than hell, a place that even the gods feared. A human woman in such a bottomless place would only be filled with endless fear. Ningxu propped up her chin and asked Hera, "The God King must have mentioned me often." Hera glanced at Ningxu. "Yes, often. He said you killed Athena and Poseidon, and that you have the power of the god of destruction." Ningxu heard this and laughed. "Zeus has always said such things. Whatever he says, it's the truth." Hera narrowed her eyes. "Do you really have the power of the god of destruction?" "I've lived with my brother for such a long time. I can tell whether she's telling the truth or not." Ningxu nodded. "Actually, I have some power. This power was actually given to me by Zeus. Previously, the sea goddess had taken a fancy to my beauty and wanted to take advantage of me. Fortunately, Zeus was there, and because he was afraid that something would happen again, he gave me some power. It's only enough to protect myself, and it's not much power." Hera pondered. Could it be that Zeus's perverted younger brother killed Poseidon because he wanted to compete with Poseidon for her beauty? Or was it because Zeus had always wanted to kill Poseidon, and because Poseidon was too ambitious, Zeus took this opportunity to kill him? However, Poseidon's trident was not easy to deal with. If the two of them clashed, it would be a landslide. Hera had many thoughts running through her mind. She looked at the superficial woman and stopped thinking about it. She was just a human girl. How could she not cause any trouble after being sent to prison? "Now, my brother is no longer the God King. I'm the God King now," Hera said majestically. Ningxu smiled and said, "Congratulations, congratulations on becoming the God King." Hera raised her heroic eyebrows. She could feel the sincerity in Ningxu's tone. "Shouldn't you feel sorry for my brother?" "What's there to feel sorry for? Zeus is Zeus. Without the God King position, he's still Zeus. There's no difference." Ningxu did not care. It was not up to her to decide who became the God King, and she did not want to care. As long as Zeus was not the God King, it was fine. Hera glanced at Ningxu and did not say anything. Soon, they arrived at Mount Olympus. From afar, Mount Olympus looked like a sacred and steep mountain. It was majestic, towering among the mountains of Greece. Mount Olympus was surrounded by clouds all year round. 2/3 of the year, it was covered in snow, and its highest peak pierced the clouds. The mountain slopes were covered with oak, chestnut, beech, sycamore, and pine trees. The scenery was very beautiful. In winter, the mountain peaks were covered in snow. In summer, the valleys were covered in trees. Every day, when the sun rose in the east, the first ray of light shone on the peak of this sacred mountain. When the sun set and the moon rose in the east, the glorious peak of Mount Olympus was bathed in the setting sun. Above the sea of clouds was a colonnade. In front of the colonnade was a garden with exotic flowers and plants. The gods living on Mount Olympus created the Olympic Games. Zeus, the god of gods, defeated Cronus in wrestling. Apollo defeated Eris in boxing and surpassed Hermes in running. The Greeks would wear laurel crowns for each winner of a competition. The winners with laurel crowns were worshipped as gods. The most famous poets would dedicate hymns to them. Ningxu stopped in front of a vast hall. He got off the chariot and looked at the towering pillars. There were also rabbits running in the forest. They were very cute. Ningxu asked, "Where's Zeus?" "My little brother, he's in another place right now. Once he's there, you'll be able to be with him forever." Hera sat on the divine throne, looking incomparably dignified. Ningxu grinned. "Okay, let me see Zeus. I'll take good care of him." Hera was speechless. "Silly woman. What's going on between you and my brother?" Her brother gritted his teeth at the mention of this woman. He looked like he had a deep hatred for her. He didn't look like someone who would sleep next to her. Zeus prided himself on being a playboy. When it came to the women sleeping next to him, he treated them with kindness and authority. But it was rare for him to hate such a woman. He's just so annoying. Ningxu waved his hand and smiled. "No matter what Zeus does, I believe that he's doing it for my own good. It's also for the sake of us being together." Hera was speechless. "Idiot. Since you want to go, let's go." Hera pulled Ningxu deep into the ground. This place was very deep. The distance between the ground and the sky was the same as the distance between the ground and Tartaros. In fact, if a bronze anvil fell from the sky, it would take 10 days to reach the ground. Then it would take another 10 days to reach Tartaros. Ningxu took out a buckwheat biscuit from his bag and munched on it. They were in free fall anyway. He didn't know when they would reach. Ningxu's foolishness made Hera look at him. He was really stupid. He wasn't afraid at all. He was a fool who didn't know anything. How could he trust her and Zeus so much? Wouldn't he do anything to her? Do you want some? Ningxu handed the biscuit to Hera. Hera refused. Gods didn't eat things from the human world. Hera no longer paid any attention to Ningxu. After this meeting, she would never see this woman again. Her bones had already melted deep into the ground. Ningxu munched on the biscuit and drank some water. He said to Hera, "Can you give me a fruit of eternal youth?" Hera was speechless. Hera brought Ningxu to a bronze door. She opened it and entered a palace. It was dark all around. Ningxu's eyes took a while to adjust to the darkness. Everything was foggy, and there was the sound of wind. It was very rhythmic. It wasn't the sound of wind, but the sound of breathing. There were 3 titans sleeping here. "Brother, I'm here to see you." As Hera spoke, there was the sound of chains rattling. Ningxu saw that Zeus' hands and feet were chained up. Even his abdomen was chained up. Zeus' hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. When he saw Hera, he was very excited. When he saw Ningxu next to her, he became even more violent. If it weren't for the chains holding him back, he would have pounced on Ningxu. He looked like he wanted to eat Ningxu alive. Ningxu hid behind Hera and asked fearfully, "Why is Zeus a prisoner?" Hera turned around and smiled. "He's not the God King anymore." "Is he still going to live on Mount Olympus?" Ningxu looked like he'd been struck by lightning. He was dumbfounded. "Am I going to accompany Zeus here?" "Uh-huh." Hera snorted. When Zeus saw Ningxu's dead body, he was so angry that he rushed over. The chains rattled as he pulled. "Hera, kill this woman. Listen to me. Kill this woman. Don't let this woman live." Ningxu immediately said, "Don't pretend at this point. It's no use pretending to be hostile." Ningxu then said to Hera, "I don't know him." Hera was elegant and cold. "It's too late to say that now," she said indifferently. Hera said to Zeus, "You're lonely here. Since you've been talking about her, I brought her here to accompany you." Zeus was shocked. He wanted Hera to kill this woman. He couldn't let her threaten God, but she'd brought her here. He was tied up and was this woman's punching bag. Why did his sister hate him so much? Ningxu's expression was unsightly as she said to Hera, "Seeing as we're both women, could it be that you have the heart to see a beautiful woman like me buried in such a dark place? And you won't even give me the divine fruit of eternal youth?" Hera replied, "I'm doing you a favor. I'm giving my husband to you. Are you touched?" Ningxu was speechless. "Thank you for your kindness. If it's possible, I want to have sex with you." Ningxu was about to cry. Hera walked in front of Zeus and patted him on the shoulder, gently dusting it off. "Little brother, I know you can't lack women by your side. Now that I brought you a woman to accompany you, consider her as your elder sister. Now that I'm the divine king, I have to manage the gods, so I don't have much time to visit you. Consider this woman to accompany you in my place." Ningxu was speechless. "Elder sister, are you sure you're not purposely stabbing your little brother's heart?" The corner of Zeus's mouth twitched. His golden hair was disheveled, and he looked very miserable. He no longer had the grace of the divine king. He no longer had the power and authority to rule the world. Much of his charm had been taken away. "Elder sister, if you don't kill this woman, you'll regret it. You'll definitely regret it." Zeus was panting heavily as he spoke through gritted teeth. If he left this woman here, his life would be in danger. "Don't worry, little brother, she'll always be by your side. If worst comes to worst, I'll grant her eternal life so she can accompany you forever. How about that?" Hera looked like a loving and tolerant wife. Ningxu waved his hand. "Don't grant me eternal life. I don't want this place. I don't know him. Don't make me stay here. Seeing Ningxu like this, Zeus groaned and almost spat out a mouthful of golden blood. What a hypocritical and pretentious woman. Don't grant her eternal life. She'll be a great enemy of the gods. Elder sister, why won't you believe me? Zeus said earnestly. Zeus was really tired, so tired that he felt like he was about to die. Most importantly, if this woman stayed here, he would be in danger. Zeus didn't want to die yet. He wanted to make a comeback. If she could kill Athena and Poseidon, she could definitely kill him while he was tied up and unarmed. Hera's actions were simply vicious, filled with jealousy and ugliness. Hera tidied up Zeus's hair. When elder sister has time, I'll come and see you. Take good care of him. Hera flicked her sleeves and left. When she left, she added more restrictions and chains to the copper door. After Hera left, Ningxu and Zeus stared at each other. Apart from the sound of the Titans breathing, the air was terrifyingly quiet. Zeus moved his body, and the chains that bound him suddenly rattled. Ningxu sat on the ground and looked at the embarrassed Zeus. How did you end up like this? Who did this to you? Zeus's eyes were red, especially when he saw his enemy. Ningxu released his psychic energy and found that Hera hadn't gone far. Why are you blaming me for everything? You said you were the most beautiful woman, and Poseidon wasn't worthy of me. Ningxu shrugged and took out a fruit. He wiped it on his skirt and took a bite. Ningxu found that the fruits in this world were very sweet. Even the wild fruits were juicy and sweet. It was probably because there was less pollution and more spirit chi. What nonsense are you talking about? Zeus found that he wasn't on the same track as this crazy woman. They weren't talking about the same thing. If you have the guts to do it, then you have the guts to admit it. Zeus stared at Ningxu. You killed Poseidon and Athena. Hey, weren't you the one who killed them? Why are you pushing the blame to me? Do you have a plan to take back the throne? Fine, I killed Poseidon and Athena, Ningxu said casually. Zeus closed his eyes. He didn't want to see this woman now. Zeus's hands were bound by chains. He had to stand like this because the chains were too short. He couldn't even sit or lie down. Can you let me out? Ningxu asked Zeus. Shut up. Zeus suddenly opened his eyes and shouted in exasperation. Ningxu sighed. I'm going to be buried in this dark place. Just thinking about it makes me feel bad. Zeus, crazy. Ningxu kept talking about how beautiful he was while crying and complaining that he didn't want to stay here. Hera, who was standing in front of the bronze door, left. 39/391163/L. Once Hera left, Ningxu couldn't be bothered to act anymore. He munched on the fruit and looked at Zeus. You look terrible now. Zeus ignored Ningxu. He felt that Hera was a Satan. She didn't listen to anything he said and even brought this woman here. They were locked in the same cell and had to face each other day and night. Hera wanted him dead. Not only did she steal the throne of the God King, she also wanted to kill him. Even if he had to find another woman to compensate, he shouldn't have found this woman. Zeus felt that he might not be able to keep his life after killing Athena and Poseidon. He didn't want to provoke Ningxu. Ningxu moved his neck, and it made cracking sounds. Zeus talked about Hera every day and said that she was a threat to the gods. He talked about threats every day and incited more gods to oppose her. The most important thing was to get rid of Zeus. Zeus looked at Ningxu warming up. He looked calm, but inside, he was scared. What do you want to do? Ningxu wanted to do something, but Hera appeared again. Ningxu was speechless. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to give you a massage and massage. Ningxu reached out and squeezed Zeus's shoulder. Is it comfortable? Your arm will be crippled sooner or later. You have to keep it flowing. Zeus frowned. This woman was crazy. Hera was eavesdropping and didn't leave. Ningxu asked, is it comfortable? What are you trying to do? Zeus didn't understand what Ningxu was trying to do. Anyway, she was a mentally ill woman. Next time when your sister comes, can you ask her for a fruit of eternal youth? Ningxu asked. Seeing that I've been taking care of you. Hera was speechless. Zeus squeezed out 2 chuckles from his throat. After Hera left, Ningxu stopped squeezing. He didn't know what Hera was trying to do. Maybe she wanted to see what her relationship with Zeus was. Rather than trusting an outsider like her, she would rather trust her own brother. After all, her brother was the one who maintained the divine system. Ningxu prepared to wander around. This place was quite big, and there were many people imprisoned here. There were Titans and Zeus's enemies. What if he accidentally released Zeus's enemies and killed Zeus? This place was very dark, and everything was hazy. He couldn't see clearly. This place was shrouded in black clouds. 2333's voice rang in Ningxu's mind. I've detected the fluctuation of the world's origin here, but it's very weak. Generally speaking, the fluctuation of the world's origin shouldn't be this weak. It's a little similar, but also a little different. But don't get your hopes up. Ningxu, oh. Knowing that this place had the world origin, Ningxu was quite happy. Although there was a certain probability that it was impossible, there was also a certain probability that it was. Ningxu asked 2333, what element do you think the world origin could be? 2333 thought for a moment and said, I don't know. The fluctuation is too weak. It might not even be the world origin. Don't get your hopes up. If you're disappointed, you'll scold me again. Ningxu, I realized that you've been playing the role of a white lotus recently. Scolding you? You're wronged. Ningxu rolled his eyes, as if he was the one who was scolded more by 2333. Okay, whatever you say is right. 2333 sneered, you're a hard person to please. Are you going to quarrel with me the moment you appear? Ningxu walked around. This place was very dark, and there were twists and turns everywhere. Ningxu felt like he was lost and couldn't return to Zeus's place. Ningxu also saw a very big titan. The chains that bound the titan were very big, and they were piled up like a mountain in front of her. She was snoring loudly. She wasn't wearing any clothes. She was just using a huge cloth to cover her indescribable place. Ningxu tiptoed and followed 2333's directions. The more he walked, the darker it became. Ningxu could only release his power of the will to explore bit by bit. It was so dark. Could it be the world origin of the dark element? If he could get the world origin of the dark element, this world would be very lucky. Light and dark were not as common as the 5 elements. The 5 elements were not easy to find, let alone light and dark. Ningxu talked to 2333, it's so dark. Could it be the world origin of the dark element? Maybe, but the fluctuation is too weak. It's very likely that something else is causing it to be so dark. Besides, this place is deep underground. There is no sunlight. It's normal for it to be dark. Ningxu retreated and took the burning torch in the corridor. He took the torch and rushed into the darkness. But Ningxu didn't go far before the torch went out. It was swallowed by the darkness. It didn't go out because there was no air. Ningxu didn't feel suffocated. If it went on like this, would she also be swallowed by the darkness? Ningxu gritted his teeth and continued to walk. Without the torch, Ningxu could only release his power of the will to explore the surrounding situation. But slowly, the range of his exploration was shrinking. Darkness, pure darkness swallowed Ningxu's power of the will. Ningxu stopped. He was in a dilemma. If he moved forward, he wouldn't be able to see, and even his power of the will would be swallowed. It was a bit dangerous to be blind and deaf. Ningxu released his Qi-Jing dragon to explore the way, but it didn't go far before it was swallowed by the darkness. First 10 steps, then try to turn left. 2333 Ningxu said, I'm following the fluctuation. Now I can only walk like this. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Ningxu counted the steps and then began to turn left. Ningxu was like a blind man. Raise your foot, there are. Let me count, 28 steps. 2333 said. Ningxu said, wow, that's pretty good. What do you mean? 2333 asked. What do you mean, what do you mean? Ningxu found that there was a gap in his communication with 2333. It was a simple thing. I think you're mocking me. 2333 said. Ningxu raised his foot and stepped on the steps. I'm not mocking you. I'm sincerely praising you. 2333 didn't deny it. Obviously, he didn't believe Ningxu's words. After counting 23 steps, Ningxu stopped and stretched out his foot to explore the surrounding situation. Ningxu squatted down and touched the surroundings. Since no one saw him, he might as well crawl. His hand was full of bumps, and he touched a stone of unknown material. What you touched is a little bit of the fluctuation of the world's origin, but it doesn't seem to be the origin of the world. 2333 said. Put it away. Ningxu said casually. After a trip, there was at least something. 39/39163/L Ningxu groped around and even hit his head. He also touched something warm. He didn't know what it was, but it was soft. F***ck, could it be that I've touched a sleeping titan? But titans didn't snore like thunder. Ningxu hurriedly stepped back and touched another stone. Take it. Ningxu groped around and didn't find anything. Ningxu turned around and crawled back. He fell down the steps. Where was this place? There were steps. Seeing the light, his eyes hurt. He covered his eyes for a while before he felt better. He almost blinded his titanium eyes. Returning to Zeus, Ningxu rubbed his chin and sized up Zeus. How should he deal with Zeus? Should he just kill him or cut off his tongue? Being stared at by Ningxu, Zeus couldn't help but open his eyes. He saw that Ningxu's face was covered in dust. He didn't know what this woman was doing. Ningxu vaguely heard footsteps. He scanned with his mental power. F***ck, Hera was here again. Ningxu immediately cracked a smile and asked, Are you hungry? Do you want to eat? I have some moldy buckwheat bread in my bag. Do you want it? Psycho. Zeus said unceremoniously. Ningxu laughed out loud, Then I'll give you a massage. Can you tell your elder sister to give me a divine fruit that can preserve my youth, and then take me away from here? I'm as beautiful as a flower, I can't wilt in this dark place where there's no daylight. Zeus chuckled. Hera opened the bronze door and walked around for a while before entering. Brother, are you all right? Sister, I only have one request. That is to kill her, Zeus said. Ningxu said, You're so annoying. You even said you wanted to kill me. You want me to be buried with you. Can't you give me a way out? I'm alive to bring beauty to the world. My beauty illuminates the world. Ningxu flipped his hair, causing dust to fly up. His face was the color of dirt. Hera stood to the side and said in a dignified manner, Little brother, are you not satisfied with this woman? Although she's a little silly, at least she doesn't complain and will take good care of you. Ningxu immediately said, Yes, he's not satisfied with me. Take me away. Hera ignored Ningxu. Little brother, are you uncomfortable here? Ningxu felt that Hera was here to spread salt. How could Zeus be comfortable with his arm hanging? There was an ascetic monk who hung his arm up and crippled it. It's purely because I feel much better after seeing that you're not doing well. Zeus looked at his sister/wife. We're husband and wife. Why are you doing this to me? I'm magnanimous enough to let a woman accompany you. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Hera asked. Little brother, don't you like women the most? Ningxu interrupted. Actually, I like women too. I came here for the divine fruit of eternal youth. I don't want the fruit anymore. Can you take me away? Stay with my little brother, Hera said. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu asked Hera, I saw a very dark place. What's that place? Don't go there. Gods will be swallowed up and then you'll get lost. Don't die. Let my little brother enjoy some tenderness. Hera smiled and left. Hera's reaction was normal. She was disappointed in her husband, especially a lecherous husband who had countless lovers and even men. Now that Hera was the divine king, there were plenty of young men. As soon as Hera left, Ningxu sighed. There was movement in the bag. The little firebird had woken up from its slumber. Ningxu opened the bag and looked at the bird. After eating the wisdom pill, its eyes had become much more spirited and were filled with the light of wisdom. Hey, Hey! The firebird mimicked, but its voice was very shrill. At least there was someone who could talk. Zeus looked at the firebird with an arrogant gaze. It was just a low-level creature. Hera would come here whenever she had nothing to do. Xianxia basically knew how often Hera would come. She would only come here once in a while. Staying in this dark place, Xianxia didn't know whether it was day or night. Xianxia looked at Zeus. Do you want me to save you? Zeus suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Xianxia suspiciously. You said you want to save me? Xianxia nodded. He condensed a dagger in his hand and slowly walked towards Zeus. Zeus retreated, but it was chained and couldn't move at all. Xianxia pinched Zeus' chin. Zeus tilted its head. What are you doing? You tell Hera every day that you want to kill me. I have to make you speechless, Xianxia said indifferently. You're so vicious. Zeus stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. Oh, according to the normal situation, I should risk my life to save you, then help you fight for the throne. You don't care about what happened before, and I'll be the woman behind a successful man. Zeus' eyes flashed. It's pretty good. What's so good about it? Tell me, what am I doing this for? First, I don't want your money. Second, I don't love you. I don't rely on you mentally. Why am I doing this? You don't rely on me financially or mentally. What's the use of you? Zeus was speechless. He knew that this woman was just playing with him. She was cold-hearted and heartless. Xianxia released many fine needles that were as thin as cow's hair. They shot into Zeus' forehead. Zeus wanted to dodge, but he was tied up and couldn't. The great power of the needles directly destroyed Zeus' brain. Tears of blood flowed out of Zeus' eyes as he roared in pain. Zeus' divinity exploded into several pieces. Zeus' head drooped. However, Zeus was in a vegetative state now. His divinity wasn't completely destroyed. Zeus was dead, a living dead. Perhaps it would take a long time for him to wake up and repair his divinity. However, at that time, Zeus would be Zeus and not Zeus. He would be in a deep sleep, just like the Titan that was locked here. The Titan was alive, but Zeus was dead. Xianxia wanted Zeus' body to be intact. Only then would Hera be at ease. If Zeus escaped, Hera would be hunted all over the world. Xianxia took the bird to a dark passage. He took off his shoes and threw them on the ground. He didn't take the bag or anything. He went to the bronze door and pushed it. There was no way to open it. The Vulcan's craftsmanship was damn good. Xianxia's eyes turned invisible. He ran to the sleeping Titan and kicked it. The Titan didn't wake up. Xianxia took the needles and exploded them. The Titan was pierced awake by the huge force. It immediately roared and stood up. It was as if the world was shaking. The huge iron chains seemed to collide with each other. The sound was deafening. He didn't believe that the Olympian gods didn't care about this place. The Titan that rebelled was locked up here. 39/39163/L. The Titan's strength couldn't be underestimated. Back then, Zeus had suppressed these rebels with great difficulty. Once there was movement, Hera would definitely react. She would open the bronze door and escape at top speed. Who is it? Who is it that disturbed my sleep? The Titan's voice was so loud that it could give people a concussion. The invisible Xianxia stood in front of the bronze door. When Hera opened the door, Xianxia hurriedly left. He had to leave this place and live a normal life. No rule could last for long, even if it was a god system. The current gods were already going downhill. This time, Hera wasn't the only one who came. There were many gods as well. As soon as the bronze door opened, Xianxia ran away. As for the Titan, he caused a ruckus and vented for a while. Under the suppression of the gods, he had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep. Xianxia sat on the spiritual energy dragon and flew up. After flying for a long time, he appeared on Mount Olympus. The invisible Xianxia saw many red fruits hanging on the branches. Dewdrops streaked across the fruits. They must be delicious. Xianxia casually plucked one, but he couldn't. The fruit was tightly stuck to the tree. Xianxia gave up. He saw the fruit on the ground, and it was still intact. He picked it up, wiped it on his skirt, and took a bite. It was too sweet. Ningxu hugged his skirt and picked up the fruit. There were many fruits on the ground. Ningxu picked up a few and hurriedly left. This kind of behavior of snatching food from the tiger's mouth should stop. Ningxu hurriedly flew away. Perhaps it was because of the movements in the underworld, no one cared about Ningxu. Hera looked at the Titan who had suddenly awakened. She joined forces with the gods to seal the Titan again. The Titan fell unwillingly. When Hera went to check on Zeus, she found that he had lost all signs of life. Medusa wasn't here. The package was here. There were some rotten fruits and bread in the package. Where was the woman? Hera touched Zeus' face with a melancholy expression. This person wasn't only her brother, but also her husband. Hera searched everywhere for Ningxu, and finally found Ningxu's dirty shoes in the dark tunnel. Could that woman have been so stupid as to run here? That was a place where even gods would be devoured and lost. Could it be that he couldn't stand the loneliness and darkness here and couldn't find a way out, so he decided to take a risk? A cornered dog might jump over the wall and go in. Hera turned around and left, bringing her brother's divine body back to Mount Olympus and placing it in a crystal coffin. Hera knew that Zeus might not wake up for a long time, or he might not wake up at all. As for how Zeus died, Hera didn't really care. So what if he was a womanizer when he was alive? What woman would be by his side when he was lying in a coffin at this time? Hera touched Zeus' face in the coffin. Brother, the tea cools down. Where are those women now? No matter how much you fear me and say that I'm jealous, it's me, the jealous woman, who's by your side. Aren't you sad? Watch me become the divine king. Ningxu didn't know how long he had been flying. Ningxu only stopped when he saw smoke coming out of the kitchen. He washed his face in the stream in front of the village and walked into the village. Sounds of singing could be heard in the village. The lyrics were catchy and quite interesting. It was a beautiful rural scene. The women's golden hair was tied into braids. They were beautiful and cute. It was Ningxu's first time seeing such a peaceful atmosphere. He stood to the side and looked at the girls and customers singing on the street. Ningxu felt like he was watching an opera. Ningxu settled down in this town and ate fresh bread. There were beautiful flowers in the yard, and the fences of the yard were covered with morning glories and purple morning glory flowers. It was a beautiful European scene. But after staying for a while, Ningxu left. Anyway, he was in this world. He might as well walk around. Maybe he would meet the world's origin. On the way, Ningxu had to teach the retarded bird to talk. Now, it could basically communicate. But most of the time, Ningxu wouldn't let it talk. This was because other religions were starting to appear and even started to kill witches. If there was a talking bird by his side, he might not be a witch, but he would definitely be seen as a weirdo. The light of God gradually disappeared. The world was so dangerous. He had to have the power to protect himself. Ningxu continued to cultivate. He left behind what he should so that Medusa could protect him. Mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? 2333 Ningxu said. Ningxu let out a long breath. This world was really tiring for Ningxu. Surviving in the cracks. Ningxu didn't have to deal with them. These gods would slowly disappear. Humans were the masters. When humans awakened, God would be them. God was just something that humans relied on when they were ignorant and helpless. Even when they couldn't explain it, they used God as an explanation. Rather than saying that they were in awe of God, it was more like they were in awe of nature and the unknown. Ningxu nodded. Let's go. Ningxu patted the little firebird's head and didn't say anything. Ningxu supported his head with his hand and left Medusa's beautiful body. His head shook and he appeared in the system space. Ningxu saw 2 stones on the coffee table. They were the 2 stones that she touched. Surprisingly, one of the stones was black and the other was white. One was like granite and the other was like coal. Ningxu picked up the 2 stones and looked at them. What were these? These are the stones with the fluctuations of the world's origin? Ningxu asked suspiciously. One black and one white. Maybe. But they haven't matured yet. Maybe you can get someone to cover them. Cover them? You're hatching eggs. Ningxu was speechless. That's the theory. Doesn't Mei Ziqing have a fire-type world's origin? Get him to cover it for you. To form the origin, you need the power of the origin. With the power of the origin, you can form the origin faster, 2333 said. Basically, there's a 50% chance that it's a light-type or dark-type world's origin. To maintain the balance between black and white, the chances of these two elements appearing at the same time are higher. Ningshu looked at the two stones. Two of them. And they were two origin of the world. But they hadn't matured yet. How long do you need to cover them? It wasn't good to keep them in front of Xiaohua's chest. It was too troublesome. With Mei Ziqing's protective nature, he didn't know if he would help. I don't know how long it will take. The formation of an origin of the world requires certain conditions. And the time varies. Maybe it will form immediately, or maybe it will take thousands of years, 2333 said. Ningshu, thousands of years, that would be too late. Although he didn't know if they could hatch the origin of the world, Ningshu was still very satisfied. At least he had gained something. Ningshu opened the chat system and contacted Mei Ziqing. But he was told by Mei Ziqing's system that Mei Ziqing had gone to do a mission. Ningshu secretly asked where Xiaohua was. A bold video of a child with a huge chest dripping with fragrant perspiration and large balls about to overflow. Please follow the WeChat public number EI New May 222, long press for 3 seconds to copy. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. The timing was not good. Mei Ziqing had gone on a mission. Where was Xiaohua? Mei Ziqing's system said, Ningshu. Ningshu wanted to lure Xiaohua out and stuff the two stones in front of his chest. Now that Mei Ziqing had forbidden him from going out, things were a little tricky. It was all Pan Chen's fault for kidnapping an ignorant child. Now, Mei Ziqing did not dare to let Xiaohua out. Ningshu did not give up. The system replied, Ningshu. Ningshu checked his rewards. This mission was tiring. Name, Ningshu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker. Contribution card, 147, 10 million points for 1 contribution card. Soul value, 7 health value, 6 wisdom, 9 luck, 9 charm, 4 mental power, 7 martial power, 8 aptitude, 5 faith, 1129,780 merit, 592700 soul strength, 39 authorization ticket. None law comprehended, water rule pure heart, none items, calm halo, heart calming pill, faith halo, amulet 4, upgraded amulet 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique. Intermediate close combat technique, intermediate martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, intermediate embroidery skill. Auras, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend for life, Miao Miao Miao's blessing. Healer of the dying, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty of the law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, communication between races, Bai Sanyang's blessing, heart of the brave, Wang Ying's blessing. Fulfill the mission taker Medusa's wish, not be raped, not be cursed, escape fate. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward obtained, 10 point cards, 10 attribute points, 80% of soul power, 10300 faith power, including accumulated in previous worlds, 50 merit points. It felt pretty good. 80% of the power of the soul. 80% was already the limit. Medusa had contributed a portion of her power of the soul, and she had taken 80% of it. 2333 had taken 10%, and the main system had taken 10%. 80% was not a small amount. Ningshu added 10 attribute points and waited for Mei Ziqing's reply. Name, Ningshu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker. Points card, 14,710, 10 million for 1 point card. Soul value, 71 HP, 61 intelligence, 91 luck, 92 charm, 41 spiritual power, 71 combat power, 81 aptitude, 52 faith, 112978010300 merit, 59270050 soul strength, 3910 authorization ticket, none luck comprehended, water law pure heart, none items, Calm Halo, Heart Calming Pill, Faith Halo, Protective Charm 4, Upgraded Protective Charm 2 Honorary Titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Close Combat Technique, Intermediate Martial Arts, Intermediate Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Cooking Skill, Intermediate Embroidery Skill. Auras, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Healer of the Dying, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty of the Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Communication Between Races, by Sanyang's Blessing, Heart of the Brave, Wang Ying's Blessing. Ningxu sat cross-legged. After absorbing 80% of the power of the soul, he looked at his own soul. It had become stronger, like jelly, and even the texture of his skin had appeared. It was finally starting to strengthen his soul. The power of the soul that he had lost was slowly recovering. Ningxu looked at the interface of the chat system. Mei Ziqing's system still hadn't replied. What was going on? Could it be that Mei Ziqing's system was paralyzed? Ningxu looked at the two stones. He had to ask Little Flame for help. Otherwise, if he just threw them aside, he didn't know when they would be able to form the origin of the world. Now, he would let Little Flame act as a hen. Ningxu wanted to see how Medusa lived after she returned. To be honest, that era was really turbulent. It wasn't easy to live. What Ningxu didn't expect was that Medusa actually returned to live on an isolated island. She decorated her house like a fairyland, with many flowers. Firebird followed beside Medusa. One day, a man floated to the island, a handsome man. Medusa saved him, and the two of them seemed to be in love. They even had 2 children. However, this man couldn't stand the loneliness on the island and wanted to leave. Moreover, in the process of interacting with Medusa, he discovered that Medusa had power. The outside world was wantonly hunting down witches. Witches were the symbol of evil, and they hurt people who were cursed. Now, his wife was a witch. The man lied and said that he wanted to go home before coming back to fetch Medusa. Medusa let the man leave, but when the man returned, he brought people from the religion. Medusa directly capsized the boat and blew it up. As for her husband, Medusa killed him. Medusa raised the 2 children alone. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, this plot. Medusa killed her husband so decisively. Ningxu was a little shocked. However, if someone threatened her, why didn't she destroy them? With the 2 children by her side, Medusa wouldn't be so lonely. He had sacrificed his soul energy and ended up in such a miserable state. He had sacrificed his soul energy for nothing. He had wasted all his strength. Ningxu propped up his chin and looked at the beautiful Medusa. He gave her a thumbs up. Well done. Perhaps some people would say that Medusa was cruel and merciless, even killing her own husband. However, Medusa's husband also brought people from the religion. If Medusa was really arrested as a witch, what awaited her would be a tragic fate. Especially since she had 2 children, the descendants of witches would definitely be killed. At this time, why didn't the man think that this was his wife, the wife who gave birth to his children and even saved his life? TSK, Ningxu turned off the video. The chat system dinged. It was Mei Ziqing's system reply. That's it for reading novels. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. The system said that Mei Ziqing had agreed and was going to teleport Xiaohua to Water City. Ningxu exchanged for a beautiful sachet from the exchange store. Then, he placed 2 stones into the sachet. It was a beautiful sachet. Then, he hung it on Xiaohua and asked him to take care of it. Of course, when asking someone for help, he had to thank them and treat them to a meal. Ningxu explained the situation to Mei Ziqing. He didn't want Mei Ziqing to throw it away if she hung it on Xiaohua. That would be a trap. Mei Ziqing asked the system Ningxu. Mei Ziqing agreed, but said that if there was any danger, she could throw Ningxu's things away. Ningxu, it wasn't easy to find it. If she threw it away, she would fight with her. To Water City, Ningxu Chao said to 2333. 2333 said, the people at the auction house said that they want to move out of Water City. Leave Water City. Ningshu, oh, and? They want you to open the barrier and let them go. A city's auction house can attract a lot of customers, 2333 said. Ningshu, oh, just say that I'm doing a mission. Don't say anything else, just lock them up for a while. You scared me by saying that you want to leave. She didn't lose anything when the auction house wasn't open. Without the auction house, there would be another business that would enter the auction house. If you don't want to do it, someone else will. Go and ask them if they're determined to leave, Ningshu said lightly. If she left, it would be easier for her to hold a business auction and make a profit. 2333, okay. Ningshu stood on the green flagstone of Water City and walked towards the restaurant. A fiery red Xiaohua was squatting in front of the restaurant. Ningshu walked over and Xiaohua stood up. Auntie Ningshu. Auntie will take you to eat something delicious. When they arrived at the restaurant, Ningshu ordered some dishes, then took out a sachet and said to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, I want to ask you for a favor. Take a look at this and see if you can help me raise it. Okay. Xiaohua agreed without saying anything. Ningshu said, you must carry it with you. Don't lose it. I got it. Xiaohua hung the sachet around his neck and stuffed it into his clothes. It was considered a personal item. Ningshu couldn't help but pat Xiaohua's shoulder. You're such a good kid. Ningshu put some food into Xiaohua's bowl. A man wearing a deep robe with wide sleeves walked over. Ningshu cupped his hands and said, Tian greets the city lord. Bossy, what's the matter? Tian was the boss of the casino. This guy didn't look like someone from the casino. He was gentle, unhurried, and had a broad chest. He had a very elegant temperament, like a beautiful Zhuge Liang. Tian specially came to find the city lord. I have something to discuss with the city lord. Tian said unhurriedly. Ningshu nodded. Have a seat. Ningshu ordered an extra pot of tea and asked, what's the matter? City lord, I heard that the people from the auction house are planning to withdraw from Water City? Tian poured a cup of tea. His actions were elegant. He held the cup in one hand and pinched his sleeve with the other as he took a sip of tea. Ningshu said indifferently, who told you that? It's just a guess. The people from the auction house probably didn't expect the city lord to be so domineering and directly seal the auction house. They must have negotiated with the city lord before, but the city lord still didn't lift the seal. In the end, they will definitely use withdrawing from Water City as a test. After all, one less city will affect your tax revenue. Ningshu sipped his tea with an indifferent expression. Tian was quite smart, but this kind of thing could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. You want to take over the auction house? Ningshu put down the teacup and said directly. Tian looked at Xiaohua who was stupidly eating and cupped his hands. City lord must be joking. With Tian's financial resources, how can I take over the auction house? Ningshu smiled and didn't say anything. He picked up his chopsticks and placed some snacks on the plate in front of Xiaohua. Since it wasn't about the auction house, why did he specially come here? If he didn't say anything, then forget it. In any case, she wouldn't lose anything whether the auction house opened or not. She had said that she would make the auction house spit out what they owed her. Tian looked calm. Tian is willing to contribute to the prosperity of Water City. Of course I believe in your ability. The casino's strength wasn't weak. Ningshu nodded. If the auction house really wants to withdraw from Water City, I will definitely leave a spot for you. Tian cupped his hands. Many thanks, city lord. This meal is on Tian. Many thanks. Ningshu didn't refuse and thanked him. Shubai came down from upstairs. Ningshu bowed. City lord. Ningshu nodded. Sit down. Tian stood up and cupped his hands towards Shubai. Shopkeeper Shu. Tian, did you get what you wanted? Shubai sat down and asked. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. So you were the one who tipped them off. Isn't this a good thing? Shubai fanned herself with her hand. Ningshu nodded. It is. This matter has to be resolved. Otherwise, the merchants in Water City will be in a state of panic. However, it will take some time. The person behind the auction house hadn't appeared yet. He had already offended them by asking him to show his face. In the end, he didn't even know who the other party was. In the future, he would be targeted and confused. Now that he was riding a tiger, he had to know who the other party was. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "The person behind the auction house is young Master Ronghua." Young Master Ronghua, what a flashy name. Ningxu remembered this name. The people in the auction house were just probing. They wouldn't be willing to leave Water City so easily. Ningxu ignored these people's shouts. If they had the ability, they could really leave. He wasn't afraid of such a threat at all. Unless that young Master Ronghua came looking for him. Moreover, he had to spit out the money that he didn't give him. Xianxia cupped his hands and found an excuse to leave. Ningxu glanced at Xianxia's back and said to Shu Bai, "This person is very smart." "Which one of the people here isn't smart?" "Xianxia does things flawlessly. If he can take over the auction house, he will definitely pay you taxes. Moreover, Xianxia isn't the kind of person who likes to show off," Shu Bai said. Ningxu nodded. He was polite and considerate. This kind of person was obviously a two-faced person with a high EQ. "He's not doing missions anymore?" Ningxu asked casually. "Xianxia is still doing missions. He is doing business to obtain more resources." "Does he look like the kind of person who is only willing to be a small merchant?" Shu Bai said reservedly and politely. He didn't look like it. That was why she asked. "You seem to admire Xianxia," Ningxu said to Shu Bai with a grin. "So much for reading novels. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack." Since Xianxia had delivered the message and put in a good word for Xianxia, the two of them must be old acquaintances. Shu Bai looked at Ningxu silently. "I admire you." Ningxu laughed. "If the people in this auction house really leave, I will consider letting Xianxia manage it. At least Xianxia will follow the rules." Shu Bai fanned herself. "Xianxia will be very happy to hear this." Ningxu grinned and said to the confused Xiaohua, "Are you done eating? If you are, you can go back." "Aunt Ning, can I walk around?" "Ziqing doesn't allow me to go out now," Xiaohua said to Ningxu. "Don't call me aunt, you know? It sounds like a concubine." Ningxu really didn't want to hear the title concubine. Moreover, adding concubine Ning in front made her sound more like a concubine. "Oh, auntie." Xiaohua obediently changed the way he addressed her. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu felt that she wasn't old enough to be an auntie. "Okay, you can go anywhere you want. Ziqing is really worried about you." Mei Ziqing would probably die of exhaustion if she met such an old child. She couldn't bear to throw him away, but she would be tired if she didn't. After leaving the restaurant, Ningxu brought Xiaohua to walk around. They bought some strange things and some ancient books from small stalls. Whatever Xiaohua took a fancy to, Ningxu would spend money to buy it. She could be considered a tycoon now. Moreover, Xiaohua was now a mother hen. He was helping her incubate the world's origin, so she had to be more generous. She just had to coax the child more. Xiaohua didn't want to go back to the system space and wanted to stay in Ningxu's City Lord Mansion. Ningxu set up a barrier and let Xiaohua read in the City Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion's range of activity was much larger than the system space. When he passed by the auction house, he strengthened the barrier and the entire city's barrier. Ningxu passed by the entrance of the auction house. A gust of wind blew past the entrance, blowing the fallen leaves on the ground. It looked quite desolate. Ningxu smiled and returned to the system space. The chatting system beeped. Ningxu sat on the sofa, hugged a pillow, and opened the chatting system. To Ningxu's surprise, the person who sent her the message was Hongyu. Hongyu opened her mouth and asked her to remove the enchantment barrier around the auction house. She directly said that the backer of the auction house was young Master Ronghua. Although she added the word please, but Ningxu could still feel that Hongyu's superior aura was giving out orders. Ningxu rolled his eyes. "If you have the ability, why don't you become the City Lord of Water City?" Ningxu directly replied that this was a matter of Water City. It has nothing to do with you. Hongyu felt a little embarrassed. She had been kind enough to tell him that, but he didn't stop. In the end, he got himself into trouble and deserved it. Ningxu threw Hongyu's matter to the back of her mind. Even if she wanted to talk about the auction house, she would let young Master Ronghua do it. No matter who said it, it was useless. Ningxu wanted to find out what kind of person young Master Ronghua was. Hongyu had been snubbed by Ningxu, so she was naturally unhappy. But now, Hongyu had no way to locate Ningxu at all. She could only suppress her displeasure in her heart, but it didn't mean that there was no way to deal with it. Ningxu ended the conversation with Hongyu and directly closed the chatting system. In the group of law incarnations, she was an unwelcome person. Except for occasionally peeking at the screen to see if something big had happened, Ningxu didn't speak. Ningxu scooped a little agarwood into the incense burner. The fragrance of the agarwood floated in the space, and when it was inhaled into his soul seemed to become transparent. Ningxu sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to rest. She felt very comfortable. When she opened her eyes again, she seemed to be in high spirits and her soul was full of strength. There was also the joy that was active in her heart, and Ningxu couldn't help but grin. Ningxu pulled out the red rose on the coffee table. This red rose was still delicate and beautiful under the erosion of time, and the fragrance was overwhelming. This was just one flower. Who knew what kind of environment could grow such a flower? Ningxu tapped with his finger, and a half-filled vase appeared. Ningxu placed the rose in it. Ningxu was really afraid that this beautiful and everlasting rose would wither in his hands. Stretching, Ningxu's fighting spirit was high, and he said to 2333, "Let's go do a quest." Do a system quest? Ningxu, is this your catchphrase? Yes, I'm just asking. What if you do it? 2333 said. Ningxu exchanged for some fasting pills and some basic medicines. These medicines were used to reduce inflammation and reduce fever, in case of an emergency. Ningxu's head became dizzy, and his soul began to slowly merge into a body. When she opened her eyes, she felt a piercing pain and her head was dizzy. Ningxu sat up and rubbed her temples. She scanned her surroundings. This was a bustling palace. Smoke was coming out of the gold-plated incense burner, bringing with it a sickly sweet smell that made people feel stuffy and flustered. What kind of smell was this? This body was really tired. Ningxu checked his pulse, and he had a slight cold. Ningxu took 2 pills. Then he lay down and began to cultivate. The ancient realm had some spiritual energy, and he started to receive the plot. The client was called Tan Yusen, and she was the empress of the Zhou dynasty. The Tan family was a famous family, and when the current emperor was still a prince, he married Tan Yusen. It seemed that Tan Yusen was a woman who brought good fortune to her husband. Less than half a year after she married, the previous emperor passed away, and Prince Ao Tianzi succeeded to the throne. Tan Yusen successfully became the empress. Well, in any case, Tan Yusen would have plenty of wealth in this life. No matter who ascended the throne in the future, she would be the empress dowager. Tan Yusen had been married to Ao Tianzi for a year and a half, but she didn't have any children. Previously, all the concubines in the harem were also concubines. When the new emperor ascended the throne, he would definitely fill up the harem. This was also the reason why a woman was chosen in this election. This woman could be said to be Tan Yusen's nightmare. Not only Tan Yusen's nightmare, but all the women in the harem's nightmare. This woman was called Fu Min, and she was the daughter of a small official. She was lucky enough to be chosen as a concubine. However, Fu Min was a delicate woman, and she didn't care about wealth at all. She was well-read, elegant, and indifferent. She didn't fight for favor, and it seemed that she didn't want to serve the ruler of the world, Ao Tianzi. If she could choose, she would rather find someone she loved and spend the rest of her life with. She was a woman with quite a temper. Although she didn't fight for favor, she couldn't resist the emperor's love. She frequently served him in bed and rewarded him with many rare treasures. This made the women in the harem become bloodshot. There was only one emperor and one man in the harem. One teapot and so many teacups. Not every concubine could be sprinkled with some sweet dew. The women in the harem tried to harm her, but they were all dealt with by the emperor. Even with the emperor's protection, there was nothing they could do. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that if the emperor wanted to dote on a woman, he was the emperor, and he had the final say. Xianxia didn't want to dote on the concubines in the harem. So much for reading novels. Falling in love with you, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. The purest love is that I only want to sleep with you. Xianxia didn't want to sleep with the women in the harem because Fu Min would be unhappy. Moreover, Xianxia felt that he had found his true love, and the other women in the harem were trash. They stood in the way of him and his true love. Therefore, Xianxia thought of a brilliant idea, which was to find someone to sleep with the concubines in the harem for him. He found a secret guard beside him to sleep with these concubines. Every time they slept, it was dark. These concubines didn't expect that the one sleeping with them was a secret guard who couldn't see the light. This was nothing. Xianxia didn't know what he was thinking. He actually stood by the bed and watched the concubines and the secret guard. He was thinking, even I can't recognize you. You are indeed a flirtatious type. Ningxu, who had taken the medicine, was sweating all over. It was sticky and uncomfortable. Receiving such a plot, Ningxu was stunned. Finding someone to make a cuckold of him and watching from the side. What kind of mentality was this? These concubines were Xianxia's concubines. Finding a secret guard to sleep with his concubines. Oh my god, did this person have maggots in his brain? Xianxia had to sleep with the noble ladies sent to the harem by various aristocratic families. Xianxia, who had just ascended the throne, needed to appease the harem to appease the court. After dealing with this group of old officials, everything would be smooth. This way, the harem women could be dealt with. Other than Fu Min, who was personally slept with by Xianxia, all the concubines in the harem, including the empress, Tan Yusin, were all served by secret guards. This was a shocking thing. The empress of a country was defiled by a scoundrel. If this matter was exposed, it would be the biggest joke. Even if Xianxia abolished the empress in the future, it would be reasonable. Not only would Tan Yusin's reputation be ruined, but it would also implicate her maiden family, the Tan family, and make the world laugh. Even if the concubines in the harem were pregnant, they would inexplicably have a miscarriage. This was because the child wasn't Xianxia's. Xianxia naturally wouldn't leave a child that wasn't of his blood. There were concubines in the harem who got pregnant. Once they got pregnant, they had miscarriages. Once they got pregnant, they had miscarriages. In any case, not a single child was born. It was Tan Yusin's responsibility to have no children in the imperial harem. Every time a concubine in the imperial harem had a miscarriage, Xianxia would come and scold Tan Yusin, saying that Tan Yusin was not qualified to be the empress, causing the imperial harem to have no children. Tan Yusin's head was about to explode. Whenever a concubine was pregnant, she would tremble with fear. She had to check everything herself. She was even more nervous than when she was pregnant. In the end, she still had a miscarriage. There was a demon in the harem. Over time, Tan Yusin was crowned with the hat of jealousy. Every time a concubine in the harem got pregnant, wasn't it Tan Yusin's responsibility? Tan Yusin was a jealous woman who had harmed the emperor's son. The emperor was merciful and did not depose her. She had even implicated Tan Yusin's father, who was reprimanded by Xianxia in the imperial court. Not only that, Tan Yusin also attracted the hatred of a wave of concubines in the harem. Those concubines who lost their children all blamed Tan Yusin for the loss of their children. Tan Yusin, the empress, could be said to be a target erected by Xianxia to attract the attention of the women in the harem. Even if he doted on Fu Min, he did not show it. Moreover, Xianxia allowed the women in the harem to fight each other. Once something happened, he would run over to reprimand Tan Yusin. In any case, the responsibility of the harem was Tan Yusin. If anything happened, it was Tan Yusin's incompetence in managing the harem. It was simply a disaster to have such a boss who deliberately made things difficult for her. Tan Yusin was under pressure every day. Her body had always been in a state of sub-health. The direct symptom was a headache. She could not stand being frightened. Even a small movement in the harem would make Tan Yusin jump in fright. After that, Fu Min successfully gave birth to a child. It was the only son in the harem. Fu Min was promoted to a concubine. Fu Min was in the quagmire of the harem. She was untainted by the mud, isolated from the world, and happy. For a man to go to this extent for you, wasn't it exciting? Wasn't it touching? Wasn't it blissful? Ao Tianzi gradually grasped power. Some of the important departments were also assigned to his own people. In the future, no matter what he said or did, there would not be a group of old officials nagging endlessly. After dealing with the matters of the court, it was time to deal with the matters of the harem. Ao Tianzi gathered a group of concubines and directly told them about the situation in the harem. Without any explanation, he chased the group of concubines into the cold palace. The concubines were all dumbfounded. They did not know why such a thing happened. When they informed their families did not respond. It was obvious that they had abandoned the women in the harem. Tan Yusin's previous jealousy and cruelty to the imperial heir was enough to make Tan Yusin, the empress, lose her virtue. Tan Yusin was deposed and sent to the harem along with a group of concubines. Fu Min stood aloof from worldly affairs. She did not care about fame and wealth. She was an untainted lotus. She told Ao Tianzi that these concubines were very pitiful in the harem. Why not send them home? The conditions in the cold palace were too harsh. Alright, sending the emperor's women home had already tarnished their reputation. What was the point of sending them home? Ao Tianzi felt that his women were kind. However, the emperor's women would die in the harem even if they died. He then sent someone to inform these concubines of the truth. He said that they had lost their chastity and morality and should commit suicide. When the concubines heard the truth, it was as if they were struck by lightning. They all howled. They snatched the white silk, daggers, and poisoned wine from the eunuchs and committed suicide one after another. Tan Yusin was in despair. The most heartless of all was the imperial family. The emperor's throne was filled with corpses. She and Ao Tianzi were husband and wife. Why did he treat her like this? It even implicated her father to resign and live in seclusion to protect the entire Tan family. In this situation, she had no choice but to die. Tan Yusin took the poisoned wine and drank it with tears in her eyes. The poisoned wine burned her throat and stomach. It was extremely painful. After drinking the poisoned wine, she would not die for a while. Tan Yusin vomited blood. She vaguely saw Ao Tianzi standing at the entrance of the cold palace. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and stood proudly. The emperor who controlled the fate of the world had a heart as hard as iron. It was said that when a person died, their heart was exceptionally clear. Tan Yusin suddenly understood. She vomited a large mouthful of black blood and breathed her last. The dead concubines were secretly transported out of the palace and casually buried. After that, Ao Tianzi did not take in any more concubines. He made Fu Min the empress and his child the crown prince. The people sang praises of the affectionate emperor. The love between Ao Tianzi and Fu Min was sung all over the world. The people set up a plaque for Fu Min, saying that she was the most benevolent and beautiful empress in the world. The women of the people all looked up to Fu Min as a role model. They wanted their husbands to strive for the goal of never taking in concubines. In short, Fu Min was a legendary woman who received the emperor's lifelong love. The concubines in the harem rotted in the mass graves and were drowned in history. There was not a single word about them. Just read a refreshing novel. Fu Min had fulfilled an ancient woman's wish to be with a man for the rest of her life. Moreover, it was an emperor. So many people had the ability to do this. This was something that ancient women could only dream of. Ao Tianzi had done it for Fu Min. No one cared about the blood and tears of the concubines who relied on the man. Their living space had been squeezed to a very small extent. Whether they lived or died, it was all up to the emperor, or even the man. Binding the feet was to satisfy the man's abnormal and perverted mentality. At the same time, it was to keep the woman at home. Since the woman was so stupid, then there was no need for her to go out. It could be said that women were miserable, and women were miserable. Tan Yusin's wish was to deal with Ao Tianzi. Husband and wife could be incomparably loving, but they could also have deep hatred. There was no longer any relationship between husband and wife. Ningshu rubbed his glabella. His body was especially uncomfortable. That wet and heavy feeling made him unable to lift his energy. He really wanted to wring his clothes and wring the moisture out of his body. His head was aching, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Ningshu pressed his temples heavily. What was more miserable now was that it seemed that all the concubines in the harem, except for Fu Min, had been defiled by the shadow guards, including Tan Yusin, the empress. In order to avoid being discovered, Ao Tianzi never stayed overnight. She had already slept with the shadow guards. Even if it was to protect herself, she had to deal with Ao Tianzi. There was no room for discussion. Fu Min and all the other women in the harem were dependent on Ao Tianzi. Without Ao Tianzi, Fu Min was nothing. As long as Ao Tianzi didn't abolish her, she had the right to manage the harem. Fu Min had never harmed anyone. She was incomparably clean in the harem. Ao Tianzi had blocked the swords and knives of the harem for her. Not everyone had the right to be clean and beautiful. Who asked it not to be true love? Ningshu pressed his glabella until it turned red. His body was very uncomfortable. The current Tan Yusin was not even 20 years old. She had the body of a 40-year-old. The pressure was so great that it caused problems with her body. She trembled every day and was in a state of mental tension at all times. What followed was a nervous breakdown. She couldn't eat well and couldn't sleep well. She felt like she was floating all day and would ascend to immortality at any time. If he cultivated every day in this state, he would die sooner or later. Being the empress was tough. As a woman who took care of her husband's family, she couldn't be jealous. She had to be magnanimous. If anything happened, it would be the empress' responsibility. It was a thankless job. This little bit of power in his hands would be taken away by the woman that the emperor loved. His power shield was in cooldown. F***ck, my head hurts. His entire body felt uncomfortable. It was wet and uncomfortable, and his body was very wet. With a soft creak, the door opened. Her personal palace maid, Xier, walked in. Seeing Ningshu sit up, she hurriedly put down the basin in her hands and squeezed out a handkerchief to wipe Ningshu's face. Nyang Nyang, wipe your face to make it more refreshing. Ningshu made a sound of acknowledgement and said to Xier, who was wiping his face, call an imperial physician over for Ben Gong. Ben Gong's body is very tired. As the empress, she couldn't run and exercise every day. She had to ensure that she was dignified, noble, and generous. If she had nowhere to vent her stress, wouldn't her body get sick? Moreover, Ningshu realized that this was because his body was very weak and his heart was beating very fast. Nyang Nyang, are you not feeling well? Xier hurriedly asked. Ningshu, my entire body is not feeling well. It's like I'm soaking in water. Is Nyang Nyang pregnant? Xier asked with a smile of exultation. Ningshu, anyone in the harem could get pregnant, but it was unlikely for her to get pregnant. Because the pressure was too great, getting pregnant was very difficult. Moreover, being pregnant was even more painful. You might feel your belly with a happy expression, but not long after, you might fall down. With a plop, the child would be gone. Having and then losing it was an even more painful thing. Call an imperial physician. Ben Gong's body is not feeling well. Ningshu rubbed the space between her eyebrows and mobilized the spiritual energy in her dantian to strengthen her body. Xier quickly found an imperial physician. Ningshu stretched out her wrist to let the imperial physician take her pulse. She said, Imperial physician Li, Ben Gong has been in a daze all day and has no strength. Prescribe some medicine for Ben Gong to replenish qi and blood. Nyang Nyang, you've been overthinking things and hurt your spleen and stomach. This humble subject will prescribe some medicine to be taken with the 100-flower pill. Imperial physician Li cupped his hands. Ningshu nodded. Xier's face was tangled as she asked Imperial physician Li, Imperial physician, other than these, does Nyang Nyang have anything else? Xier couldn't directly ask if she was pregnant with a dragon child. The imperial concubine has suffered severe injuries. She needs to recuperate and think less, said Imperial physician Li. Xier was a little disappointed. It seemed that she was not pregnant. After Xier sent Imperial physician Li away, she came back and said to Ningshu, Nyang Nyang. This kind of thing depends on fate. When fate comes, it will happen. This kind of thing can't be forced. If I let a secret guard king me again, my surname won't be Ning. What kind of mood did Ao Tianzi have when he watched his concubine having sex with her secret guard? Ning Shu's face was cold and indifferent. For a concubine to have an affair with an outsider was a crime that could lead to the extermination of the entire family. The women in the imperial harem had all been defiled by the secret guards, and they had all been schemed against by their own men. Now, Ao Tianzi was keeping a low profile and waiting for the right opportunity to get rid of all these women. Nyang, today is the first day of the month. According to the rules, His Majesty will definitely come to our palace. Shi said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded. Ask the kitchen to prepare some light dishes. Something simple will do. Now, Ning Shu didn't want to eat greasy food as he wasn't feeling well. As for Ao Tianzi coming at night, Ning Shu didn't care at all. Ning Shu said to Shi, go and get the medicine. Instead of worrying about what Ao Tianzi would eat at night, it was better to have enough energy to deal with Ao Tianzi. As for Fu Min, all the pampering and love were given by men. Thunder and rain were the king's grace. To Fu Min, it was rain and dew, but to others, it was thunder and lightning. There was no other way, because glory and life were all in Ao Tianzi's hands. To deal with Ao Tianzi, Fu Min was just an ordinary woman in the imperial harem. Therefore, they focused on dealing with Ao Tianzi. Yes. Shi left. Ning Shu drank water and pondered. Well, she was now the empress, so she shouldn't use this method of climbing over walls to assassinate people. It wouldn't be good if she was thought to be an assassin. Besides, the spiritual energy here was still very little compared to other worlds. It was good enough that the spiritual energy here could nourish the body, but it was still difficult to climb over walls. In addition, the suppression of the plane was more serious. This was just an ordinary ancient plane. Even if there were chivalrous people, they would only have mediocre skills. Ning Shu kept rubbing his forehead. This irritating feeling made Ning Shu want to smash things. He had to nourish his body first. Shi came back with the medicine and decocted it in the palace's small kitchen. Although there were people in the imperial kitchen responsible for decocting the medicine, there were too many people. Letting the people in the imperial kitchen brew the medicine was an act of seeking death. Not only were there hundreds of concubines in the imperial harem, but there were also so many palace servants. It was as tiring as managing a large company. No wonder Tan Yusin's body became like this. Ning Shu took 100-flower pill and drank a bowl of bitter medicine. This kind of medicine couldn't be effective just by drinking a bowl. Ning Shu didn't want to be a model worker now. Massage my back for me. Ning Shu's maid said. The maid immediately came over and massaged Ning Shu. Ning Shu closed her eyes slightly and operated a peerless martial art in her body. Compared to the enormous power in the previous world, the spiritual energy in this world was like silk threads. There was no pleasure in swallowing it in big mouthfuls. There was no feeling of turbulent sea water. The sun went down and the whole world fell into darkness. Lights were lit everywhere in the palace. After dressing up, Ning Shu stood at the door waiting for Ao Tianzi's arrival, looking like an empress. Ao Tianzi came late. Ning Shu's legs were swollen from standing too long. Ao Tianzi was wearing ordinary clothes, but his eyes were still clear and bright. He had the aura of an emperor. Ning Shu bowed to Ao Tianzi. Ao Tianzi helped Ning Shu symbolically, but their hands didn't touch. The women in the imperial harem were all enemies of Ao Tianzi. If it weren't for the stability of the court, these women would have been thrown out of the palace like trash. Ning Shu grinned and followed Ao Tianzi into the palace. Ning Shu said, "Your Majesty, dinner is ready. Please eat." Ning Shu released her spiritual energy as she spoke. She saw the shadow guards around the palace. These shadow guards couldn't be seen in public. They followed the emperor to protect his safety. Now, other than protecting the emperor and doing some shady things for the emperor, the secret guards also had a new mission, which was to visit the concubines in the harem for Ao Tianzi. He was not the emperor, but he enjoyed the treatment of an emperor. He enjoyed a harem of 3,000 beauties, all of whom were beauties of various styles. His life was worth it. He even slept with the mother of a nation. As soon as he thought of this, Ning Shu felt unhappy. Moreover, Ning Shu saw a shadow guard squatting on a tree branch with a tent underneath. F*CK, you're really proactive. Ning Shu directly used his spiritual power to kick the shadow guard down the tree. With a plop, even the house could hear it clearly. What's going on? Go out and take a look. Ning Shu said hastily. Ao Tianzi's expression changed slightly as he changed the topic. He sniffed and said, why is there a smell of medicine? Ning Shu said, my body is very tired, so I asked the imperial physician to prescribe some medicine to calm my nerves. Since the empress is not feeling well, you should rest more. Don't you feel tired wearing such a grand dress? Ao Tianzi saw Ning Shu's golden hairpin shining dazzlingly and her red clothes. On such a hot day, looking at the color made him feel even hotter. She had flaming red lips and a lot of powder on her face. Why did she still put on the airs of an empress in front of him? Wasn't she putting the cart before the horse? She was his woman first, then the empress. She was so stupid that she couldn't be saved. Ning Shu didn't seem to realize Ao Tianzi's displeasure. She said with a smile, I have to welcome the emperor. I can't be unkempt and impolite in front of the emperor. If the person was wrong, everything would be wrong. What should Ao Tianzi say? Should he say that she was unkempt and impolite, he was inflexible and didn't know how to flirt? If he was with Fu Min, he would definitely be more comfortable than here. Needless to say, there was no need to talk about poetry. In any case, it made Ao Tianzi's heart flustered. He couldn't find a reason to be angry. Ao Tianzi smelled the faint bitter smell of medicine in the room and felt uncomfortable. He stood up and said, since the empress is not feeling well, you should rest well. Is your majesty leaving? Ning Shu asked foolishly. Not staying for dinner? You can eat, empress. We aren't too hungry. Ao Tianzi flung his sleeves and stepped over the threshold. Ning Shu caught up with Ao Tianzi. Your majesty, I will send you out. Ning Shu sent Ao Tianzi to the entrance of Pepper Palace Hall and then bowed. Take care, your majesty. Xier was anxious, but as a servant, it wasn't appropriate for her to interrupt when her master was talking. You can go back, empress. Ao Tianzi left without stopping to drink the medicine. When Ao Tianzi was some distance away from the Pepper Temple, Ning Shu released a needle as thin as a cow's hair from her sleeve. Under the shroud of darkness, the needle accurately shot into Ao Tianzi's waist under the control of Ning Shu's mental energy. Ao Tianzi suddenly felt something huge hit his waist and he fell to the ground without a care for his image. The eunuch next to Ao Tianzi was stunned and shouted sharply, Your Majesty. Ning Shu was about to turn around and return to the hall when he heard this voice. He and Xier looked at each other and hurriedly walked over. He said to the eunuch, Hurry up and call the imperial physician. Yes. The eunuch ran away in panic. Ning Shu used all his strength to help Ao Tianzi up. Just as he did, his hand slipped and Ao Tianzi fell to the ground again. I deserve to die. Ning Shu said to the eunuch whose hands were numb, Hurry up and help me bring his majesty into the room. Ao Tianzi sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt that his waist was already numb. What the hell? What hit him? Ao Tianzi was carried back to Ning Shu's palace hall and lay on the bed. Ao Tianzi's face was a little pale and his brows were tightly knitted. Ning Shu comforted Ao Tianzi, Your Majesty, please wait a little longer. The imperial physician will be here soon. The imperial physician was a little different from the imperial physician. The imperial physician specialized in serving the emperor. Ning Shu squeezed out a handkerchief and wiped the yellowish sweat on Ao Tianzi's face. He asked, Did your majesty encounter an assassin? If it was an assassin, how could there be no trace of him at all? How could he have been hit by something invisible? Soon, the imperial physician arrived with a box. Just as he was about to salute, Ao Tianzi said with a yellowish face, No need for formalities. Let me take a look. Ao Tianzi felt that his lower body was numb and he could not feel his legs anymore. The imperial physician took Ao Tianzi's pulse. The room was quiet and seemed very depressing. How is it? Ao Tianzi asked. The imperial physician lifted Ao Tianzi's clothes and looked at his waist. There were no obvious injuries, which made the imperial physician feel troubled. Your Majesty's kidney is a little weak. You need to take care of your body in the future, the imperial physician said while wiping his sweat. Something wrong with his kidney? Ao Tianzi was stunned. Men relied on their kidneys to support themselves. He rarely slept with the women in his harem. How could there be something wrong with his kidney? If there was something wrong with his kidney, why couldn't he feel his lower body? Ao Tianzi's misfortune fell from the sky. He was walking properly when he suddenly sprained his waist. Ao Tianzi decided to find an enlightened monk to perform a ritual. The news of Ao Tianzi's mishap immediately spread to all the palaces and courtyards. Some of the concubines rushed to Ningxu's Pepper Palace Hall to see the emperor. They also wanted to make their presence known. Ningxu didn't refuse any of them. She let all the beautiful girls in. Then, the originally spacious inner hall became a little crowded because of these girls. One by one, they blocked the sight of the bed, which made Ao Tianzi extremely annoyed. Moreover, this concubine had various fragrances on her body. Her clothes were fragrant with perfume. The fragrances of perfume, and rouge all rushed into Ao Tianzi's nostrils, giving him a headache. The concubines asked about his well-being and chattered non-stop, which almost made Ao Tianzi's head explode. It was annoying to have too many women, especially when these women were after the power in his hands. He felt even more irritated. Ningxu stood at the side with a smile. She was tolerant and magnanimous, the model of a graceful and luxurious empress. Xi'er went to Ningxu's ear and said, "Your Highness, Xuanyun Palace sent a maid to ask what happened." Ningxu raised her eyebrows slightly. If it weren't for Fu Min's intelligence, Ao Tianzi would have been annoyed by the many concubines coming over to greet him. She thought it would be better to talk to Ao Tianzi alone than to fight for attention. There was no love for no reason, and no hatred for no reason. Men liked women who had a bit of a temper, but who could see the situation clearly and understand the situation. "Your Highness." Xi'er asked Ningxu, "How should we reply?" Ningxu said indifferently, "Just say that you don't know." "I'm fine. Go back to your palaces and stay there." Ao Tianzi finally couldn't stand these chattering women and scolded. "Your Majesty, shut up. Do you think I'm not annoyed enough?" Ao Tianzi asked these women to leave. Seeing Ao Tianzi's dark expression, the concubines had no choice but to bow and leave. When the imperial concubines all left, Ningxu approached the bed and asked, "Emperor, how do you feel now?" "Ugh." Ao Tianzi moved his body and felt that his body was not as numb as before. However, there was a sore feeling in his waist. It didn't hurt that much anymore. "It's okay. I feel much better." Ningxu revealed a gentle smile. "It's good that your Majesty is fine." Although Ningxu's smile was beautiful, Ao Tianzi didn't even look at Ningxu. Instead, he said to the eunuch beside him, "Carry me back." "Yes, sir." Ao Tianzi was placed on a stretcher, and he staggered back to his bedroom. Ningxu was still smiling as he watched Ao Tianzi being carried away. Xi'er looked at Ningxu and said, "Nyang, why didn't you let His Majesty stay? That way, Nyang can take care of His Majesty." Ningxu's mouth twitched. "You're asking for trouble. You worked yourself to death and didn't even get a good word. You're tired like a dog. Moreover, the other party isn't willing to let you take care of him." Ningxu smiled elegantly. "Things like taking care of His Majesty should be left to the imperial physicians. People like us who don't know anything about medicine shouldn't blindly cause trouble." "Yes, sir." Xi'er immediately said. Ningxu returned to the hall. There was food on the table. Xi'er said, Nyang, this servant will ask the servants to prepare some more." "No need." Ningxu ate and then took a walk in his palace. As for Ao Tianzi, Ningxu didn't care at all. In the future, Ao Tianzi would be the representative of short and fast. He would be a silver spear. The kidney energy that poured out damaged Ao Tianzi's body. Now, everyone was suffering from a stress-induced syndrome. They were all infertile. After taking a walk, Ningxu sweated and felt a little better. He rested for a while and washed up. Then, he lied on the bed and hypnotized himself. "I want to sleep. Sleep." He also silently chanted the clear mind mantra in his heart. It was really because he didn't have a good night's sleep. Even if he fell asleep, the constant anxiety made him have endless dreams. When he woke up in the morning, his body was very tired. He was even more tired than if he didn't sleep. Eating delicacies and wearing brocade clothes didn't necessarily mean happiness. In short, everyone had to pay attention and take responsibility for their position. Ningxu fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, he was woken up by Shi. Ningxu opened his eyes. His eyes were stinging and his body was exhausted. Damn it, subhealth was really terrible. He couldn't die, but it was unbearable. Ningxu mobilized spiritual energy to repair his body. Your Highness, it's time to get up. The concubines in the imperial harem will come to pay their respects in a while. Shi cleaned Ningxu's face. Ningxu rubbed his brows, took a deep breath, and asked, "What's the news from His Majesty?" "His Majesty didn't go to court this morning," Shi said. Then, she dressed Ningxu with a few palace maids. Looking at Ningxu's blurred image in the bronze mirror, he smiled slightly, touched his temples, drank some water, and ate something simple. Then, he went to the front hall. The concubines in the imperial harem all came. Ningxu bowed and then asked how the emperor was. Ningxu just said that it was fine. The emperor would be fine after a period of rest. Ningxu slashed at Fu Min, who was sitting on the side and keeping a low profile. Fu Min looked like a crystal-clear person. She was a little smart, but she didn't have a lively personality. She was very clever. Ningxu smiled and said to Fu Min, "Min Zhaoyi, have you seen His Majesty?" Min Zhaoyi stood and bowed, "His Majesty, Xianxia has not seen His Majesty." "Even you haven't seen His Majesty," Ningxu said casually, causing the surrounding concubines to look at Min Zhaoyi with strange gazes. Fu Min felt it, but she didn't show it and didn't say anything. Fu Min really was a woman who knew when to advance and retreat. Ningxu took back his gaze from Fu Min and then ordered the concubines in the imperial harem to calm down. The emperor needed to rest. Ugh. A concubine covered her mouth, her face pale. Ningxu's eyes flashed and asked, "Xian Fei, what's wrong?" "Empress, Xianxia feels disgusted." Xian Fei's face was very pale and she looked very haggard. Ningxu couldn't control the smile on his face. He said to Shi, "Quickly go find a Tai. There must be something good." "Yes." Shi quickly had someone call for a Tai. The other concubines also guessed a possibility. They all had looks of jealousy as they twisted their handkerchiefs and stared at Xian Fei's belly. Ningxu glanced at Fu Min. Fu Min didn't show any jealousy. She just looked sad. Clearly, she thought that this child was Ao Tianzi's. Did Ao Tianzi not tell Fu Min about this? Perhaps he had waited for the dust to settle before telling Fu Min about it. "Are you touched?" Fu Min thought. Ningxu's face was filled with joy as he asked Consort Xian, "Have you seen a royal doctor?" Consort Xian's pale face flushed red as she said, "Xianxia hasn't seen a royal doctor. I thought it was because the weather was too hot and my spleen and stomach weren't feeling well. Plus, Xianxia's period has always been messy, so I didn't pay much attention. The weather is so hot. You should find a royal doctor to get some pills to stimulate the appetite and strengthen the spleen," Ningxu said with a smile. The royal doctor quickly came and took Consort Xian's pulse. Then, Ningxu said, "Empress, Consort Xian has been pregnant for a month." "That's great. The emperor finally has a child." Ningxu smiled and said to Consort Xian, "From today onwards, you have to take care of the baby. You can't make any mistakes. The child you give birth to is the emperor's eldest son, so there can be no mistakes." "No. From today onwards, I will eat, live, and sleep with you until the child is born. The harem needs a child too much." "The emperor isn't young anymore," Ningxu said casually. Consort Xian was dumbfounded. Then, she said, "Empress, Xianxia doesn't want to trouble you." Ningxu waved his hand, "From today onwards, the most important matter in the harem is Consort Xian's dragon fetus. Give birth to the dragon fetus at all costs. If anyone tries to reach out, I don't mind cutting them off." Ningxu's sharp gaze flashed across everyone present. The concubines were all frightened by Ningxu's sharp gaze. They all bowed and said, "Xianxia obeys. You can all leave. Consort Xian, stay." Ningxu waved his hand. The concubines all left. Consort Xian rubbed her stomach and looked at Ningxu with a bit of fear. Extinguish all the incense in the room, Ningxu said to Shi. Shi immediately used water to extinguish the incense in the incense burner. Then, she opened the window. Although I don't know if the incense is harmful, it's better not to light it. In the future, don't light it in your palace, Ningxu said to Consort Xian. Concubine Xian nodded. I'll remember it. This consort wasn't joking when she said that we would eat and live together. Don't think that I would do anything to you, said Ningxu. This concubine really doesn't dare to trouble the empress. This concubine is deeply afraid. Concubine Xian's jade nose was dripping with sweat. Don't talk about these useless things. This empress won't do anything to you. On the contrary, this empress wants to protect the child in your belly. Right now, everyone in the court, including the emperor, thinks that this empress is immoral. If you lose your child, do you think this empress will have a good ending? This empress will be frank with you today. You must have this child. Consort Xian bowed. Thank you, concubine, but it's just living and eating together, it's not a big deal. From today onwards, I'll live with you in your palace. Ningxu said to Shi, just pack some clothes. Nyang nyang. Shi was somewhat disapproving. The empress was living in the concubine's palace. Go. After that, Ningxu moved to concubine Xian's Weiyang palace. He had people carefully inspect everything in Weiyang palace, including some antiques, calligraphy, paintings, jewelry, rouge, and some clothes. He also had the Tan family find a female doctor who knew medicine to enter the palace. He also found a servant girl who knew martial arts. The female doctor and the servant girl who knew martial arts were all there to protect concubine Xian. With Ningxu, there was a high chance that they could protect the child in concubine Xian's belly. Concubine Xian stared dumbfoundedly at the swift and decisive Ningxu. In a short period of time, her palace had changed its appearance. Ningxu tilted his head and followed concubine Xian's instructions. Concubine Xian, don't wear too much makeup when you're pregnant. It's not good for the child and it's easy to fall into a trap. This concubine will listen to the empress. Concubine Xian could only say helplessly. But looking at the empress, it didn't seem like she wanted to harm the child in her belly. The feeling of sharing a bed with the empress at night was wonderful. The empress's hand was placed on her belly and gently stroked it. It really made one's hair stand on end. But before every meal, a female doctor would first check all the dishes, including the bowls and chopsticks. After checking, the empress would eat first and then let her eat. Concubine Xian's current goal was to give birth to the child first. No matter if it was a boy or a girl, it would be the emperor's first child. The emperor would definitely have a special feeling in his heart. Xianxia, who was well-mannered, was instantly furious when he heard that a concubine in the imperial harem was pregnant. Although he had asked someone to serve the empress in his place, she was pregnant now and these concubines still looked happy. Xianxia wanted to chop the pregnant concubine. You know what to do, right? Xianxia looked at the secret guard kneeling in front of him. The secret guard said yes and then said hesitantly, the empress and concubine Xian eat and live together. So what if the empress is pregnant? Let her do it. Xianxia said. It was a good time to do it. The empress brought a female doctor from the Tan family and a servant girl who knows a little martial arts. It's not easy to do it. The secret guard said, every meal will be checked. This empress is really responsible. Xianxia rubbed his forehead and stood up. He was going to Weiyang Palace. Since she was pregnant, he should reward her with something. Xianxia arrived at Weiyang Palace and was welcomed by two women. Ningxu smiled and said to Xianxia, Your Majesty, concubine Xian is pregnant. After 10 months, she will give birth to a prince. Your Majesty, congratulations. Ningxu clearly saw Xianxia's eyebrows tremble. Concubine Xian was beaming with joy. She placed her hand on her waist and acted like a pregnant woman. She slightly stuck out her belly and shouted to Xianxia, Your Majesty. Xianxia glanced at concubine Xian's belly. My beloved concubine, you have suffered. These things are bestowed to you by me. Use them well. I hope that my beloved concubine will still be beautiful when you are pregnant. Thank you, Your Majesty. Concubine Xian smiled as she looked at the things that the palace servants were holding. There were rouge, face powder, luxurious jewelry, and some strange and interesting things. Ningxu narrowed her eyes slightly and said with a smile, Your Majesty, rest assured. Your Majesty, I will definitely protect the dragon fetus and let concubine Xian give birth to a healthy dragon heir. Your Majesty will definitely give sister concubine Xian a happy pregnancy and give birth to a smart child, Ningxu said without generosity. She even had a joyful expression on her face, as if she was pregnant herself. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Empress has her own pepper palace and doesn't need to live in Weiyang Palace, Ao Tianzi said. Your Majesty, it's not hard at all. As long as sister concubine Xian can give birth to a dragon heir, I will be satisfied. Your Majesty, rest assured. Your Majesty, I will definitely take good care of sister concubine Xian and not let anything happen to her. Ningxu looked like a patriotic and magnanimous mother of the nation. Ao Tianzi clenched his hand under his long robe and said with relief, You are really my good empress. Ningxu smiled. Your Majesty, congratulations on being a father. Congratulations on being a father. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on becoming a father. Ningxu smiled warmly and generously. Her eyes sparkled and she looked especially sincere. Zhen thanks Empress. Zhen hopes that this child will be born smoothly and not have any problems like before. Can Empress do that? Ao Tianzi's expression was indifferent. Ningxu smiled without showing her teeth. Of course, Xianxia can do it. Xianxia will definitely make sure that the child is born smoothly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Ao Tianzi's mouth twitched. He flicked his sleeve and said, Zhen still has matters to attend to, before leaving. Consort Xian stroked the things that Ao Tianzi sent over. She couldn't stop smiling. She looked incomparably happy as she touched her belly. Ningxu's expression didn't change. She walked over and looked at the rouge, face powder, jewelry, and clothes. She said gently, Your Majesty is very good to younger sister. When younger sister successfully gives birth to the child, there will definitely be more rewards. Consort Xian's smile became even brighter. She couldn't hide her joy. Thank you, Empress. Shi'er, put these things away. Ningxu said to Shi'er. Yes. Shi'er and a few palace maids put away the jewelry on the tray. Consort Xian's face twitched when she saw all these good things being put away. Ningxu said, Empress, this is what His Majesty bestowed to Xianxia. Xianxia will use it anyway. Thank His Majesty for his kindness. Ningxu said with a smile, Younger sister, what you need to do now is to give birth to the child safely. You also saw how much His Majesty looks forward to the child in younger sister's belly. When the child is born, don't talk about rouge and face powder. If it's a boy, think about it, this child will be the eldest son. Younger sister, look further. Consort Xian's eyebrows relaxed a little. She seemed to be imagining Ningxu's words. Then she said, but His Majesty hopes that Xianxia can be beautiful. Younger sister, you are pregnant now. You can't serve him in bed. Even if you are beautiful, even if His Majesty comes to see younger sister, he will just sit for a while. If younger sister is really scared, I will ask the female doctor to prepare skincare products made of dew and flowers. Ningxu's expression was a little serious. I understand. Concubine Xian bit her lips and said. Because she was pregnant, she couldn't help but ask for credit. She felt that she was pregnant and wanted the emperor to see her credit. Sister, rest well. Ningxu said gently. He left the maid who knew martial arts with concubine Xian and went to the storeroom. The female doctor was checking the things sent by Ao Tianzi. Imperial concubine, this rouge contains red flowers that cool the blood and remove blood stasis. It's not good for the fetus in Imperial concubine Xian's womb. The female doctor Ningxu said. Ningxu picked up the rouge box and smelled it. It was very fragrant. Perhaps it was to cover up the ingredients, so it was deliberately fragrant. If Ningxu was not here, concubine Xian would have used these things. Who would have thought that the emperor would kill his own child? On the surface, the child in concubine Xian's belly was still Ao Tianzi's. If anything happened, she would be the one to take the blame. She, the empress, had been with concubine Xian all the time. It would be easy for her to do something. Killing two birds with one stone, Ao Tianzi was really playing with fire. Imperial concubine, this is the musk bead. The female doctor gave Ningxu a bracelet. Ningxu put it to her nose and smelled it. It was very fragrant. The musk bead was very smooth and looked very delicate. No woman could resist such a magnificent jewel. This is also for abortion, imperial concubine. The female doctor was a little uneasy. She seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Why were the things sent by the emperor all used for abortion? Ningxu put down the bracelet and said indifferently, just pretend you don't know about this and don't talk too much. What about the others? Ningxu picked up the bracelet and looked at it against the light. Imperial concubine, this bracelet is not easy to do anything to, but the clothes and the sachet have things for abortion. The female doctor said with some fear. Ningxu touched the clothes and sachet with a smile. What did he mean by, I hope my beloved concubine will be beautiful when she's pregnant? Wasn't it just to let concubine Xian use the things he sent over? No one would have thought that the emperor wanted to have an abortion. Without an heir in the harem, it was not good for the stability of the dynasty. Compared to this, Ao Tianzi could not tolerate the birth of a child who was not of royal blood. Ningxu said, put these things away and put them in a place where concubine Xian can't touch them. Yes. The female doctor wrapped these things up layer by layer and put them in a box. Then she covered them with other things. In short, she did not want the smell of these things to spread. Ningxu said to the female doctor, when concubine Xian gives birth successfully, you can leave the palace. The female doctor knelt down with some fear. Ningxu begged, Imperial concubine, please let me go. I promise I won't say anything. It seemed that she knew something important. Was she going to kill her to keep her mouth shut? The female doctor was on tenterhooks. Ningxu helped her up. What do you think I will do to you? You are a member of the Tan family. You are here to help. I won't do anything to you. To tell you the truth, the emperor dotes on Minjiaoyi and does not want any children in the harem. If something happens to this child, the emperor will definitely accuse me of immoral empress and harming the imperial heir. It will also implicate the Tan family. Ningxu said indifferently. I understand. The female doctor felt bitter. She knew a lot, but she also knew that she had to keep her mouth shut. Otherwise, she would not even know how she died. Prepare some things for concubine Xian that will not harm her body. The female doctor Ningxu said. Concubine Xian treated Ao Tianzi's words as an imperial edict. She was afraid that if she became ugly, Ao Tianzi would despise her. Using beauty to serve people, love will fade. The lives of the women in the harem were like duckweed. They were not controlled at all and were sent to their husbands' families by their fathers. The women in the harem were nothing. The struggle between the imperial powers was only about women. Families were often exterminated. Who would care about how many harem women the emperor killed? Women were more or less objects. The emperor had the right to execute them. How could the emperor be in a relationship with a woman? Minjiaoyi's halo was great. She could subdue the emperor of a generation and become the envy of all women. Concubine Xian was pregnant. Many concubines came to visit her and gave her things. These things were all kept by Ningxu. Ningxu more or less understood what these women were thinking. Children were expendable goods in the harem. Men always wanted to get more women to produce more children. In the end, the more women there were, the fewer children there were. When the concubines in the harem came to visit concubine Xian, they were noisy. Ningxu chased them away and said that they would come again after the child was born. There was no need for them to come and pay their respects in the future. When everyone saw how concubine Xian was treated, their eyes turned red and their teeth itched. Ningxu said with a smile, you all have to quickly get pregnant with the emperor's heir and give birth to the harem. Ningxu said to let the imperial concubines think of a way to get pregnant, so that the harem could have children. She smiled like the Guanyin Bodhisattva. These imperial concubines were anxious. Children were what women in the harem could rely on. Ao Tianzi always went to Fu Min's palace, so these imperial concubines were all full of imagination and stopped him halfway, using all kinds of methods to pull Ao Tianzi to their palace. Now, they all thought of Ao Tianzi as a mating partner, wanting to have children. Today it was a Jowie, tomorrow it was an imperial concubine, and the day after tomorrow it was a noble lady. In short, they changed the pattern. This made Ao Tianzi very irritated. His sweetheart was Fu Min, and these women were jumping up and down, each one of them was like an opera troupe singing for a living. Ao Tianzi found reasons to ground some imperial concubines, so that these women could not jump in front of him. It was really annoying. Ao Tianzi was angry, making the women in the harem keep quiet out of fear. They did not dare to be too presumptuous to pull people, but they all ran to Ningxu to complain tearfully. The emperor does not share the reign and do equally, how can we have children? Ningxu also got angry. His Majesty came to the imperial harem to relax. Each of you made His Majesty unhappy. You should reflect on yourselves. His Majesty came to the imperial harem to have fun and relax. How could he allow them to take over? The imperial concubines all twisted their handkerchiefs, and let Ningxu talk to the emperor. Ningxu would not do such a stupid thing. Whatever Ao Tianzi wanted to do, Ningxu would not care. Even if he wanted to go to heaven, Ningxu would virtuously help build a ladder. Those women who thought that they were the empress and had to help persuade the emperor were a bit stupid. Life and death were in the hands of others, and they actually wanted to persuade the emperor to be a good emperor. They felt that their lives were too long. Letting the emperor be a good emperor was what the officials of the previous dynasty should do. Even if Ao Tianzi slept at Fu Min's place every day, and did not even go to court, Ningxu would not say a word. She would not be used by these imperial concubines. The imperial concubines were reprimanded by Ningxu and could only leave dejectedly. After the imperial concubines left, Consort Xian was a little sad again. Empress, why didn't His Majesty come to see Xianxia? Is it because he doesn't like Xianxia's child? Pregnant women liked to think too much, and had to control their temper. Their body hormone changes made a pregnant woman's mood was very unstable. Ning, concubine Xian's belly was slightly protruding belly, and said with a smile, the emperor is busy every day, he will take time to come back to see you. Now, the most important thing is to take care of your body. Pregnant women needed care, but Ao Tianzi, as her husband, wanted to abort the child, let alone visit her. Through her mental strength, Ningxu discovered that there were 2 children in concubine Xian's womb. Ningxu couldn't help but grin. Concubine Xian was a little disappointed. In order to protect the 2 children in concubine Xian's womb, Ningxu had really put in a lot of effort. During this period, there were also some accidents. For example, the amount of pregnancy-nourishing medicine had been increased, and some dishes had been added with extra ingredients. Ningxu and a female doctor calmly stopped him. Occasionally, when he took imperial concubine Xian for a walk, oil would suddenly appear on the floor, or a dog or cat would suddenly jump out from the flowers. Fortunately, there was a servant girl who knew martial arts. She quickly supported Consort Xian or acted as a cushion for Consort Xian. Concubine Xian was also a woman in the imperial harem. If something like this happened once, it would be fine, but if it happened multiple times, it wouldn't be a coincidence. Concubine Xian was a little frightened. She had said that she didn't want to leave the palace and just wanted to walk around in her own palace. The child in her belly was her life, her support. She didn't know who wanted to harm her. Ningxu felt that these things should be done by Ao Tianzi. The imperial harem was a tool. The dogs and cats were all raised by the imperial concubines in the imperial harem. If something happened, it would be the responsibility of the imperial harem's concubines. They could even punish these imperial concubines. One less would be one less. During this period of time, Ao Tianzi rarely went to the imperial harem. He also didn't show how much he doted on Fu Min. Now was not the time to reveal his cards. Another thing was that Ao Tianzi found that his waist was a little sore, and the sequela was that his physical strength was not very good. In the past, he could do it 7 times a night, but now he was a man who could do it in seconds. Ao Tianzi found the imperial physician and asked what was going on. The imperial physician said that Ao Tianzi had kidney deficiency. He then madly prescribed yang medicine to nourish Ao Tianzi's kidney, but the effect was very weak. Ao Tianzi's kidney energy kept leaking out. It was like a broken vat. No matter how much water was poured in, there would be holes and the water would keep flowing out. It was useless. Ao Tianzi was very irritated. He even rarely went to Fu Min's place. No man could directly say that he was not good in front of the woman he liked. Or, his performance was not good enough. It was too damaging to a man's dignity. Ao Tianzi nourished his body and nourished it. Occasionally, he would sleep with the women in the imperial harem with the help of the secret guards. In the past, when he was vigorous and powerful, he didn't feel anything when the secret guards slept with his women. But now, it felt different. It made him seem incompetent. It was a little different from his indifferent attitude before. What made Ao Tianzi even angrier was that the child in concubine Xian's belly was still fine and was already bulging. That idiot empress actually came over and told him that it was twins in her belly. The imperial physician took the pulse and said that it was twins. Ao Tianzi didn't want to hear it at all. The twins were not his children. Ningxu even praised Ao Tianzi for being amazing. He actually made concubine Xian pregnant with twins. Ao Tianzi's face darkened. Looking at the happy Ningxu, he was so angry that his nose trembled. Seeing Ao Tianzi's bad expression, Ningxu asked, "Your Majesty, is it because you're too busy with government affairs that you don't look so good?" Ao Tianzi was speechless. "Empress, just take care of the imperial harem. I know what I'm doing." Ao Tianzi waved his hand to dismiss Ningxu. Ningxu was all smiles. "In 5 months, little sister concubine Xian will be in labor. Can your Majesty go and see little sister concubine Xian? Little sister concubine Xian has been thinking about your Majesty every day. Now, the child can move." Ningxu, who was asking for credit and didn't know how to look at others' expressions, looked at Ao Tianzi with a smile. Ao Tianzi almost broke the brush in his hand. But as an emperor, he had strong self-control. "Don't you take care of concubine Xian? I'm busy with government affairs. Just take good care of concubine Xian for me." "Okay, this concubine will definitely take good care of little sister concubine Xian and help the imperial harem flourish." Ningxu was full of joy. Seeing Ningxu smile, Ao Tianzi's heart panicked. Anyway, he had to get rid of the child early. Giving birth was simply a disgrace. Ningxu walked out of the hall and met an imperial physician carrying a medicine box. He asked, "Is there something wrong with the emperor's body?" The imperial physician simply said, "It's just a daily pulse check." Ningxu didn't say anything. Ao Tianzi rarely entered the harem now. It was said that even if he went to Fu Min's palace, he would have a meal, then have a spiritual exchange, recite poems, look at the stars and moon, and talk about history. Then Ao Tianzi would find an excuse to leave, saying that he was busy with government affairs and wouldn't stay the night. Ever since Fu Min entered the palace, Ao Tianzi had the secret guard take care of the concubines in his place. He never stayed the night in the concubine's palace. The only one who had the honor of staying the night was Fu Min. Although Fu Min didn't serve him many times, Ao Tianzi would stay the night every time. Basically, they would spend the whole night together. 7 times a night wasn't a joke. Now that Ao Tianzi didn't stay the night, Fu Min was a little surprised. She asked Ao Tianzi, "Emperor, aren't you staying? I prepared lotus seed soup for you. It's frozen now." Fu Min didn't care about wealth or glory, but she cared about Ao Tianzi because of love. Fu Min didn't care about other people's thoughts. She was looking for a soulmate, someone she could talk to, someone she could spiritually understand. Love was selfish and suspicious. Now that Ao Tianzi's attitude towards her had changed, Fu Min felt a little strange. She was worried about personal gains and losses. Could it be that she really fell in love with the emperor? She didn't want to enter the palace before. She didn't want to marry a royal husband. But after spending some time with Ao Tianzi, Fu Min felt that the emperor was handsome and talented. Fu Min slowly began to admire Ao Tianzi, but she also knew that Ao Tianzi didn't belong to her alone. She couldn't help but feel lonely and disappointed. Every time Ao Tianzi went to another concubine, Fu Min felt sad. But Fu Min wouldn't do anything extreme. Even in the harem, Fu Min had to keep her bottom line. She wouldn't take the initiative to harm others. Although there were always some concubines who didn't like her, nothing had happened since she entered the palace. Fu Min still felt that the people outside the imperial palace had described the inside of the imperial palace to be too terrifying. What about killing people? What about the glint of blades and shadows of swords? It was completely exaggerated by those storytellers. Although these women in the harem looked down on her, no one dared to do anything to her. Moreover, she had Ao Tianzi's protection, so she had never suffered in the palace. Your Majesty, please stay and drink some lotus seed soup. Seeing Fu Min's expression, Ao Tianzi felt a little uncomfortable. Her eyes were full of hope that he would stay. However, if he stayed, he would have to have sex with her. The problem was that he couldn't hold on for long in his current condition. It was related to his dignity as a man. I've been busy with government affairs recently, so I won't be accompanying you. Rest early. Ao Tianzi looked at Fu Min gently. His gaze made Fu Min blush. She felt shy and happy. Your Majesty, please take care of your body. No matter how busy you are, you must take care of your body. Xianxia's heart has always been by your Majesty's side. Fu Min said shyly. Ao Tianzi kissed Fu Min's forehead, touched Fu Min's face, and then left. Fu Min looked at Ao Tianzi. When Ao Tianzi turned around, he could see Fu Min leaning against the door, looking at him with infatuation. Her gaze seemed to pass through thousands of mountains and rivers, making Ao Tianzi's heart beat fast. He felt that his life had become lively. In Fu Min's eyes, he was just a man without any additional identity. He was just the man that Fu Min loved. Unlike the other women in the harem, they all came for his identity. They seemed to love him very much, but what they loved was his identity as the emperor. If another person was the emperor, they would still say that they loved him very much. Ao Tianzi turned around and walked in front of Fu Min. Fu Min looked at him with some surprise. Your Majesty? Go in. The dew is heavy at night. How can you bear to let me go like this? Ao Tianzi sighed. I don't know what to do with you. Fu Min hugged Ao Tianzi's waist. Xianxia also doesn't know what to do with your Majesty. Take me and I'll stay. Then Ao Tianzi hugged Fu Min. The two chatted, whispering sweet nothings. Although they didn't have sex, Fu Min was very satisfied. At least Ao Tianzi didn't use her as a tool to vent his lust. She was different from the women in the harem. Women cared more about feelings and atmosphere. Ao Tianzi hurriedly found an imperial physician to help him think of a solution. He couldn't keep using this method of just chatting with the quilt. But he was now a man in seconds. Ningxu did his best to take care of Consort Xian. Xi'er came to Ningxu's ear and told him about Minjiaoui and the harem. Ningxu's expression was calm as he asked, how did Minjiaoui react today? According to Ao Tianzi's body, he should be like a pewter spear now. Sleeping for a night without doing anything? Yang, I heard from Xiaohe that Minjiaoui Yang was quite happy. Xi'er said. Yang, why didn't His Majesty come to see Consort Xian Yang? His own consort was pregnant and didn't come for several months. Ningxu only smiled and didn't say anything. Xi'er nagged, and in the end, Ao Tianzi really came. Consort Xian was overjoyed because she was pregnant with twins. She was 4 months pregnant, but her belly was bigger than other people's 6 months pregnant. Consort Xian propped up her belly and bowed to Ao Tianzi. Ao Tianzi glanced at Consort Xian's belly and didn't reach out to help a pregnant woman. He only said indifferently, get up. Ningxu reached out to help Consort Xian up. Ao Tianzi picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Then, he carefully looked at Consort Xian's face, which made Consort Xian feel baffled. Your Majesty, is there something on this concubine's face? Consort Xian touched her face and asked Ao Tianzi. Could it be that there was something dirty on her face? It's been hard on my beloved consort. I heard that when a woman is pregnant, there will be freckles on her face. Beloved consort, didn't you use the things that we gave you? Why are you so haggard? Ao Tianzi shook his head and said. Being called ugly by a man, Consort Xian immediately covered her face. Tears welled up in her eyes and she was so anxious that her face turned red. Ningxu bowed and said, Your Majesty, because Consort Xian is pregnant, she doesn't touch those things much. Right now, Consort Xian's thoughts are on the children in her belly, so it's inevitable that she neglects herself. To be honest, Consort Xian wasn't ugly. What was fat was her belly, and there weren't any freckles on her face. She was already very beautiful. It was just that she didn't have any makeup on her face, so her complexion didn't look so good. However, she was still a beautiful pregnant woman. The rouge and face powder that we gave you are the best. Ao Tianzi said, apply some when you're free. It looks good and your complexion is also very good. Ao Tianzi only needed to look at her bulging belly to feel the anger in his heart. Ningxu saw Imperial concubine Xian's sad face. Because she was pregnant, she was called ugly by a man and asked if it was torture. Torture, she hadn't seen the emperor for a few months and he called her ugly. Imperial concubine Xian held back her tears. This concubine has been impolite. Imperial concubine Xian bowed and held her stomach. She was called ugly and she had to apologize. Ask if it was torture. Torture. This emperor will come to see you after some time. I hope that my beloved concubine won't be so haggard next time. Ao Tianzi left with his hands behind his back. This concubine respectfully sends off the emperor. Ningxu bowed and looked at Ao Tianzi's back. Ao Tianzi purposely came to find trouble and made Imperial concubine Xian use the things he sent over. Ao Tianzi really didn't give up on destroying the baby. Once Ao Tianzi left, Imperial concubine Xian sat down and cried on the table. She cried until her body trembled. However, she cried softly and didn't dare to cry loudly. It wasn't nice to hear. Otherwise, Ao Tianzi would be unhappy again. Ningxu only looked at Imperial concubine Xian crying and didn't comfort her. She would feel better after crying enough. It was better to keep it in her heart. However, when Imperial concubine Xian cried, the baby in her stomach was in pain. Imperial concubine Xian immediately stopped crying and said to Ningxu in panic, Your Highness, this concubine's stomach hurts a little. The female doctor quickly took Imperial concubine Xian's pulse and said, Your Highness, you can't think too much. If your emotions fluctuate too much, it will affect the baby. Is my baby okay? Imperial concubine Xian asked with lingering fear. Seeing Ningxu leisurely drinking tea, she said anxiously, Your Highness, what should this concubine do? What do you mean what should you do? Did something happen? Ningxu said indifferently. Your Highness, the emperor dislikes this concubine. What if the child hates this concubine's child because of this concubine? What should I do? Imperial concubine Xian felt that Ao Tianzi didn't like the child in her stomach. This child is your child. He will be your support in the future and also a companion. What you need to do now is to give birth to the child and not worry about such things. No matter what, this child is the emperor's blood. Ningxu said indifferently. Oh. Consort Xian was slightly relieved and touched her face again. Ningxu asked, Didn't the emperor bestow me with rouge and face powder? I want to apply rouge. The female doctor looked at Ningxu. Ningxu put down his teacup and said to Imperial concubine Xian, I don't agree with you applying these things, but if you want to do it, then do it. Besides, this is the grace of the emperor. Ningxu nodded at the female doctor. The female doctor took out the rouge box from the box and said, Concubine Xian, this is the rouge that I copied from the emperor. After concubine Xian gives birth, wouldn't it be better to use the rouge and face powder that the emperor bestowed to you? This? Concubine Xian frowned. She felt that she was being controlled by the empress. She had no freedom at all. She even had to control what she applied. This can whiten and nourish one's complexion, making one's skin smooth and supple. Your Highness can give it a try. The female doctor said. I thank the empress for her grace. Consort Xian said reluctantly. She looked a little unhappy. Ningxu smiled faintly and said, Don't be anxious. Use as much rouge and face powder as you can. There are still a few months before the child is born. Use this to nourish your skin first. When the time comes, apply the emperor's rouge and face powder. You will be even more beautiful. Consort Xian was a little tired. the palace maids helped her to sleep. Ningxu inserted a little bit of spiritual energy into consort Xian's belly and released his spiritual energy. Through the belly, he saw the fetus in the belly. The two children were squeezed in the same womb. And it was a boy and a girl. They were like dragons and phoenixes. Other than taking care of a pregnant woman, Ningxu also had to find ways to find out about Ao Tianzi's situation from various channels. They said that they were husband and wife, but she didn't know anything about Ao Tianzi's situation. Xier found out that Ao Tianzi often hired imperial physicians. She didn't know if there was a problem with his body. That's right. Ningxu thought that he had lost his aim. Empress, every time the imperial physicians come out of the emperor's palace, they don't look very good. They must have encountered some difficulties. Could it be that the emperor? Xier didn't dare to say it out loud. Ningxu massaged the acupoints on her hand and said slowly, the emperor is still so young and full of energy. What could happen to him? Ningxu was very confident in Ao Tianzi. Xier frowned. She was young and worried. In a situation like Ao Tianzi's, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't do something unconventional. For example, it was not impossible to take some medicinal pills to help with sex. The main thing was that someone brought these things to Ao Tianzi and let him know of their existence. Men were strange creatures. Even if they knew that these things might overdraft their bodies, they would still eat and enjoy pleasure in order to stand up on their 3 legs. It was probably also for the desire to conquer. Ningxu supported her chin. How could Ao Tianzi be obsessed with these things? She believed that the Imperial Academy of Medicine had such things. Generally speaking, the emperor's body needed to be nourished and not used harmful medicine to overdraft his body. Especially medicinal pills. Medicinal pills were mixed with women's menstrual blood, cinnabar, and mercury into a lump of mud ball. After eating it, one would be full of energy. There was no lack of people in this world who wanted to be obedient and take shortcuts. Ningxu blinked and continued to take care of concubine Xian until she gave birth to the children. Concubine Xian's belly was getting bigger and bigger. The 2 children in her belly couldn't bear it. Ao Tianzi didn't know if it was because he was guilty or to cover it up, but he let the secret guards visit the concubines more often. It gave people the feeling that the emperor was full of energy. The emperor was great. Every time these concubines went to bed, there would be a nanny with a bowl of medicine for them to drink. Ao Tianzi didn't want something like concubine Xian to happen again. Now that the seed was in the belly, it couldn't be dropped. Now the empress stayed by concubine Xian's side all day and failed several times. Fu Min didn't know that the person who visited the concubines wasn't Ao Tianzi. Seeing that Ao Tianzi visited the other concubines but didn't come to her, Fu Min felt a little sad. She felt that Ao Tianzi was tired of her. Fu Min couldn't compete for the emperor's favor. She stayed in her palace and waited for Ao Tianzi to come. Ao Tianzi also felt bitter in his heart. If he suddenly stopped visiting the harem, wouldn't it make people suspect that there was something wrong with his body? However, every time he went to Fu Min Bar, he had to do it personally. Now, Ao Tianzi's heart was strong, but his body was weak. And every time he went to see Fu Min, wouldn't it put Fu Min in the teeth of the storm? Although Ao Tianzi treated other women coldly, as if looking at a pile of dog shit, he considered all aspects when it came to Fu Min 39/39163/L1 second little Shua section net. Org, a wonderful novel for free. Ao Tianzi had been asking the secret guards to visit the concubines, but the frequency was very low. There might only be 1 or 2 concubines a month. Ao Tianzi probably didn't feel good seeing the secret guards visit his concubines. Especially since he didn't seem to be able to do it. Ningxu had to take care of concubine Xian and lived in her palace, so Ao Tianzi didn't go to Ningxu's pepper palace on the 1st and 15th of every month. Not to mention being visited by the secret guards. Ningxu really didn't know what to do with the concubines. If he told them that they didn't want to sleep with him, they might hate him. What did the empress mean? Was she jealous that they could sleep with him? But Ningxu couldn't tell the truth. It would be bad if he knew. So, even if he had to save himself, he had to kill Ao Tianzi. Since there were secret guards to serve him, he would enjoy it. Concubine Xian's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and she was applying more and more powder on her face. It seemed that pregnancy spots appeared on her face, making her feel like she was facing a great enemy. She was already disliked by the emperor. Now that she really had spots, concubine Xian was under a lot of pressure. She kept saying how ugly she was all day. Ningxu just looked and didn't say anything. How could a pregnant woman be as beautiful as a flower? How could it be possible that she was devastatingly beautiful? The hormone changes in a woman's body would always change a little, especially since concubine Xian was pregnant with twins. Her belly was very big. When she gave birth, her belly might become dry orange peel. Concubine Xian would go crazy then. Ningxu rubbed her forehead. She was always looking at herself in the mirror. Ao Tianzi didn't come, what was there to be afraid of? Ningxu was too lazy to persuade her. She was very busy. No matter how much she said, it was not as useful as Ao Tianzi saying, "You are very beautiful." Fortunately, the baby in her belly was healthy. Ningxu asked Shi'er, "Did you send the message I asked you to send back to the Tan family?" Shi'er said, "I did." Ningxu nodded. She was a virtuous wife, so she had to help her husband solve his problems. Not long after, a sage-like old Taoist entered the palace. This old Taoist was sent to the palace by a minor official. This minor official had always been obsessed with alchemy and the art of immortality, unable to extricate himself. By chance, he heard that the emperor had a problem with his health, so he wanted to use an unconventional method to please Ao Tianzi and sent the Taoist priest into the palace. Of course, before sending the pills into the palace, he also bribed Ao Tianzi's eunuch to deliver the pills to Ao Tianzi. As a young and impetuous emperor, Ao Tianzi certainly did not believe in these things. He did not have the same desire for life as the old emperor, so he did not touch these things at all. Of course, in the end, Ao Tianzi still decided to use it because he wanted to see Fu Min. Seeing Fu Min's disappointed expression, Ao Tianzi couldn't take it. Fu Min was sad and disappointed. She asked Ao Tianzi, "Your Majesty, are you tired of this concubine?" Ao Tianzi hugged Fu Min. He couldn't bear to see such an expression on Fu Min's face. This girl should have a scholarly temperament and was calm and at ease. After doing something that made his sweetheart sad, Ao Tianzi gritted his teeth and ate the elixir. To Ao Tianzi's surprise, his body seemed to be assisted by God. He felt that his whole body was alive again, and that part of his body was incomparably powerful. This gave Ao Tianzi a great sense of satisfaction. A man did not need to show his strength by hunting. This was the way to show his strength. Ao Tianzi felt that his body was dripping with carefree, as if he was assisted by God. There was an inexhaustible power in his body. Holding Fu Min and looking at his beloved under his body, the pleasure of conquering and the melancholy from before disappeared. It made Ao Tianzi feel like he was floating. The effect could not be better. With such a perfect experience, Ao Tianzi called the sage-like old Taoist to the palace to refine pills for Ao Tianzi. This old Taoist was a little interesting. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He looked old, but there were no wrinkles on his face. His face was ruddy, and it was obvious that he was a Taoist with high cultivation. The old Taoist also told Ao Tianzi that the elixir not only made Ao Tianzi energetic, but also could prolong his life. It was a good thing. The reason why he was so beautiful and young was because of the elixir. Ao Tianzi was skeptical about the effect of the elixir, but it was true that it could make him energetic. He even opened up a palace for the old Taoist to refine the elixir. Ao Tianzi also rewarded the low-ranking official. The old officials in the imperial court frowned. What was wrong with rewarding a low-ranking official for no reason, and even giving him the title of a fourth-rank official? This low-ranking official was originally a local official, but now he was transferred to the capital. First, he did not have any outstanding achievements. Second, he was not a disciple of an important official in the imperial court. What was going on? Therefore, some people objected. Ao Tianzi did not care about the objections in the imperial court. The more they objected, the more uncomfortable Ao Tianzi felt. I am the emperor. Can't I give a low-ranking official? This emperor was really a coward. Ao Tianzi had the great tonic pill, so he went to Fu Min's place more often. Every time he went, he would take a great tonic pill. Ao Tianzi was now only helping Fu Min. The women in the imperial harem were already dirty. Ao Tianzi would not touch those who had been defiled by the shadow guards. While helping Fu Min, he would occasionally let the shadow guards visit the other concubines. Ningxu knew about these things, but she remained silent. In the harem, Ningxu's presence as the empress was very low. She would not go to Ao Tianzi and ask him to be a good emperor so that Ao Tianzi could enjoy the benefits. Even if some concubines went to Ningxu to complain, Ningxu would just smile gracefully and generously. The emperor can decide who he likes. What we need to do is not to cause trouble, understand? Now that Ao Tianzi saw the elixir as his life-saving straw, he was very generous to the old Taoist priest. He would reward him with gold, silver, and all kinds of rare treasures. He even gave him the title of a state preceptor. Because Ao Tianzi advocated the art of immortality, it became popular among the people to eat mud balls for no reason. Of course, most of them were the kind of pedantic scholars who only knew how to talk about national affairs. It was good enough for ordinary people to have enough food and clothes. Why would they eat elixirs? Ningxu clicked his tongue. He could not help but laugh when he thought of the cinnabar, lead, mercury, and virginity that Ao Tianzi had eaten. In addition to these things, there was also the coldstone powder. This was a kind of Chinese medicine powder. First, it was used to strengthen the sex drive, physical strength, and impotence. However, it was addictive and overly toxic. The old Taoist priest not only gave Ao Tianzi the elixir but also the coldstone powder. Little Ao Tianzi was always bulging. Now, he was holding his head high, giving Ao Tianzi endless confidence and fighting spirit. The mixed-blood female streamer forgot to turn off the camera after live streaming. Her private life was exposed. Please follow the official WeChat account to see the female May 222. 1 second Little Shua section org, a wonderful novel for free. Ao Tianzi was addicted to pills and cared less about the women in the harem. Only Fu Min could catch his eye. The imperial physician took Ao Tianzi's pulse and advised him to eat less pills, saying that pills were harmful to his body and would drain his vitality. These words immediately made the old Taoist unhappy. Don't compare this Taoist's pills with those half-baked refiners. This Taoist's pills can prolong one's life. Ao Tianzi took supplements prescribed by the imperial physician in addition to pills. He rarely took pills unless he was having sex with Fu Min. Ao Tianzi was clear-headed and knew that taking too many pills was not good for his body. After taking the pills and the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician to nourish the kidneys, there weren't many problems with his body. Just like that, Ao Tianzi's troubles were completely gone and he began to rectify the matters in the imperial court. However, there was a side effect of taking pills, which was that he could not control his temper sometimes. In addition, the imperial physician prescribed nourishing medicine to prevent Ao Tianzi from damaging his body after taking pills. Ao Tianzi's body was like being roasted over a fire, so it was normal for him to have a bad temper. Sometimes, when he encountered something unpleasant in the imperial court, the old Ao Tianzi might have clenched his fists and endured it. He would endure these bastards until he had his own people in the imperial court. Moreover, these old officials objected out of consideration for their family's interests and said that they were benevolent and righteous, which made Ao Tianzi furious. Sometimes, Ao Tianzi would fling his sleeves and leave in the middle of the imperial court, leaving a group of officials who did not know whether to stay or leave. Usually, when Ao Tianzi was wronged in the imperial court, he would look for Fu Min. Only when he was with Fu Min would he be able to relax for a short while. Watching Fu Min quietly read was a form of enjoyment. Fu Min was different from those vulgar women in the harem. She was not vain and was a woman of substance. Sometimes, Fu Min would say something nice to comfort Ao Tianzi. Ao Tianzi said that he was a coward as the emperor. When the previous emperor suddenly passed away, he rushed to the throne and there were very few people in the imperial court. Then, Fu Min would say that Ao Tianzi was hiding and waiting for the right opportunity. Then, Ao Tianzi would be able to soar into the sky. Fu Min wasn't an unreasonable person. Even if she didn't use her beauty to serve people, she would be careful when she fell in love with someone, taking care of the other party's feelings. Fu Min was now encouraging the man she loved. Ao Tianzi grabbed Fu Min's hand. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Fu Min's expression was a little bashful and a little disappointed. Emperor, Xianxia is not your wife. Your wife is the empress. You can't say that in the future. In my heart, you are my only wife. In the future, I will make you the empress and make you the mother of a nation, Ao Tianzi promised Fu Min. As long as Ao Tianzi thought that his beloved was a concubine, another woman was flaunting her power in the position of empress, and his beloved had to bow to the other woman and be a concubine, Ao Tianzi felt very uncomfortable in his heart. She hated the woman sitting in the empress's seat. Xianxia doesn't care about these things. I only hope to be able to accompany your majesty. Xianxia will be satisfied. Fu Min shook her head and said, the empress's position is related to the foundation of a nation. Your majesty can't say it so casually, lest others hear it and make an issue of it. You are too kind. Fu Min didn't want anything. Ao Tianzi felt very uneasy. He didn't know what to use to tie Fu Min down. Instead, he wanted to give all the good things to Fu Min. Xianxia is not kind. Xianxia also has selfish motives. When Xianxia saw you go to other concubines, Xianxia felt sad and sour in her heart. Fu Min said. Fu Min's truth didn't anger Ao Tianzi. Instead, it made Ao Tianzi burst with joy. He felt that Fu Min cared about him and was jealous. Don't worry. I definitely won't let you down. Ao Tianzi held Fu Min's hand. I will definitely fulfill your heart's desire. Ao Tianzi knew what Fu Min was thinking. She wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. The time wasn't right yet, so he wouldn't tell Fu Min. Fu Min only forced a smile. Her wish couldn't be fulfilled in this lifetime. Men all had multiple wives and concubines. Under reasonable and legal circumstances, it was considered disgraceful to ask a man to stay with her alone. Moreover, Ao Tianzi was the emperor. Ao Tianzi kissed Fu Min's forehead and pulled her into his arms. Silly girl, I will definitely fulfill your wish. What he had to deal with now was the child in concubine Xian's belly. He couldn't let the child be born safely. He heard that the empress had already started looking for midwives. His harem could only have Fu Min's child, and that child wasn't his. Ningxu checked the midwives. Concubine Xian sat on the chair with her hands on her waist. Concubine Xian's belly was abnormally big. Soon, she would give birth. Concubine Xian looked at the 4 midwives and said, this concubine will have to trouble you to give birth. The 4 midwives looked very honest and nimble. They said in unison, this servant doesn't dare. We will do our best. Concubine Xian stood up with some difficulty. Her hands and feet were a little swollen. When she had cramps in bed at night, Ningxu had to get up to massage her. Of course, it was very difficult. She almost ran to the gates of hell several times. Concubine Xian also realized that there was someone in the harem who didn't want her child to be born. She looked at everyone as the murderer. Sometimes, she suspected Ningxu. But seeing that Ningxu was very dedicated to her, she still relied on the empress to get through many times. Concubine Xian trembled with fear. It would be better if the child was born. There were many dangers after the child was born. If she wasn't careful, he would die. The closer she was to giving birth, the more panic she felt. Moreover, the emperor didn't come to see her at all. In any case, she was pregnant with a dragon child. Why did she feel so despised? Ningxu looked at concubine Xian, who was anxiously waiting. He took a sip of tea and said, wait patiently for the birth. As long as you give birth to a dragon child, your future will be limitless. Ningxu whispered to concubine Xian, this consort secretly asked the imperial physician. You might be pregnant with a dragon and a phoenix. Dragon and phoenix are auspicious. Really? Concubine Xian's eyes lit up, it's really a dragon and a phoenix? Of course, it was the gynecologist imperial physician Zhu who took your pulse. It's most likely true. So, don't think too much. Take care of your body and give birth. Ningxu said calmly. At that time, this consort will give birth with you. Ningxu put down the teacup. Concubine Xian frowned. A pregnant woman would think more. Now, a terrible thought appeared in concubine Xian's mind. That was, the empress wanted to kill her and take her child. Otherwise, why would she be so attentive to her and think of every possible way for the child in her belly? Thailand's Bust a Female Anchor's new erotic video has been exposed. Pouncing on the male lead, I'm so hungry. Please follow the official WeChat account and watch the video online. 1 second Little Shua section net. Org, a wonderful novel for free. Concubine Xian's head hurt from thinking about it. She made the emperor unhappy for no reason and her face had freckles because of her pregnancy. Now that she was about to give birth, Concubine Xian couldn't control her imagination at all. The 2 babies in her stomach moved and little feet and fists appeared on her stomach. Concubine Xian touched her stomach and was worried to death. She was alone and helpless in the harem and countless people wanted her to die. It would be best if she couldn't give birth to the babies. She could only rely on the empress now. Concubine Xian thought for a while and Ningshu said, Empress, Xianxia has 2 babies in my stomach and I will need your help when the time comes. I am the legal mother of these 2 babies and have the responsibility to take care of them. Ningshu saw Concubine Xian's conflicted expression and knew what she was thinking. He didn't care what Concubine Xian thought. Concubine Xian acted up in the middle of the night and her water broke. Concubine Xian held her stomach and moaned in pain. All the lights in the palace lit up and the palace became busy. Even the lights in the other palaces lit up and looked at Concubine Xian's palace. Concubine Xian was in so much pain that her breathing was weak. Especially with 2 babies in her stomach, Concubine Xian felt desperate. Ningshu touched Concubine Xian's stomach and the 4 midwives were busy checking Concubine Xian's body. Ningshu released his spiritual energy and looked at the situation of the babies. One of the baby's legs was facing downwards and if that was the case, one of the babies might have a difficult birth. Ningshu touched his stomach and tried his best to flip the baby's head over. So painful, so painful. Concubine Xian looked like she was pulled out of the water. Ningshu took the ginseng soup and drank a mouthful before carefully tasting the medicine in the soup. Ningshu asked Shi'er to cook this ginseng soup. Drink some ginseng soup and replenish your energy. You will have the strength to give birth later. Concubine Xian's face was white as paper and was helped up by Ningshu. She drank the ginseng soup and was sweating profusely. She asked weakly, Is the emperor here? Ningshu said, I've already sent someone to inform the emperor. The emperor will definitely come soon. If you don't shout, you'll use up all your strength. Imperial Concubine Xian was in so much pain that her entire body was trembling. Every time her uterus contracted, Imperial Concubine Xian would groan in pain and her face would turn pale. Basin after basin of blood was carried out. Concubine Xian clutched the blanket tightly. I'm going to die. It's so painful. Don't speak. Ningshu transferred some spirit chi to Concubine Xian's body, allowing her to hold on for a while. However, this was Concubine Xian's first child and she couldn't give birth even after a long time. Furthermore, she was carrying twins. Before she could give birth, Concubine Xian was already half dead. Ningshu fed Concubine Xian more ginseng soup. Concubine Xian said weakly, I can't drink anymore. It hurts so much. Ningshu frowned and injected some spiritual energy into it, saying, Drink some more. I can't drink it. I want to vomit. I'm so cold. Concubine Xian's hair was drenched in sweat and the hair on her temples stuck to her face. She looked like a flower that had been crushed into mud. Ningshu took Concubine Xian's pulse without leaving any trace. Then, he asked the female doctor to perform acupuncture on Concubine Xian. Your Highness, His Majesty is here. He wants you to go out now. Shi'er pulled open the curtain and whispered into Ningshu's ear. Ningshu frowned, You didn't tell His Majesty that I am accompanying Concubine Xian to give birth? This servant did tell him. However, His Majesty said that there are midwives inside. You are the mother of the nation. You don't have to stay in the delivery room. Shi'er said honestly. Ningshu glanced at the 4 midwives. These midwives were all handpicked by Concubine Xian's maternal family. A woman giving birth was the most dangerous. If she wasn't careful, she and her child would die. If he wanted to make a move, now was the best time. Especially the imperial concubines in the harem. They had delicate bodies. If something happened to them, it would be very normal. Especially at this time, she couldn't go out. Ningshu told Shi'er, just say that I am accompanying concubine Xian to give birth. Yes. Ningxu whispered into concubine Xian's ear, His Majesty is here. He is waiting outside for sister to give birth to the prince safely. Hearing that Ao Tianzi was here, concubine Xian's eyes lit up. She clenched her cheeks. In addition, with the female doctor's acupuncture, concubine Xian had some strength. Ao Tianzi, who was guarding outside the door, had a dark expression. He didn't want to come, but this concubine was pregnant with his child. If he didn't do something, those courtiers would talk endlessly. When he heard Shi say that the empress wouldn't come out, Ao Tianzi's expression turned ugly. Could it be that these two children were really going to come out? It was simply a disgrace. When Ao Tianzi was anxious, his whole body would sweat easily. Once he sweated, his whole body would feel sticky. It was very uncomfortable and irritating. Fu Min, who was standing beside Ao Tianzi, put away the disappointment in her heart and comforted Ao Tianzi, Your Majesty, sister concubine Xian will definitely give birth to the child smoothly. Fu Min touched her belly. Why wasn't she pregnant until now? Why didn't Ao Tianzi want her to be pregnant? Every time after serving the empress, there would be a mama bringing medicine. Fu Min knew what it was and drank it obediently. Now that she saw another concubine pregnant and giving birth, Fu Min's heart was very complicated. The most difficult thing to guess was the heart of the emperor. Ao Tianzi took a deep breath and watched as basins of blood were brought out. It was best that one corpse and 2 lives were lost. There were only faint moans inside. Could it be that concubine Xian was dying? Concubine Xian's family was not weak. This natural death couldn't be better. If the child couldn't be born, there would be one less woman in the imperial harem. Ningxu occupied the midwife's position. He lifted the quilt and looked at the situation of the birth. Your Majesty, your body is precious. Let me do it. A midwife couldn't help but say when she saw Ningxu occupying their position and stealing their job. Ningxu dipped a handkerchief in blood and threw it into the copper basin. His hands were stained with blood. The female doctor kept inserting needles into concubine Xian. It was especially difficult for concubine Xian to give birth. Her pelvis was small and she was carrying twins. Concubine Xian was dying. Concubine Xian was fished out of the water. Even Ningxu was covered in sweat. Giving birth was like going to war. It was very thrilling. Concubine Xian struggled and gave birth to the first child. Shi quickly took the clothes that she had prepared and wrapped the child up. The child cried. Ao Tianzi, who was guarding outside the door, heard the crying and his face immediately darkened. Shi carried the child and didn't let the midwife touch the child. Ningxu was worried about the midwife. Concubine Xian fainted after giving birth to the child. The female doctor inserted needles into concubine Xian's body. Concubine Xian woke up slowly. She was already very weak. I can't take it anymore. Concubine Xian's face was very pale now. Even her lips were pale. Ningxu said coldly, the child that was just born is a girl. You have a boy in your stomach. If you work hard, the child will die in your womb. Concubine Xian was stunned. Then she gritted her teeth and used all her strength. If the child died in her womb, what hope did she have left? The video of the curvy buttocks goddess Xianxia's hot t-shirt was exposed. Please pay attention to WeChat's official account to look at Girl Gone 123, long press 3 seconds to copy. 1 second Little Shua section Internet.org, a wonderful novel to read for free. Concubine Xian gave birth to the child with the last bit of strength she had. It was a daughter now. Concubine Xian fainted as soon as the child left her body. Ningxu wrapped the child up and said to the 4 midwives, all right, the birth is over. Get out. Take good care of concubine Xian, Dr. Ningxu said. Everyone in the room had been chased out, so no one would harm concubine Xian. Ningxu looked at the red-faced child in his arms and walked out of the inner hall. Reeking of blood, he walked to Ao Tianzi, whose face was black and looked like he was about to explode. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Concubine Xian has given birth to twins of a boy and a girl. This is a good sign. Ningxu bowed with the child in his arms and said to Ao Tianzi with a smile. From now on, Your Majesty's harem will also have children. With the birth of a boy and a girl, the children in the harem will definitely sprout like bamboo shoots. Don't try to put the label of a jealous woman who harmed the dragon's children on my head. For the sake of your children, I ate and lived with the concubine and even accompanied her during the birth. Think about it, who else in the world is as virtuous as me? Ao Tianzi's blood rushed to his head, making his face a little red. Ningxu noticed that Ao Tianzi's face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. This was the most obvious sign of the poison in his body after taking the pill. Ao Tianzi almost gritted his teeth and said, "You are really my good empress." Ningxu said with a smile, "This is what I should do." "Thank you, your majesty, for your praise. The children are so cute." Fu Man looked at the two children in the swaddling clothes. There were two of them, a boy and a girl, which made a good combination. Concubine Xian was really lucky to have a son and a daughter in a pair. Ningxu looked at Fu Min with a tolerant and magnanimous gaze. "Minjiaoyi, you should also quickly give your majesty a child and expand the harem." Fu Min's face was a little red. She smiled and didn't say anything. Ningxu smiled and said to Ao Tianzi, "Your majesty, do you want to hold the children?" Ao Tianzi was speechless. The corner of Ao Tianzi's mouth twitched. He didn't carry the child and said coldly, "The child is too young. I don't know how to carry him. I'm a little busy." Ningxu said, "Your majesty, imperial concubine Xian's delivery was very difficult. She fainted several times. Your majesty should reward her with something." Ao Tianzi almost couldn't control his temper. She had given birth to a bastard, yet she still wanted to reward him? Why didn't she go to heaven? Looking at Ningxu's smug face, Ao Tianzi gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. It was simply insane. "I'll leave this matter to the empress." Ao Tianzi flicked his sleeves and left. Fu Min frowned, feeling a little strange. Ningxu bowed. "I'll take my leave." Fu Min chased after Ao Tianzi. Ningxu handed the baby to the wet nurse and watched her feed the baby. Imperial concubine Xian slept all the way until noon the next day. When she opened her eyes again, Imperial concubine Xian felt as if a lifetime had passed. "My child." Imperial concubine Xian said. A palace maid poured water for Imperial concubine Xian. Another palace maid came to report that Imperial concubine Xian had woken up. Ningxu went to Imperial concubine Xian's inner palace. "The two children are very healthy," Ningxu said to Imperial concubine Xian. Imperial concubine Xian's face was completely pale. Looking at the two children, tears fell down. "Why are you crying? There will be many good days in the future," Ningxu said. "I thank your majesty for taking care of me during this period." Imperial concubine Xian wiped her tears and said to Ningxu with red eyes, "Has your majesty seen the children?" Imperial concubine Xian Ningxu asked. "He has. He said that the children are very good-looking, just like him." Ningxu smiled. And, very similar to Ao Tianzi, Imperial concubine Xian couldn't stop crying. She had finally given birth to these children. From now on, she had someone to rely on for the rest of her life. Moreover, they were a son and a daughter. Heaven's mercy. When the concubines in the harem found out that Imperial concubine Xian had given birth to a pair of twins, they were all dumbfounded. How lucky was she to be able to give birth to two children? Moreover, she was the emperor's eldest son and eldest daughter. Imperial concubine Xian had all the advantages. These concubines in the harem wrung their handkerchiefs. Their eyes were red as they sighed. Why didn't they have such luck? Congratulatory gifts were continuously sent to Imperial concubine Xian's palace. Ningxu asked the female doctor to check on them one by one. The children were already born, but the empress was still here. Imperial concubine Xian felt a little awkward. She kept thanking Ningxu, but in reality, she was chasing Ningxu away. Imperial concubine Xian was a little afraid that Ningxu would snatch her children away. Ningxu said indifferently, "When you are out of confinement, I will return to Pepper Hall." Such young children were very fragile and could die easily. They also didn't have much resistance. If they fell sick, they could die. Sometimes, doing a good deed might not necessarily be thanked. Imperial concubine Xian's reaction was very normal. After all, it was hard to tell what the people in the harem were thinking. If she wasn't careful, she would die without a complete corpse. Many thanks, Your Majesty. I will definitely repay your great kindness. Imperial concubine Xian felt that giving birth this time had greatly damaged her vitality. After speaking for a while, Imperial concubine Xian was very tired and fell into a deep sleep. The two children were taken care of by the wet nurse and Ning Shu. When there was nothing to do, he would inject a strand of spiritual energy into the two children's bodies. Not only did he have to keep the two children alive, he also had to keep them alive. Ning Shu would check on the wet nurse every day. Under the supervision of Ning Shu's mental strength, nothing could hide. He even knew what the wet nurse ate. Mental strength was just that awesome. Ning Shu would also check the children's clothes one by one. He was afraid that something that shouldn't be there would appear on the clothes. Ning Shu felt that raising children was too difficult. Why was she always raising children? Raising children, she was so mentally tired that she would suddenly die. Ning Shu felt terrible all over. And at night, Ning Shu saw people in black running over the roof beams. They even lifted the roof tiles and shot thin needles at the children. They probably wanted to kill the children. Ning Shu calmly pulled over the crib and held the children in his arms. Ao Tianzi desperately wanted to get rid of these two shameful things. Ning Shu just had to let these two children live. Ning Shu felt that Ao Tianzi ate too little pills. The old Taoist priest should have increased the dosage. Now that the children were dead, she would have to bear the crime of being a jealous woman who harmed the imperial heir. And imperial concubine Xian would have to fight with her. The lives of the women in the imperial harem were worthless. Ning Shu coaxed the child. The child's red face was now white and tender. He estimated that when he grew up, the child's features would be even less like Ao Tianzi's. It was better for the child to resemble the mother. The footsteps on the roof gradually faded away. Even if the assassin appeared, Ning Shu wasn't afraid. She could shout that there was an assassin. Don't forget that she had a maid who knew martial arts. Moreover, she could sneak attack, so she wasn't afraid of secret guards at all. Ning Shu wanted to make Ao Tianzi angry and uncomfortable. If he had the guts to say that these two children weren't his, then Ao Tianzi wouldn't have the guts to say that he was cuckolded. The bold video of a child with a huge chest dripping with sweat and a pair of large breasts that were about to overflow was online. Please follow the WeChat public number EI New May 222. End of chapter 1909. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.